Mm-hmm.
Hey, hello, hi.
And
You know the deal. It's the Dream Stream. It's a Saturday. Cheers.
Saturday. Yeah, baby. Let's crush it.
Jason Rossi, his hair just continues to grow. Looks nice.
Yeah, it's getting the groove, dude. Bert said, looking good in ops. And I was like, yeah, because it's hit that groove. Like, when you saw me raw, look like a baby coming right out. You know what I mean? And it's a tough look right away, going from a lot of hair to no hair. But I feel good about this. I almost look like a weird Drake.
Okay, all right. That's we'll build off of that and see where we go by the end of the sim. Interesting. Hey, nice little matchup here at noon. Seahawks, Packers. Remember this one years ago? It was Monday Night Football, the replacement refs game.
Yep, week 2, I believe. I believe that was
very early in the year, right? Because the real refs were on strike,
and that was the reason everything changed right after that. What a forgotten time! Oh, I'm so glad you named the contest after that.
Thanks, man. Imagine if Twitter was like, I think Twitter existed at that point, but if like social media was at its peak. This is ridiculous. We can't play the game. This is ridiculous. Get the real refs back in the game. Everyone would just be typing. No one cares. Okay, stop. Get off the internet.
No one
figured it out.
No one cares. No one.
Smash Lanta's already here, so that might get clipped. We'll see. Hashtag Suns in 4. How about Smash Lanta? I thought he was like boys with the Suns in 4 guy. Have you seen this clip yet?
It was sent to me. It was all complimenting you, so I felt I had to hit the like button, and I did. I watched it. He sent it to. He DM'd me. He was like, "Bro, you need to see this." I'm like, "I'm in. I got you."
Turns out, like, he went on Cameo and asked the Suns in 4 guy to make this video. Yeah, sure, dude. I'll
wait.
Some water.
Yeah, cheers. Always, everybody, drink your water. It's very hot and hazy here in the greater Boston area. But wait, that was a cameo?
Yeah.
The Suns and 4 guys already. Well, he's probably been established for much longer. He's probably just getting fame right now. But that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. He DM'd Kaufman and I explaining how that went about. So
good on him.
Pretty funny.
And again, shout out just to all you guys. Like, we don't really say it enough. I feel like the love isn't like we try to say it and try to let you know, but like, you guys are the best. You really do. Like, we wouldn't be. I guarantee you. I don't want to speak. I 95%.
I guarantee it, Ernie. I guarantee it.
This is just. I want to say for me it's 100%. For Glash, I can't say. I'm going to say 98%. I'm feeling this. We would not be here on a Saturday afternoon if it wasn't like knowing what. Like, yeah, take the financial side out of it because the millions of dollars Glash makes off of this. But yeah, literally, like, you guys sparked this. Like, 20 minutes ago was dreading it. 2 seconds before I logged on my computer, I was like, this is going to be the best. This is going to be great. The fam's here. It's Saturday. It's good vibes. I'm with Glash again. This is what helps us. You guys help us. So, like, why am I putting this point together is because when Smash does something like that, it, like, all ties back together. You guys smashing the like button, chatting it up. It's great times. Good vibes. Let's keep it going.
Dad says, who's the guy on the right? Poor man's Drake. Let it be.
Yep, bankrupt Drake, baby. This is what Drake would look like if he wasn't a millionaire. If things didn't go well after his, what was the TV show he's on there? Degrassi.
What is that shirt you're wearing?
It's a Beatles shirt. Do you want me to give you a little more info that you don't really care about?
Yeah, I'm all about info that I will half listen to and not care about, really.
Perfect. Right before this I went to the gym a little while ago. The one thing about a shaved head, you don't have to shower as quickly.
Oh, look at Rossi. He's pulling an Emerson. Oh, yeah, I was at the gym earlier.
I was at the gym earlier, and I was sweating. I was nasty, and I was wearing a tank top. And so this little bureau behind me where my cat sits, not the actual cat, the picture, just has a bunch of T-shirts in there. So I just always randomly grab one. And this one literally came on 13 seconds before I went live on camera. Where you look like a little stud muffin because you picked it out, you got the right buttons on button, you. Give them what they want, even though they can't see it.
We have producer Tara Lynn here with us.
He's nauseous right now.
Not sure if Tara Lynn wants to be here right now, given the first 5 minutes of this sim. Daniel is here, and Robert from Game Ops.
I can't confirm anybody wants to be here, but I'm so glad they are.
Whoa! Bumble!
Take it the other way. So just like that, there's that Seattle D coming into play. I believe, did I see Tara Lynn captain Seattle's D? She stacked the defenses in a game you would think would be all about the offense, but you never ever, kid. You never know.
Tara Lynn, mute yourself unless you want to talk.
What?
Okay, just enough. It is a Saturday. I forgot to mute. I don't know what's going on here. Goodbye, everyone.
It's 12:05 and Tara Lynn's already done for the day.
Tara Lynn already said bye before saying hi.
Oh, that's a Beatles song. You say goodbye, I say hello.
Tara Lynn, is your caps lock button broken or something? Making sure it's...
Boy.
So, turnover Packers, good field position for the Seahawks. Rossi, what's your lineup look like?
Oh, this award-winning lineup looking a little something like this, my friend. Hey, we are going up. It went to the live. I always do that. We are rocking with, in the captain spot, Carlos Hyde. I'm feeling him, and I'm feeling him here. I'm thinking they're going to get to the goal line a couple times. A little former Vulture in there. Russell Wilson, DK Metcalf, Greg Olsen. Really relying on these Seahawks. Aaron Rodgers, Mercedes Lewis are my Packers. I try to just go totally against the grain to see if I can, pop a dub here to start the day.
Wow, so no Russell Wilson.
No, I have Russell Wilson.
You have both quarterbacks. Okay.
Stack the quarterbacks, running back, stack tight ends, DK Metcalf.
There's Russ on the carry to the 11. So I put Funchess in the captain spot.
Ooh, I like that.
Wilson, Rodgers, Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Philip Dorsett, Carlos Hyde. I like the Hyde call. He was only $3,400 to roster today in the flex.
I think I have him at like 5,100 in the captain, so give me a lot of room to get them QBs in there, and hopefully it'll all work out.
There's Hyde, gain of 2, first and goal. That's all he needed for the Seahawks. Rossi's here for the first one. Adam Kaufman, a.k.a. the host of Celtics Beat, as we discussed yesterday, will be here with me at 2. And then after that, I really don't know because I'm
okay. You can talk. Don't worry about it. No, we have a whole deck thing going on here. My wife's very cautious, like that, like she's gonna make noise, like in the background. I'm like, half these people have like conversations with people in the background. You're good.
Sarah, have a good day at the pool. We're here dog sitting in a town nearby. We have Belle, the Brittany. Emerson would be proud. Belle is now going to hang out with me for the next couple hours. Right, Belle? Yeah, right, Belle? Yeah.
What kind of dog?
Brittany Spaniel, right? Brittany Spaniel, rescue dog. She's like 9 years old, petrified of men. Petrified of men. She's not very personable. Good dog. Very well behaved. Pretty easy task.
Okay, I like it.
But what I'm trying to say is I can't like pick her up and bring her over here. She'll flip out.
No, that's all good.
Yeah.
I got my cat here if anybody cares.
Ooh. Oh, that's a drop by Metcalf.
Come on, Metcalf. You're about to go on the Blake Jarwin category. You have one more of those. And if you don't already know, make sure next time you see Dow, I'm going to look at the schedule. I'm looking at the schedule. Not today. Not tomorrow. Cowboys. You and BK. So the Brandon combo. 6 p.m. Eastern Monday. Everybody, nobody play Blake Jarwin. I need him deleted from. I'm petitioning to have him deleted from the game. I'm working on it hard. So, maybe it will happen by then. Maybe he won't even be in the game.
Okay. So, Matthew he's so kind. He's so gentle in the chat. Matthew Uriah, always. So let me give him the schedule for the rest of the day. Chiefs, Raiders, me and Koff after this. Rams, Niners to wrap up the early classic. Kaufman and Freeze Pops. You got a lot of Freeze Pops today. 6 o'clock, Pats, Falcons, Lamarca and Freeze Pops. 8 o'clock, Saints, Eagles. Geoff, Moose with Freeze Pops. And then tonight, Madden After Dark, Dolphins at the Jets, Lamarca, and freeze pops. Jason Rossi.
Yes.
The pizza deals returned yesterday.
Whoa!
So,
News.
I can't waste any more time because this game is moving. We're midway through the first quarter.
Are we doing one?
We're going to do one. We're going to, in 3, 2, 1, drop in your pizza deals. We're picking 2. We'll pick one from Twitch and one from YouTube.
All right.
That's the deal.
I'll do one, you do one. Is that fair? Or you don't have to?
No, I'll take care of it. It's okay.
No. That's not how I roll, bro. That's not how I roll. If I'm here, I'm here.
Fine. You get to pick one.
Okay.
You take the Twitch. I'll take the YouTube.
All right, Twitch. Let's see what you got.
So Killa and our man Alex Wilson were selected yesterday. Therefore, they are not eligible. Rossi, the rules work like this.
Tell me.
If you put out a pizza deal in the YouTube chat, if I call your name, like I pick you, you have to go to Twitter and message me, follow and message me to confirm your identity so we don't run into problems like we did last year where we get people misidentifying themselves.
I got some good ones on Twitch coming in. I like that. So same thing. He's, obviously.
And they have to, like, Rossi, they have to be, like, kind of out there, Like, these can't be, like, Aaron Jones to hit the bonus. Like, we need, like, it's got to be a wowing. It's got to blow you away in terms of this prediction. 2
early ones here. I know you got a lot coming here on YouTube. 2 early ones. First time says Carson outscores Jones. Darwin saying pizza deal. MVS 2 TDs. I like that one. Reed Steve. Glass shaves Sarah's eyebrows on screen. I get a pizza. That's just. I'm sure that there would be a murder thereafter.
Okay. Did you pick one?
Oh. Yeah, I got one.
Okay, what are you going with?
Well, I feel like I should give. Oh, coming in late. I'm going with this one. Reggie in Texas, 30. Mercedes Lewis gets 2 touchdowns. That's my pizza deal. No disrespect, Darwin. First time, we'll get you next time. I promise you. Reggie, Twitter, message me now so I know it's you. You can Twitter me as well. Jason D. Rossi.
Yes, do Rossi too.
I'll tag. I'm going
to that. Do Rossi.
Do Rossi. It sounds like that.
Whoa. Mercedes Lewis to the 8-yard line.
Get in there. Let's make it interesting. Score one early.
Okay, I got to pick one now because we're getting really close to the goal line here. How
do I copy my profile?
Oh, Kevin Porter. That one's like... All right, Kevin Porter's in. Chris Carson, receiving TD and a rush TD. You're in, Kevin. Kevin Porter. Now, it's not official until the follow and the message come on Twitter. So, make it fast.
So wait, what was yours one more time? I was throwing some out there. So
Kevin Porter on YouTube. Chris Carson has to have a receiving touchdown and a rushing touchdown.
Got it. I like this.
Okay. Not yet official. There's a touchdown for Funches.
Funches. Your guy, though. That helps you in lineups. Dan, I'm into that. Dan, just so you know, for people, like, we were giving away a lot of money to the one mission. Dan says any missed field goals, Ross has to give $10 for kids with cancer. Done, Dan. Today, I will do it for this sim. I'm not going to pay attention all day, but I'm going to, trust me, a lot of money. We raised over $1,200 on Monday. And then if you guys want to donate any more there, you don't have to do anything. The podcast me and Babysitter Billy put together called the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Just leave a 5-star review. And every 5-star review until July 15th is a $10 donation. Literally, easiest thing in the world.
All right, Kevin Porter. Let's go, dude. Don't have Twitter. Oh, Kevin's out. He doesn't have Twitter. He's out. No, Rossi, I'm sorry. We have to have some rules here. We have to have some rules.
I just laughed. It's okay. Kevin,
maybe next time. Maybe next time. You got to make a Twitter. We need some way to communicate. Therefore, I know you're not messing with me. Not you, and the general you.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back. I'm going to look at some old submissions here. How about... Ooh. I know someone on Twitch mentioned this, so I'm sorry, Twitch. We already picked our Twitch one. Marco. MVS 2 touchdowns. That's pretty...
That is a good one.
I mean, if that happens...
Already up 7-0 too, so there's already been a touchdown.
Right.
So I'm just saying, like, just knowing the odds of these games, that one is very, very intriguing.
Okay. MVS hasn't had a 2-touchdown game he has had one.
Mm-hmm.
It has happened.
I think he has a few in the history of this game since we.
He had one against Miami in a 35-7 blowout win. Okay, Marco, you're in, but I need the message. Reggie, still waiting on you, Reggie.
I think Reggie might have slid into my DM phone. Let me check.
Okay, we got to get confirmation.
We're doing a pizza deal, so if somebody, hey, I'm talking to you. Yeah, I may have to give away a pizza today.
Give away a pizza?
Yeah, so if Mercedes Lewis scores 2 touchdowns, I have to order somebody a pizza. This guy Reggie.
It could be like Domino's, Cappuccinos.
Hashtag not an ad, but yeah, it can be whatever they want. That's not an ad, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. You're fine.
Wow.
Are you going out?
Really it was good. It was good.
Do you want a pizza? I think my wife wanted a pizza. I think that's what she was alluding to.
Come on, Marco.
Yeah, Reggie. Actually,
Marco.
Reggie slid in yet.
Marco.
Reggie, where are you? Marco. Reggie. Marco. By the way, Marco Polo as a kid, everyone cheated. Everyone cheated.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of peeking in that game.
Oh, absolutely. No, what was the other? Is it called Blind Man's Bluff? Was that the one where you didn't say Marco and Polo? It may have different names for people. But I remember that game. I used to go underwater because you could go underwater in that one. And whenever I went underwater, I showed my ass.
Marco! Message me! This went so well yesterday. Now this is a challenge. All right, into the first quarter. See, Rossi, now we're running out of time. Like
TikTok, Reggie. I don't see you either. I'm in the message request area.
I think we might have to move on from these two. We're giving them a chance, right? Like, okay.
Oh, Reed's tea with that sour flavor. Ooh, I like the chat today. You guys are on fire. Good start.
What do you think? Do we move on? Do we move on to another people?
Yeah. You tell me. I don't know how long you normally give people. If it's normally much.
We just brought this back yesterday.
No, I know, but I just don't know the turnaround time. Is it usually like instantaneous?
Yeah, you get on Twitter, send a message.
Reggie, what's up, bro? Reggie, I need to see you. Reggie, say something on Twitch. Say something.
Unbelievable. We got to move on. You
set the rules. You're my man.
We're moving on. All right. Well, before we return to the second quarter, we need to pick 2.
Well, I'm gonna go back to if Darwin can message me. I'm gonna take he had MVS with the 2 touchdowns, so I'll pick that one up. If Darwin sends that sweet DM to @JasonDRossi.
Darwin on Twitch.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
More specific, what's his? Okay, Derwin V.
I call him Darwin.
Okay, he's in, but he's got to send the message.
Yep, I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting here.
So Rossi's good.
I'm waiting here while looking at Brianna Priere pictures. I don't know who she is, but she popped up in my algorithm.
Now I got to find someone.
While you do that, also shout out to Glash for that nice Paul George throwback to that Indiana team. It's a good tweet. Hitting that like button.
Thanks, dude.
Good one. It's a good one.
New guy. You haven't put one. Oh, Devin. He thinks Devin Funchess will have 3 touchdowns. That's a good one.
Reggie, where's the DM, bro? You just popped back in, but you had to send that DM. Glash is a very, very fair man. So I'm just waiting on you, Derwin. What did you go with? Who did new guy?
We're gonna. All right, new guy. Whatever you need to tell me your real name and message me on Twitter. Follow me, whatever. New guy on YouTube. You're in. Let's go. Devin Funchess, 3 touchdowns. Hurry up, because he's already got 1.
I like it.
It's kind of cheating because he already has 1, but we'll go with it.
No, but 3 touchdowns. I don't know the last time there's been a while since a hat trick for a receiver. Usually a running back. Oh,
hey, it's a good sweat.
It is. I'm already sweating.
Let's look. Funchess. He's had a lot of 2 touchdown games. Oh, whoa. At Tampa, weeks ago, 3 touchdowns. Weeks ago against Dallas, he scored all 3 of Green Bay's touchdowns. That's doable. Very doable.
That's all loud, isn't it? That noise.
New guy.
Derwin,
God,
yeah.
I don't get it. Like, people will throw out the idea, then they just disappear. Pepe says, I enjoy watching Glash nervously try to put together the pizza deals. LOL. It's great Saturday entertainment. It is kind of fun, isn't it? Me losing my mind.
Come on in. Message me, man. I need that message, dude.
Message me.
Please. Bounce the cat just goes, new guy. Check your Twitter, Glash. I think everyone's just going to start sliding in the DMs.
DFS Queenie, she says, oh, wait a minute, message request. Derwin, in, pizza deal. Boom.
Yeah, Derwin he hit me up too. He made sure. So Derwin's definitely in.
Derwin is in. Thanks, Derwin. Good to see you.
Derwin, where you from, bro? You can either I just want to know. Because I'm just going to look up pizza places in your area.
Unreal, dude. New guy. Bragging how he has a Twitter. And
New
nothing.
guy. Hello, where are you?
I think I'm making up rules as we go. I think the cutoff point is going to be midway through the second quarter.
What's your username?
Jesus.
It's not Jesus.
No, it's not new.
BJ_.
At Brendan Glasheen.
Oh, it is. That's right.
Yeah, that one's my parody account.
I'm going for your fake account.
God, so complicated.
That is BRENDAN.
I'm gonna start making posters and post them up around Simland. This is how you do a pizza deal.
Not Brandon. It's Brendan Glasheen. Took me a long time to get there, and I'm probably gonna forget by the end of the sim.
Come on, new guy. Move it along. 7-6 is our score. Funchess has one of hopefully 3 scores for the new guy. You know, and if you get picked, like, no time to go to the bathroom. You got to stay on your screen, okay? Or take the phone or iPad or whatever. Take the PC with you to the bathroom or something, wherever you have to be.
Gotcha.
Smash Lanta, stop spamming me. Love you, mean it, but you're not getting picked today. Hashtag Suns and 4. New guy. Oh my God. Let's go. Oh, a message. Here we go.
Darwin, tell me where he's from. Darwin, where you from, bro?
This is new guy from YouTube.
Yeah, what'd he say? Oh, he told you. You got it.
This is the new guy. And again, just to clarify, too, if this is ruined by someone changing their identity, then this is over. Forever. Forever. Hi. New guy.
New guy!
This is fun saying new guy. Just message me what your name is.
I'm looking up a place in West Covina, California, best pizza place. Now I want to know.
Hoffman, shut up about your baseball contest. We're working on the pizza deals.
Yo, at least he finally said hi this time. Like, yo, at least that's somewhat cordial. He always usually says 10 minutes to lock, not even acknowledging our existence, which is fine. Do your thing, bro.
New guy says I messaged Glash. Okay, great, but like, let's have a little discussion now. Who's that? Who caught that? Ooh, Lewis.
Lewis.
This is new guy. Okay, all right. I'm calming down. Sorry, Kaufman. Not really, though. Derwin and new guy. The pizza deals today in this sim. MVS has to score twice. Funches has to score 3 times. So these are both Packers centric. Great. Fun. Jake on YouTube says, not Jake from State Farm, Jake from YouTube. Pizza, we want tacos.
Okay, taco, we'll do it Tuesday.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Taco deals on Tuesday.
From the 38. I can't wait till we try to do this at 2. Kaufman's going to hate it.
Oh, of course.
He's going to be like, you got to have a better system than this. This is too all over the place.
It's a place called Supreme Pizza. I'm looking at these pizza places in West Colgan. This place looks pretty good.
New guy has messaged me and says on Twitter, I have to leave the stream every time to message back. Laughing emoji. I'm watching on my phone. Okay, fair enough.
I got you. He was yelling at me too. Oh man, we got you there. New guy. I love these names. Cool picture.
Sweet picture, dude. Well, that only took us almost a whole half to get all that straightened out.
Is the game still being played?
Yes. Yeah, we're here.
Good.
Here's Crosby.
First time, very quickly. Oh, did he miss it? Do I have to give it to him back?
Oh, you got it.
Still well. First time says, can't have pizza deals with cough. He's allergic.
True.
This West Covey's got a lot of pizza places, but I'm telling you, this Supreme Pizza's getting a lot. It's 394 Google reviews. 4.5. That's a lot of reviews and being 4.5. It's the most reviews in the area.
Producer Tara Lynn says, I love new guy, pissing Glash off.
Oh, jeez. Carolyn's so P&V.
She's very dark.
And you know what? I'm so worried that one day I'm going to slip out of whatever potential non-hate category I'm in for her. Like, it's a very scary situation for me. Because she seems like once you go there, you're out. Like, you don't make it back.
Yeah.
Everyone's giving me some...
Carolyn Vortex. Good luck. She'll twist you in a pretzel and just make you feel awful about yourself. That should be on a t-shirt. That should be her mission statement. Mr. Miyagi, who scored for the Packers? Funchess.
Tons of fun. Chiz.
Super Bowl Baby 67. Welcome back, Brendan. Your hair is looking fabulous, Rossi. Who calls me Brendan? It never happens. Hey, Brendan. Oh, wow. I feel way more calm now that we've got that figured out. Having fun, though. Good energy in the sim. Good energy in the sim. Yeah. Ralphie 508. Hi. That is not true, Ralphie 508. How is the WNBA? What does that equate to, rubbing off on me?
Oh, yeah. WNBA was totally rubbing off on him. Now he's giving away pizzas. Screaming new guy. So WNBA.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do on those broadcasts. Except I say, new girl.
Whoa!
They are women. Back at Mohegan on Tuesday. Had a nice little break. It's weird. Like, went to Florida. They had a game on Sunday. And then they're on the road this week. They're actually, the Sun are on national TV today. They're on actual CBS, 2 o'clock, playing in Chicago.
Shout out.
Ralphie, good call. Shout out to all the fathers. Yeah, Father's Day tomorrow, Rossi. Happy Father's Day. Happy early Father's Day.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
I'll be here at noon tomorrow, too. Just celebrating Father's Day with the peeps. Who am I with tomorrow? What am I got going on here? Kaufman. Oh, a little daddy daycare we'll be doing. Also, Juneteenth. Shout out to Juneteenth today. So everyone, celebrating. It was a federal holiday for I think the first time. Don't quote me there, but I'm pretty sure. In the history of this country. So that's big stuff. Is that Frozen?
Yeah. Into the unknown.
Oh, man, that one kind of bothers me.
That one slaps. Oh, you don't.
I'm not denying the slap-ation, but it's just not for me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, we got a couple of 5-star reviews here. Appreciate you.
Hold on a second. New guy has already forgot his pizza deal.
New guy.
No. This is why pen and paper is always good. You write it down. New guy, you have Funchess 3 touchdowns, not Lazard 2 touchdowns.
What is going on, new guy?
I'm actually doing you a favor. Because there's no chance Lazard's getting 2 touchdowns.
Brian C. just goes, you're giving out pizza? Please. How about some eggplant parm? Now that's high society. Good stuff. Meatball sub. It is a meatball sub summer, if you guys didn't already know. It's trending out there.
Oh, Wilson brought down.
Hey. Effing new guy.
I'm so confused. Anyways, hey, happy Saturday. If you're having a good weekend or you're trying to have a better weekend, hit that like button. Thanks for being here. We're here with you to make your day better. Hopefully. Run, Wilson, run!
Oh, D-Rod, I'm going to screenshot that. I'm going to tweet that. What he just said, Rossi, you're right. I don't know what I was right about, but I don't see that often. D-Rod, we're going to tweet that and say the people have spoke. Oh, no, I didn't do the proper. Ooh, this should still work. By the way,
what's good? What's up, Rossi?
If you hear like banging or anything, I don't know what can be heard. I had to close my door, but my deck is being redone by my father-in-law. That I'm going to be jumping out there to do because it's like rotting. Rotting deck. Fun times.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch, Glash. Don't forget to send Daddy Cough a card tomorrow. I think a text will be good. I even think a text at that point would be going above and beyond. How about I just say it to him at 2? Hey, happy Father's Day.
Hey, man, enjoy your day tomorrow. Perfect.
Yeah, that's it. Plus, my Father's Day gift to Cough, I'm going to take him to the movies.
Ooh, oh yeah, I heard about this movie date.
Yeah, 11 a.m. next Thursday.
What movie? Oh, Fast, I'm guessing?
Fast 9, baby. Oh, next Friday, excuse me. I'm sure we'll talk about I would not mind. See, I'm not a big movie talk guy. We know who the movie talk guy is.
Mm-hmm.
But something tells me we'll be diving into Fast and Furious at 2 o'clock. So if you hate that, I'm sorry in advance. I'm not really that sorry, though. So.
Oh, I forgot. It's Saturday. I also have to make a lot of disc jokes. Because it was disc night last night. Big disc energy in the sim today.
Yeah, who won? Boston or DC?
The disc. We all won, dude. It's disc.
The disc won.
The disc won. Everybody here wins because you get that big disc energy, and we also have big deck energy today because that's getting torn up. Yes, Emerson's Peloton, I do. It's crazy. People banging on that deck.
Derek, don't you worry. Robert is going to look at the stats right now. Robert from Game Ops. The Game Ops team has their flow, their system. They always get it right at the end of the day. Scores are updated manually for these Madden simulations on DraftKings. This is the Dream Stream, where occasionally we'll give away pizzas, yell stuff, and read stuff to you.
Destiny says playing footsie with Cough and go for the yawn and reach over his shoulder. It's Glash. Glash has all of his high school flirtations ready for this.
Yes, Destiny. Disc. Correct.
Yes,
Congo Cab. Glash, Adam said he has a bone to pick with you. He said it's nothing nice about it.
Oh.
You know, I'm kind of over this, like, bone to pick. Like, just...
Told you, there is a big disc energy in the sim, and there's bones to be picked and decks being destroyed.
Like, who actually goes and picks at bones, you know?
Well, it depends if I'm having chicken wings.
It's kind of a dumb saying the more you think about it.
Yeah, I never really... Dude, there's so many things we talk about. And like,
hey, I got a bone to pick with you. Like, just tell me what the problem is.
What do you mean by that? Like, what when they say bone to pick, is it like I'm going to tear something off? Like, I don't get it. Never have.
It's pretty dumb.
I got a bone to pick with you, sir. Like, that sounds like such a teacher to child, like a young kid, like a 7th grade.
Daniel, I know it's an old saying, but it's just kind of dumb. Like, hey, you, I got a bone to pick with you. Ooh. Pick away.
Yes, baby. Thanks, Ralphie. See you.
Robert Hood says, someone look up the origin of it. Well, Robert, you have Google.
No, he's busy. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right now.
That was mean. Sorry, Robert.
You pulled a Cough. That's what you just did.
I did.
All right, I've got it right here.
Cough did that to me once. We were at the office, and I forget I asked something like, oh, like, what's some stat-related thing? And he's like, you have a phone.
Yeah, he stinks. He used to do it to everybody. We all know my feeling on that. Okay, bone to pick dates back to the 16th century. simply refers to a dog chewing endlessly in picking a bone clean. I have a bone to pick with you means I believe you have done me wrong, and I want to know why. Doesn't really seem to make sense, but that's the internet. So, dog eating a bone. You have a bone to pick with someone. It's not over yet. Yeah, so yes, Bert says, so the dog did the bone wrongly? Yeah, I guess so.
Is Robert I didn't know this. He goes by Bert?
That's what I've been told, but that could be a cough thing, and I could be, if it is, then tell me now, because I'll never call you that again. But I thought he said Bert. Yeah.
Oh, you go by Bert. Okay. Well, wait, Daniel, you're not Bert. Anything but Bob and Bobby.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
fair.
Come on, answer the question. Do you go by Bert? Sorry.
Wow, you know what? Carolyn's under your collar, cough. You have a lot of angst to get out in this day.
Cough calls him Bobo?
Cough stinks. He always tries to do something. But I like Bert. I just think that's cool. I love the name. The full name Robert is a cool name because there's so many things you can do. Whether you like the names, you said you don't like Bob or Bobby, but like Robert, Robbie, Rob, Bob, Bobby, Bert, Berto, Bobby-O. Like you can do so many things. That's such a versatile name. Bobo, I have a good friend, one of my best buds.
Robert doesn't hate Bobo.
Yeah, Bobo's a good one. Bobo's a good name.
Can we just confirm if he likes Bert?
He has told me in the past I can call him Bert. And that he liked, well, I don't want to say he liked, I don't know anymore.
Just answer the question.
He did. He said he did earlier. He said, LOL, Rob or Bert, either or.
Okay. All right. My bad. Missed it. Thank you.
Take a lap.
I will.
Take a lap. Cool off. Go pet that dog. Pizza bets. Oh, Dan, it's a rib steez and not chicken wings. I feel you, Dan.
Come on, Bill. Come here.
We're just firing up the grill later. Charcoal. Charcoal. It's back. All right.
It's a good lap. Needed it.
You always do. Nice catch of breath. Just,
right.
I think you bring that big disc energy back from last night in the disc matchup because I was told I can't call it the other thing because it's like the whole Kleenex tissue debate. We call it something else, but that's actually the product and the brand name, not actually what the product is, which is a disc.
Here is Wilson, 2nd and 4 from the 37. No touchdowns yet for Seattle. Whoa, Russ!
Oh! Russ, baby. Do that.
Pork Chop on YouTube. I've heard for a year the ops team is updating manually. What does that mean? How is it different? Well, Pork Chop. In this case, these are not, of course, real games. Our production team is streaming the game. That's how the feed comes out on YouTube, Twitch, the Game Center. However you may be watching, in your case, it's YouTube. And at the end of each quarter, our game ops team is here. They are going, they are looking at the feed we are watching with you, the people. And then when we go through the stats at each quarter break, or some quarter breaks, not always, admittedly, they'll go through and plug in the stats. Because there's no way of those two things meshing at the same time. Like, this isn't a real NFL game or an NBA game or an NHL game that has an official, like, stat thing that can process the numbers. Hence why we always say, shout out to our great ops team at DraftKings, because they're the ones, truly, that keep these things rolling.
Without a doubt. They're the hardest working ones.
Faux show.
We're over here talking about pizza. I'm looking up pizza places in different areas of California. Derwin and I tweeting up each other. And like Bert Bacharach over here is making it all happen. Carolyn's doing something as well, and so is Daniel's keeping us afloat.
Hey, if you guys don't mind, smash that like button. We're only 40 or so away from hitting 100 on the Dream Stream. There's 300 plus of you watching.
Go.
Smash that like. Love you, mean it.
Lick it, tickle it, do whatever you got to do. Oh, is that my guy?
Oh, Carson, touchdown.
And that one ain't in play anymore, but that would have helped.
Yep, would have helped our friend Kevin Porter, but he was a little too late. But good news, Kevin Porter made a Twitter.
Oh, shout out. First time said, come on, Carson, TD. There you go, bro.
While it hasn't been a high-scoring sim between these two teams, we've yet to have a vulture. Funchess and Carson.
Yeah, and
touchdowns.
I wouldn't say Carlos Hyde's a vulture anymore, personally.
Must be says, yep, that's why Tate is the GOAT and you two are bozos.
Ooh, that's trademarked by Tara Lynn, and I think she once called me a bozo. Once. But I don't think I'm in the bozo category, but Tara Lynn can clear it up. If I am, I am.
Tara Lynn, can I ask you a question?
Okay, so I'm not in the bozo category. It's been confirmed. But now, Glash, please.
I can't. She said no.
Okay.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
So like me, why don't you ask me the question? I'll relay it to her.
How do you... Okay, well, I'm going to have to rephrase it. When and where do you think Tara Lynn first heard bozo? Like, what made her adopt this word to then use it so frequently? Like, at what point in her life did she say, I like that. I'm going to just call these guys bozo. I want to know. Speaking of origins, bones to pick.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah, just curious.
Tara Lynn bozo. See what comes up.
I mean, you know that old saying, it takes one to know one.
Whoa. It's more of a smelted delta. It looks like there aren't many great matches for your search. Tara Lynn bozo didn't come up in the old, but Tara Lynn Azak is the first thing that comes up at Tara Lynn Azak, and it says, It says, which bozo went to the Red Sox last night and packed his own snacks? That is literally Tara Lynn bozo. That is the first. First, it's going to tell you there's not much out there. Then it's going to tell you that. Then the next one down says, well, then it shows the same tweet again, but it tags you and Emerson. And then, then it goes into La La Land. But if you actually search Tara Lynn bozo, that is the first thing you see on the Google.
Tara Lynn has shared it was about an ex-boyfriend. The least he could give me after the breakup was that brilliant word.
There you go.
Nice guy. Nice kid. For that, and that only.
I like it. Giving some respect to the ex.
Ex gonna give it to you. R.I.P.
Oh, yes. Big shout out to DMX. Mm-hmm. Talked about Pop Culture Pile Driver. We did a top 11 on him about 2 months back. It was a good one. It's fun.
Third and 11. Need the 38 for a first, Aaron. Not enough. Time to punt.
Punt City.
Aaron Jones, first catch.
Like that.
Hey, want to give a shout out. Some of you that might not know, I know we've been doing these for a year and a half, but my hometown is Lowell, Massachusetts. I'd like to shout out Clippers guard Terrence Mann for going absolutely off last night against the Jazz. Rossi, did you watch any of that? I watched that whole game start to finish last night. I had a buddy over helping me watch the dog.
Tough gig.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm strapped. Do you mind coming over? I got this dog to watch.
Yeah, it was more of an excuse, you want to come over and watch the game.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. That's great. You always should. Any excuse to get together. Yes, I did watch. I watched up until the end of the third. And then
39 points, Rossi. He played 4 years at Florida State.
He started off hot.
He didn't score more than 30 in college.
Dude, didn't he have 2 threes right at the beginning of the game? And everyone's because he was because he got the start in game, what was it? Game 5 now, because they won in 6.
Right, he came into the starting for Kawhi. Yep,
which is impressive enough. And think of the pressure that's on you, especially for a team that everyone's they're on the ropes against Dallas. This isn't looking good. Oh, it's another failed season. They just got rid of Dog. You got Tyronn Lue, and this guy. These are where players like this are made. Why am I forgetting the name? Who was the San Antonio guard that was the backup to Tony Parker?
Patty Mills.
Patty Mills. Remember he had that outstanding postseason? This is what man could potentially put together here. One of those championships that they won there. Yeah, that was he just turned it on when they needed him with injuries.
You could even say not quite the same as Man last night, but Tyrese Maxey for the Sixers.
Yeah, he was the reason they won that game.
He was, imagine your second best player, your second star on the bench at the end of regulation. Like, you have to sub him in and out.
They had to take him out every time. It's like, oh, they're going to foul somebody. Get back. They once, if you watch one of the inbounds before they, Doc picked it up with like 3 minutes to play, they just leave him alone. Now, it wasn't 3 minutes. It was like 2 minutes left when it was the 1 point game. They just leave him alone. Like, please pass it to him. Please. They have 2 guys on the inbounder. It was wild.
Under 2 minutes. So at that point in the NBA, under 2 minutes, they put him back in because you can't just hack a Simmons. But even so, last 2 minutes of that game last night, Ben Simmons is useless. He's just a body. He's just standing there. And I think the Sixers are hearing all of the criticism. Like, you've got to play the guy. You're playing him 30. He is basically like that backup center, a veteran center that you have to play that game of sub in, sub out because they're a liability at the free throw line. It's unbelievable. Like, I think Doc Rivers look, the one thing about this, the longer the Sixers, and sorry, folks from Philly, you just have to admit this is a problem. Philadelphia's got a huge problem here because as each year goes by, his value is not getting any better.
No.
They could have had James Harden for Ben Simmons, but Daryl Morey, having been in Houston, said, I've been there, done that. I'm good. They've got a problem on their hands here. He's being exposed on the big stage. Everyone's watching. The longer the Sixers go, who was their first? I already forget. Who was their first round matchup? The Wizards.
They beat the Wizards and they swept them.
Bert. Sorry. Bert. Yeah. Doc's a problem too, but I think Doc is looking at it like, this guy's a liability.
I don't know if Doc's a problem yet. Like, this team is doing. He turned Embiid, and I think I give him a lot of credit for how.
No. From the player motivation standpoint, he's great, but X's and O's, like that's unacceptable stuff. What happened in Game 5, and that stuff that happened last year in the bubble with the Clippers.
Yes. Yeah. No. Well, that's why he's not there.
He's overrated as all hell. He's a great motivator, motivates star players, gets through to them, gets through to a guy like Embiid, but in terms of like keeping the thing glued together, Doc gets pretty exposed. No question.
The whole overrated thing to me, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like too many people think a lot of people are overrated. So I'm like, okay, what's a proper rating these days? I feel like there's no such thing as like rated. You're either overrated or underrated. There's no like right or like with Doc. Like, obviously you guys know where we reside. Everybody talking about Brad Stevens as a coach. Oh, he was so overrated. I'm like, was he? Like, really? Like,
watching Budenholzer and Doc, and I think this actually helps Brad Stevens.
I just think I thought Brad Stevens, if anything, like, you could say he overachieved if you want, but at the end of the day, I just think he's a good basketball coach. Call me crazy, call me stupid. This year, it's all recency bias. We all get recency biased. But,
yeah, and look, Embiid's injury thing is true, but at least Embiid, I give Embiid, I think Joel Embiid, I give him a lot of credit going out there, and like, I think he looks at it too, and he's like, oh man, like I need some help here. I need some help here, man.
Yeah.
No, look, there are flaws with both players, no question. I think the challenge with Joel Embiid is, are you willing to give him another big contract knowing the injury history? Or do you move off, as Bert says, do you move off of both of them? I think that's a little strong. Like they were the number 2 seed, right? 2 seed or 1 seed?
They were the 2 seed.
They're the 2 seed.
No. I'm sorry. They were the 1 seed.
The 1 seed. Yeah. So if they get to the conference finals, if they win Game 7 on
tomorrow,
they win Game 7, they're hosting the conference finals.
Yep. Dude, my real quick thing, if you get to, and people can call me out on other things I've said here, but like in the NBA specifically, if you get to conference finals, like that is a huge like step. So that's the thing I say, like when people say this guy's overrated or underrated, it's like for me with Brad Stevens, there's like conference finals were like every other year on the average. So it's like, come on. And the same thing, like Doc, if he gets them there, you can't just be like, this is the first year he's coached his team. And you're coming off of, and it was a weird offseason still. Like, we have to remember certain things about all these situations. I get right now today, people can feel however they want to feel, but we'll see how it all plays out.
Well, and look, that's a good point because it's definitely a huge change. We'll look at some stats here just to be fair to the people. Disley and Olsen both have 3 grabs. Disley has 3 catches.
How about this? The most catches in this game by anyone is 3. Evenly spread out. Nobody's shining above anybody else. We have 2 touchdowns so far. So
Daniel, exactly. The conference finals doesn't equal holding the trophy up at the end of the year.
Oh, I get that.
Dude, but look, listen, Rossi, look, Doc Rivers is Doc Rivers because everyone knows he won the title in Boston. He's been riding that now for 13 years. Rick Carlisle just got let go from Dallas. I think Mark Cuban likes Rick Carlisle, but they won 1 title 10 years ago. You know, Rick Carlisle hasn't won a first round in Dallas since that title.
Yes, and I still, but like, that I have so much more of an argument for. People want to say what they want, but I still think like there is something about a guy who is like consistently has his team in a position to win. No, you can't play every game, and I get like judge how you want to judge. I'm not telling people that I'm trying to change their mind, but I just think like everyone wants the next best thing, but sometimes the next best thing is what you already have. You just need to make certain changes. If you lose a locker room, like what allegedly that's kind of like what people are inking towards with Rick Carlisle, like they just don't feel like he can get them over the hump. And I don't know. I would think Rick Carlisle, like, sign me up for a coach like him on a younger team. But I just like if you get to a conference final, that is a W in my opinion. I'm sorry. I know you're not winning it all, but like you're one of 4 coaches that did that, or you're one of 4 teams that get there. Like, what about these other teams that are getting knocked out all the time? Like, what do you just always want consistently change? Like,
yeah.
It's insane to me.
I will give you this. I agree with you that definitely a different mix for Doc, right? You're going from a dude in Kawhi Leonard who set a high standard, leaving Toronto, won titles in San Antonio. That story in the bubble was more about Kawhi and Paul George. Same with Paul George. He's always come up short. So that's unfair, I think, to Doc to kind of put it on him. Some of it's on Doc, though, because he's been in LA, or he was in LA for a long time with some highly talented teams that did not deliver. The Chris Paul, Blake Griffin days, DeAndre Jordan. This is a different mix. We've got 2, and Doc said this the other night after the Game 5 collapse. He said, look, we've got a really young basketball team. And I just think all is well when you're winning games in the regular season, but in that league, you don't truly know what you got until you get to this point in the year. And that's why people, I always like to quote the Joker, but everybody loses their minds because this time of year, you figure out what you're really made of. You do.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. That's 100% true, but I still think there's so much more to like. I just feel like we put these people in such, coaches, players, everybody, in such a microscope in the biggest moments. And I get you could say, well, that's why you play for it. But there's still a whole lot of, like, you have history on these players outside of these potential, quote-unquote, big moments. And not all of them, because not everybody's going to be the greatest. Not everyone's going to overcome it. Like, Paul George has this reputation, right? 3 games ago, it was like he's not a star. He crumbles in the big moment. And he has literally owned these last 2 games, and the narrative quickly changes. My point is, like, let's take a breath on these things. Like, give it some time in general. And I know different situations, different things, but I don't know. I just think we really do hammer some of these guys.
How about that great point by Derwin here, our pizza deal contestant today, who needs MVS to score twice in the next 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Jazz coach Quinn Snyder. You lose 2 in a row with no Kawhi on the other side.
Yeah.
You're up 20 last night. And you use Gobert to guard a shooter. Like, think about this, right? Take out your fantasy team, DFS, if you want to pay up for a center. I mean this. I know it's been a long year and a half for a guy like Gobert, given what happened last March. Like, think about this first. I was saying this to my buddy last night. Like, thinking about Rudy Gobert. That guy is useless. Look what the Clippers had out there last night. Nicholas Batum.
I know. Couldn't even hack it in
signed off the street from Charlotte was their center last night. Reggie Jackson was a buyout last year in the bubble. 10-year vet. Go BC. Represent free spots. I mean, Rudy Gobert, useless player. Useless. Exposed. Couldn't be on the floor last night. Again, I think he's a good basketball player, but when the moment was at its, at its height, I mean, you got to take him out of the game. But we're all so mesmerized during the regular season because no one is really exerting all of their effort on both ends. But maybe the Jazz do, and there's Carson to the one.
Could throw it to him. Oh, this could be Carlos Hyde territory.
Yeah. Like the Jazz, I give Quinn Snyder credit. And this was kind of the as you know, Rossi, like the Brad Stevens Celtics that didn't have the biggest talent. They played hard every night. They win a bunch of regular season games. All good. Like, nice little story. What was no? You know why no one talks about Utah? Because what happened last night. No one talks about Utah in the regular season. We got to give the Jazz more credit. Well, what happened last night? Are folks going to really buy it? If Utah next year wins 60 games in an 82-game schedule, no one's going to care. No one. Why should we care after what happened last night? No Kawhi Leonard for 2 straight games. You're up 22 at halftime and you lose? No one's going to care if you win 60 games next year. No one. Sorry.
I can't speak to say no one is. Ooh, go touchdown.
Jazz fans will care. But why am I going to all of a sudden believe in them if they score? Now, if they get Donovan Mitchell, another star in there, like not Lillard, I'm trying to think of
healthy. It's health though too. Like Mike Conley, when they were all healthy, this series I truly believe this wouldn't even been a series. Mike Conley played the other day.
Dude, but Conley was great last night.
No. I'm not denying last night. I'm just saying like there's so many more elements. I think this is why like where sports has gone a little bit, in my opinion. And I'm not disagreeing with you. The narrative I see on Twitter, Daniel or Bert or anybody or Tara Lynn who's sitting on the toilet somewhere. You know what I mean? Like I completely agree. By the way, that's not a shot. All producers should be on the toilet all day. Like I would literally be on the toilet if I was not on camera. With that being said, and my feet would go numb. Do you ever sit on the toilet too long, Glass, and your feet go numb?
No.
Okay. Anyways, I have bad circulation, I guess. Well, I'm low to the ground, dude. I'm low to the ground and my feet are dangling. But my whole thing is just like there's so many more things that happen in these series or in these playoff games or wherever it is that like we always just come to these things like guys are soft, guys aren't good, guys aren't clutch. But there's so much more to these narratives that people don't really go into. Like we were just using the Mike Conley thing. Like he was not available in not the last game. So that like is a huge factor in all this. Mitchell and Conley not 100% last night. Again, I'm not trying to make excuses either because big players play big in big games. Get that. I'm all in on that. But I don't like the soft, overrated. I just like to be overrated. People need to think you're the best coach in the league, and you're not. That's the way I look at it. Like that. There's only one person, and I don't even know today who you really would proclaim as the best coach in the NBA anymore. Like I don't even know what that looks like.
Yeah. Because what are we going to do? We all of a sudden going to. I mean, look, Steve Nash. Like we'll see how it goes tonight, right? Like Budenholzer could completely rewrite his narrative if the Bucks win tonight.
We need the Bucks to win because I don't want to start hearing about Giannis stinks. They can't win. Like I'm just done with this because everybody just always wants change. And I feel like the NBA is the most like quick to judge, quick to change, and it's like slow it down, give it some time. Michael Jordan, I've said that this is my last thing, and I know this maybe makes me sound like I'm a grandfather here. So here comes Papa Rossi coming in from the late 80s. Michael Jordan didn't win crap for a long time. And guess what? It took him time. And I know Scottie Pippen got better, and I know Michael Jordan got better, but it takes some of these losses, these hard losses, to become a really good team. And I think that I always reflect on that. Like the Pistons, the Celtics, they beat up that Bulls team and made them look soft as puppy poo-poo.
Yeah.
Or maybe if you're more of a fan of ice cream, chocolate soft serve. But get the swirl. But to me, I just think like some of these guys, especially the younger ones, like maybe they're going to need these losses, these 5 years of like tough playoff runs. And then boom, maybe it's the Jazz, like whether it's another player like you're mentioning, Glash, or just something clicks, something happens and like we cannot be denied. Same thing with Denver. Like Jamal Murray will be back next year. Joker was the MVP.
Well, that one I think is more legit. Like I think Murray's a big part of that team, as we saw in the bubble, more so than a Conley is to Utah.
Agreed. But you need those second, third tier guys. They're not always going to be. They're not all going to be Blake Griffin's, James Harden's as your like third option. Well, I know Harden isn't that, or I guess Kyrie is not like that third option. Like they're not all going to be that. And we don't want that. NBA fans, you have to remember that. I know it sounds crazy. You don't want these super teams. You want good build teams, and then free agents go places that make sense. Not everybody flocks to one team. We need the Nets to lose, like we need Blake Jarwin deleted from Madden 21. For the sanity of the league.
David says, what's new in the NFL? Well, mini camps are wrapping up. We can go there.
I'll tell you right now, you know what's new in the NFL? Nothing. Unfortunately.
Let's see. I'm looking at the headlines in the NFL and just seeing what's the latest. Packers have one plan, regardless of quarterback. Fields has bought, we talked about this yesterday. This isn't new news. Fields has bought into the Packers, or rather the Bears' plan to start Dalton.
Of course he did. Smart man.
Yeah, he's being a good locker room guy, saying the right stuff.
And you know what?
Deep down, we know he's going to try and steal the job.
Of course he is. That's his job, is to be a starting quarterback in this league. And by the way, I give Matt Nagy so much credit for coming out and just taking that one on the chin.
Yeah.
And like he's going to be dealing with that, like, but you have to remember this is Andy Dalton too. It's not like we're talking about some like absolute, like I know again recency bias, which everyone's into. Stunk last year. Dallas stunk.
Ooh. Adams. Oh.
Like he is a quality. I would say he's an average to above average quarterback in this league. So like it's not. Whoa, what just happened to Adams? He slipped on a banana.
So this is real quick. There's 3 timeouts left. If the Packers get in right here, we're going to be in for a long final 45 seconds because they're going to take timeouts and try to get the ball back, kick a field goal, I think. Let's see if they score. Oh, no! Now they got to use timeouts. Maybe they won't use a timeout.
I think they can.
They got 3 of them.
I know. Oh, well, they have to right here. You're right. I don't know what they're...
And finally, there it is. Sorry.
No, you're good. Nobody needs to apologize to anybody.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what this was? It was great energy today. Good low.
Are you one and done today?
One and done.
Yeah, that's good. You definitely left it all out there today.
I'm not leaving a thing here.
Proud of you.
I'm going to wipe it and leave it.
Kevin says, being a Steelers fan, I hate the fans that complain when we don't make the playoffs and ask for our coach to be fired. We haven't been less than 500 in his tenure. Okay. I've always thought about that, right? Like, think about, I'm using a baseball team as an analogy. Like, think of the Red Sox the last 20 years.
Yep.
4 World Series, but you also know in that run, they've had some last place seasons, right?
Three last place finishes.
What would you rather have? Would you rather have a Steelers where you're just consistently 8 to 10 wins, 8 to 12 wins every year, penciled in, book it, we're getting in there? I mean, I get it.
Hardest conversations though, because it's so hard. Like for me, I know this. Like you want the championship always because you're gonna celebrate that for the rest of your life. Mm-hmm. But then if the real way to get dramatic with is so whatever your favorite football team is, fam, your football team wins the Super Bowl this year, and then for the remainder of your life, they do not win again, and they don't make a Super Bowl. So win now, you get that celebration, but they never have an opportunity to win again. There's a field goal by Crosby.
Yeah, we've had this talk before. It's so true. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so because I don't go as dramatic as never make the playoffs because that's not realistic. But realistically, just say for the next 60 years, you're a Seahawks fan. Seahawks win the Super Bowl this year, and then they do not win or make another Super Bowl for 60 years. They can win. They could have perfect seasons. They can do a lot of things, but they can never make a Super Bowl. Like I think I take the chances over the next 60 years. My team ebbing and flowing.
So Bert says, I'd take that, Rossi, as a Jags fan.
Okay. But like here's the funny thing, that you say that now, but just take this into consideration as a Jags fan. So rookie year, Trevor Lawrence, like Emerson as well, wins the Super Bowl his rookie year and then never makes it to another Super Bowl. Like, because if you win a Super Bowl as a rookie, please, Patrick Mahomes, step aside. We have a new guy. Bert says, fine with it.
Folks weren't thrilled that it was Crosby kicking a field goal and not going for a touchdown. New guy. We've come a long way since this sim began. New guy was a pizza contestant today, said this game was strange.
It was. I don't even remember the game.
Hey, folks, there are still 300 plus of you watching. Only 11 likes from 100. Hit the like button if you don't mind, if you have a like to give.
Yeah, they're always going to kick that field goal. They want to give themselves a shot.
Derwin talking Steelers specifically, Ben should retire. And that's where Pittsburgh has to make that transition of like, okay, we've got our next guy ready to go. Maybe they figure out Dwayne Haskins. I don't know.
I'm not touching the Steelers. It gets me too heated and I get in a lot of trouble.
I know you're a Juju Sim-Schuster enthusiast, right?
And we can say that. I'm on one side of his enthusiast and the whole organization, actually. But Sim's about to end, so I'll be positive. Players of the game in this one, your glossy player of the game, the bozo player of the game is... Do I go with a kicker here? Like, I'm trying to... There is no standout statistically. I'm looking at the contest. Again, it's a 20-13 final. He had 2 touchdowns. Let me see. I'm just going to go in the winning lineup because my team did not win, if you were curious. I have Titan Twin right now. Obviously, nothing's finalized. Russell and the captain. Funches. Let me see what Funches draft. I guess maybe he could go with him. He scored the touchdown. 3 catches, 42. Seahawks D had 9 points. I'm going to just, like I said, I'm not going to overthink it. Devin Funch is going to be your, player of the game. In the Not My Kid Award is going to be Carlos Hyde, over 40% owned. I know you could put a lot of people here, but I'm bitter and spiteful. Over 40% owned for a guy that people have started to rely on a little bit. Did nothing for you. Came out of this game with a whopping 1 catch, 15 yards, -1 catch, -2 receiving yards, 15 yards on the ground. Out of town later.
Okay. You have a great rest of your day. Like we mentioned, happy Father's Day.
Appreciate that. And again, just very quickly, you see my little lower third there. If you leave a 5-star review on the Pop Culture Pilot Driver over the next month, we will be donating $10 to the One Mission Buzz Off. So that's why I look like this. If you didn't wonder, if I look like, what did I call it? Homeless Drake.
That's how we started this sim, the stream day. Excellent. Okay, Bell needs to go out. Bell. Okay.
My cat just perked up. You don't go out, buddy. You just poop over there and I clean it. Like, what do you put your head away? Enough.
Thank you so much to all of you. We hit over 100 likes. Great stuff. Rossi is done for the day. Thanks, Twitch fam. We'll do another pizza deal. Couple more pizza deals for the 2:00 game, as long as the other co-host here doesn't ruin all the fun. Adam Kaufman will be here at 2. Looking forward to that. Should be a very long hour. Chiefs Raiders at 2:00. And that's it. Great stuff, everybody.
I'm going to pee my pants in a second, but I got to say one last thing to everybody out there. I know you've been all over me. Yesterday, ordered the glasses. I will have glasses in hand within the week, or a little over a week, however long as it takes glasses to be sent and get the right prescription and everything. So I will hopefully not look like this much longer.
Okay, thanks to producer Tara Lynn, Daniel, Bert from the Game Ops team. Bert making those final calculations. Keep your eyes on the Game Center. Oh, real fast before we go, we should shout out who won our free roll. Titan Twin. Russell Wilson in the captain spot. Funchess, Carson, Lockett, MVS, Seattle defense. That's the build. Bert came in 3rd. Nice job, Bert.
Good job, bud.
Okay. And then we had a 5-way tie for 1st in the larger contest on DraftKings, the free Showdown. Okay, Tara Lynn is telling me now we need to toss to, let's go to the friend of Oz here on the Dream Stream, Ross Tucker.
Gonna peek.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Most of you know that. You can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. All the shows are posted to at Ross Tucker Pod. We got the YouTube going, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Almost a year with YouTube, which is very cool because you can watch the shows and or just look at the best highlight clips from the other shows. Maybe you don't want to watch the whole Fantasy Feast or listen to the whole Ross Tucker podcast. Watch what I thought were the 3 or 4 best moments of the whole show. Watch the highlights of those. Why not? It's awesome. Speaking of awesome, so fired up about today's guest. I've known him for a long time. He's been on the show. In fact, he was on the show a year ago, right in the middle of everything going on with the pandemic. He is the founding father of wagertainment. He literally coined the phrase. And with Steve Fezzik out this week on assignment, I could think of no one better than my buddy Nick Costos, the host of You Better You Bet, 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern time every day on the Odyssey app. Check him out on social media at the Costos. Nicky, how we doing?
Doing great, man. And Ross, I'm a huge Ross Tucker guy. I would never go to YouTube and only watch just like 1 or 2 moments. I got to consume the whole damn thing, whether it's the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You know, buddy, I got you. Great to be on with you, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing awesome. I appreciate you saying that. I'm coming off of a week at the beach, the Jersey Shore, which I'm sure on some level you can relate.
I was at Spring Lake on Saturday. Of course, I was down at the shore myself on Saturday.
Oh, my gosh. It was absolutely glorious. It's great to be back, though. Steve, where is Steve? Steve's like in the Moabs of Utah or something. Like, he does this every year. He takes this week off every year. And I thought, all right, who can I get to fill in for Steve, talk about a bunch of things? And we probably referenced this last year. I do not believe, to my knowledge, there is nobody who's a better combination of entertainment and information when it comes to sports betting right now than you. I really think you're the guy. Like, I think you're the guy. And what's crazy about it is it was like 12 years ago that you were a show producer at SiriusXM NFL Radio, maybe even like 8 years ago. I don't know. But whatever it is, a job that I would say is probably not thought of as like destined necessarily for great things. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I do want you to talk about your career a little bit and like what you were thinking when you were producing some of my shows at SiriusXM NFL Radio and how the heck you got to where you are now. Because I do think there's some life lessons there.
Well, first thing, like, and I'm not just saying this because we're doing the show. I loved working with you. Like, because you know your stuff. You've got a good personality. You're a nice guy off the air. Like, I had dinner with you and your wife in Pennsylvania on one of the training camp tours that we were on. So, like, you're a good dude. So I always really enjoyed whether we were doing shows on the road, whether they were studio shows. When it was me, you, and Jim Miller, who was also a great guy. You know, these are great memories of mine. And I'm actually going to tell us a story. Something when I think of you, I think of one story. Actually, 2 stories. One maybe we'll leave on the cutting room floor, but that always makes me laugh. But yeah, so I'll try and be as brief as I can with this and appreciate the kind words. So I went to Fordham and I worked at the radio station there, 90.7 WFUV. We're seeing a lot of big time talent coming out of Fordham on the broadcasting side. Syracuse, watch out because Fordham's coming for that ass. A lot of great Fordham broadcasters now. And my junior year interned at FAN in New York. And then my senior year interned at the time, Sirius Satellite Radio, the first year of NFL radio, the 2004 season, which culminated with the Patriots beating Donovan McNabb and the Eagles in the Super Bowl, and got hired by Sirius out of college. And at that point, you know, I had won a New York State Broadcasters Award my senior year of college for hosting the NFL draft when the Giants traded for Eli Manning. We beat all the major radio stations in the New York area as a college radio station, 90.7. But I did not want to move after I graduated. You know, my girlfriend at the time lived close. My family, my friends were all close. I got offered a job in Buffalo. I got offered a job in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I decided to stay. And I kind of found myself interested kind of in the behind the scenes facet of radio. So I got hired by Sirius. They did not want to put me on the air right out of college, which I understood. Maybe it would have been a pressured move by them looking back on things, but that's not what happened. So I kind of really liked it. And look, like I made like no money for a long time. Like Ross, when I was producing those shows for you, I was making no money, like literally living in my mother's basement, not figuratively. Like I was actually literally living, like we turned the basement into like an apartment in my mom's old house on Long Island. So that is a thing that actually happened. So I look back on that stuff fondly. Like, listen, I went through it. Like I worked my ass off. I scratched and clawed to get to where I am. And I look back on that and I wouldn't trade it, because those experiences behind the scenes gave me so much perspective as a talent now, talking where, I mean, it's not just that I feel like I'm able to deliver like with my words, kind of the content. I think I'm able to kind of conceptualize before the show even starts how it should be delivered. What's the order in which things should go? What's the hook for a segment? These are all things that working with talent like you and Adam Shine, who I produced for many years, like helped hone kind of my content skills, where I feel like not just on air, but off air, I feel like I can really like put a show together and really make a show sing. So these are great memories that I've had, and never gave up on the dream. Sirius didn't want to put me on the air. Good for them. God bless. Ended up going to CBS, and now I'm at Odyssey. So this kind of all worked out. And the story that I want to tell, so I forget what year this was. Maybe it was like 2010 or 2011. I don't even remember who the third host was. But Ross and I are doing a show at Dolphins training camp in South Florida, in Davie. And for people that are unfamiliar with weather in South Florida, like I lived there for 3 years, you will be in paradise 1 second, and then the apocalypse is on nigh the next. And then 15 minutes later, after like the biggest rainstorm of your life, where no one can steer the ark with all the animals through it, you're back in paradise again. It's wild. So we're doing the show at Dolphins training camp. Tony Sperano was the coach, and we were interviewing Jared Odrick, and you were talking to Jared Odrick about Penn State, and we are like under this canopy, right? In the stands at Dolphins training camp. And it is a torrential downpour, like insane, cats and dogs. Like you've never seen anything like this. And it's getting to the point where the water is kind of penetrating like the canopy above us and coming in through the side because of the wind. So now there is an accumulation of water around all the machinery and all the wires. And Jared Odrick is looking at me as this is going on, like, he didn't say anything because he's on the air, but he's like basically like, I don't know if this is safe. And Ross, whoever the other host was, is asking a question. You take your headset off, and you're much taller than me, and you kind of lean down and you go, dude, we got to get out of here. And I'm like, you're right, we are, because we're going to get electrocuted. So that story always stands out to me. Like, I will never forget the look on your face and like the panic in your voice where you're like, man, like, we got to go. And I'm like, yes, man, yes, we do. So that always kind of stands out to me.
I just remember thinking, like, there's a lot of electricity and wires here.
Yeah.
And it's like pooling up of water. I'm like, I can just picture, like, not only for me, but like how bad it would be for Sirius XM if like one of the Dolphins like star players.
Jared Odrick, second round pick, out for the season. Why? Electrocuted on moving the chains.
Oh man, yo, you gotta. So, by the way, there's a lot to get into here, and I want to get Nick's thoughts on the NBA, NHL, the NFL bets he likes. Because what's really crazy is you do 4 hours of what you call wagertainment every day. That's a lot, man. Like, first of all, I don't know how many other daily betting shows there are. But then 4 hours, like, that's a lot of content.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think right now, the NBA playoffs is kind of like manna from content heaven, and we're super into it. But look, I mean, like, it is a lot. But Ross, like, people like you, me, and you that have been doing this for a long time, and this isn't to make it like I'm like God's gift to this kind of thing. But listen, been doing this for more than half my life at this point. I'm 38. I've been in the industry literally since I was 18. So, I mean, we can kind of sit down and conceptualize how a 4-hour show is going to go, so we're not filling anything. There's always stuff going on. There's always stuff to talk about. I'll give you an example. So yesterday, we try to do NFL in every show because A, it's awesome, and B, everyone loves it, right? Because it's awesome. So how can we do NFL in the show? So, I'm looking at kind of news stories here, and it doesn't have to be like Julio Jones gets traded, now we're going to do NFL. No, it's, well, Jarvis Landry said Odell Beckham Jr. looks amazing, working out. So we use that story and that soundbite as a way to talk about the Cleveland Browns and the hype around Cleveland heading into this season, where we kind of have an unprecedented situation in the betting market, where Cleveland's Pythagorean win expectation last year, despite the fact they won 11 games and nearly upset Kansas City in the divisional rounds of the playoffs, was 8. Like, they got lucky a lot last year in the regular season, played in a bunch of weather games.
What is Pythagorean win? What is that?
All right, I don't want to make it like I'm like this math whiz because I'm not. I'm like stealing content from people.
And by the way, I don't think there's anybody better at the math stuff than Fezzik, my normal co-host. Like the math stuff, any odds you give him, anything off the top of his head, he will tell you what that translates to. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I can't do that. Not at all. I mean, my co-host Ken.
Pythagorean win. What is that?
Okay, so Pythagorean win expectation is basically like the amount of games that a team should have won that season. I think has to do with like points scored and points allowed and some other crap as well. People can look this up. This is all like readily available information. But basically, it's more of like an actual indication of what a team has done the season before. So Cleveland won 11 games last year. The Pythagorean was like 8.3 or something like that. And now their win total is 10.5, where normally you would see the win total for the next year, assuming like coach quarterback remains static, like they come back, that the win total is going to more reflect the Pythagorean expectation. Cleveland's win total is 10.5. So it's kind of an unprecedented situation. So we're able to marry like a story that's relevant in the news with a team that's really hot button and marry it with kind of like a really cool betting angle. And it turns into a great segment. You know, we can do an hour easy in our sleep on the NBA playoffs. We literally do it. It'll be the first hour of our show today as we tape this on Tuesday. We're going to do an hour on the NBA playoffs to start. We do a full hour on the Power Hour, which is our bets for that night, where we kind of run through everything. So that's kind of done. 3 guest segments, 2 or 3 open segments where we kind of slot in other sports stuff. Euro Cup's huge right now. We'll do a segment or 2 on that every day. And boom, 4 hours over before you know it. So it seems like it's daunting, but I actually think like the big secret is it's actually not terribly difficult to execute well.
Got it. Well, you do it extremely well. And the other thing I would get to before we get to some specific stuff, you know, Steve mainly focuses on the NFL. I mainly focus on the NFL. He kind of has a guy for every sport. You know what I mean? Like NFL's his focus. He's got a college hoops guy. He's got a baseball guy. And they help each other. Like that's what these pro bettors do. How do you blend being sort of a jack of all trades, master of none? Because that's really what you have to be. I mean, you're doing a daily show year round. You can't be a master. You have to be a jack of all trades.
Yeah, I think that what helps is, you know, my co-host, Ken Barkley, and listen, I'm not like his agent, but I want to talk him up here because he enables me. Like he's a huge part of the wagertainment formula. Where like, listen, I entertain and I can inform, but he's really sharp with a lot of these different sports. And when he's not as sharp with some of the sports, you know, we bring on hockey experts, pro hockey bettors. We bring on, you know, pro golf bettors or pro tennis bettors that come onto the show. So I think what we try and do is, you know, we're very honest and authentic with the audience. Like I'm not a huge golf bettor. I was during the pandemic because it was the only thing going on and I'm crunching the numbers and trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. I'm not a huge golf bettor. Now, I will do my research and I'll give golf bets out on the show, but we have experts come on to kind of give their golf bets and we highlight those experts. So I think that's kind of how you do it. You just be honest. You know, I think that I've been watching sports for over 30 years. So I have, you know, all the major team sports. I know inside and out. I can talk about those easily. But when it comes to other sports, if I don't know, I'm going to tell you I don't know. And then we're going to bring on someone who does. And we're going to highlight that person. I think that's how you do it.
All right. I do have a golf bet because we know what's coming up this weekend. 3rd major of the year. How about this? How about this bet? DraftKings is giving you 100-1 odds on Bryson DeChambeau sinking at least 1 birdie this weekend.
Seems like a strong bet.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? 100-1 odds.
Unless he's in his head about the match for next week. But I think that's probably going to be an easy winner, probably cashed on Thursday.
If he doesn't get a birdie, something's very, very wrong. So if you want essentially a free $100, okay, go to DraftKings Sportsbook, use the code Ross to turn $1 into $100, which is amazing. All right.
That, by the way, is why Ross is such a stud doing this for a living. Seamlessly integrated that into our conversation. That's what makes Ross such a stud.
You like that? You like that? That is one of my strengths, my segues, they say. So, but here's the deal. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I will. So I mentioned that I was at the beach last week, right? So we got up at 4 a.m. Monday morning and drove back. That's how I roll, right? Monday morning, drive back. So I get home at like 7:15, and I do College Draft Podcast with Emery Hunt at 8:20, whatever. Then I do Adam Lefkoe was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Watching the Sixers last night, I'm exhausted, dude. Like, I'm exhausted, right? I went to bed night before 10, got up at 3:50. Sixers are up by like 15. They're absolutely rolling. I never send out non-NFL tweets at Ross Tucker NFL. I got Joel Embiid eating the apple. I'm tweeting, I think the biggest reason why the Sixers are killing the Hawks is probably because they have much better players. Like, I'm loving it, right? Because honestly, Nick, like, I'm at the point where my favorite team to root for is my high school football team. Why I'm missing, right? The NFL and even college football, like, I work in them, so you can't really be a fan. And then I like Sixers, Flyers, and Phillies when they're good. Like, I'll admit it. I don't have the time to watch all year. But, like, if the Flyers were in it right now, I'd be all in. The Sixers are in it, so I'm all in. If the Phillies were good, I'd be like, I am that fan that I hated when I was 12 years old, right? Like, I hated this guy that, oh, now they're good. Well, that's me. Because now I got a wife and kids, whatever. Dude, I went to bed. And when I got up to take a leak and I saw that they lost, there was still, I'm 42 years old, married, 2 kids, still, Nick, a small part of me that felt guilt and blame. Like, I let them down. I am part of the reason why the Sixers lost last night. Do you ever feel that? I mean, I know you're a night owl, so you probably never go to bed. You always stay up and watch it. But, like, I felt like, wow, I quit on the team last night, and then that's why they lost the game.
Well, I went to bed last night in like the third quarter of the Clippers-Jazz game, and I had a sizable bet on the Clippers, and I woke up at like 3 a.m, and I like looked at my phone just to make sure that I covered the bet, which I did, which was great. So that does happen every once in a while. Look, I think it's kind of like one of the dirty little secrets of this field. And look, I'm hyper sports fan and have been my whole life. 16-year-old me would absolutely despise 38-year-old me in terms of being a sports fan, because I got to tell you, bud, I don't care anymore, man. Giants lose. When the Giants blew the 38-14 lead on January 3rd, 2002 to the San Francisco 49ers and lost 39-38, I literally cried after the game. Like, in a dark room, shut all the lights off, cried. When Jay Feely missed all those field goals against Seattle in 2005 in a regular season game, I cried after the game. My sister came outside on the deck and was like, "You're 23 years old. Like, it's time to grow up." And I was thinking, yeah, you're probably right. I don't care now. I don't care about any of this stuff. Because, like, we've been doing this for so long in the space. We worked in the NFL, especially you, me to a lesser degree, where, like, I know people that work for the Eagles and the Cowboys and other organizations. Like, wow, like, I really like these people. Like, these people are really cool. I don't want these people to lose. So really, for me, it's become, who did I bet on? That's who I root for. Now, look, I'm like you. Knicks made the playoffs this year. I was super into it. The Yankees suck right now. Guess how many times I'm sitting down during the week to watch the Yankees? Take that number, multiply it by 1,000,000. You know what it is? 0. Why would I waste my time watching that terrible team? I'm not going to do it. I got other things going on in my life. I get no benefit from watching it unless I bet on it. So I think you and I are kind of on the same wavelength here. I wish it were kind of different, but this is kind of the path we've chosen. We get paid to talk about sports, so it's hard to be as invested as a fan.
All right, give me some NBA bets that you like right now. Could be Bucks Nets tonight, could be Sixers Hawks tomorrow night, or Clippers Jazz. Maybe it's a series line, maybe it's a team to win it all. Like, whatever you got on the NBA that you think is strong, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I am very invested in the Clippers in the series against the Jazz. They went down 1-0. I put a series bet on the Clippers. They went down 2-0. I put a series bet on the Clippers. I bet the Clippers in Game 3 and Game 4 of the series shifting back to Los Angeles. The Clippers covered all of those. I still think the Clippers.
Why are you so into them?
Well, I just feel like the Clippers, Utah's kind of, the Jazz do what they do, and they do it well, but they only do what they do. Like, they can't do anything else other than what they do. And, like, when they're making all their threes, like they're probably going to win. They can win a championship if they get super hot for an extended period of the time. But the Clippers can have answers for them. And we kind of saw the Clippers do this with their rotation in the series against the Mavericks, where they fell down 2-0 in the first round. And then they eventually figure it out with their rotations and they quote unquote like solve a team and what that team's trying to do. And then at the end of the day, they've got like two of the best players, and certainly the best player on the court. Maybe not against Dallas, when Dallas had Luka, who's like transcendent, but I think Kawhi's the best player in the series, with apologies to Donovan Mitchell. So I think the Clippers have clearly shown you that they've solved the Jazz to a degree here. And watching games 1 and now maybe Mike Conley comes back and make things a little different. I still like the Clippers, but in games 1 and game 2, the Clippers should have won game 1. They were a day and a half removed basically from an emotional game 7 against Dallas. So I thought they were drawing dead coming into the game. They still should have won game 1. I watched all of game 2. They should have won that game too. Terrible shooting. Utah was begging the Clippers to take that game. And the Clippers were like, nah, you can have this one. We'll take 2 going back to Los Angeles. And then they did in dominant fashion. So I think the Clippers have kind of solved Utah to a degree here. So I like the Clippers to go on and win the series here. And I think you can still get them around like plus 100. Obviously not as good a bet as the ones I placed, but I do like the Clippers to win that series. I don't know that I would necessarily bet it because the price is going to be big. I would be absolutely stunned if Philly lost to Atlanta. I guess we kind of have to. Here's the crappy thing about the postseason. So many injuries to star players. It's brutal. We'll get to Brooklyn in a second. Joel Embiid is obviously the ticking time bomb here. Clearly not healthy last night. If he is, I think they win going away against Atlanta. So assuming that Embiid's good to go, there ain't no way Atlanta's beating Philly, but I guess we should wait to see what Embiid's status is moving forward here. That's what kind of the fly in the ointment with that series. And unfortunately, I'm not a doctor. I would be shocked if we saw Kyrie Irving and James Harden in the series against Milwaukee. Maybe if it gets to 7, maybe you'd see one of them here. I struggle to make a case for the Nets to win one of the next 2 games, which sucks because they are clearly better, I think, than Milwaukee, and they proved that in games 1 and games 2. But it's going to turn into a referendum on Kevin Durant's legacy, which is so annoying. And I know that the idiots in our content space are going to be like, oh, well, KD couldn't get it done by himself, so he sucks. It's like, actually, you suck. You suck for actually saying that, whoever wants to say that. I just don't think he can do it. Like, it's Durant and a bunch of guys against a really good Bucks team. So Bucks are 4.5 tonight in game 5 in Brooklyn. I like Milwaukee to win the game. Think they'll probably cover the spread. And if there's no Harden and no Kyrie, I just struggle to see how Brooklyn advances here. So I'm going to lose a bunch of money on Brooklyn futures. What can you do when 2 of the 3 guys get hurt? So I very much like Milwaukee at this point now. And I hate them. And I hate that I hate them because Giannis is a fellow Greek freak like yours truly. But they're really annoying and they don't deserve to win, but they're going to now because of the injuries.
What about, you mentioned it earlier, Euro Cup. Dude, this is funny, right? I'm at the beach with my wife's family and my wife's cousin is watching Turkey against somebody, right?
Italy won 3-0. I had the over. That was Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. It was great. Yep.
And he has it on TV and it says Euro Cup 2020. And I'm like, are you really
annoying.
into this? Yeah. I go, are you really into this? He played soccer like in high school, was really good. He's like, yeah, but this is from 2020. It's just a replay.
No, that was live. We do that shtick on the show. I call it every day on the show. Euro 2020 in 2021. It was supposed to be played last year. COVID knocked it out. They didn't update the name.
I didn't realize it. And I see people tweeting about it. I'm like, oh, wait, like that's just what they're calling it.
Yeah. It's
Euro Cup is essentially the World Cup, but just for Europe.
That's right. And it is absolutely magnificent. And I love soccer. It's actually probably my second favorite sport behind American football. I love soccer, betting on soccer. It's hard to explain to like, and I don't mean to like put like you or like other fans kind of like in a box here, but like I'll say like American sports fans. I think it's hard to kind of like explain to people that are not kind of vested in it or have not paid attention to it how awesome it is. It's not just kind of what goes on the pitch, they call it, but like the drama that goes on behind the scenes it's tabloid stuff to like the nth degree, and it is absolutely massively entertaining. And then you add in like geopolitical intrigue, right? With like countries that hate each other, that have been like at war with each other in the past, have to play each other in soccer. Like it's just awesome, man. And I enjoy the game and like the cat and mouse stuff that goes on the pitch line. Once you actually like realize that, like actually what's happening, it kind of elevates it to a new level. But I watch every game. I bet on every game. I am like massively into the Euro Cup right now.
Got it. All right. So, do you have a bet there for people? Like, do you have something you like?
Yeah, man. Do I have a bet? Let me see here. Because I have I can give you 25 bets if you'd like right now, because I have them all written down here. Some
you
of
have a notebook. You don't have a spreadsheet or anything. You have an old school handwritten notebook.
Bro, I write everything down. It's all written down. I've got
a
million notebooks.
Hold on a second, though. I am transitioning as we speak from. I got a bunch of notebooks for each business. Hold on 1 second. Probably not supposed to do this during a show. Keep talking. Say something.
All right. Yeah. So I'll give some bets out. Well, I don't know when this podcast is going to post, but I like Germany to beat France today. That game's Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern. I kind of think Germany's got a good chance to win the whole tournament. I've got an outright on Belgium to win the tournament. They're going to get Kevin De Bruyne back. I know Ross is a big Kevin De Bruyne fan. They're not going to
win it. Belgium's not beating Italy and England and Spain and Germany.
Yes, Belgium's significantly better than both England and Spain. Maybe you can make a case that Italy could beat them. Belgium will definitely beat England and absolutely beat Spain.
Is Belgium... This is where I get in trouble. Belgium's the same as Wales, right?
No.
They're not?
I don't even...
What are people from Belgium called?
You are the dumbest person to ever graduate from Princeton.
What are people from Belgium called?
Belgian. Have you ever had a Belgian waffle? Where do you think it comes from? Scotland? Thailand?
Here's what I wanted to show you. So I've got, as you know, Go Big Recruiting and my front page story, and then I got the podcast business. I have a notebook for each of them. And every day I have notes for each business, and when I have conference calls and whatever, right? I'm transitioning away from this because when you're traveling or something, you don't want to be bringing all these notebooks, and it's not easy to go back to previous pages. It's a pain. Whereas if I have an open spreadsheet and I just keep going down, 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 you can always scroll up to the day before, whatever. So I am literally in the transition of moving from notebook to strictly digital.
I don't, this may be me. When I write stuff down, with a pen, I feel like I commit it to memory. And I don't feel like I get that when I type. That's just me, though. And look, I'm also not a businessman than you are. So,
All right. So here's what I got for you. Do you have so you did the Euro, anything NHL?
Well, yeah, I think the Islanders are going to win the Stanley Cup.
But that's not your team. You're a Rangers guy.
I'm a Rangers fan, but as we've previously said, wallet over fandom 100 times out of 100.
Okay, but here's my question. Because you grew up in Queens, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would think most Queens people Islanders or Rangers?
I would say there's definitely more Rangers for sure. But my grandfather grew up in the Bronx, so we are a Yankees, Giants, Knicks, Rangers family, passed down from my dad to me, to my children eventually. So yeah, my grandpa grew up in the Bronx, a fan of those teams, and that's why I root for those teams. Okay,
here's my question though. Do you kind of adopt the Islanders a little bit for the playoffs? Do you kind of root for them because you grew up near there, you live near there, or not at all?
If I didn't do what I do for a living and I was an accountant or something, I would probably root against the Islanders, and I'd probably be like, oh, Rangers, huge rivalry, screw the Islanders. But
okay.
But no, I mean, I bet on the Islanders against the Penguins because Christian Jarry's an absolute mess. That was an easy bet. I took them against the Bruins because Tuukka Rask clearly wasn't 100%. Those were easy bets. I bet them the price before the Lightning series, the Islanders were plus 225. That price should have been at best minus 180 Tampa, plus 150 Islanders. That was a crazy insulting line. That's an easy bet to make. Then the Islanders win game one, and now the Islanders are basically even money. Nice little synergy there to win the series now. Of course they are, because the two teams are identical. I think the Islanders are going to beat Tampa. And then I think they've got a great chance they'll be the underdogs against Vegas. I'm riding the Islanders to the finish here, one way or another.
Your favorite NFL bet right now might get you on again before the NFL season, but your favorite NFL bet, whatever it can be, a season win total, MVP, comeback. I thought you were going to mention Odell as comeback player of the year when you said we use that clip from Jarvis Landry, blah, blah, blah. Your favorite NFL related bet right now?
I want to give you a win total, and then I'll give you a division bet that I really like.
Okay.
We'll see what happens with Deshaun Watson. I don't know that he, A, plays the season or B, plays with Houston. Let's assume Watson doesn't play. I think the Texans could realistically go 0-17, 1-16, 2-15. The roster is absolutely dreadful. That is a terrible roster. I'm not trying to bang on the players on the team. It's not meant to be insulting. Just the fact of the matter. I don't see you're going to hang a 4.5 win total in a 17-game season with that team. I'll gladly take the under on the Houston Texans. So that's one that I'm definitely eyeing. It's funny because I was kind of like on the Jaguars over as a result of Houston being bad, and I was down on Tennessee. I think the Julio Jones trade's a big deal for the Tennessee Titans. So I don't know if I like the Jaguars as much now. But I want to go to the NFC East. I feel like people are sleeping on Washington a little bit. Their odds were crazy a couple months ago, like plus 375 to go back-to-back and win the NFC East again. When kind of I was saying on my show, You Better You Bet, for a while, all this team needs is even a semi-legitimate starting quarterback. And this team's ready for primetime, man. And look, Fitz has his warts. He'll look like Marino one week, and then he'll look like Kevin Cobb the next. So we do see that sometimes from Fitz, but I think Fitz is more than capable of getting the ball down the field to McLaurin. Love the signing of Curtis Samuel coming over from Carolina into an offense and with a coaching staff that he's familiar with, obviously, with Ron Rivera and Scott Turner. Love Antonio Gibson, Logan Thomas, Brown, the speedster out of North Carolina. The offensive line, the defense is obviously really good. A coaching staff there. I don't know that Ron Rivera is Lombardi, but I think he's definitely one of the better coaches in the NFL. I'm not a believer in Dallas because I think that defense stinks, and I think Mike McCarthy was shockingly bad last year. And I like Mike. Used to come on. I don't know, I used to talk to him off the air. I made it we were good friends. We weren't. Probably doesn't remember me. But anyway, he was a really nice guy. In any event, I thought he did a really poor job last year. I know you like Micah Parsons, but I mean, really another off-ball linebacker with a top draft pick. I thought that was poor. Dallas getting outmaneuvered for J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. So love the offense. Lions should be better. They'll score points. I don't trust the defense. I don't think Dan Quinn is necessarily the ointment to cure all their ails. And then the Giants, I want to be high on. That's my favorite team. I want to be high on them. If Daniel Jones is good, I think they can be very good. Here's the issue. I don't think he is good. So it's hard for me to like the Giants to make a lot of noise. Ergo, I think Washington's kind of pretty undervalued right now in that division, the NFC East, to win it and go back-to-back.
At the Costos, you must follow this man on social media. Look, I'm just telling you, he's a star. People will realize over the next 5 years how much of a star he really is. Follow him on social media, The Costos, founding father of Wagertainment, which I love. He's the host of You Better You Bet, live 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Odyssey app. I do go on that show from time to time. I enjoy doing it. Nikki, you're the man. Thank you so much. Fantastic.
Ross, thanks for having me, man. And the other story that I was going to tell involved me and you at Buca di Beppo in Indianapolis for the scouting combine and a beer named Rossi, which you really like because it has your name in it. It's another great story. But thanks for having me. Always happy to come on with you.
That was amazing. Costos is amazing. Fezzik will be back next week. Other than that, good luck. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, let's do it again, huh? It's been a little bit, not quite as close as I think in between 2 and 3 or whatever. Is this 4? Is this number 4 of just the two of us together?
5.
5. Oh, too much of a good thing.
Combo number 5. Mm-hmm.
Well, this right here is the crossover sim, actually, because Brendan Glasheen was on for the nooner. Here he is again. I'm Adam Kaufman. I'll be with you for the next one, the early bird special. It's this right here. This is the overlap sim.
Yep.
How you doing?
Crossover. It's a term in the biz, in case folks didn't know.
It's in the biz. It's a big deal.
So,
you and Rossi. Things good? I see.
Yeah, it was great. Good energy in the sim, as a matter of fact.
He's looking a little less Mr. Clean by the day. It's growing back. Hair, face and head.
I told him, man, like when I shave my eyebrows, one hair at a time, one day at a time, one hair at a time. He'll be fine.
Well, it's good to be with everybody. Daniel, who's our technical director, calling me out already for wearing the same shirt that I wore yesterday for Madden After Dark. I mean, not all day long, but I did put it on for Madden After Dark last night.
Does it smell okay?
Well, here's what it was. Yeah, it smells fine. So I did whatever I did yesterday. Who can even remember at this point? And then I showered. I did Madden After Dark. Put on this T-shirt, not in that order. And then I watched Fate of the Furious to continue my binge, and we can get into that. So I'm almost there. I just have Hobbs and Shaw before our big date on Friday, and then I went to bed at 2 a.m. or whatever it was. I took the shirt off. I didn't sleep in the shirt. And then I woke up this morning. I climbed out of bed and I just put it right back on. To me, it felt still clean.
That's normal. I've done that before. Especially in this scenario, like you just painted. I mean, you're on late at night, one night, and at that point of the night, you're kind of done doing any kind of physical movement. You probably already showered.
Maybe in your house. I didn't want to put the shirt right back on though, right? Like if I had it on all day long. But you never know when you're going to be up late chasing the kids around the house. Animals come the summertime, my friend. You can't control them.
You let them stay up later than usual?
Yeah. I mean, a little bit. Not crazy.
Whose fault
late.
is that?
What's that?
Whose fault is that then?
Oh, I wear it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not pointing fingers. I wear the fault.
I was trying to figure out why, it's summer. This is how they work. I mean, this is what happens when you have these children. They're just programmed to want to stay up later during the summer. Yeah, it's just, I mean, you remember, I imagine, from being a kid, I thought you were going to say, you remember when you were over here 3 weeks ago? Yeah. Sometimes you just want to stay up late. You just want to run around. You want to hang out. All right. My favorite was we're watching Celtics Nets. It was game 1 or game 2, and you're like, okay, you can stay up. When that clock hits 6:00, you have to go. Yeah, and I was talking to you. Clock hits 6:00. That was the irony. Okay, you can stay for one more play. The next Celtics made basket. The next timeout. The next TV timeout. You just kept moving the goalpost. I'm like, wow. This was fun when we were kids. So we get the Raiders and the Chiefs. Yeah. I, as usual, tried to build my all Chiefs lineup. And then DraftKings steps in and says, idiot, you can't do that. You have to have at least one Raider. So here's the way this all went down. And you know this because I mentioned it just before we came on. Yeah. But expect me, folks, who jumped in the Mad Matinee, the Flash and Cough prep for their movie date free roll. Expect to see me way at the bottom because I failed to draft in time. But I did make my lineup for Glash's contest. It's called the Glash plus Celtics beat. I guess that's me. Glash plus Celtics beat. Can you feel the beat at 2 p.m.? So however I do in this one, points-wise, is how I would have done the other one because I was just going to import it, and I was watching the seconds tick down. I ran out of time. But my lineup is as follows. So this isn't like a BK situation, by the way, where just every guy that does anything, I tell you he was my captain. Right. Sammy Watkins is actually my captain. 9.3% of people have him captain. It's a value move. It's a value move, Flash, because I wanted to pay up
for Patrick Mahomes, for Tyreek Hill, for Travis Kelce. I got them all. Demarcus Robinson is in there. And then I tried to also have Harrison Butker. And then again, DK said, dummy, no. And so I switched out one kicker for the other. I've got Dan Carlson. What's your lineup look like?
So CEH is my captain in the Celtics beat contest. He's 16% in the captain spot.
CEH from the chat?
No.
Oh.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Okay, different CEH. Got it. Yep.
Mahomes, Kelce, Darren Waller, Josh Jacobs, and Renfro. That's the winning lineup.
Well, it's a lineup.
So that's what I'm doing. So I didn't play Hill, which I'll probably regret. But who knows? Anything can happen, right? Any given sim day.
Any given sim day on a Saturday. Poppy in the chat. Poppy Herb says, good stuff. Tara Lynn gave us the A-team. TL is producing. Daniel, our technical director. Bert Bobo, who is, I think, the only person who still works in ops because he does every single sim at this point. Listen, TL, and you know I love her. She's not the puzzle maker, though. She's not, Drew is the one that puts the schedule together.
Yeah, Carolyn starts off with a compliment to then lead into what the truth is.
Well, I'm pointing that out because I don't know that Tara Lynn would have chosen to put the two of us together. Like if we're, as she writes in the chat, I didn't want this. Absolutely not. See? We're just a couple of bozos in her mind. This is not how she would have designed this thing.
Tara Lynn, at least it's sandwiched in the middle. Right? Like, if this was the first sim of the day or the last one.
True.
You get it right in the middle. I think this is the best way to have it. So,
TL, who's your dream team? You won't offend anybody. If you were making your ideal, let's go with a full shift, not just one sim. Full shift. You get 3 sims. Who's working? Who's working the 12, 2, and the 6? Or 4?
Please.
12, 2, and 4.
Shout out ops and technical director, too.
Yeah, exactly. Full crew. No, you don't have to make them uncomfortable. You can just make the commentators uncomfortable. Who's your dream team? Tyreek Hill. Out to the 23. 11-yard rack.
Jeff Friedman says on YouTube, this is good. There are like double Fast and Furious movies as the times you've done a sim together. So if this is our 5th,
that's accurate.
Or 4th, there are going to be 9 as of next Thursday.
And we, as mentioned, we're going to go Friday morning. Not necessarily our time of choice, but it's just, what worked out for our respective schedules. So we're going to the first show of the day. I mean, truly, I'm going to have to, because I've got my radio stuff Thursday night. Yep. I am going to have to get out of bed to go to this movie with you.
Koff, what a start to your vacation.
Right? Yeah.
Like this is like
Saturday, kick it off with a little Fast 9.
Speaking of kids, like that's what kids would do. They get out of school and they start their summer vacation. What's like one of the first things they do? Ooh, let's go out to eat. Let's go to the movies. Like this is
fired up.
You're living your best life next week. I
think it's going to be great.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. A lot of people have been asking. I don't know have you talked about this at all when you have been on this movie date? Or has it just been me who's been hyping this thing
I
up?
haven't really got that far yet.
So many people have been asking, commentators and members of the chat, if we are going to leave a seat between us. And I mentioned, as we got a touchdown, Kansas City, corner of the end zone, near side, as they say in the radio biz. Watkins, Sammy! You should have seen the look on Glash's face when I said that I was captaining Sammy Watkins. Really? Touchdown.
Now, hold on a second. Now you're sharing this now about leaving the seat between us after I went ahead and booked two seats directly next to each other.
This is what I was going to bring up. Oh, TL, by the way, has answered the question. She says, I talk a lot of smack, but it would be Glash and Koff for the first one because I am the closest with the two of you, so it's fun. Rossi and Freeze Pops for the middle one, need the positivity, and then Geoff and Emerson to round it out. And he says Daniel and Bert, and she says, and I'm not just saying that. She's going with the crew that's here.
I love this one, and she throws a shot at Tom Pike.
Yeah, undercover boss Tom, and he's here to defend himself.
He's very much in a good mood all the time. It's like, dude, come on, it's okay. Please relate to us. Be miserable for a sim. He just doesn't do it. We should give him credit for that.
Solomon says, this is my first sim with Koff and Glash together. I thought they were the same person for a while, like Shock G and Humpty Hump. That's the greatest comparison ever. Y'all stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you use. Hugh says, Pops Koff, no bullying today from you. LOL. You and Glash, you got put together because of the office raid that you two did. LOL. Yeah, we haven't even... Well, I haven't talked about that. I know you.
Oh, right. Is this the bone to pick?
One thing at a time. We're getting way off track. One thing at a time.
Hold on a second. There's no track. We don't come in here with an agenda.
No, but I don't mean off track in terms of like, well, here are the minutes that we're going to be reviewing throughout our meeting. No, what I'm saying is let's at least finish one point at a time.
At least. Oh, this is good. I didn't know. I was trying to figure out last sim. Congo Gab said that you had a bone to pick, and now I think I know where this is going. This is going to be fun.
So. The seating thing. So people were asking, obviously, if we're going to leave the seat in between us, and I said, well, in this day and age, and I don't mean like post-pandemic, the last handful of years or whatever, you oftentimes, just to play it safe, you buy your seats online, you reserve seats, and it's not like we were going to reserve seats with one seat in between us, because what if it actually did fill? And it's unlikely for an 11 a.m. show, even opening day. But what if it did fill, and then like some singular seat person comes along and sits between us? Like, that's ridiculous.
Like Geoff's contest.
What are you muttering?
If it filled, like Geoff's contest.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm glad Geoff's contest filled. He was legit mad at you for tweeting out the link, by the way. I want you to know that.
Yeah, it was an act. I talked
because he felt like it was a cop-out, and it left me room to keep saying, well, let's see if it fills next time, big guy.
Back on track.
And it won't. It definitely won't.
Back on track.
Good luck. As far as the seating goes, though, that is the question. If we go into the theater and it's as wide open as we expect it to be for 11 a.m. on a Friday, are we going to leave a seat in between us, or are we going to cuddle on up, share some food, talk to each other through the film a little bit? What's our play?
No. You talk to people during the movie?
No, I don't talk to people like have a conversation, but you might, like lean over after a really cool, like they jump through buildings in their car again. You're like, that sweet, nice.
No.
One of those. No. Or more likely.
Koff wants me to do the move.
I should put. The big stretch. No, or more than likely during the trailers. You want to see that? No, I don't think I want to see that. that's
okay,
the old one.
That's different. That's not during the movie.
No, it's not during the movie.
Oh, you're definitely revealing that you're a chit chatter during movies.
I'm not a chit chatter.
Okay.
Tara Lynn was wondering if I may check my phone guy during the movie.
AD Poker 89, share a blanket.
AD Poker, stick to the schedule, Glash. Jamal says, Glash, what's up, my dude? Koff always shuns me, but I still love you. I never shun you, Jamal. What are you talking about?
Interesting.
DFS Queenie says, I always leave a seat between me and whomever I'm with.
The DFS Queenie Coffin will be that guy that tries to tell you what will happen next.
How do you think this is going to end? What do you think?
Well, for this particular movie, we shouldn't have to worry about it because everything was revealed in the trailer.
Everything. It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
Why are we even going?
I don't know. I feel like we already know the whole thing.
Yeah.
Here's what I don't know, though. And Daniel, you're up on this stuff. You might know, or maybe Glass, you know, but I don't. So after this one, there's two more?
Right. They're going to make the 10th movie 2 parts.
Right. And have they started making those yet? Or is that still to be done? Because obviously, like, this movie was supposed to come out last year.
Yes.
Daniel says, and more Hobbs and Shaw spinoffs. Well, I'm all for that. I love The Rock. I love Jason Statham. I think they're great together. I think they're great in these movies. Are we going to get more of, and I don't know about this one. I don't think it's happening in this one, but in the future, do we know, like, have Dwayne and Vin cleared the air? Have they resolved their disputes? Because I want to see the two of them in a movie together again. I don't want to just have spinoffs because they've decided they can't work together.
I can't say one way or the other. Daniel says not sure. I agree. I think the last we read was that they spoke, but I don't think they're besties.
Well, they're definitely not besties.
No. But I think Vin Diesel has, as much as he talks publicly about his films, he is someone who will very much put the franchise first. And if that meant including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson at some point down the road again for a 10th movie or the second part of the 10th movie, I think he'll do it.
Be an actor, as in act like you like each other and do this movie.
Yeah.
Grow up.
Well, if we told Vin Diesel to grow up, maybe, I don't know if he should still make these movies.
I might be taller than Vin Diesel, but he is definitely thicker.
Yeah.
Man's yoked.
Okay, what's next on the agenda? I think we've hammered enough of this. It's the end of the first quarter. It's 7-0.
Sure.
Your captain has a touchdown. That's great.
Well, what's next are the stats. Right? It is 7-0 Kansas City. How you doing in the Glash and Celtics beat? Can you feel the beat? Free roll.
Hey, got some sun? Sarah's here, sorry.
Good. Yeah. No, take your time.
Thank you. I'm in 100 and so I'm in 123rd.
Almost 7 out of 7, by the way. 118 passing. Heck of a first quarter. Hey, Priv. Cop says hi.
It's done? Okay, good.
Well, I didn't hear her. Did she say something?
Nope, she walked away.
Well, she didn't hear me. CEH, your guy, 5 for 3. That's it. But he does have an 8-yard catch. Good for you. Hill, 2 for 37. Touchdown for Watkins, 1 for 9. I'm in 10th right now in your contest.
So did you got mine, but not your own?
Correct. It would have been the same lineup, though, so we can compare and contrast at the end. See how it would have gone. Hit that like.
Are we really going to do that, or are we just going to end it and then you stay and I get to leave?
Well, I'm not going to stay. I mean, I'll take a break and then I'll come back.
Okay.
I'm not just going to hang. There's no between show here, unless you and I just want to keep talking.
No.
Unless we're going to create a Zoom and just, send it out to the fam. Like, who wants to hang out with
like Meager does?
Half hour.
By the way, if Meager is here, hi Meager. If you're here, sometimes you're watching without chatting, and that's very fine.
Love you, buddy.
I asked our manager if there was any mail for us at the office. Nothing to report.
So,
Unless you've got something.
I have mail on my desk.
Huh?
So it's because I asked too, and I have mail on my desk.
Did we get one invitation?
So I asked him that, and the answer is no. He said my wife deliberately sent 2 because she felt otherwise it would look like you were a couple.
Well, I mean, save some paper and make one invite.
Look, in many ways we are. We definitely bicker like a couple.
Yeah. But it makes sense if he wants to save paper and just make it on one invitation.
Sure.
I get it.
He's out in San Diego. I don't know if that's where the festivities are. Are we going to go to a wedding, you and I together?
If it's in San Diego, I'm in. I've never been to California.
I'm in.
I mean, what?
What are you guys doing this weekend?
If it works for your schedule, you'll go.
Yeah, what are you guys doing this weekend? Flying to a stranger's wedding? What?
Definitely.
But we feel like we know each other. We go way back.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. You say his name, he shows up. Meager says, wife confirms both were mailed. Ha ha. Originally, she addressed it to you both like a couple.
See? Carolyn says, please go and do the sim from there.
Well, that's what I heard. Meager wants us to set up and call a sim from his wedding. Which I'm like, I want to...
Not much to set up. We can do that off of cell phones. Technically. Just need Zoom, really. I mean, need some more equipment to make it sound and look a little better, but technically could just use a cell phone.
I mean, it's not hard to throw your computer in the backpack, ring light.
Oh,
a mouse, a mic.
I don't know about the ring light. I'd bring a computer regardless. I don't go anywhere without my
Hopefully
laptop.
It's a beautiful day. We can just use natural light.
Go to the beach with a laptop.
Okay, so let's CEH, nothing doing on second and goal. I want to hear the bone. The bone to pick.
Wait, he says it's in New Jersey.
Oh.
Well, that's perfect. A lot easier.
Road trip.
that's way easier. Now we're talking.
Hey, what's the bone you need to pick? Let's go.
Because honestly, it would have been difficult for me to say to my wife, so I need to buy this plane ticket to go to this wedding. for someone that I've never actually met in person. What? Like, I've skipped friends' weddings that are out of state that I have to fly to because I don't feel like flying.
Oh, come on, really?
Well,
You don't like flying?
oh, it has nothing to do with flying. It's the inconvenience of, like, you're not in this boat yet, but it's very difficult to just up and go away for the weekend when you've got kids. It's not, that's not an easy thing to do.
Hire a babysitter.
I mean,
Hire a cough sitter.
again,
what? His name is Babysitter Billy.
that's a great point. So,
There you go.
William,
Should be your first call.
what are you up to this weekend, Babysitter Billy?
Tara Lynn on our internal chat says, OMG, you grumpy papa. Not grandpa, papa.
Wow, look at Daniel's
Daniel, you have a
fifth
gift.
time's a charm, the dream stream. A collection, there's a poster of trading cards.
Skip Perkins, not enough Sims. Cough, what's the bone you got to pick? Come on.
I honestly don't remember.
Where's the hockey stick, Cough? You got to show everybody.
Oh, I have the hockey stick.
Is that what it was? Did I guess right?
I truly don't even remember what the bone to pick was.
Oh, because I shared on Friday. Today's Saturday, right? Was it yesterday or Thursday?
Oh yeah. Well, I did say to Drew, who was producing that broadcast, as he may have relayed to you. I started getting DMs on Twitter about what's this hockey stick? And so the first thing I did, probably do the same thing. The first thing I did was I go to the schedule to see who's on, assuming it's you. It was, so I go to YouTube. You and BK are talking about, but I said to Drew, I was like, what is this idiot?
Rude.
I said, I'm not sure, I don't know how he's telling this story, but I'm not sure looting the office is the best thing to advertise on the DK Dream Stream.
There was there was a big backstory before I got to the hockey stick. I promise.
Well, and
I wasn't bashing you. Honestly, I really wasn't. I was
no.
explaining.
And I wasn't even listening. But
you want to know how it came up? Here's how it came up.
Sure.
Midwest Heather, one of our loyal viewers.
Did it come up because BK was looking for something for free?
That could be it too. It may have been a pivot from the conversation, but Midwest Heather had mentioned, "Oh, hey Glash, I would love one of those DK engineering T-shirts." Which I don't know if you scooped one up, but I know Emerson did.
I did not know.
From the old office, and that led me to go, oh yeah, when we moved out of our old office, there was a bunch of crap lying around that was just going to get thrown out if we didn't take it. So I mentioned I had like golf tees. Tara Lynn took a shirt. Okay.
Yep.
Golf tees, a golf towel. There was a Bluetooth speaker there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is great. There was a bottle of wine there, for crying out loud.
More than one, I'm sure.
So then I went on and mentioned Koff found a hockey stick that he grabbed, and then
do you actually remember the origin of the hockey stick? The origin of the hockey stick is you found the hockey stick, and you took it, and then we were talking about it, and you were like, "I've got nowhere to put this. I know you've got a man room over there. Do you want it?" And I was like, "Yeah, I want it. Of course I want it."
Yeah, exactly. That's all it was. I wasn't ragging on you. I was really. I mean, now it's out there. So if Jason Robbins has a problem, we'll talk about it.
We'll talk. No, but what was really funny, and I'm sure Jason or Paul or Matt or any of the others would get a kick out of it too, had they been walking around the old office. But as you probably told the people, so we had moved from one office to the other, literally, what, a month, 2 months? Yep. It was like a 2-month transition or something like that before and when I say our, I mean, in particular, our team, our group, until the studio was set for us to be able to go into the other building and start shooting stuff. So we had to continue to stay in the old one. And while we were in the old one, everyone else in the company had moved to the other building. Everyone. So if it was left on desks, around desks, on the floor, in the fridge, cabinets, it was getting trashed. There were dumpsters on every floor. We had offices on 4 or 5 floors within this building. where everything was getting dumped. Workers are around every single day just collecting crap. And by the end, between like all the stuff that members of our group took, or just everything that was getting dumped, it was like a scene out of a Western where you'd like walk into the office and tumbleweeds come by on the ground. And it's like, yeah, I'm here to work today. Like, it was eerie. It was weird. But yeah, there were like the hockey stick and a couple of Papa-Shot sized balls that you may remember from when you were over here.
Yeah.
A couple little things like that were nice little finds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There was a Draymond Green bobblehead.
Yeah. So I don't think there was a bone to pick.
Again, I don't remember even calling it a bone to pick. I'm sure I probably did. I just don't remember it.
Oh, well, Congo Cab said, be prepared, 2 o'clock. Koff has a bone to pick with you.
Starting trouble. What's the origin of this free roll name, though? Or are you just promoting my podcast?
Oh, you didn't see BK's tweet yesterday? We want to rename your podcast to Celtics Pride.
Why?
Well, because BK, and this was BK's words, not mine. You can take it up with him. But he was saying, well, he's not really on the beat. Like, we're just as much on the beat as he is. And he thinks Celtics Pride would be a better name.
We got a touchdown. Raiders.
Talk about soon.
Trim this deficit to 3 after the upcoming extra point. Nelson Aguilar. He is not regularly involved here in Simland. New Patriots, Nelson Aguilar, as I am contractually obligated to tell you. So I have a very boring response to that, and it's quick, which is this.
What?
He's right. I'm not a beat reporter.
Yep.
I am a reporter in general, or anchor, or host, or whatever. But I cover.
Blabber.
Yeah, I blabber. I cover all of the teams in the city, in the area, but I'm certainly not on the beat. I'm not out there at all the like practices and all the games and in players' faces and all that stuff. In many ways, like he is with the Broncos. So he's absolutely right about that. As far as the podcast name goes, I took over for somebody else hosting a podcast that existed called Celtics Beat. So I didn't create the podcast and call it Celtics Beat because I never would have. The first thing I asked when I got there was, can we change the name of the show? And they said no, it's been around for like 200 episodes. And I said, all right, well, I guess I'm stuck.
Yeah, BK. If you're listening.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that.
There you go.
Wow. All right. You're right. You're right. Boring response to that. I mean, there was hope for a better story, but
no, it's not a good story. It's just it's like if this is basically the equivalent on a much different scale. If you adopt a child, you can change its name, or like even if you don't like it. I mean,
wow. We're gonna equate podcast titles to child's names.
You heard me.
That's
our dog. Like, we got our dog. She was a rescue. We got our dog when she was 5 months old, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And her name is Chloe. I've mentioned her on The Sims. And my wife and I were both like we wouldn't get a dog and name her Chloe.
Nice girl.
We wouldn't name her Chloe, but we also said, well, I mean, she's had this name for 5 months. We're really going to change her name? Like, that feels inconsiderate. She already knows her name. And a lot of people do that with pets. But no, I wasn't feeling that. Same thing. Same exact thing. Kids, animals, podcasts. You got a name, you got a name.
Yep. That's good. I'm sure that's what the powers that be at is it CLNS? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
They said, well, I mean, they must have gave you that spiel, and then you carried it on the rest of your life. I've met Chloe, by the way. Nice girl.
Yeah,
little loud.
Lovely.
Little loud, but
she's a barker. She is definitely a barker, but it's for attention. It's not like, I don't think it's for the purpose of being annoying. But she's north of 10, still has that puppy energy, so who's to say? excuse me, Pepe says, boo. I don't want the two of you to get along. I was hoping for some really good beef this sim. You got anything in your craw you want to discuss? See who caught that ball, by the way?
Yeah, your captain. Nice play. Maybe
Thanks.
you should get in both contests next time, though.
Who cares?
We double the. Oh no, now it's who cares. If I missed it, you go, come on, Clash. You gotta be better than that. You gotta be in both.
I just mean it's the same lineup. I can go into the contest and see how I would have done.
Who are you, BK now? Well, I would have done this.
I ran out of time. I was altering my baseball lineup. Have you jumped into the Koff Classic MLB by any chance?
Nope.
I know you didn't today, but in general, you haven't hopped in?
Nope.
Why not? You just don't like baseball?
I haven't really invested much time into it to really feel like I have a chance.
Okay.
I probably have to get there, though, at some point because basketball is ending. Hockey's ending.
You won't play me in basketball anymore either, so you may as well jump into baseball.
I just told you what I'll do. You have to keep pushing. You come on, Clash, get in now. I mean, I did giggle at the text. We have a touchdown, Koff.
Touchdown.
Oh, crap, but the guy I didn't play.
No, I've got him. Tyreek Hill.
Nice, dude. Nice.
DFS Queenie says Kaufman wishes he was BK. I don't, but I wish I had all that autograph stuff that he was talking about.
Oh, come on. You have plenty of autograph stuff.
Yeah, but he was talking about some cool stuff like this.
Is that you saying you don't have anything cool?
No, I do, but he had some other stuff that I don't have. He's got like the Tom Brady mini helmet.
Make some trades.
Said he had the Celtics team autograph ball from the 08 championship.
Make some trades. BK, I will trade you this hockey stick from the DK office. I will even autograph it myself in Sharpie. And you you give me the Brady mini helmet.
Hey, you see there's a Minnesota Dallas WNBA showdown tonight?
Oh, you're looking at the league right now?
Yeah.
I think our man Jordan Warren makes those WNBA contests.
But I bring it up because you were making them at one point. Do you not do that anymore?
Yeah, I've got it.
Connecticut playing? I've
got to be better. I've got to make some more. I got to be a little more consistent.
Do you want to do a WNBA showdown tonight?
No.
No, I mean like we can create one for the people and you can jump in it. For $1.
So if I say no, will we move on, or will you just
person.
continue to try to convince me to do something?
Oh, I don't need to convince you.
That's what you're doing right now.
I don't need to convince you. I'm asking you very politely.
You want to convince me.
Lindenbaum says, speaking of basketball, Koff, why don't you do a larger contest for NBA Showdown?
Yeah, Koff.
Okay, I could do that. Poppy says, you got me last night. I came in second your basketball contest, both times to you, Koff.
Are we?
I won it last night. I won the Classic.
Are we sure if you made an NBA, so for tonight, right? So it's Bucks Nets. If you made a contest, a showdown, are you sure you're going to get 75 people to play in that? I just feel like they're not as fun as...
You guys hear that? Challenge accepted?
Oh, because, Koff's never done that before. He's never come in here and doubted you guys about filling a contest.
I'll create it right now.
For 75 people.
For $1. Pay out to the top 15, 75
hold on a second.
people.
This isn't fair. I was actually asking because out of curiosity, I was curious what you actually thought.
I think it would fill. Easily. Okay. I think it would fill.
So you think a showdown would be easier to fill than a classic?
I didn't say that. I just think it'll fill. Interception. I'm not saying it'll be easier or harder. I just think it'll fill.
Okay.
You want to jump? Will you jump in? I'll make it if you'll jump in.
I'll throw $1 in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You want to do 50?
I can't do the $5, Koff. I gotta save up. I gotta save.
Save for football. You want to do 50 or 75?
It's your contest. Up to you. What if you made it for 100? You think 100 would fill?
It might, but I wouldn't be cocky about it. If I had created it this morning, then yes. But creating it at 2:30, I'm not going to take that for granted.
It's only 25 more people.
What do you want to do? You tell me. I'll create it. You tell me what you want.
Make it for 100.
Okay. All right. You heard him. 100 people. Doll hair. Pay out to the top.
You want my feedback on that, or you want to take
20? That? No, we'll do the max. We'll do 20. And we'll call it the let's see.
Can my name be in the title?
Sure.
Okay.
Cough.
I did have a say in some of this, so I think that's fair.
Let's see, what do we call it? What would be good?
Cough Classic does have a ring to it. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
all right.
It's like we talked about with the name thing. I mean, you were born into the name. It's not like you named yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
off.
I didn't. Yeah, it was here for me. I just ran with it. So, all right.
Is it halftime? Another half to go. All right.
We'll call it the Cough Glash Down because the Showdown. Cough Glash Down.
Cough Glash Down.
Yeah. Because it's a Showdown.
That sounds like Cough saying Glash Down.
Even better. I like it
Glash
better.
Paw.
Paw. Glash Paw.
Glash
Paw,
Sit.
Glash. Heel.
Glash Down.
Sit. Sit Glash. No. Don't. Off the couch. On the porch, Glash. Glash porch. Guys, I created it. I sent it out. But remember, as I always remind you, and you have about 6 hours to fill this thing.
That's it. 6.
You don't get 100, it doesn't run.
Yeah, see, but why do you have to go there now? It's been live for 15 seconds, and I'm
reminding the people. I'm just letting them know how it goes.
Gotta be more positive about this stuff.
Flash porch. Don't. I
really mean this. You're so into it. I love it. But like you,
I think you
get so sad instantly. Like, guys, if this doesn't fill, like we can't play. Can't play. It's like,
why am I sad? It's like,
but you're like being negative, like for no reason yet. Like if it's like 5 o'clock, or if it's, then I kind of get it. Like, hey guys, just a reminder, this doesn't fill, we can't play. But
this
like you're already going there.
This is stupid, and I'm going to tell you why.
You need to be more excited.
When we do a sim and it goes to overtime, I don't know about you. What's the first thing I do? I tell people, here are the rules. All right. First team with the ball scores a touchdown, game over. That team doesn't scores a field goal, the other team gets an opportunity to tie or win. If we're both tied, if we remain tied after each team has had a possession, sudden death. There are no ties in Simland. Same difference. I created a contest. I'm telling people we need 100 or it doesn't run. I'm putting the rules out there to the people.
But it's the tone.
My tone's getting a little testy. Tell you that.
See, if it was 75 or 50 people, your tone would be a little bit more like, I'm not worried about this. But see, now it's 100, you're worried it's not going to fill. It's going to really let you down.
Somewhat, yeah.
Please, someone clip that. Yeah, somewhat. That's all I think. I mean, it's just funny. It's freaking funny. Come on, guys, again, if it doesn't fill, we can't play. Can't play. I just think it's funny. I'm sorry. I think it's hysterical. You already have 20.
I think glass turned cooler the longer these sims went on.
That's not true.
You've gotten worse? What does that mean?
Josh, wow. That's strong.
What's that?
What Josh said.
I got to find it on my own, I guess.
He hates both of us. We're both clowns. Well, Tara Lynn calls us bozos, so it works.
Hate both these clowns. Oh, there you go.
Nice. What's up, Josh?
Gorilla Jimbo. Hey, guys. Cough Glash Down, Nets Bucks. Only 95 spots left. You better hurry.
Well, and the other thing, too, is like, so the overtime comparison, that would be
already at 20.
That would be like you and like now in the third quarter. Like, guys, if Vegas ties the game, here are the overtime rules, just so you know.
So, no, actually, a better comparison for you would be if I did it like right after we gave our lineups at kickoff. Now, remember, guys, if we go to overtime.
Because we are tied 0-0.
Because it could happen. Now, I don't know what's going to happen in the next 32 simulated minutes. But if we're tied, it's kind of like you guys have 6 hours to fill this contest. But if you don't, it's not going to run. Flash, don't. 80 Poker says 75 would have been a challenge. Lindenbaum should have made it 50, Koff. I think it'll fill. You know what's not going to fill? Moose's golf contest next week.
Yeah. I forgot that we've got the time change with him, but that one did not, and like we have talked about, there was a lot of promotion behind that.
Oh, we promoted it all day that day.
I know.
You had freaking antlers on.
I know. That was my way of trying to be a little more excited about it, not making it like a, guys, we have to fill this or we won't have fun. But we did it. I hope he's right.
By the way, Sun say this is Adrian Wojnarowski. Actually, it's Tim Bontemps, retweeted by Adrian Wojnarowski. Sun say Chris Paul remains in the league's health and safety protocols. Phoenix begins the West Finals tomorrow afternoon. Just an update.
That starts tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
So for the Suns,
Suns in 4.
That was a little weird, huh?
I thought the Suns in 4 dude just trolling me on social media.
That would have been a better story in Smash. Really, that was great. That was funny. I thought there would be a better story, like Smash was like best friends with this guy.
Right.
Turns out he paid him on Cameo.
Is this now? I was mildly confused when he was explaining this to us. Whoa, hello. See you later. Tyreek Hill, another one.
Not good. Not good.
56-yard score.
What was I thinking not playing him?
Oh, I want to address this. Sarah's Fat Cat Cough. Why don't you just set your contest to auto resize so they can go without filling? So Sarah's Cat Mostert, let me tell you, or it should be Meowster, we learned that the hard way. You can only resize paid contests up to 20 people. Anything over 20 entries, you cannot resize. They have to fill. So, believe me, otherwise, I wouldn't care. I would just do that, and I'd make it a 200-person contest every night, and however many we got. But you can't do that with paid contests. So, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
What was I just talking about? Right?
Yeah. I forget.
Come on, Bert. You hang on every word. What was it?
Suns in 4.
Oh, yeah, the Suns in 4 guy.
Yeah.
So, was I don't know if Smash Lana found this dude, connected with him on social media, and paid him to do it, or if this dude is actually on Cameo. Like, is the Suns in 4 guy really on Cameo? I find that, I know anyone can join Cameo, but I hope the Suns in 4 guy is not getting business on Cameo. That's ridiculous.
Why?
Because he's not a celebrity.
Come on, let the guy make a buck. Yeah, he's here. He is. I just found him.
God.
He was 40. You have to, if you wanted to book him right now, $44.
To what? To do what?
To make a video. He responds in typically 3 hours.
Yeah, because he's just sitting there collecting your money.
He's got 2 5-star ratings. Oh, he's got 17 reviews. Let's have a look.
Smash Lana review.
They don't say. Like, they'll give you one letter of the person's name, and then the rest of the letters are all asterisks.
Oh, do you see an S?
Yeah, I do see an S. Which I think would spell out Smash, and it says, "My man crushed it. Thank you." He's got nothing but 5 stars, man.
Adam Kaufman.
Yeah, like I said, I thought, okay, here we go.
I had no, and you know, because I texted you, I had no idea who that dude even was.
Oh, I'm shocked you didn't know the backstory. So Devin Booker's got him tickets courtside for game 1. Which, you know, like, great, like, a viral video. There was a fight in the stands. We're not promoting that, right? But, like, what's kind of sad is this comes across Devin Booker's Twitter or whatever. He sees it on social. plenty of other nice people that have probably been great to Devin Booker, but this guy that gets in a brawl in the stands, that's the guy Devin Booker is going to reward with the courtside seat.
Like, what are we promoting here exactly? Not to get all whatever about society, but, I mean, guy.
Like,
Tyrell
of all
Williams
people you
with the
can
catch.
pick. You pick this guy?
Right.
Yeah, it's his life. That's life, right, Terrellin? That's life.
And she says, Bozo! Poppy says Coffee's totally a celebrity compared to some others on there. You know what? I haven't spent any time on Cameo, but that's probably true.
You're not on Cameo?
Like me personally, am I on Cameo? I'm not.
We should make an account for all of us, like the whole crew. We'll just share one Cameo.
Sure. Who do you want? Sign up.
Tell you right now, besides you winning contests in NBA, that's a great way to save up for the college fund.
I just find it hard, and you know, it's. I know I'm. Let's see if we
got a flag now. Wouldn't mind it.
Brings it back. Richard. I don't think it's gonna count.
Michael on YouTube sent you an invite. Yeah, it's a holding call, right? Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'll. Oh, you sent it? All right, cool.
Yeah, you don't do that. So.
I do it from time to time. I know that people like to think that I've got like just this high among high opinion of myself and all. I find it very unlikely that anyone would be interested in my Cameo account.
But you're the host of Celtics Beat. Come on.
Yeah, I was waiting to see where that was going to go. But you host Celtics Beat.
Mike says, get over it. Dude got sucker punched and laid the dude out for it. Not saying he deserves courtside seats, but it went viral. No, trust me. Good for him. I'm just saying, like, of all people Devin Booker's going to reward, it's that guy. Like, yes, good for him. I'm not saying he shouldn't get the seats. I'm just wondering, like, there's probably someone else that's doing way more better things for the world than that.
Mr. Nick says, I know 0 things about basketball, but I joined the contest.
Cough, we're already at 40 people.
Good, keep it up.
We could fill it by the end of the sim.
Challenge accepted. Let's go, folks.
It's always going to be a challenge with you.
Do you want to do a WNBA contest too?
No, stop. I'm doing this one. Stop.
EFS Queenie says, I'm 12th in Kaufman's MLB contest and moving on up.
So this was a day slate that you did?
Yeah, I did. I wasn't sure what my schedule was going to look like later. So in my own selfish interest of being able to set a lineup, I made it for the early slate that locked at 1 o'clock. But because of that, we did a smaller group. It's just 40 people.
Jeffrey, admittedly, I did not see that part of it. No, I know the Suns in 4 guy was being heckled himself, and he was standing up for himself. No, I get it. I don't know all of the details, but I know it was not him like instigating. He was actually trying to, quote, defend himself. I got you. I know it wasn't him just like, look at me, I'm going to start crap. But, and Suns in 4 lives in Denver, so he was at the game as a road fan. No, that's fair. No, trust me. I think I'm not saying he shouldn't have got tickets. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying, last time I'll say it. I just find, like, of all people, Devin Booker could have, like, I don't know.
I'm saying it. He shouldn't have gotten tickets.
All right. That's your opinion.
Hey, who, I don't know that I've asked you this.
Sure.
Of the teams that are remaining, who are you rooting for? Not who do you think's going to win. Who are you rooting for to win?
Who am I actively rooting for?
Yes. Who are you actively rooting for to win a championship?
Well, first off, I'm really just happy you're going to watch the finals because the Lakers are out, so we won't get Lakers Nets, and you will watch the finals.
I'm still not sure I will if the Nets are there.
Smash. Great tease. Someone.
Did you know?
Really tough call because I've really enjoyed this these last couple games by the Clippers. Like some inspired basketball here. So Clippers, Suns have been a really fun watch too. Do you give the Clippers a shot?
They are my adopted team. That is the team that I want to win.
Phoenix,
yeah.
Yeah, Chris Paul would be a great story winning a championship.
And they're just a really fun team to watch, even independent of Chris Paul.
Yeah. It's all opening up for Chris Paul to get there.
Well, is it? Because he's not even playing at the moment.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. True. Right. My bad. Because he's not hurt, but yes, the COVID protocols, right?
I don't know whether to feel vindicated or upset or both by the outcome of last night's game, because I was not rooting for the Clippers. I was rooting for the Jazz. But I said all throughout the year, Patrick Mahomes, by the end of the third, has hit the bonus, by the way, that
played him.
Good. That, so everybody, he's in like 90% of the lines. I said all year, Jazz are not for real. Don't buy into don't buy into this. They're not a true contender. They're not going to threaten. They're not going to go on a real playoff run.
Yeah.
And sure enough, out in round 2, and to lose it the way they lost it yesterday, to blow a giant first half lead when you don't have Kawhi on the other side. Mitchell was questionable to begin with, comes in, plays great, and they still, blow the opportunity. It was a bummer. I sort of, in some ways, felt about that series the way I'm starting to feel about this Nets-Bucks series. Like, obviously, I will be watching that game tonight so I can actively root for the Bucks to win that contest. But at the same time, I'm so mad, just as a basketball fan, I'm so mad at Milwaukee that I almost want Brooklyn to just end that series spitefully, because the Bucks should have won the thing already. Like, how many chances is a team going to be given to win a series and to not still be able to get over the hump? It's just, it's so irritating that we're supposed to take this Bucks team and Giannis and Budenholzer and their big three of Middleton and Holiday with them, and take them seriously when they can't go out and beat a depleted Nets team in any, it feels like, I know it's not the reality, but in any of these games. Like, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve to win this series.
Yeah, rarely the team that is losing, the teams that are losing their stars due to injury, and I'm leaving the Suns out of this because they have yet to play. Well, they have played a game without Chris Paul. They've played with injured Chris Paul, but before the conference finals, this is a situation where if we look at recent history, like see the Warriors with no Klay Thompson and injured Steph, and it was Durant coming back on short note, or no, Steph did play. It was injured Klay Thompson. Like you're saying, you have to take advantage of these situations, and if you don't do it now, then you're just going to miss your chance, right? Like, you're going to miss your chance, and that's why I know what you're saying. If you're the Jazz, you lose 2 in a row with no Kawhi Leonard, and if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, you're in a position where you can take home court, but in the first game without, or one of the games without Harden and
game
Kyrie.
1, no Harden. Game 2, no Harden and Kyrie goes down. You lose them both. Game 3, you win with no Harden. Game 4, you win with no Harden. Game 5, you lose with Harden out there as a decoy, a 40-minute decoy, and no Irving. It was just KD. Nothing around him other than, all due respect to Jeff Green, it was just KD. And you let Jeff Green go off and hit 8 3-pointers. Yeah. And then obviously game 6 happens and you manage, you eke out that one. And so now you've got game 7. You got game 7 where we know Irving's not going to be out there. KD's going to be KD. Harden still doesn't look right. Win the freaking game. Win the game. Budenholzer, you're probably coaching for your job here. You are probably coaching for your job. Win this game.
D-Rod, but those players stink. Harris, and they don't stink, but they're like LeBron second run with the Cavs, even his first run with the Cavs, level role players. Joe Harris, Blake Griffin, washed up Blake Griffin. As we just talked about, Jeff Green just still randomly goes off, and DeAndre Jordan doesn't play. DeAndre Jordan's only in Brooklyn because Kyrie Irving and Durant are boys with him, and they're like, hey,
they told him to.
Yeah. Come on, hang with us.
Carolyn says they just called me and they said they are not going to go.
Well, hold on. Bert from Op says Blake Griffin is absolutely not washed up. Yes, he is. Come on. I
think the more egregious thing that Bert wrote is Giannis has to have some help. what the hell's Middleton? What's Holiday?
Or
what's
how
that
about
bench?
this?
He's
Giannis needs
he's
to
got
be-
way more help than KD's got with, Irving out and Harden hurt.
Giannis needs to be better at the end of the game. He's a liability. The fadeaway jumpers over James Harden on the baseline, and Harden's waving off the double team. Like, now we're going to talk about help. How about
That's
go
the
to
other
the basket?
thing. You watched the end of that game the other night. They did their damnedest to give that game away. They tried like heck to give that game away, and just you know what? Like, the clock ran out. They ran out of time to let Brooklyn win that game. I do not have a good feeling about Milwaukee winning tonight, and I hope that I am coming on for Father's Day tomorrow talking about the best present that I got, which is the Nets getting knocked out in round 2.
Good luck. D-Rod, yeah, the Nets did make the playoffs without Harden, Irving, and Durant a few years. Was that last year? Was it last year? They were in the bubble playoffs, the Nets? Yes, they were, because there was a whole discussion of whether Kyrie would go or not, and Durant. But the guy that was carrying those teams...
They didn't make the playoffs. They were in the bubble. But
they were in the bubble. They didn't make the playoffs, right? 2 years ago they did, and who was their best player? Like Dinwiddie was, right? And Karis LeVert.
D'Angelo Russell.
Oh my God, that's right. They had D'Angelo Russell for...
That was when the Nets were fun and plucky and playing hard for Atkinson and not just a bunch of crybabies.
What was that, 2019?
Talented crybabies.
Well,
or people who've quit on their previous teams.
We're kind of crying.
Good.
Wow. Hold on a second. So Kenny Atkinson was the coach. Jared Allen, Damari Carroll.
It was a very likable, fun group. It was like, oh, look at these up and coming. These like, there were people. I'm not kidding. There were people at the time, and I'm not even saying they were right. I'm just saying they existed. There were people at the time before Irving and Durant got there. They were looking at fumble. Oh, Raiders. Oh, this is bad. Who's got the KCDST?
Oh, that
Who's
was
got
at
the KCDST?
That was at the 1 yard line.
Give us a zigzag. Straight away in daylight. 99-yard defensive touchdown. All I was going to say is there were people at the time saying, look, Irving's great. KD's great. But
yeah, Geoff, they did make
these dudes are both prima donnas. They are headaches. Russell was solid for us. Team played hard. Atkinson's a good coach. I say we keep building what we're building here. Like those, I'm not saying don't sign stars, but I'm not sure those are the right stars for us to sign. Let them go to the Knicks. There were people that were saying that at the time.
Right.
But ultimately, star power wins out in that league. You can sign a superstar, you do it. And I'm not blaming the Nets for doing it, but they blew everything up. Everything up. They have turned over basically that entire team. You had Karis LeVert there. They have turned over basically the entire team to build around Irving and Durant. Obviously, they brought in Harden. Griffin signed there. Ulrich for a hot second. They've got a new coach. And yeah. Oh, I can't believe they called that back.
That sucks. If you have the KCD.
But not if you got Hank Ruggs.
Yeah.
And Derek Carr.
Noah Moon got a laugh out of it that it got called back. Deion Jackson, though, is not thrilled. Actually, so Brooklyn did make the playoffs last year. They were the 7th seed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
but still, I get your point. But yeah, like you said, I forgot Russell was on that team. So it was D'Angelo Russell, Karis LeVert, and Dinwiddie. Those were the fun Nets.
Those were the fun Nets.
They were the Celtics before Kyrie got there. And Gordon Hayward. They were. Like, okay, this is fun, but we know we need better players to make a real run.
Well, Gordon Hayward had nothing to do with the Celtics being unlikable. That was much more on Irving and general.
I meant more so what stars they committed to. That's what.
Yeah. Hayward just couldn't stay on the floor. Hayward and Walker, very similar situations.
Hey, that Terrence Mann kid? He's from Lowell.
Yeah.
He went off last night. That was pretty cool. That was
awesome.
a cool moment. He didn't go to my high school. He went to the Tilton Academy in New Hampshire.
Are you from Lowell? Like grew up in Lowell?
Yeah.
I don't know if I knew that or remembered it. I'm sure I knew it at one point. I remember you used to work at the radio station out in Lowell.
Yeah. Yeah, it was right down quite literally a 10-minute walk from my house. That's what young Glash used to do. He used to walk down there. Oh, hi, I'm the intern, Brandon.
Young Sheldon, young Glash.
Yep, that's when I had the great Adam Kaufman come on my show once, and he had to ask me, what time, where does this air?
That's not a weird question.
Where does this interview air? Am I good enough for this?
No, it was probably out of, like, wondering about conflict.
Yes, I know. My story's more fun.
The Koff Glash down. Nets Bucks showdown here is we got 55 out of 100. So keep going. 5.5 hours, 45 to go.
This is easily gonna fill.
Don't get cocky, Glash.
Come on. No, I'm not getting cocky. I'm like, I have a good feeling. It's a positive take, and it's gonna fill.
Jared.
Go ahead. Remind everybody. If it doesn't fill, everybody.
Koff Mad Late Classic needs to fill. Get your lineup now.
Everyone come on, Koff, remind everybody. Guys, if it doesn't fill, can't play.
Can't play, can't do it.
Mike
Mike
no one
Bizzle,
knew yet.
I thought you were all about the Suns, Koff. Will it really bring you more pleasure if the Nets lose than Phoenix winning? Oh my God, yes. Are you kidding me? It's not even close.
Solomon, it's true. Lowell Auditorium. They've had some great WWE events. I've never been, but I just heard they're great.
The second I'm Biz, and anyone else, you need to understand this. Like this can't just be me. This can't just be me. This is the nature of being a sports fan. If your team doesn't make the playoffs or doesn't gets knocked out early, whatever, or at any point they get knocked out, what is the next thought that you have? The next thought is not who do I want to win?
Who do we hate watch?
The next thought is who do I want to not win? Who do I want to lose?
Yep.
That is your next thought as a fan. Okay?
I agree.
So the second the Celtics go down, it's who do I want out of this freaking tournament? Lakers, see ya. Nets, see ya. And at that point, after that, see what happens. See what happens. Like, I'm good with anybody. I'm good with anybody. I mean, yeah, I have a preference. I would like the Suns to win, but it's much more about who I don't want to win. Much more about who I don't want to win.
Little problem though with that argument though, because during the football season, you made it known that you were rooting for the Packers.
Yep.
You got the cheese head out because you didn't want the guy down in Tampa stick it to us here up in New England.
Right.
I'm a little sad about that. I mean, so in a way you did both. You decided, okay, I'm going to pick a team to root for, and then you hate watched Tampa. So you did pick a team. You picked a quarterback.
It became matchup dependent. Here's what I mean by that.
Oh God, here we go.
No, look at the Final Four. Look at the Final Four teams. I ranked them at the time. I said this is the order that I want.
remember.
I said I want the Packers to win. I want the Bills to win.
But I thought we just said we were supposed to pick who we don't want to win.
Right, but I'm saying when it came down to the Final Four, I was asked at the time, what is your order?
Oh, that's why it's because he was asked.
And I said Packers, Bills, Bucks, Chiefs, because I did not want Mahomes to get another ring at Brady's expense if it came to that. I'd rather
That's
just
nice.
I didn't want to deal with all the listen to this next Patriots-like dynasty in Kansas City, and is Mahomes going to catch Brady and all the other crap that people still seem to be doing anyway, even though they didn't win. I didn't want any part of that. So then it came down to the Super Bowl, and yeah, I rooted for Tampa over Kansas City. This isn't confusing, Glash.
Well, it is when you say the next thing to do when your team goes out is to pick a team to hate.
That's what I did, Kansas City.
You were more committed to rooting for the Packers than you were for rooting against Tampa. Fact.
Yes, but that's because I was on the Packers bandwagon all season. I was on the Rodgers,
which is dumb.
That wasn't a postseason thing. That was the second they drafted Jordan Love, I became an Aaron Rodgers super fan. All I know is Freeze Pops would be enjoying this sim much more than our last, when he said that we didn't bicker enough. Where are you, Tommy? Daniel, it's a weird question to be asked.
What?
What's your for? What's your ranking?
I don't get it.
About me being asked, how would you rank the Final Four?
Who even asked you?
I don't know. Somebody in the chat. Who asked anybody anything?
Really close to the vest, that person who asked the question.
On this date, Greg Coffin, the mayor of Simland.
We do need it on this date in Simland. We're getting to that point. We do need that.
We do need what?
We need to get, like, you know, those, like,
we need new elections. Does Greg deserve to still be the mayor? It's been a year plus. How long's your term?
Don't. So we're going to allow our, since you're the commissioner of sports, you're allowing people to put their arms around another team's player when someone's drafted in spite of them. That's okay.
I have absolutely no idea what you just asked me. What?
So you basically said, as the commissioner of sports, you think the next best thing to do after your team goes out of the playoffs is to hate watch someone, but you made an exception.
I didn't say anything. You said hate watch. I didn't say anything about hate watching.
Okay.
I said decide which team that you want to lose.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
No, because I didn't say I'm going to watch.
You, Derek Carr to the moon. Out of bounds. Also, let's just get this straight too. If the Nets win tonight, you're watching the NBA Finals.
If the Nets win tonight, they got a whole other round before the NBA Finals.
Someone mark the tape. It's June 19th, 3 p.m. When the Nets make the finals, this is what Koff's going to say. Well, I mean, I have to watch. I have to watch for my radio updates.
No, I don't. I got the internet. I can look at a box score.
Koff will have to watch some of it for his radio highlights, for his radio show.
I won't even turn it on while hosting the NBA watch-along show.
Why? Why are you so against that? Don't you think there are plenty of scenarios where if the Nets make the finals, then lose? Think of the Miami Heat that first year. Folks that don't like LeBron or didn't like that big three that formed. Watching them lose to Dallas, that was, at the time, that was legacy-changing stuff for LeBron. Because remember, LeBron admitted, like, I played mad, and then he went and he practiced his post moves with Olajuwon.
Exactly what do you think he would have said, or how do you think he would have behaved if they had gone down in round one that year, as opposed to the finals? You don't think it would have been the same thing? You don't think he would have been just as motivated and just as angry?
Oh no, of course he would have. I'm saying as a consumer, as a fan.
Right, as a consumer, I would want him to lose immediately. Why do I need to get to the finals and lose?
Because that's way more hard.
Do you think people who have hated the Patriots for the last 2 decades would say, like, boy, there's nothing I like more than Tom Brady getting to the Super Bowl and losing? No, they want Tom Brady to not make the Super Bowl, period.
Yeah, but they know that's not realistic.
You guys tell me in the chat. There are plenty of people out there that hate the Patriots. Do you want would you rather Tom Brady go to, what's he's 7-3? So would you rather he be in 3 Super Bowls that he lost, or just not be there at all? What would you rather? Honestly, what would you? I'm just curious from the people.
Off's curious.
Bert says he'd rather Brady goes 0-16 every year.
Yeah, but folks know that wasn't realistic.
Fine. Yeah, that's one extreme versus the other.
Daryl Travis says Koff's right.
Thank you, Daryl. Check some
about what specifically?
Everything.
Koff, I'd like to add that all these 6 dislikes came when you joined the stream.
I noticed that, actually.
Yeah. I'll be sure to...
I did notice that. I was going to bring...
we had 0 dislikes on the board after
when I joined, I was going to bring up that you and Rossi had 0 dislikes, but I figured why draw attention to it? Let's just...
sure, right. But if it was the other way around, oh gosh, what happened?
No. I'm saying, no, I don't blame you for bringing it up now while there are 6. I'm saying at the time when there were 0, I wasn't going to draw attention to the dislike button. Because as we know, like, we're going to get more right now. The second you mention the dislike button, you get dislikes. That's the way it works. Bert says that Waller deserves the babysitter Billy.
Oh, right, the sim.
Bizzle says narcissist cough rearing his ugly head. Is that like my evil alter ego or just who I am? Is that for the people to decide?
I mean, you're still curious about the Tom Brady thing, so I would look for those comments before you look for comments about that.
37 to fill up the contest, guys.
See, come on.
22nd in your free roll.
Guys, just a reminder, if it doesn't fill, we can't play.
Yeah, it doesn't run.
Doesn't run.
Doesn't run.
So we can't have any fun. Wow. Well, the likes went up after we brought up the dislikes. That's good.
Good.
Who's
Poppy
here with you?
says cough pulled to BK. I don't even know what that means.
Who are you here with it for?
Freeze Pops. He's doing the first of 4. He's doing 4 this afternoon.
He's a weekend warrior, man. What would we do without Freeze Pops?
That's what I said to him yesterday. He said that he totaled his Sims. He's getting close to 300, and he's only been with us since like October.
I mean, if you're doing 8, he'll probably do. I think he's got a couple tomorrow also.
Yeah, I mean, last weekend he did something like 8 out of 12. It was ridiculous.
Wow. Good for him.
Yeah.
He's not close to us though, so I don't care.
It's true.
I mean, I care, but I fake care.
He fake cares. All right, so Krusty Koff Award winner, Tyreek Hill, you think? I know you faded him and all, but 57 points in the captain spot.
Anyone that did well in this game, I didn't play, except Mahomes.
9 for 141, couple of touchdowns.
I think that's good.
Mahomes hit the bonus, 30 in the flex for him just about. 20, you can make it, you don't need to do it. Like, we can give it to Tyreek Hill, but you could certainly make a case for my captain, Sammy Watkins. 26 in the flex, 36% owned. He hit the bonus. He had a touchdown. Very, very good.
That's a wild ownership percentage for a receiver. 82.
Well, when you're Tyreek Hill.
That's for the movie date contest.
23 points a sim.
80.6 in the one I made. So pretty good. So
the leading lineup: Hill at captain, Mahomes, Ruggs, Watkins, Renfro, and Jalen Richard. It's El Coma 46, our projected winner, barring any stat changes, but comfortable lead right now in your free roll.
Yeah, and in the bigger, larger DK contest, 28-way tie for first. Hill in the captain.
Real, who was a real bust today was Travis Kelce. 9 points in the flex. That's it. But he was only about 50% owned.
13% captain, though.
Yeah. In my contest that I didn't enter like a fool. Same lineup, same winner. So there we go. El Coma 46.
Hey, I like this from Mike Bizzle before we go.
Yeah, what do you got?
How you doing in the Moose Classic US Open Bonanza that did Phil?
Oh, nice. I am doing terribly because only 3 of my guys made the cut. So I am 145 out of the 200. What about you? I assume you're in there.
108.
Nice.
How many? 5 of my 6 made the.
5 of your 6 made the cut. Then you'll move up. I mean, I don't know that you'll move up to the money, but you'll definitely move up quite a bit.
I think the only dude who didn't get in for me was Carlos Ortiz. MC means they didn't get in, right?
Correct. Miscut.
Okay. Got it. See, I'm new to the golf thing. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Terrell Lynn, our babysitter Billy was Waller.
Lindenbaum says, Glash, prime time is your domain. Don't let Freeze Pops or Mini Mush, that's Rossi, take over your time slot. Jordan, here's what you and anyone else
He's talking
whoever wonders about schedule should know. Is like we just give our availability and we're put where we're put.
That's exactly what I said. And
so like it like Glash or me or whoever, like we're not around to do the 8 every single night. We just that's we're here today. Like I said I was around for 2 today, the 2 and the 4. So you got me at 2 and 4.
I can share though for 3 times next week: Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Madden After Dark.
Nice. Paul says Koff should probably stick to talking about movies. Agreed. But then he says, in all seriousness, you two are the best announcers. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul, and everyone else.
All right, Koff. Well, see you at the movies next Friday.
We'll probably catch up before then.
Yeah, you're probably right.
TL, Daniel, Bert, Bobo, great to have you all with us. I'll hang out. I'll do another one, guys.
That's nice of you.
Thanks. Me and Freeze Pops. Get your lineups in. DK Simfan Friends League lobby. You can jump in the early bird special. But don't worry, it doesn't have to fill. It's a free roll. So it's just going to run. Doesn't matter how many people are in there.
Guys, please fill the Koff Glash down. Nets Bucks contest 67 out of 100. If we don't get 33 more.
It's got to run.
You won't run if we don't fill it. So
won't run. All right. Well,
bye, Adam.
I'm pretty sure that Pat Mayo from the PME, the Pat Mayo Experience, has got something to say. Let's let him. See you, Glash.
Bye.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Football Rankings for the AFC West. We've already been through the NFC West. We've been through the AFC East and the NFC East. Plus, we've broken down the Julio Jones trade and its impact on both Tennessee and Atlanta for the upcoming season. You want to find any of those shows? You can subscribe to Mayo Media Network or just hit the description. They're all down there, one click away if you want to go back and watch all of those shows. You want to listen to them? You can find them on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast, where if you're watching this early enough, if you leave a review telling me why you should be in the Scott Fish Bowl this year, I got some spots to give away. So actually, if you go to my Twitter at the PME, you can find the entire giveaway contest up there for the seats I have available. But if you rate and review 5 stars and explain why you should be in the Scott Fish Bowl on Apple Podcasts and leave your Twitter handle or some way for me to identify you and you have a very compelling case, you might gain a free spot in to the Scott Fish Bowl, if that's something that you're into. Some big announcements with fantasy football coming your way very, very soon. But until then, I got Jake Seeley from theathletic.com. And I'm going to throw this out to you first of anyone. I want you to smash the like button for the episode. In the comment section, Jake, I want you to tell me where Javonte Williams will finish. Running back blank for the season.
I will say he will finish as RB16.
That's pretty good.
Mostly because I wrote this after the draft, and I have continued to say this, and this isn't a victory lap because I'm about to poo-poo him at the same time, is that I said that Javonte Williams is very similar to Miles Sanders' rookie season, where by week 6 or 7, he's the lead option. And so you factor that in with a lesser start to begin with because he's not going to be a top-end RB2 to start the year, but he finishes as such because he is more talented than Melvin Gordon. Obviously, he could bust and not prove that in the NFL, but if we're talking about on paper and evaluation, but I expected that to be the case. These recent reports and rumors that Melvin Gordon's not at camp and he's frustrated, he was already frustrated before they drafted him, and that Williams is out there and impressing and all that type of stuff, we're not looking potentially that he's starting week 1. If he was starting week 1, I'd even say higher. But, you know, I kind of compare it to Jonathan Taylor. Like, Jonathan Taylor last year wasn't going to be top 5, top 10 until Marlon Mack got hurt in week 1. Marlon Mack was still going to be a factor for a few weeks, and they started the season as such. So that's where I say I wouldn't draft him as RB16. I'd still draft him around the RB20s. But I could easily see him outperforming that ADP if that's still where it's hovering right now.
I mean, I just wanted a number. We were going to break him down when we got to the Broncos.
Oh, sorry.
But thank you. Thank you for your, that's a very, put it this way, in the comment section, you just got to leave a number. You don't need an in-depth breakdown like Jake provided. But thank you for that.
Well, you said that's pretty good, so I wanted to add context. I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
I mean, we're going to get there. We're going through player by player on each of these teams.
RB16. We'll talk about it later.
Perfect. Kansas City Chiefs, first up in the division. They are, shockingly enough, the Super Bowl favorites. Over under 12.5 wins, minus 1,000 to make the playoffs at DraftKings Sportsbook, which means you would have to bet $1,000 to win 100 on the Chiefs making the playoffs. 335 minus to win the division, plus 250 to win the AFC, 5-1 to win the Super Bowl. Let's start with Mahomes. He is being drafted as the number 1 overall quarterback, but his ADP just keeps rising and rising. Now, I don't know where this is coming from. Is it coming from a lot of casual people doing drafts because that's generally where you see quarterbacks go higher in 1 quarterback leagues. Obviously in Superflex and in 2 quarterback leagues, you can throw that out the window. But I'm just seeing the average ADP right now is, where are you at, Patrick Mahomes? 13th overall, Jake. At the turn in round 1 is where Patrick Mahomes is going on average. It's just too high.
It's way too high. And it's not just way too high because of the quarterback discussion we can have every single year. I just did a draft last night for the football diehards, Bob Harris and them over there last night, where he went, I think, kind of more, it's industry league, so you got to depress the values at quarterback because of how we draft. But he still, I want to believe he made it into the second round. If not, he was one of the first picks in the third round. And then you look at the biggest issue is why I bring that draft up is because in the 6th round, that's when Josh Allen came off the board. That's when Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson came off the board. Actually, one of them was in the 7th round because I took Dak in the 7th. When you have that, these guys who are on his heels on a points per game basis, yes, Patrick Mahomes is the guy who can break everything, but he's still, even if he does, it's not going to be such an enormous difference of 4 to 5 rounds with what you also have to sacrifice at running back, wide receiver, or even tight end, because that's about the spot where Travis Kelce goes as well. So what you're giving up, I mean, yes, Patrick Mahomes could lap the field, but he would have to lap the field to be that value. So way too expensive for me.
And that's what I'm seeing right now. I'm just looking at my baseline season-long projections. I have Patrick Mahomes as the highest scoring player. I mean, there's a reason he's QB1. It's just the value attached to it at 408 points. Lamar Jackson actually comes in at number 2 in my projections at 395 points. There is essentially a 4 to 5 round difference between drafting these guys in your league, and there is a 12-point difference between them in overall fantasy scoring for the year. It doesn't really add up for where I want to be taking my quarterbacks.
No, it doesn't. And you could even look at last year and say, well, what if Lamar Jackson does exactly what he did last year? Well, then that's still worth the 4-round difference in discount that you're getting. And probably not even that. It's probably only worth a 2.5 round difference if you're talking about that, because I would think most everyone would agree that Lamar Jackson's floor is last year. And so the upside is there. But again, it's not just Lamar Jackson, and that you just bring that up because he's second in your projections. It's Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, and Dak Prescott too. All of these quarterbacks, it's a tier. You and I, we talk about this all the time as tiers. All 5 of them are in the same group, at least in my opinion. I think all 5 of them are capable of finishing as QB1 or QB5. But guess what? The difference, as you just mentioned, might not even be a point per game per week.
I even look down to as far as Russell Wilson. I have Russell Wilson projected for 35 fewer fantasy points over 17 games than Patrick Mahomes. That's 2 points per game, which is pretty substantial. But what you need to do is weight the opportunity cost of where these guys are going. So if you take Mahomes with the first pick of round 2 and give up a running back, and then you take Russell Wilson in round 8 or 9 or wherever the hell he's going in your draft, let's just say that, is the difference between running backs of that time really what you want to be doing? Is that going to be 2 points per game? Like, that's right now the difference between who's the running back going directly at the turn. I want to make sure I get the proper name right.
The first round turn?
It is either Cam Akers or Austin Eckler at the moment as we record this. I would expect Cam Akers to go higher than that. But let's just say it's Austin Eckler in even a half-point PPR league. That is the difference between Austin Eckler and David Johnson.
David Johnson? Oh, look at that. I'm good.
And I would imagine that, yeah. And just based on everything that we know, if everyone stays healthy, all things being equal, that Eckler is going to score more than 2 points per game more than David Johnson will.
100%. You just go say David Johnson and Patrick Mahomes, or let's take the low. Who's the lowest? Oh, you just said Russell. Would you rather have David Johnson and Patrick Mahomes or Russell Wilson and Austin Eckler? Nobody in their right mind is going to say, oh yeah, give me Patrick Mahomes with David Johnson, because you're also including the picks that you're making in between there as well. And this even kind of folds into the conversation you and I have every single year, is we kind of sit on different sides of the Travis Kelce. Not as much as people might think. For me, is, like I said, I can see doing it. I'm just not the person that has ever done it. But the difference is even if you're on my side more than your side of Travis Kelce is like, I just can't pull that trigger. The difference is you're getting about 3 or 4 points per game with Travis Kelce over the leg up. So that's why he's in that conversation of being that first rounder. And you can make the case of it because this is such an enormous leg up on anybody else at the tight end position that makes it warranted. This is not that kind of a gap.
What are we looking at for running backs in the Chiefs' backfield? Obviously, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is now going into season number 2. Not quite going in the first round anymore. In fact, he's going at the 3-4 turn in fantasy drafts. Based on his production from last year, and let's say he gets a little bit better, mind you, this is a perfect running back to be, or perfect offense to be a running back in. He just didn't get to utilize all those skills, and he just wasn't as good and didn't fit quite as much as we thought that he was going to a year ago. That does seem like the perfect place to buy a running back who has dropped 3 rounds worth of value in one season, despite the fact that he is still their starter.
100%. And we'll be honest about it. You and I talked about it. I know a lot of people did. It was other podcasts as well. You had other guests probably said the same thing. It's Clyde Edwards-Helaire, when he started reaching the middle of the first round, it was just getting insane. It was just getting out of control because Damian Williams opted out. It's like, oh my God, it's the Chiefs offense. Who the hell cares? Well, it still goes back to let's talk about before Damian Williams. And we expected Edwards-Helaire to be the guy, but we all expected Edwards-Helaire to be the guy on 14 to 16 to 17 touches per week. And that's the Austin Eckler appeal. That's to go back in the days outside of, I think, maybe 2 seasons where Jamal Charles sat for a lot of his career, is these guys can do more than most because of their offense and their talent and how they fit, but it's still that capped number of touches. So you put that into context and you say, all right, that's worth an early second-round pick. Well, 2 things here is before they brought in Le'Veon Bell, he was actually, Edwards-Helaire was actually providing top 15 running back value. The Le'Veon Bell situation changed everything. Obviously, we have Darrell Williams, who probably still plays a part this year, but now you're not paying that price. And honestly, going into this year, I'd be okay paying top 15-ish value for Edwards-Helaire because that's a reasonable price. That should be the outcome expected. And now you have a ceiling to get even better return on value. So I'd take him in the 3rd. I could even see him pushing up to the top end of the 3rd around this 2-3 turn. Right now in the 4th, I would take him 1,000 times out of 1,000 every single time I see him in the 4th round because it's what we talk about every single year. It's the disappointment. It's the perception. It's last year's trash. It's when people don't live up to expectations. They don't want to draft the player again because they got burned.
Darrell Williams is being drafted as running back number 70 right now. I don't hate that either.
That's what. I actually like that a lot. That's way too low. Just if nothing else, if Edwards-Helaire misses time, which he did last year, Darrell Williams could be a top 20 running back easily.
So, okay, let's move to wide receiver. Obviously, Tyreek Hill is going in the 1st round or, at worst, at the very beginning of the 2nd round. You can't really say anything against it. That's how good he is. What about the rest of the guys, though? No Sammy Watkins anymore. So you have Mecole Hardman, the heir to the chip fortune, and Byron Pringle. Demarcus Robinson, who loves catching the first touchdown of the game and then doing nothing else for the rest of the game. What are we doing with the rest of these guys? Is it just Hill and no one? Because everyone will talk, someone in your league will talk themselves into Hardman and be like, he's the fastest man on the planet. They're going to finally unleash him this year. It seemed like whenever Watkins missed time last year, Pringle was actually the one who was playing.
There you go. Well, it's because who replaces Watkins? Pringle does. The biggest issue to Hardman to go back to whether you want to believe reports or with this, that, and other, because all rumors, nobody knows exactly what the Chiefs office was thinking outside of the Chiefs. But at that time, when they drafted Mecole Hardman and the other people that were on the draft board receiver-wise, people always bring up DK Metcalf, but they were doing that because at that time, there was uncertainty around Tyreek Hill. Hardman is a very similar wide receiver to Tyreek Hill. If Hill misses time, I could see value for Hardman. But if you're talking about what this offense needs and how do you replicate what they've been doing, you're looking for the Watkins replacement, and Pringle is a very similar wide receiver to Watkins. And I think that Hardman's excitement, because they see no Sammy Watkins, is still getting a little overblown because they think of the excitement, what Hill brings on a per catch basis. So I'm with you. And there's already been, we never like to buy into reports this early into the offseason, but there's been positive talk about what Pringle has been doing out there and that Mahomes is looking his way because he's filling that Sammy Watkins role. So if anything, the cost of Hardman and then the non-cost, because he's free right now, of Pringle, I'm just taking Pringle and ignoring Hardman.
Yeah, essentially, outside of Tyreek Hill, you can just not own any other Chiefs wide receivers. It might be worth it for the upside that could come along with them, but based on the results that we've seen, it's been Hill and it's been no one for like the past 3 years. Like, you can own Watkins, that's fine. Then if you didn't play him in that 1 week when he scored 500 fantasy points, he was probably pretty crappy.
And that's kind of what I was going to come back to, is like, it might just be one of these, you want to try and find somebody, but the end result might just be it's Hill, Kelsey, and then the backfield and nothing. Like, we're just chasing our own tails because you made the joke about DeMarcus Robinson, but I mean, DeMarcus Robinson can come out week 1, 100 yards and a touchdown and actually show up the entire game and then disappear for 4 weeks. And then you go and pick up Robinson. He doesn't produce, you drop him. And then Pringle pops up, you pick him up, and then it's not him and it's Hardman for 2 games. And you're just constantly chasing your tail trying to figure out who it is.
Travis Kelce is obviously tight end number 1, as he has been for the past 4 seasons. He's going his pick number 9 right now on average, which is right around the Pat Mayo range of where I've been taking him for the past few years. So people are finally catching up to me, Jake.
They're finally jumping on your Kelce bandwagon. Look, again, I've just said it before when I was saying that I'm not the person to do it because, I think that what you lose at running back and wide receiver is offset. And the point being is it has to, like, Kelce has to be first round value, or you got double hit.
But I don't like that argument that he has to be first round value. Anyone you take in the first round has to be first round value, or your team's not going to be any good.
No. The difference is, sure, but the difference is because you're taking a position compared to what you're sacrificing, especially at running back. We're talking about the difference in points per game. And so, like I said, that's why Kelce can put up 3 more points per game. But if it's only half, if it's only 1, and that's why I said that, because the down year of Kelce was still great. He's still the number 1 tight end, but it wasn't that gap over the next 3 or 4 tight ends that made your double cost kind of come into play. So that's why I say it. I agree with you. You can say it about a wide receiver, you can say it about a running back, but the difference being is that when you lose that, even if he plays 16 games and doesn't get hurt, but only puts up 1 more point per game than Waller and Kittle and potentially Pitts and Andrews and all that type of stuff, now you don't get that advantage of what you were trying to pay for. That's why you're not wrong to take him. I'm just saying that's why I don't ever take him.
So the way that I like to look at it is Darren Waller notwithstanding, like, he had an excellent year last year. We project him to have a really good year this year. I haven't projected to be tight end number 2. As the simulations have run themselves out, that's where he ends up ahead of Mark Andrews and George Kittle in terms of overall fantasy points by like 2. All those 3 guys are really clumped together for me. And then Kelce stands way above. So right now I have Kelce projected to score 3.6 points per game over those 3 guys. But those 3 guys, I project to be pretty good. There's probably going to be a Kyle Pitts who jumps into that, or someone we don't even think of that just has a really good year at tight end. I just don't know who those guys are going to be. I know Travis Kelce, when running right, is the best. And if he can score almost 4 points per game more than 2, 3, and 4, just think about what he is. So, I mean, that's 1/3 of your league. What happens to the other 2/3 of your league? You're outscoring those guys by like 6, 7 points a game, all at one position. And just the drop-off isn't that dramatic at any other spot on the field. That's my case for Travis Kelce, and hence why it's also my case when I talk to you. And you can't really do it this year because Kelce was slipping towards like the middle to the end of the second round a year ago, that you could do the Kelce Kittle, and it didn't work out because Kittle got hurt. But if you want to go Kelce at the end of the first, or wherever the hell like Waller is going, like first and third, Kelce and Waller, and monopolize that position, you just create such a gap between you and your league. It's not a straight, narrow path to winning your fantasy football championship, but it's one of those decisions that if you get it right, you're probably going to win.
Sure. And what I'll push back on is you have 2 years where Kelce has done that in the last 4, but you also have 2 years where he was right around 12.5, 13 points per game. One of those years, he was 0.1 ahead of number 2 tight end, and not even that far ahead of the 3 and 4 tight ends. But it comes down to, you can make that a same argument about last year's running backs and say Aaron Jones at the back half of the first round was putting up 3 more fantasy points per game than whoever was in the second round of running backs. And that'd be Nick Chubb was as well. So again, you're not wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong either. It's just when it comes down to it, if that gap is true, I would draft Kelce at the end of the first round. I'm just worried that if it's the other 2 years where the gap is 0.1, or he was actually second place in points per game the 1 year, that's the concern you have, is now you spent 0 difference on a tight end position with what you sacrifice at running back. So that's all it is. If you want to say, I guarantee you Kelce's going to outscore everybody else at the tight end position by 3 points per game, even 2.5 points per game, I'm with you. Take him at the end of the first round.
Again, I don't think it's just everyone, because I think that the replacement level at running back, you can find a running back. You don't always find the running back, but guys pop up throughout the year. It's just at tight end, although it is only one allocated spot on your roster, everyone has to play one. And it's not like you're just going to randomly pick up a guy who challenges Travis Kelce as the number one tight end off the waiver wire, where you can patch weeks together with running backs that way. And especially at receiver, you can find guys.
That's fair. Like I said, we do this every single year, and I'm not saying you're wrong to do it. It's just why I don't.
That's because you're a chicken. You're like Michael Johnson when he took on Donovan Bailey in that 150-meter sprint. You're a chicken. That's what you are.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll take all my championships.
Okay. I mean, hey, I'll be the Donovan Bailey. I'll be the one who sets the world record. I'm playing for first here. And I mean, that's also the difference between how my fantasy strategy goes versus other people's, where, I mean, I am smart enough to know that I am not going to win my fantasy league every single year. What I try to do is put myself in the optimal position that if I get this year right, that I am going to win. And it loses more often than it wins. But if you can win once every 4 years, you're doing way better than everyone else. And that's sort of the approach that I try to take to it. I'm not trying to play for fourth and be the fourth best team. I kind of want to be the best team or the worst team.
Always, if you're not first, you're last. But I also have a lot of championships to prove for it. So do you. It can work. Let's make one thing clear. Any strategy can work. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I don't know how you feel, but I mean, this seems to be a debate. I don't know why it's resurrected this year, but the 0 RB. I think it's ignorant to be 0 RB. But if you're the only person in your league doing it, and that's what the key is with that, in my opinion, if you're the only person doing it, guess what? It can work, and it might even work and get you a championship. A lot of strategies can work.
Yeah, I think that the best overall method for a floor in your league, and I don't really go by this, but it depends on what pick you get. If you get one of the optimal running backs with your first 5 picks, you take one of them, and then you probably don't even need to take any for the next 10 rounds if you don't want to. Build yourself a super team. But if someone of value, drops to you and they happen to be a running back, I'm not opposed to taking them. I'm probably far more pro 0 RB than you, just because I think that people gobble up running backs so quickly that it just presents so much value at every other position. And I do things like take Travis Kelce in the first round and just different weird things like that going down the list. I'm not afraid to double up with another elite tight end and play them as my flex just to box out people from that position in my league. Because then all of a sudden, if Darren Waller is the guy who is the one who challenges Travis Kelce, well, no big deal. I got them both.
Yeah. And, all these things can work. No, that's why I said it while you were talking, was the bell cow. That's what I say, bell cow running back. Get me one guy I know whose floor should be about 10 or 12 fantasy points per week, because I say bell cow for fantasy because Austin Eckler's not a real life bell cow, but for fantasy, he's a bell cow. There's kind of that difference there. So maybe we need even a different term. But that's where it is. I have done the Kelce thing just because I've been at the 11th pick and enough running backs have gone off the board. Tyreek Hill is gone. We still don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. And I don't really want to take that next tier of wide receivers because I know they'll be there in round 2, or even the running backs, that the tier we've now dove into already because how the draft is gone, that it's the same. It's the same as who's at 11 that there's going to be at the second pick of the second round. So I've done the Kelce thing. I don't like it as much. And to come back to it, any strategy can work if you know what you're doing, honestly.
The Los Angeles Chargers are up next for this. Justin Herbert, the reigning offensive rookie of the year, returns. Their over-under is 9 on the dot to make the playoffs, plus 137.
You didn't ask me again.
I'm not asking. I'm just trying to run through this now. To win the division, you've had time to go look these up, and I know that you have. Win the division to beat the Chiefs
legitimately haven't.
Would be 6-1. To win the conference, 16-1. And to win the Super Bowl, 33-1. One of the most popular bets on DraftKings DraftKings Sportsbook for future wagers on the NFL so far this season is the Los Angeles Chargers to win the Super Bowl at 33-1 at the moment. I know that when we get into the pick show and the future show and Feinberg is on, he will tell you that is a great bet. I'm not necessarily there on it, but let's talk about Herbert and how he stacks up. Is Herbert going too high at quarterback right now versus we mentioned that tier earlier with the Mahomes tier, and I think it goes down to Russell Wilson, but I think that Herbert is firmly as a part of that next tier of quarterback.
I say next tier, yes, if he's the next tier. The problem is that tier is getting so close to the one above it that it's kind of pushing its heels and kind of almost not 100% moving into combining the two, but it's getting close. That we've almost kind of separated Mahomes, Allen, and Murray and kind of now moved the tier, so to speak, and they've kind of fallen into their own because the concern about Dak and Lamar have made them pull back closer to Wilson and Herbert and Aaron Rodgers with his situation, all that type of stuff. Herbert, let's preface this with the fact that he surprised me last year. I was too low on Herbert. I was too low on Herbert because I watched 3 years of him in college, not improving against mediocre competition. You can argue the people he's playing with, but you want to see signs. And what we saw from Herbert in college was that played well when the pressure wasn't on him, kind of fell apart when it was. And I had concerns that not only he wasn't going to be the starter, which he wasn't, it was Tyrod Taylor, and then he got stabbed in the chest by his doctor. But Herbert, from day one, looked better than I expected. I'll admit that. At the same time, the final few 5-6 games started to see some flaws. And it wasn't just the pressure thing that I brought up. It was some of, look, defenses are starting to figure you out. They're starting to get the book on how do we make you make mistakes? Where do we trap you? Where do we disguise coverage? And it's going to make the comparison I make quite often with Jared Goff, who Emery Hunt brought up to me when it was happening. Is Jared Goff way back when, it was 2-3 years ago now, when he had the fall off and he's never really come back. He was playing exceptional until late in that season when defenses finally said, oh, Sean McVay's the genius. Let's disguise our coverage and not switch our formation, switch our coverage, switch, whether or not we're blitzing, hide, mask, whatever. They did all that. They waited for the headset to click off, where Jared Goff now had to make that decision on his own. I use that as an example to not say that Herbert's going to be Goff. I don't think he's that bad by any stretch of the imagination. I just think we have to understand that the last 5 or 6 games tells us that maybe we need to just be a little tentative on immediately thrusting him into this Russell Wilson tier because of how good he played. That there are a lot of quarterbacks, there's a lot of players where the NFL figure you out, and then all of a sudden you're mediocre going forward. I think he's better than mediocre, but I bring all that up to say I would not take him anywhere close to Russell Wilson.
And he is going one spot ahead of Russell Wilson in early fantasy drafts right now. Pick number 46 to Wilson's number 47, which is still just too high for quarterbacks for me. But either way, like Lamar Jackson's on that tier at 44. He's the 5th running back off the board. I would just take Lamar Jackson in that spot versus the other two. I think Lamar Jackson is elevated even above those two. Wilson and Herbert, I think, are somewhat close, but I definitely have Wilson ahead of Herbert. I guess the Herbert decision comes down to, do you think that he has the potential to be a top 3 quarterback this season? Because I remember during the flex draft last year, I drafted my team with that Kelsey strategy, and I didn't end up with any good running back. So essentially what I had to do was try to shoot for the most upside at every position. And it almost worked. I got boxed out with a just horrifying loss in the final week of the season to miss out on the playoffs. And my team was kind of rolling at that point. It was the Kyler Murray thing. And Kyler Murray was my hinge pick last year. I reached on Kyler Murray because I assessed the situation. I said, you know what? If things break right for Kyler Murray this year, he is going to be the number 1 fantasy running back. He needs to essentially just do the Lamar Jackson of the year before, but throw for a few more touchdowns and start to run on that consistent basis. And he was doing that until he got hurt. So it didn't quite hit that ceiling. And that's what I needed him to hit for that to come through for me. If you're going to take Herbert at this spot, you need to be able to convince yourself that he could be potentially the number 1 quarterback overall. And I just don't think that he's going to be.
No, neither do I, because I look at him last year too, and he's going to run a little bit, but what was it, 200, 250 yards last year and 5 rushing touchdowns. And I kind of emphasize that 5 to say it's a lot for somebody only running 200, 250 times. Could he still do it again? Sure. I mean, Dak was 306 for 3 straight years or something like that. It could happen, but you chop off 2 rushing touchdowns to be reasonable expectation of somebody running that infrequently. And you say, well, now you've already lost 12 points, and we know how slim the margin is at quarterback for that to happen. And now you take that away and you need to start throwing like Tom Brady did last year. And Tom Brady didn't even finish as a top 5 quarterback throwing it for as much as he did. Actually, on a points per game basis, Tom Brady is a low-end QB1 because he doesn't run. And that's what matters in fantasy. So I know we're not talking this division, but if you want to go the Kyler Murray route, we talked about it on that show.
It's Jalen Hurts.
It's Jalen Hurts, because you run for 800 yards and 7 touchdowns. You don't even need to throw for 25 touchdowns. You just need to throw 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns with that rushing, and you're probably getting close to the top 5 already.
I have Jalen Hurts projected at 736 yards and 5.5 touchdowns as his median projection. I think that's conservative, and that already puts him above Justin Herbert for the year in total fantasy points when you combine his like 3,900 passing yards and 22 touchdowns to go along with it.
Yeah, and I would say you bring that down to 3,500 yards because maybe he doesn't pass very well, because he had flaws. We talked about it on that show. Go watch that show. But also the rushing touchdowns, that's where I think is the conservative part. I could easily see running 7+. I mean, Kyler Murray just ran for 11, and I'm not even putting that on him. But you tell me he's running for 700+ yards, I would put 7+ touchdowns with that.
And just the difference is that Herbert's going to be the starter all year long. Herbert's going to be good, but he's going to be good in the way that Matt Stafford and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers all have these like peak years and can pop up and be quarterback number 4 or quarterback number 5. And maybe it's a little bit more with Herbert because of the potential rushing ability, but you think that they probably rein that in just a little bit. They don't want him out there running like Josh Allen because he doesn't need to. That's not a part necessarily of how they want that offense to work. At least in my projection, I don't see that. So when I see someone like Hurts, the downside is most definitely there. I'm not saying he's going to outscore Justin Herbert, but there's a path for Jalen Hurts to be the number 1 fantasy quarterback, where I don't think that exists for Justin Herbert.
Completely agree. Yeah, I mean, you talk about rushing too. It's like Daniel Jones ran for over 400 yards and just 1 touchdown last year. He could have had 2. We all know that clip. But just that kind of running where you just mentioned is not Josh Allen, it's not Kyler Murray, or even Deshaun Watson, even Dak Prescott. Like that kind of running, like they're not getting plays called. They're not calling their own number that much at the goal line where you can really bank on the rushing touchdowns.
Well, how about this? If Joe Burrow is healthy and 100% week 1, does Joe Burrow outscore fantasy-wise Justin Herbert this year?
I do have Joe Burrow as playing week 1 and playing 16 games.
Well,
17.
Let's work on a hypothetical here. Let's work with the standard that we're doing this. And they play. I know. I just listen to me for a second. We're going to play the hypothetical. We're going to project it out over 15 games. What's the percentage of time that Justin Herbert finishes as the better fantasy quarterback, assuming no injuries, no benching, anything like that everyone is 100% healthy? Herbert is what, a 55%, 60%? Like lean in that?
I was going to go a little bit higher. I was going to say 60, 65. So not that far off.
I'd
say 2 out of 3 times.
Okay, let's call it 66.66667% that Herbert beats Burrow in fantasy scoring. The difference between drafting those guys right now, Herbert is going at pick number 46 and Burrow is going at pick 111.
I knew you were going.
Like that's more than double.
Insane.
Like,
well, and let's can I bring another quarterback in this conversation? Because
is it Stafford? Or Watson?
No, it's the rookie. And talk about talent coming out of college. And Trevor Lawrence, for everyone, like he's the best since. Yes, this is the first time in a long time where you can actually say, yes, he is the best since. If Trevor Lawrence doesn't work in the NFL, just cancel evaluations, cancel knowing anything about football. But Trevor Lawrence could outscore Joe Burrow. Like I would say that's probably like more 50-50. But if you want to even put him in there, and I'd say what Trevor Lawrence is going after Joe Burrow.
Yes, well after.
See, so there you go. You're telling me that Trevor Lawrence can't come have a rookie season with the weapons he has in Jacksonville under Urban Meyer, with all the questions about that defense, being able to stop anybody and that they're going to have to score. And then you tell me that Justin Herbert's rookie season can't just be replicated by Trevor Lawrence. And I would say you're crazy because I think it's easily doable for him.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back. We say goodbye excitedly, sometimes reluctantly, but excitedly. We say goodbye to Brendan Glasheen, and we welcome in Tom Carroll, who is going to, get comfortable in front of that microwave, fella, because 4 straight Sims with TC. So you all need to buckle up, prepare, get some lineups in the DK Sim Fam Friends League lobby, and get ready, because it begins with some Rams-Niners action here on a Saturday. How are you?
I am doing well. Just made contests for the 3 Sims I'm doing after this one. So get in there, join the free roll. And I got some golf on in the background. I'm strapped in.
Nice.
Crushing a smoothie ahead of time, trying to, make sure my health is in order. I'm good to go. Long day ahead of me. Get my nutrients in, my vitamins. I got a wooden nickel to the right of me, ready to give that sucker out. And I'm happy to start the day off with you, Geoff. I ended my night with you last night, and now here I am starting my next work day with you here again. What a treat. We don't get to work together like this anymore. I don't know.
I know, but 2 in a row.
Whatever it is with the scheduling, we don't cross paths as much anymore. I
feel like you are more apt to do evening Sims. Maybe that is partially because of the time difference as well.
Yeah, there's that, and also
going away. That's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
So,
it's gonna be tough. I was thinking about that. It's like I like doing these night Sims because if I do 8 and 10, it's 7 and 9 for me.
Right.
My night's done at 10:15. It's another solid 2+ hours to watch TV, maybe do a little work, hang out, talk with some friends. Like, it's gonna be different getting out to the East Coast. Maybe I'm gonna try and do the 6 and 8 instead of the 8 and 10. So I don't know. That's gonna be weird. That's gonna be a balance.
We may spend more time together because I don't do a lot of Madden After Dark, and you are often involved on Madden After Dark.
Very much so.
So there you go. Our leaders at the U.S. Open, by the way, because you mentioned golf, are Richard Bland and Russell Henley currently. At least, let me see. Let me refresh. Let me make sure that's still accurate. Yes, still Bland and Henley at 5 under.
Oosthuizen in 3rd, tied with Wolf. Rahm and Watson in 5th. Shout out Bubba Watson having a nice weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Xander Schauffele in there in 7th, tied with a bunch of dudes. Phil Mickelson coming off that major victory that no one saw coming at +5 here on a Saturday. So not going to see a back-to-back major win for Phil. To be expected, but hey, worth mentioning.
This is the early bird special. I called it the Will Shanahan or McVay coach longer free roll. We can talk about the 2 of them a little bit later on if we feel like it. Really, I was just looking for a bond, a thread between these 2 teams, and
those guys get put together quite a bit. I mean, same division,
options.
But
young,
the two young guys.
Coaches. Both teams looking to get back to the promised land. They both lost Super Bowls since their time as head coaches. But what's your lineup look like? Because I got to tell you, I really like mine.
Oh, okay.
Yours.
I have Raheem Mostert, Niners, DST, Kittle, Kupp, Reynolds, Woods.
Okay, so we have...
I don't mind this lineup.
As to be expected in showdowns, we have very similar builds. I went with Raheem Mostert in the captain spot, as you did, and almost 40% of people in general. Very chalky in our small contest. 92% owned overall. I have Bobby Trees, Robert Woods, George Kittle. I was between him and Cooper Kupp. I had the salary for both, but I went with Kittle. Debo Samuel, Kendrick Bourne, new Patriot, contractually obligated to tell all of you that, and Josh Reynolds, who's just he's a must. You got to have Reynolds at $5,200, getting about a dozen points of Sims. Have to roster him. You gotta. I don't have the guy who's a perfect 2 for 2 for 8 yards, and that is Jared Goff. And right there, that's a 10-yard pickup for none other than Tyler Higbee, who is not in my lineup either.
Midwest Heather wishing me a happy birthday.
Nice.
Not
happy
my birthday.
bud.
It is not my birthday yet, but it is my birthday next Friday. So, and
go.
I will be doing a sim with you, I believe.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I wanted to do a sim on my birthday. I even wrote it on the Google Doc where we put our schedule in. I put 1X. I said, want to do 1 sim on my birthday.
How many years young will you be at that point?
29. So fine.
Man.
The big 2-9.
Got you by a solid decade. I just feel old.
TL's not going to be working. Bummer.
She
I
writes
wonder who's on the...
For maybe the first time ever, she writes, "Oh, I'm sad I'm not working."
Yeah, TL is my homie. We enjoy working together.
Tara Lynn, our producer. We got Daniel, our technical director, who is the gift of all things Fast and Furious to me. He provided me a code to watch Fate of the Furious last night, so I did that. Thank you again, Daniel. Bert,
how come you needed a code for that?
Well, because he owns it, and I don't, and so he provided me. He was
like on Apple.
Yeah, like one. I mean, it was the Movies Anywhere app. He was able to like send me a screen pass. They're called. And that allowed me to watch his movie. It's like he rented it out to me, basically.
Okay,
but free of charge. I got the Dreamstream discount.
Very nice, very nice. I did not know that existed, how it worked, all that stuff. That's a foreign universe to me. We watched a movie last night here after the Sims. I opted for a movie instead of basketball.
Mm-hmm. Got to do that sometimes. I get it.
Yeah, it's just, disconnect from sports a little bit.
Sure.
Morgan and I watched A Quiet Place for the first time.
Now, I haven't seen it. I mean, I know about it, like, conceptually, but I haven't seen it. Did you like it?
Really liked it. So we were deciding between that and Knives Out. Those were two movies that we hadn't seen.
Knives Out I've seen and do really enjoy.
Yeah, they were both on our list. We've tried to rent Knives Out before, and for some reason we just didn't over the course of the last 2 years or so. So we're like, all right, it's going to be Knives Out or Quiet Place. Opted for Quiet Place because there's a second one coming out that we're going to want to go see.
Correct. I think
we're
it's
big Office
out,
people. We support John Krasinski, so we said okay. And the second one came out already. Cool, good to know.
Yeah, I believe that is in theaters currently.
So we will go see that. But it was good, really good. On your seat the whole time. If you're not into the type of movie where you're going to be startled constantly, then you wouldn't like this movie.
I'm not a scary movie guy.
It's not a scary movie. It's a startling movie.
I'm not a horror movie guy. I know this is not a horror movie. It's more of a suspenseful, would you classify it as thriller or more suspense?
Thriller, suspense vibe for sure. Not a horror movie from my view. Maybe it's in the horror genre, but it's much more of the thriller, etc.
I don't know how I'd feel about being startled constantly. The occasional startle
every 5
doesn't bother
minutes.
me, but the constant startle, I'm not sure I'd enjoy that.
Yeah, it's terrifying, but not in a scary way.
Terrifying.
It's like if the world became what it is like in that movie, I'd better off just moving on to another world.
Just die, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Tara Lynn, I would off myself.
Yeah, exactly.
What am I trying to live for?
Great movie.
To experience more of this?
Completely lived up to the hype for me. Really enjoyed it.
Jeffrey Koff, you watched Dave yet? Jeffrey, I've watched the first 2 episodes on Hulu, the Lil Dicky show, for anyone that hasn't seen it.
I've heard that's good.
They just started season 2. I watched the first 2 episodes of season 1. Really enjoyed it. Excuse me, laughed a lot, lived up to expectation. For anyone that has seen it recently or in general, or just remembers it really well, I got to tell you, and Jeffrey, this will speak to you, the payoff on like the long con, as it's called, but the payoff on the Macklemore joke at the end of episode 2 is strong. It's strong. I won't give anything away for anyone that, does go watch it at some point, but good joke.
The Bad Boys of Pop saying A Quiet Place is a weird theater experience. You can hear everyone eating candy except the floor candy. Floor candy is quiet and safe. For monsters, at least.
Death Pause says Ducey stars in the sequel to Not a Quiet Place.
Ducey would not do well in the world in which Quiet Place exists.
Yeah, he would not survive.
He'd be done in a few minutes.
Daniel says you should watch A Quiet Place in theaters, then watch Dunkirk on IMAX.
I liked Dunkirk a lot.
Tara Lynn, by the way, had mentioned that you freeze pops. We put TL on the spot earlier.
Ooh.
We asked her, said, all right, you're doing a shift. Not unlike today. You're doing a 12-2-4. You are doing a producer shift. Who is your dream stream combo of commentators for each broadcast?
Okay.
And you made her lineup. You were one of the six, because remember, it's just 2-2-2.
Yes.
She had Glash and I together.
Okay.
She had you and Rossi, I think it was.
Okay, love that combo. Yeah,
and,
one of my favorites.
And I believe it was Emerson and Geoff was the other trio.
Ooh, Emerson and Geoff, I like that combo.
So
yeah, that's a solid
nice
6.
That's
a very, very solid 6. Honored to have made the cut there.
See?
And
yeah.
no
Oh,
TP.
and she points out, and not undercover boss Tom. She does not want him doing the stats because he is too positive.
Yeah, he is a positive guy for sure.
Needs to be brought down to positivity a little bit when she's around. Got to dial it back. She wants Daniel only.
What about Bert? He's not hurting anyone.
Bert and Ops. No, she singled out Bert and Ops. But I mean, the Ops is so like streamlined now. You're basically choosing between two people. Bert's here all the time, everywhere, and then T-Pike.
Yeah, Bert is here on every sim today. What, did you just miss the first one, Bert? I know he's on 5 out of 6. I mean, he's
around all of the day. All of the day.
At that point, why not just do 6? He misses the 6. Okay.
The 6, but that's it. What do you need, a dinner break? That's not the
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Bert.
I kind of understand it, I guess, if you're gonna have the dinner in between. But if I'm gonna do 5, I would honestly, if there's a day where I have to do 5, I'll tell Drew, put me on all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
At least at that point, you can say you've done it.
Yes.
I've talked about it a lot. I've never executed. I'm all talk in this regard, but I've mentioned like the Cough-a-thon, baby, the all day. Let's go. But I've not pulled the trigger on it. Lindenbaum says,
I've gotten
LOL.
4.
Lindenbaum says, LOL, Cough gets nightmares, and then Mrs. Cough has to make him some warm milk and sing him lullabies until he calms down and is able to fall back to sleep. You left out spoon me and rub my belly, Jordan. We gotta make just make me really comfortable. Bert says he loves us both though. And we you as we get to the end of quarter number 1.
We love the whole team. I dislike no one.
No one? I'm just kidding. Stats coming. Oh, no, Bert says he loves TL and Daniel, not us.
Ah, okay.
Ah.
I understand.
Dang it.
Uneventful quarter.
I get it. Yeah, scoreless. Not a lot going on. 37 for Goff in the air, just 6 for Garoppolo. We'll get a little look-see at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. So Mostert, everybody's captain, 0 yards to this point on the ground.
Not good.
18 for Malcolm Brown on 6 carries. Henderson, 2 for 8.
I am in 15th in our contest, but I do have a defense in my lineup, so sorry.
Calm down. It's contagious.
I just pulled a cough.
It's coming through the Zoom. There's another one. He muted it. 1 for 15.
It's because I have this. I have this smoothie, so you know how you get like the little fruit pieces,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like at the end,
get the chunks. You don't need that.
Like yeah, kind of like all caught down there. I'm gonna cough again at some point. It'll be when we're off camera. I'm holding it in.
Freak of Nature says top notch energy in the sim.
Yes.
Rob Forrest is your leading receiver right now, 1 for 15.
So what do you think about Clips Suns Western Conference Finals? I really hope
a lot
Chris
of it's going
Paul's
to
able to
depend,
play.
obviously, on the health of a couple of studs. Chris
Yeah.
Paul, who quite literally is in the health and safety protocols in the NBA, and then obviously
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard, who's out indefinitely with that ACL situation. These two teams, as they do stand currently, I mean, I think you got to give the Clips an edge, but you get Chris Paul back out on the floor, and I really like Phoenix. I do.
How cool would it be if Chris Paul beats
Wins
the
the
Clippers, and then has to play Blake Griffin to win an NBA Finals?
I mean, I'd rather the Nets not be in the finals, but you know that. I hope they lose tonight, as a matter of fact, in Milwaukee. So I don't even have to keep talking about them. I can just rag on them at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be interesting tonight.
It's going to be a fun West Finals, for sure. No doubt about it.
Bad throw there by Geoff.
On the subject
I have a
of
weird
NBA,
feeling.
By the way, I just want to mention this real quick.
Yeah.
I was pressured. I succumbed to the peer pressure, and then I ran with it, and I went even too far with it, arguably. But I don't think people are going to disappoint. We created a Koff Glashdown. We have the Koff Classic.
Yeah.
Well, instead, because there's one game tonight, we did the Koff Glashdown. It's a showdown for the Nets Bucks. $1 entry, 100-person contest. Payout to the top 20, so it's a good distribution there. Top prize is about $13. We created the contest in the middle of the last sim, not long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Only 20 spots to fill.
All right, I'll get in there.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Just $1 to enter, folks.
Koff Glashdown Nets Bucks. Here we go.
It is.
Boom. I'll reserve a spot.
20 more spots. Let's go. I mean, you got plenty of time. Lineups don't lock for another 4 hours, but in the interest of just reserving your spot and filling the thing, let's go.
I have reserved a spot. Very easy to do, people. Open the app. If you're in the SimFam, go to your notifications. It is probably towards the top like it was for me. Click it, reserve it, and then make your lineup in a little bit. Wait for things to kind of settle down. People setting, injuries and all this stuff. Okay, this is who we know is going to start. Bada bing, bada boom. Make your lineup, get in there.
As Glash will tell you that I'll tell you, it's not going to fill if we don't, or it's not going to run if we don't fill it. So let's get on in there. Daniel says the Koff Glashdown is too long. We got to shorten it to Clashdown.
Ooh, I like that.
Gloff down.
The first one was better.
Gloff down.
The first one was better for sure.
Yeah.
Must be saying his wife is in third in the Moose Classic. Congratulations to his wife.
Keep it up.
By the way, we didn't discuss this last night. Moose Classic filled. In your face, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it
did. In your face.
It did, and I'm glad it did, but it did with help, including, I think, from you.
Oh, very much so.
Even Moose, and when I say help, I'm not against promoting it. People should be promoting it. I promoted it plenty. But next level is tweeting out the link.
Tweeted it out for him.
That's next level. Even Moose was like, now I'm kind of mad at Tom and Glass for tweeting it out.
Oh, did Glass tweet it too? Good.
Yeah. So on 4th down, they went for it. Bold. Fortune favors the bold. Malcolm Brown, a touchdown.
You know what? I'm mad that Geoff is mad at me for that, and I will confront him.
You should. All I know, are you working with him later tonight?
I am, yeah.
Good. Confront him on it. And then
I'm trying to help him.
When you do, remind him that when he creates next weekend's 200.
Oh, I'm not going to tweet it.
It's not going to fill.
I'm not going to tweet it, and I will not join now. I will not be reprimanded or criticized for helping a friend who needed help.
Yeah, but he didn't want it. He didn't want the help because he wanted to make a statement. He wanted to prove that it was going to fill without help. And maybe it would have. But you know what, Moose? We're never going to know, are we? We are never going to know.
No, we will know because next week I will not join and I will not help promote it.
Yeah, but you know what he's going to say? You know what his cop-out's going to be?
It's not going to be because it's not a major.
It's not a major.
But then don't make it 200 spots.
No, but he said golf will always fill with 200.
You can't have it both ways, Geoff.
Yeah, Moose.
Just trying to help out my buddy. My buddy Moose makes his first contest for golf for the DK Sim fan.
You try and support the guy, right?
And then look at that. Come on.
Egg on your face.
Maybe I'm the idiot, Koff. Put myself out there, vulnerable, and this is what I get.
Vulnerable.
Put my heart out there just to be crushed. Because it's funny, because when him and I were doing a sim before the contest was to be filled, I think it was a Tuesday night, I was like, dude, you got to tweet it out the day before. He's like, no, I'm not tweeting it out. I'm like, why not? And he didn't really have a good answer for me. So, yeah, I'm just not going to do that. Not going to do that. So I woke up that next morning. I was like, you know what I'm going to do? Tweet this out for him. I bet it helped.
7-0 Rams. I guarantee it helped.
Yeah.
Guarantee it helped.
And then Glash did too.
Herb says Moose is wearing it. And I spent entire Sims promoting that thing. Glash was wearing stupid antlers on his head.
Oh,
so
okay.
You know what,
is that what it was? I think I saw on Instagram from Tara Lynn with
that's
Glash
what
with
okay.
Antlers. So I thought there was admittedly I didn't have volume on the story when I was viewing it, so I didn't know what was going on. But I saw Glash with antlers. I thought there must have been some sort of Christmas pun happening, but now it makes sense. Gotcha. She says it was horrendous.
Carolyn's forehead says, I only played the golf to show DK SimFam support. I have no interest in golf, LOL. So couple things to that. One, I don't want, obviously we tell you all the time, hop in the contest, we love to fill it, pay out to the top whatever, it's $1 to enter, all that good stuff, all the stuff we regurgitate, and that certainly I tell you with the contests that I create. But Carolyn's forehead or anybody else, never jump in because you feel pressured. It's one, I guess if enough people feel this way, it makes a difference. But one person kind of like voting Republican in Massachusetts, it's probably not going to matter. You know what I mean?
Farting into the wind.
Yeah. So one person, not the biggest deal in the world. If you don't know golf, you don't really care for golf, don't play the contest. Don't excuse me. See, contagious. Don't let us pressure you into playing a contest. Don't ever let that happen. Really. I would rather you not play than feel pressured to play. So, that being said, Jordan Lindenbaum says only 9 spots left in Coughs. So whoever is not yet, come join. It could be your night. Better hurry.
Right on the back end of Cough's little diatribe about not feeling peer pressure, which is completely cloaked in tons of peer pressure to feel peer pressure the whole time. I mean, we read right through this, Cough.
But it didn't feel that way at the time, right? Wasn't it delivered well?
Here we go. By the way,
but wait, real quick. What I was going to say, just before it escapes me again. So let Moose know he should create his 200-person contest for next weekend for whatever tournament it is. Tell him you're not going to tweet it. Glash isn't going to tweet it.
Nope, no support from me.
Tell him we're not even going to promote it.
I will not speak about it.
We're not even going to talk about it. And good luck filling it, you jerk. 200 people. Good luck to you.
Brian Carroll on YouTube saying, Mom watching and listening, but it says Dad's name. Hello, Mom. I got my mom and grandma watching this right now. Everyone be nice.
Here we go. Lindenbaum, if you do not join, you're a horrible person that will never win 10 cents in The Sims again. Big throw. Whoa! Got it off
touchdown.
Defender. Go! Touchdown, San Fran. New
It's your
Patriot
boy.
Kendrick Bourne. 43-yard score.
There you go. I love when touchdowns happen off weird deflections like that. Yes. You see that more in Madden than you do in real life. It happens in Madden enough where it's almost like overkill. Like it shouldn't be as prevalent in these games as it is, because we want to mirror real life. But here we are. A deflection touchdown here by the Niners. Kendrick Bourne, who, for my money, is a much more impactful player in Simland than I think he will be in real life. I don't know how you feel about that, Cuff. Kendrick Bourne, not really tickling my fancy in the way of, making Pro Bowls or anything up in New England. But yeah, nice player.
I don't
Glad he's with the
Pro Bowler
Pats.
in Simland either. But.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's not a guy. When I look at the Patriots roster and say, who's got the potential to have a 1,000-yard season, Kendrick Bourne is not a guy that jumps out at me. I will give you that.
Especially if Cam Newton is to play quarterback. Bad Boys of Pop saying, tell Moose that his contest next week will be a quiet place.
Yeah, it's going to live in a quiet place for sure.
Hey!
That's what we
That's
call
actually a good
back.
That's good. That's good stuff.
Choker says, did Koff create the MLB contest today, or is it lost in my pile? Choker, I did. I did the early slate, locked at 1 o'clock.
Mike Bizzle saying, with 2,400 members of the DK Sim fam, what's 200 a week involved for 4 days a week? I don't necessarily understand the question. Maybe I'm dumb. But yeah, I think if this is what you mean, Mike Bizzle, it shouldn't be that difficult to have a 200-person contest fill when you have multiple days to do it for a 4-day contest. Like, yeah, in theory, but golf is more niche than, say, the NBA or NFL. So for non-majors, maybe there's not as big of interest for these tournaments that aren't as popular. So,
well, I mean, I will say, maybe to Bizzle's larger point, it does surprise me, 2,400 people ballpark in the DK SimFam Friends League, that any contest, like regardless of the sport, golf, basketball, baseball, hockey, even, like, you name it, it surprises me that any 200-person contest doesn't fill pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know, I guess you guys tell me what you think in the chat, but I guess I chalk that up to maybe so many people have their notifications turned off, and so they don't get the contests, and then from there they're just not regularly checking the lobby to see what's available, or something was created too late in the day for it to realistically fill. Like golf, if you, like what Moose did, to give him credit, if you create a golf contest for 200 people, but you create it like 5-6 days out from the start of the tournament, that really should fill no problem.
Yes.
Like that should fill no problem with no promotion, just because of the sheer volume, the number of people that are in the league. That it does surprise.
That's just math.
Especially because it's one buy-in for a 4-day sweat.
Right.
Like that's great. That's at $1. I mean, come on.
It's great value.
I'm seriously. I mean, it's you're paying a quarter a day to be entertained by the sweat. Or, maybe you go out basically at the weekend, but still it's 50 cents a day. It's not a high, heavy investment. But if I were to create a, 200-person NBA contest at 1 o'clock with lock 8 hours later, or 6 hours later, I guess it would be, for an average night, I understand how that might not fill. I get that. How you have to really promote that and amp that up. But yeah, I mean, big numbers, baby. Big numbers. Got a lot of people here.
Burt Macklin saying Debo and Reynolds putting up bagels thus far. I have Reynolds. I believe you have both those players?
Reynolds and Debo? Yep, I've got them both. Yep. And you know what? I stand by my build. I like my lineup.
Even if it's not showing to be a good lineup, you still stand by it. You did have the Kendrick Bourne touchdown, though, so you're probably doing better than you're giving yourself credit.
I'll take a look at where I'm at.
Let's see where I am. I'm in 60th. That makes
54th
sense.
54th for me, so we're still in the same general vicinity of one another.
Mostert not having a good game.
Nope, not so far.
He's got 7.65 in my captain spot. So,
only
gonna
5
need
spots
more
left
from you
for the Nets Buck Showdown tonight, by the way. So, excellent job, all of you.
That'll fill.
DJ Shakedown says, I work at a place where I cannot have my phone with me for 8 hours, so I play when I can. Totally get
Makes
it.
sense.
We are all different, living different realities in that respect.
DJ Shakedown, tell me if you're the same way. That's a touchdown.
Who's got it? Is my guy Reynolds? Is it?
Yeah, there you go.
Josh Reynolds.
That helps us both. I have my notifications turned off, and this is no knock on the DK Sim fam, but it is a very active group in making contests, and I typically only join the free rolls for the broadcasts I work on. I pop in some other ones here and there just to have some fun, and then I'll join. If Koff sends me a head-to-head when I'm in head-to-head mode. Mid-season, I'll join. I'll definitely do some NFL head-to-heads, but generally speaking, I'm not joining, the, dozen plus contests that come in every day on the app. So I have the notification turned off. So that might be a contributing factor.
Yeah, I also don't get the notifications for the most part, but I will almost daily. I think pretty much daily, just because I'm so involved in creating contests, our Koff Classics and Showdowns and last minute whatever and stuff that we do, that I typically poke into the lobby and jump into some of the contests created by members of the DK Sim fam when I'm feeling like donating.
Donating to various college funds across the DK Sim fam?
Exactly. Who can we help out today? Burt Macklin, not to be confused with Burt Knops, says Debo's my captain. Let's see a nice second half.
Amen to that.
I'm saying 14-7, the Rams.
Who do you think wins the NFC West?
Man, I'm not a huge Stafford guy, but I do think he's going to be good. I'm not a believer in the Niners.
I want to before you give the answer to my original question, I want you to explain both of those takes you just had. Why are you not a big Stafford guy, and why aren't you a Niners believer?
I don't have a good explanation on Stafford. I've just never watched him and felt like this guy's great. I feel like he's solid. I think he's above average. I think he's good. I think he's very much a volume guy. Like his stats are really rooted in this era, if you will, where everybody, if you're more than halfway decent, is putting up 4,000 to 5,000 yards. If you've got some decently reliable pass catchers, which he did in Detroit and which he will in LA. Again, I think he'll be good. I just don't know that, and I said this at the time of the trade, I don't know that I view him as being so much better than Jared Goff as to where they go from what they were last year right back to being a Super Bowl contender.
Okay.
That's how I feel about Stafford.
Okay.
As far as the Niners,
the Niners thing I'm interested by.
I think that, they have a great defense. Garoppolo, to me, just not to me, the evidence is he has trouble staying on the field. We don't, we don't know what Trey Lance is going to be, obviously. A lot of people have very high hopes for him, but I don't think he starts out of the gate. It's an all right offense, around the quarterback. Like Mostert's good, Kittle's good, Debo's good, but Kittle's the only one of that group that I would say is great. He is obviously one of the top tight ends. Is Mostert, are you going to, without a doubt, declare him as one of the best running backs in the league? I'm not. He's not, I don't think in real life what he is in Simland. I think, again, good, but you don't, he's not a superstar by any stretch. Seattle, I thought that defense was going to be so much better last year than it was. Obviously,
it was among the worst.
Yeah. I thought Wagner, Adams, you're going to have solid defense, but I guess, again, don't always believe what you see in Simland. But you still have Russ, who's still strong. Obviously, DraftKings Metcalf is exceptional. Tyler Lockett, still very solid. You don't have much around those guys anywhere, really, depending, I guess, on what you think of Chris Carson. I really like Arizona. I really do. I'm not so sure I like them to the point where I'm saying that I believe they're going to win the division, but I do think they're a playoff team.
Okay.
I do think they're a playoff team.
They're
And
trending in that direction.
Yeah, and I thought they were going to get there last year, and they fell just short, obviously. But, I wouldn't, especially looking at that division, would you be at all surprised if 3 playoff teams came out of that division?
Not at all. I think that you can confidently say that all 4 of those teams are teams you would consider to finish in the postseason, if that was possible. Like they are all going to be set, top half of the league teams from my view. I personally feel the most confident in the Rams because I think the quarterback spot has been the thing that they were least consistent with since this McVay era has kind of started in LA. And now that they bring in Stafford, he's having a full real off season with this team. A guy that's, win-loss record's one thing, but he's been consistently really good throughout his career. And, you could sort of look at win-loss and be like, well, they haven't made it to the playoffs, blah, blah, blah. But like eye test, you watch that guy play, you're like, that guy is overqualified to play quarterback for the Detroit Lions. He needs to get out of here.
Sure.
So I'm happy that he's going to sort of a ready-made situation. And look, I guess, he had Calvin Johnson, and maybe he should have done more with that, offense that he had there. But
sure.
And they had their little run there, but they weren't. The core didn't stay together long enough, and I know that's hard in the NFL to keep together. But I just feel like the Rams, they have such a good defense. They have good pieces in place. McVay has a system together, and it's go time. They got Stafford there. Their window is now, for sure. They've traded a lot of picks.
They acquired him for the purposes of putting themselves back in the Super Bowl conversation. Sure. They felt last year they were a quarterback away. I just don't know if Stafford is that quarterback.
I personally, and Bert just dropped this in our Zoom, and I agree with him, I think Stafford is significantly better than Jared Goff. Jared Goff is a straight-up bad quarterback for my money. And I know he's had flashes, and he had his little run that got him to the Super Bowl, but that was a very good team. That was a wagon of a team.
Mm-hmm.
Stafford has shown he has elite arm strength and can play at a high level for a bad team. Like that's hard to do.
He plays through a lot of injuries. I'll give him that.
For sure. So I just really, really like the Rams heading into next year. And then I think the second best team in the division is going to be San Francisco. They went 6-10 last year with a decimated roster from COVID and injuries and playing home games in Arizona. Like, to go 6-10 with that roster the way it looked last year and bringing all those guys back pretty much, all healthy now, Shanahan's infrastructure in place. When they were healthy the year before that, they had a lead in the Super Bowl over Mahomes. I just really like everything going on in San Francisco. And if they have injury luck, I think they will have a very good season. Now, it's weird because the quarterback position at San Francisco, it's in flux in a way, but at the same time, it's like almost a good problem to have. Like, Garoppolo has been there for a few years. He's shown that he can be the leader of a team that gets to a Super Bowl. He just hasn't stayed healthy. And now they have a guy that they picked number 3 overall on a good, like, getting a quarterback 3rd overall when you already have a really good team is a very good position to be in. I guess we don't know what Trey Lance is going to be, but
it's a good position.
The math
and
tells you
it depends. It depends on how you want to look at it. Like, it's not a good position. It's good that you have something to build around the quarterback, and then you're getting what you feel is a missing piece for the future. In that sense, it's a good thing. It's a bad thing.
That's the thing that I mean.
Right. It's a bad thing in the sense that you feel like you have a good team and you have to draft a quarterback at number 3. You know what I mean?
Well, right. Totally. And that speaks to Garoppolo not being able to stay healthy. If he can stay healthy.
Do you believe that Shanahan and everyone, quite frankly, among the football brass there, that they would be believers in Jimmy Garoppolo if he had the ability to stay on the field? Or do you
I believe so.
Yeah, so you don't think they were just out on him after the Super Bowl?
I don't think so. I think that health is the biggest thing with Garoppolo.
I agree with that, by the way. But there are many that don't.
Yeah, and I think that that's sort of lazy, right? Because people just look at, oh, he only threw 8 passes in the NFC Championship game. Like, that's all game planning. That does not speak to Garoppolo not being able to, get the job done. His win-loss record as a starter is crazy good.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy good. He's lost less than 10 games, I think, as a starter.
It's not like Garoppolo was there at the line of scrimmage in the Super Bowl and calling audibles because he was afraid to throw the ball and make a mistake.
Yeah, so I don't think that they'd be out on him. I mean, I think it's an on-the-field thing. Like, can you stay on the field? And he can't. So they said, okay, let's get someone in here that we think can be our next guy now while we have the resources to go do it in a quarterback-rich draft. Like, I give them tons of credit for going up there and trying to think about the future while also being competitive in the present. It's rare that a team can do that in the NFL. It's very rare.
Off topic, by the way, Bizzle here says, I got burned in PGA. That's why I'm ducking PGA questions. Bizzle, I have fully admitted my lineup for Moose's contest stunk. Only half my guys made the cut. But what PGA questions do you guys have that I am ducking, that I am avoiding? If nothing else,
answer the tough questions.
I mean, one, I don't see any PGA questions, but two,
I haven't seen
if there are any, I promise I'm not the one you want to ask. I just told you half my guys missed the cut.
I believe Moose will be on at 8:00. So that would be your guy.
He'll be on for the firing squad.
Yeah. I'm
going to
start
it off with, listen, Moose, we were talking earlier.
I'm going to say, Moose, I'm not happy with you.
Create your contest for next week. Go ahead. You could probably make it now. Create your contest for next week. And just so you know, we're going to give you exactly what you want. We're not going to promote this thing a lick. Good luck filling it. Geoff has already said it won't.
To take criticism for tweeting out a link for your contest that needed help to get filled is blasphemous.
I was supporting a friend. It is time of need.
Unreal. You open up your heart, and what do you get? Nothing.
Stomped on.
Unbelievable. Sounds like the first 26 years of my life before I met my fiance.
That is the sweetest load of crap I've ever heard.
I'm proud of myself for that one.
Morgan! Morgan, are you in earshot?
She is watching something in the other room. So she is not. She will be at some point today, though, over the next 4 Sims. It's a small place. Dude, we have so many boxes in our apartment right now, like in anticipation
Getting ready
of this
for the move, you mean?
Yeah, because
when you say boxes, you mean packed, ready to go boxes, or empty?
No, just like
built and filled.
Empty boxes, because her mom works for Costco, so we have a Costco membership, and we go there for gas.
Sure.
So anytime we're going to get gas over the last 2-3 weeks, when we knew this
Show up
move
to the
was happening,
wholesale store. Hi, I'm here for gas
and boxes. And honestly, when you check out at Costco, I don't know.
Give you boxes.
There's a huge bin of empty boxes.
But not the kinds of boxes that are moving boxes.
No, but they're like big enough and sturdy enough to be moving boxes. So we grab.
You can't close them up. They're exposed boxes.
Yeah, but it's good for like clothing and non-breakables. We have so many, dude. And there are some that do close. I'm staring at a large stack of boxes.
Got a lot of boxes in my face.
A lot, seriously.
So many boxes. All right, so Bizzle says, Must Be says, Geoff, why'd you start this crap? Come on, man, be better. What are we talking about? What are we talking about, Must Be? What did I start?
Are you really off for 10 straight days?
So I think it might, it's like 9 or 10, yeah, because I'm taking a break starting, well, a week from today, Saturday of next weekend, and then I'm not working that weekend or the whole week, and then we don't have any sims.
Oh, okay.
Saturday, Sunday of the 4th, weekend. So yeah.
So those are sort of built into it. Nice.
Yeah, I mean I didn't even know that at the time that I.
No, it's good that worked out for you like that.
Time off, yeah. Yeah, I was all prepared to come back and work that Saturday, Sunday. And
right,
and
I saw your exes.
Yeah, they were like, "No, you saw my." Did they ask for me?
I saw your exes in the in the grid.
They I.
Not your real life exes.
You knew them.
Your digital exes.
I saw your digital exes. We're probably getting to that point in society. Actually. Last thing I need you to do is sync up with one of my digital exes. Hey-o.
Dude, my hair is getting so long. I need a haircut.
You and Lamarca, man. It's unbelievable.
I need a haircut. No, Lamarca's next level.
Well, he hasn't cut his hair in like a year and a half. Like, literally.
So he exposed it the other night when him and I were working together. He took his hat off.
It's disgusting.
It's so long. And honestly, I never knew him as a short hair guy. I've only ever known him as long hair with the hat.
Long hair Lamarca, yeah.
I didn't know that was like not a regular thing for him. It's like, this is the first time in my life.
Look at his Twitter avatar.
Yeah, but I figured that might have been from like X amount of years ago, and he's been doing.
It definitely was, but
for sure.
But the haircut, I think, has remained somewhat consistent.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I figured like, long hair, but that must have been his vibe for a while, Be curious. Now it's weird for me to think of Lamarca without the long hair and a hat.
Kevin, easy. I bet you get used to it pretty quickly when he cuts it, stops wearing a hat.
So you have it, or you've been with DraftKings a while. I assume he has as well. So you knew him without the long hair.
I knew another. Well, but here's the thing: Lamarca, even with the short hair, typically wore a hat.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So
he's just a hat guy.
Yeah, just didn't look. Yeah, it's not like he's wearing the hat because he has long hair and he's tired of it. He's just a hat guy. So it really on camera doesn't look all that much different.
Good to know.
Geoff, easy. Don't.
Stop that. Reel it in.
Choker says, imagine if CDA cut his hair, might break the sim. He's going to. He's deliberately growing it to get it to the length where he can donate it.
Who is this?
Christian.
Oh.
He's also not
CDA.
He's also not a long hair guy.
See, that throws me for a loop because I've only known him as a long hair guy, and honestly, he looks good. I think both of them look good in long hair.
No, Lamarca looks terrible, but Christian does look good. You working with Lamarca later? You can tell him I said that.
TL saying, I heard Costco pizza is bomb. It is. The little snack stand they have at the front, they don't have a lot of menu items, but they have a few.
I don't know if they still do. You could speak. I haven't been. So there's Costco and BJ's, and I.
Yeah, BJ's is more of a New England thing. Costco, right. I was not that familiar with until moving here.
So I frequent BJ's. But
yeah, I like BJ's as well.
Costco, I haven't been to in years. But what I remember as being a key difference between the two is Costco had the far superior food in the front of the store. On top of that, Dippin' Dots. Costco had a partnership or something with Dippin' Dots, and they always had Dippin' Dots at the front. And so, like, nice. I couldn't go to Costco and check out without, on my way out, like pushing the
get Dippin'
little
Dots.
carriage up. I'm going to get some ice cream of the future. Yeah, I'm going to get some Dippin' Dots.
Yeah, you know what? Dippin' Dots is interesting because when it came out, right around the millennium, it would market itself as this ice cream of the future.
Yeah.
And the future's here, and ice cream's still killing it. But Dippin' Dots is still around, calling itself the ice cream of the future. But it's like, when is the future?
Dippin' Dots is just sitting back going, it's coming.
You'll see.
You'll see.
They're 25 years into this thing. It's like,
just wait.
Where's ice cream
is a
going?
Broad term, guys. We didn't tell you how long it was going to take, but it's going to be there, and we're going to be there. And this regular soft serve ice cream, or scooped ice cream, gone.
I see it going nowhere, Geoff. I think ice cream is here to stay.
Hot
and look,
take.
Dippin' Dots.
Hot take. Ice
Dippin'
cream
Dots can stay as well. both can coexist. We don't need one to exist and not the other. Like, in fact, if they merged, it'd be great. Imagine going to an ice cream place. Imagine going to an ice cream place and you had the option to get Dippin' Dots every time. I think it'd be a smash hit. In fact, I think it would be good for Dippin' Dots to do that.
I can't tell you how badly I would like to go to the supermarket and get a box of Dippin' Dots. Get a little like little, I don't know, cup of Dippin' Dots out of the freezer section.
Yeah. It's a great
Let me bring that home.
I'm telling you, man. Hey, Dippin' Dots CEO, if you're listening or watching, which you probably are.
What else are you doing on a mid-Saturday?
Call me up. We got things to talk about.
Call us into your board meeting. We'll help. We'll get to the bottom of this. We're ideas men, Dippin' Dots CEO guy.
Robbie Noble saying that my black hat looks hella old. This is actually a very new hat I bought for The Sims because I was told to not wear things with logos.
Yeah, logoed hat.
You know, so I went out and bought myself
Do you have a DraftKings
black hat. No, I don't have any DraftKings gear. It's one of my points of
contention.
About
that. Let's see if we can find you a lid.
I can't even get my boss to email me back, Geoff. I don't know what's going on.
Thought I was your boss.
Yeah, you are. You don't respond to my emails.
That's not true. How dare you?
But it's fair. Funny? I don't respond to your texts. You don't respond to my emails.
It's true. You don't. You've ghosted me over text. I have, I don't know if it's the same, but a very similar plain, boring black hat like you have.
Yeah.
And I always say to myself when I see that we're working together, oh, I should wear mine. We'll look like a couple of bouncers or security guards or something.
Yeah.
And then I always forget to grab it when I finally sit down.
You should. Glash and I did that once, and we had fun with it.
Does he have one?
Club Madden. Yeah, he went out and bought one on Amazon like I did, with the black hat. Like we have the exact same black hat.
I can what that guy's, DraftKings Amazon budget must be with all the different looks that he has had over the last year. And it's no wonder he said, I don't know if I can play you in any more NBA DFS right now because I'm poor and I need to save money. Yeah, it's because he's out there, where can I find an Andy Reid costume? Where can I get a Detroit Lions sweater so I can pretend I'm Matt Patricia?
Yeah, that guy's fake mustache budget is through the roof.
Oh, hey guys, check out my strap-on beard that I have here.
Mike Biz is saying that I deserve
unbelievable.
I deserve DraftKings swag big time. I have 4 Sims in a row. He's so right. I mean, look, I'm out here grinding. I can't even get my boss to respond to
and
me.
Instead, your gears are being grinded. That's what's being happening. That's
about Dippin' Dots and everything else. If I had a DraftKings hat, I'd wear it. How about that? Give me a DraftKings sticker. I'll put it on the black hat.
He'll do it.
I mean, come on.
Sticker.
Just give me a sticker.
100%. By the way, we do have some news, NBA news. Carolyn wants a DK snapback. I want the one that Kenny and Felix have right now, that really slick-looking black DK hat. That's the one I want.
Why does Kenny get a hat?
Because he's like a VIP player or something. I don't know.
Oh, that's lame.
Kawhi Leonard will not travel with the team to Phoenix.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard is not going to play
at home. What's that?
Kawhi Leonard is not going to play another postseason game. He tore his ACL. No, this year.
Oh, okay.
He's out.
Yeah, I mean, not definitively, but probably.
I mean, I don't know of many players that have torn or hurt their ACL that have returned in a matter of weeks ever.
Ido Herzberg, Mr. Herzberg, says most unprofessional commentator on a Saturday insulting the other DK commentators. 10-day suspension without pay. Should have been the last warning. Termination of contract is more appropriate. Is that because I said Lamarca needs a haircut?
You've called out Geoff, Lamarca, Glash, and Ducey on this broadcast.
And it's only the start of the fourth quarter.
So we should just hit them all at this point.
Yeah.
Must be saying, win a freaking contest, Mr. 0-300. It's a great point. It's the fairest criticism I have received on the Dream Stream is that I literally am 0 for 300 on these free rolls. And I'm close to 300, not there just yet, but it's almost impossible math that I haven't won yet with how random these things are, you know?
It's
insane.
It's crazy. Yeah, I was going to say it's perplexing. It's not.
It's like the Cubs going 108
it's
years without winning a
wild.
World Series. Yeah, it's me and the curse of the Billy Goat at this point. It's crazy. I'm in 108th. I will not be winning this free roll.
Let's see where I am. I won one the other day, Thursday. I'm 53rd currently. I'm definitely not going to win this one.
Ashley Edwards is winning currently, according
Nice.
to
Good on you, Ashley.
comment
Keep it
here
up.
on YouTube. There you go. Bert is in 129th.
Well, that's not good.
That's bad. I've been there, Bert. That's a sack there by the Niners DST. That'll help me out.
Sack lunch. Grab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does.
Speaking of Maryland, this is completely random, but I'm just going to bring it up because it was something my friend sent today and I thought it was weird. So Adam Schefter sent out an Instagram today of just a picture of Len Bias.
Oh, okay.
And it said, Len Bias passed away however many years ago today, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the first thing that came to mind was, that's a weird Instagram from Adam Schefter.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think he went to Maryland. Doesn't do college basketball as a
Certainly
sport.
not a huge Celtics fan.
So what are we doing here, Schefter? I mean, I know you're in the sports world, but that was my first thing that popped in my head. Like, why is the most prominent
You got there.
Why is the
I was
most
hoping for a
prominent
safety there.
NFL beat writer Instagramming a picture of Len Bias on, I don't even think it's a significant anniversary of the day that he died. Weird. Just all around weird.
Poker says it's 35 years.
Okay, 35. Fine. That's a round number.
Well, it's a very crooked number.
Well,
It's a
the fives.
milestone.
Oh, there you go. Safety.
Hey!
Love a
You
safety.
can dance where you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
Kaufman's lingering cough did not allow him to...
No, it did not help. I tried to fight through it. I couldn't do it. I tried to battle.
That was really good. So yeah, I don't know. That was just a very weird, random thing that I noticed this morning. Friend sent it to a group chat. That was my first thought. Why is Adam Schefter putting this out there? It's random.
Sean Preston says, Koff is the call-out king. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Is that what I do? Is that what I'm known for around here now? I call people out?
I don't think that that's actually that bad of a thing to be known for.
I also think, I can't remember the last time, and you guys know, I pop into the chat, or I'll tune in sometimes.
He's a
without even
lurker.
Popping into the chat. Yeah, I'll lurk. I can't remember the last time I popped on a sim and didn't hear one of us call somebody out, whether they were listening or not.
That's what it's all about.
That's what happens here, Hersberg.
That's right.
That's what
That's
goes
what keeps
down.
this thing alive. It would be funny to do a roast on here one of these days. The roast of Adam Kaufman.
Oh, man. You have to write some jokes. Prepare.
That would be funny.
Hey, can we get to 200 likes, by the way?
I think
Haven't really,
so.
Been promoting that thing all that much, but let's get there. As Bizzle notes, how about getting to 200 likes? Smash that like button. Let's hit that subscribe button as well. Daniel says, don't we do that every sim? That's a fair point.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Bruce Harding saying he's done well over 1,000 sims, Tommy, and he's only won 3 times. Suck it up, it will come. So that's actually a good point. I mean, if he's done over 1,000, he's only won 3 times. That means I'm on pace to win one soon.
I hope so.
Right around sim 333, I'll get my first win.
My baseball lineup is not doing great so far.
Gabbage.
Aaron Nola's gabbage.
Oh, there was a Rossi roast on the
There was?
Dream Stream.
I don't know.
Apparently must be, says. I have not worked with Rossi since he shaved everything off of his head.
You took it off all right.
And that was last weekend?
It was during the week, I think.
So he probably already has an enormously full beard already.
He does not. That reminds me, I still need to make my donation. We were doing...
Oh, you did that? You were a part of that? Likes for donation?
For the thing? For One Mission Buzz Off.
Awesome.
So I gotta make my donation.
Bad Boys of Pop.
That's I'm gonna write myself a little note here right now.
There you go. Bad Boys of Pop saying, not sure if I've ever won a sim free roll, but he's won a few paid contests. That's better. I'd much rather win the paid than the free rolls. Although, look, free rolls, that's bragging rights right there.
That's true.
Must be. I mean, look, Tom, he says, Tom, you will never win.
You will never win.
At this rate, you're probably right.
It's going to be quite a day, huh?
Oh, I'm going to go nuts. I might quit.
This was my last one. Sorry, boss, you won't write me back, but I'm done.
Michael Strahan, Jerome Bettis, John Elway, Peyton Manning, Tommy Freeze Pops. Retiring on top.
Tony says, there was a safety? Oh my God, I must have blinked.
You missed it.
You sang and everything.
Koff tried to sing and he petered out very quickly. Yeah. I gotta admit, like, if I wasn't working with you and knew that you had the whole cough thing going, it was a good diversion for sure. But I knew that it was because you were avoiding a cough, so I had to call you out.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I am not shy to people calling me out when I do something call out worthy, obviously.
If I didn't know any better, it was good stuff by you, for sure.
I sort of tried to trail off into it a little bit. I tried to lean into it.
It was good. I wish we had like footage I could watch of that. It was very funny.
I'm sure we do. We have Daniel. We have Smash Lana. That ability exists. It definitely exists.
Technology is there.
Jordan Warren says that would have been crazy if Len Bias would have played for the Celtics. They were already good and got the best player of the draft. It's true. That is, of the top 5 what ifs in Celtics history, that is on there. And that is
might be number one.
Might be number one.
And it probably extends Larry Bird's career.
Very well possible.
At number 2 on that list, probably Reggie Lewis, only a few years later.
That'd be on the list for sure. Kendrick Perkins' health, that playoff run would be on
09
there.
Garnett.
Yeah. Gordon Hayward, had he not broken his leg first game as a Celtic?
Is Kyrie Irving still here if Gordon Hayward doesn't break his leg?
Mm-hmm.
Does Kyrie Irving ever become the malcontent that he was?
Yeah.
If the team makes a finals run?
Absolutely.
There's definitely, for a franchise that has won as much as it has, there's definitely some very good
bad luck there for sure.
I mean, having the best odds to
get Tim Duncan,
Tim Duncan.
That's in the top 5. Definitely is the what if the Celtics got Tim Duncan in '97?
What if they got either Odin or Durant? I personally was a Durant guy.
Yeah, and same here, and easy to say now, but I was. But I don't what if that one so much because
they won the title the next year.
Yeah, I mean 5 became Jeff Green, who they turned into Ray Allen. So it, obviously if they
masterpiece by Ainge to make something out of that, because that was a disaster at the time.
Jeff says Len Bias is the number 1 what if. I think he more.
I think it's number 1. I agree.
Right.
I think that's number 1. I think Tim Duncan's number 2. Not to rank Tim Duncan ahead of a young player with great promise dying in Reggie Lewis.
No.
I just think Tim Duncan is one of the 10 best players in NBA history, and the Celtics were mathematically supposed to land him, and they didn't. And instead they got Chauncey Billups, and they traded him away 50 games later.
Yeah, because remember they had 2 picks in that draft, and everyone was like, they're going to get Duncan and Keith Van Horn. Like, they're going to go 1-2. It's going to be Duncan and Van Horn.
Van Horn was good, man.
For a bit, and it wound up being 3 and 6, who were Chauncey Billups, who, turned into a borderline Hall of Famer. I do think he'll get there. Eventually. It took him a while. It took him several stops to really, find his footing.
Yeah, he's a media guy, and he'll get in at some point.
But then Ron Mercer was the other one at number 6 who they took.
Love Ron Mercer.
I thought Ron Mercer was going to be a good NBA player. I did. And he was serviceable. He was around for a little while, Boston, Chicago, maybe somewhere else, but he was never, really good. He was never that guy that got you 20 points a game or anything like that.
Bad Boys of Pop saying Ray Allen has some of the most interesting looking calves of all time. Yeah, they look like just baseballs on the back of his legs.
I can't say I can close my eyes and picture them.
I can, because they are extremely fascinating. It literally looks like 2 tennis balls or baseballs just, in his leg. It's as if someone opened up the skin and put a ball in his leg and sewed it back up. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in shape. Oh, Daniel says the NBA contest filled. Awesome.
Hell yeah.
You guys are great. Seeing Glash was like, we won't get to 100. You can't do it.
Oh, was he doing the neg thing? He was negging people into joining?
Not to the degree that I was with Moose, but he thought we were aiming a little bit high on the 100.
Really? Doesn't he know that you consistently fill larger contests?
I tried to tell him.
Come on, Glash. I haven't worked with Glash in maybe 6 weeks. And that's very, very weird for me, having worked most of my Sims with Glash.
You don't think you've worked with him in 6 weeks?
I'd have to look at the schedule, but it's been a long time. A really long. We worked together on Sunday, I think. So that'll be exciting.
Damon says, what if Marshawn Lynch ran it in? Yeah, that's a great for both Seattle and New England.
For sure.
There are there are loads. Hundreds of great sports what ifs that could have altered the history of franchises, or obviously singular moments like that one that involving that Super Bowl. But you can do that all day. You and Rossi should do that in a sim that you do together.
I would love to do
great sports what ifs.
Yeah, for those specific franchises, for sure.
Yeah, you can evolve there from doing the Mount Rushmore.
I like that. Yeah, we still have a few Mount Rushmores to do. It has been a long time. And Daniel bring up a good point. A large sun has gotten in the way of Freeze Pops and Glash's sim relationship. It's true.
It can be found in Connecticut. Huge sun.
Bert saying, what if the Jags beat the Patriots in the AFC Finals 3 years ago?
Yeah, that was never going to
I think the Jags would still be bad.
Blake Bortles was their quarterback, man.
Yeah, I think
down.
I don't think Blake Bortles would still be there, and it would have made him a great quarterback if they won that game.
I'm not kidding, Bert.
They would have lost the Super Bowl. Well, actually, do you think the Jags would have beaten that Eagles team?
Maybe.
Who the heck knows? That Eagles team's so weird.
Bert, seriously though, and this is obnoxious Patriots fandom. This is obnoxious Patriots media person. I could just living in the area, covering the team, rooting for the team, following the team, all of it. When that game came along, people viewed that as a double bye into the Super Bowl.
Yep.
There was no taking the Jags seriously in the AFC title game. It was cool.
Correct.
2 weeks off before the Super Bowl.
Yeah. People were talking about how should this ring even count for Brady if he beats Mariota, Bortles, and Nick Foles to win a Super Bowl? Right? Do you remember that?
Sure.
People were not taking that seriously at all. Everyone was talking about how the Pats were going to blow out the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean,
that
give
one hurts.
Bill Belichick for his credit, for not looking beyond opponents and players, obviously. But I can promise you, fans looked well beyond that game.
Heck yeah. Tom Brady released a weekly documentary during that postseason. He was so not concerned with his opponents that year.
Jeffrey says, what if the tuck rule didn't occur? For sure. Now,
That's-
I'm not a believer, and there are some out there. Mostly it's the scorn Raiders fans, but
Drew Bledsoe truthers
for sure. Like, I'm not someone that believes, like, if the tuck rule doesn't happen, the Patriots dynasty never happens. No, like, they just don't win that year.
Right.
Tom Brady was still going to be Tom Brady. I don't think that
he was a young player, guys.
Yeah, he was effectively. Excuse me.
He's a rookie,
Effectively,
basically.
He was a rookie. You know,
Yeah.
like he'd been in the league for a year prior, but effectively he was a rookie. So, he was still starting the next year.
Yeah.
Bledsoe, you know, like that decision had been made.
Right.
Belichick wasn't going back to Bledsoe. That was done.
I think a better what if is if the Mo Lewis injury doesn't happen.
That's
how long
a much
does it
better
take?
one.
How long does it take for Tom Brady to be named the starter, or does Tom Brady get traded?
Yeah.
And does this happen
he
somewhere
end
else?
Up somewhere else. Absolutely. Here's what I know. Rams won 19-16 in virtual San Fran.
Ooh. So we're going most hurt for the babysitter Billy. I don't think that that's even a question.
Just a
poor performance
terrible
from Raheem
performance.
the Dream. Just awful. And then
dude had 15 points at captain.
Yeah, let's see. I keep going to the wrong spot to check. Here we go. I finished 113th. That's awful.
62 for me. Not good.
I guess I can look at the stats here.
I mean, this
decide
is
who.
honestly, you know, well, I know who I think it was, but let's see if you land on the same individual.
All right, so it's not most hurt. We went through the quarterbacks already. Let's see some receiving statistics.
Just look at the leading lineup. That's what I always like to do. Look at the top couple lineups and see
All
who
right,
stands
we can
out
do
to you.
that. We can do that.
We got a two-way tie for first, barring stat adjustments, between Dream Placebo and Miguel 84. Must be a Kendrick Bourne fan. The 84.
What do you think, Reynolds?
I think Robbie Gold.
Robbie, great point. 14 points.
And look at that
from
ownership.
a kicker. Yeah, it's Robbie Gold. Good call. Hard to ever think of a kicker to receive that wooden nickel, but what am I saying? I work with a kicker. A kicker's my meal ticket.
Yeah,
so.
what's your problem? I'm telling Mort.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
When's he going to be back in Simland?
He's definitely chilling throughout the summer, you know, doing a lot of traveling, golfing, speaking at events, being a famous person.
Is the podcast going on hiatus?
We're on a weird, it's not technically on hiatus, but Morton is on hiatus, if that makes sense. We banked a lot of stuff.
Got it.
So there's going to be fresh content, but
that's all the listeners care about.
That's exactly like behind the scenes. I probably won't speak to Morton on Squadcast at least for a while. We'll talk on the phone a lot and text, but
sure.
Yeah. So
here's the deal.
We'll have guests in August.
Your sim schedule the rest of this Dream Stream day. Tom Carroll. The end. Just is Tom Carroll. At 4 at 6 coming up, it's fittingly enough the Patriots and Falcons, Queens Falcons, Pats Falcons, Lamarca, and Tom. That is about 45 minutes away from now, the happy hour sim. 8 o'clock prime time, Saints, Eagles, Moose, and of course, TC right here. And after Geoff Ulrich departs at 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark, Maddie, who needs the haircut, will come back with Tom Ace for a little Dolphins Jets. What better way to wrap up a Dream Stream day than Dolphins Jets? That AFC East rivalry of young QBs, Tua, and at least eventually Zach Wilson, but not in Simland. So that's going to do it. It's going to do it for a lot of us. Not Bobo. Bobo's sticking around forever. Bert and Ops. But Tara Lynn off to enjoy whatever is to come next. Same for Daniel, our technical director. And like I said, Tommy's not moving for the next 6 hours or so, at least. But thanks, man. This is fun. Always.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, me and Bert are just strapped in. So get ready, people.
Look forward to seeing all of you on the virtual hardwood for tonight's Showdown contest. Go Bucks! Get it done. He's Tom. I'm Adam. And the Ross Tucker Football Podcast right now.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast presented by DraftKings, the best 30 minutes of on-demand audio and video, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Related to fantasy football, you will get each and every week. We're getting closer and closer to Joe's tiers, which are very popular. Tiers of Dolan. Cannot wait in August when we go through that. We also, starting next week, will start to let you know about the best ball drafts against me and Joe. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman that greatly enjoys not only playing fantasy football, but fantasy analysts. They're psychos. They've got the disease. They've got the sickness. They live and breathe this thing all day, every day, like our guy, Joe Dolan, at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangster from fantasypoints.com. Just use the code 21Feast. There is not a single fantasy website I'm aware of that has more employees, more contributors than fantasypoints.com. When are you guys going to hire me, Joe, to be your O-line guy? Do you already have an O-line guy?
Actually, as a matter of fact, Ross, I was asked by somebody just this week about who's your O-line expert on the site. And I'm like, well, we kind of just, that's one of the things that we maybe we're missing something. Hey, Ross, talk to me after the show.
All right. Well, look,
talk to me after the show.
I can send you my rankings. We can do it that way. That'd be awesome. By the way, Joe, you know I love you. Yeah. You're not looking great. Now, number one, we're recording this earlier than we normally do.
Yeah.
And number two, I cannot believe, and we're going to get into the Julio Jones trade from both the Titans' perspective, the Falcons' perspective for fantasy. We got to talk Jamison Crowder. We even got to talk about some of these mini camp reports on certain skill guys. I can't believe they choked again, Joe. I mean, knowing you're a Sixers fan, I just have to bring it up. I cannot believe they blew it again. The last 3 nights have been the worst 3 consecutive nights of basketball watching in my entire life.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting hurt in the NBA, and I'm getting hurt. Ross, I have a terrible hangover right now. The Evan Williams was pouring last night. You know, I stick to the cheap stuff when I'm watching basketball because of the chances that I'm going to drink a lot of it. Ross, I didn't even have my first one until the second half, and I opened it as a celebratory drink. And Ross, I'm just so entirely sick of it. The series isn't over. I understand that, but like, you know, when there's an NBA All-Star, and I'm not naming names here, who gets a standing ovation for performing basic basketball tasks, sometimes, at some point, I just get frustrated. You know, I was not a particularly great basketball player, and my mom would tell me it was because I was way too timid, and I agree with that. When I was playing sports when I was growing up, I was super timid. If I could do it all over again, I would just be way more aggressive. But one thing I would never be is a good free throw shooter. I'm a terrible free throw shooter. And I remember in 8th grade, I was playing for St. James CYO, and we were playing at Holy Family Gym, and I got fouled late in the game, and I made 2 free throws. And like the cheerleaders, the St. James cheerleaders did like a Joe rocks the house, because the cheerleaders knew I was a bad free throw shooter. And this was me in 8th grade, and I have zero athleticism. And when a crowd of 18,000 people needs to give somebody standing ovation for making a couple of free throws, I mean, give me a break. Ross. The series isn't over. I might be fair weather the next couple of games. If things are looking good, maybe I'll flip the game on, but I can't put myself mentally through that. I can't put my liver through that. I'm feeling like crap today. So yeah, there we go.
It's so funny, Joe, because my favorite team is my high school, and I follow along, but they usually win, my high school football team. Other than that, like college and the NFL, that's my profession, so I don't really cheer or get that into it. I would say the team that means the most next to that is the Sixers, probably. I when the Sixers are good, I like watching them, and it's painful. It is painful. And then I hate the Nets too. So the last 3 nights have been so painful for me. I hate everything about the Nets. I don't like their players. I don't like their fake fans. I don't like the super team aspect and how they put them together. It's been the 3 worst nights that I can remember in a long time, which is why I'm glad to talk fantasy football, Joe, with you here on the Fantasy Feast podcast. Major fantasy implications of the Julio Jones trade. We did not talk about it last week because we had recorded that show earlier because I was at the beach with my family. So let's dive into it. Let's start with the Titans, and let's start with Julio Jones.
Yeah.
Is this a good spot for him with run-heavy Derrick Henry, with A.J. Brown? What does this do for Julio first?
Well, first and foremost, Ross, he's going at around the 4th round right now, and I think that's overall fair for Julio Jones. I do. The volume is going to go down for Julio Jones. We know that, but you hope that he makes up for it with efficiency. And now he's never been a touchdown scorer, but you think he's going to maybe come in there and replicate what Corey Davis did last year. In their 15 games together last year, Corey Davis averaged 6.5 targets while A.J. Brown averaged 7.8. I think Julio Jones can do some damage on 6.5 to 7 targets per game. And you would think that getting Julio Jones, look, I understand Corey Davis had a breakout year. Julio Jones is now 32. But when you look at this trade from the Titans' perspective, I still have a hard time saying that Julio Jones isn't better than Corey Davis. You know, yes, the injuries have been a problem, but he still plays at a higher level than Corey Davis has. And our guy Graham Barfield came up with a really good article on fantasypoints.com, but he pointed out that according to Sports Info Solutions, in 2020, Julio ranked in 4th in yards gained per route run, and he was first, 2nd, and 5th in the 5 seasons prior to last year. So he is still playing at a very high level. Per Sports Info Solutions, he was 4th in expected points added per target when he saw throws of 15 or more yards downfield. The only guys better than that on deep throws last year were Curtis Samuel, Emmanuel Sanders, and Justin Jefferson. So Julio Jones is still an elite deep threat. And I kind of think that's what he's going to be for the Titans. You know, I know Calvin Ridley is there in Atlanta, and Calvin Ridley is kind of taken over as the number one from what that we look at from a fantasy perspective, but he's got a different kind of receiver opposite him now in A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is a true alpha dog X. It allows Julio to be moved around. I think they'll move him around. I think they'll move Brown around a little bit. Remains to be seen if they're going to go with a primary slot receiver, if they're going to play 12 personnel in Tennessee. But I just think they are looking at this as a trade that makes their offense more explosive. Julio's ADP is fair. Before the trade, it was 44th overall, which is late 4th round. I think he's probably going to stick in that range, go into the 5th round. I think there was a lot of consideration that he might be traded built into that. I'm in on Julio for best ball formats because while his volume is going to go hugely down. I mean, Atlanta in the Julio Jones, Matt Ryan era, especially in the recent half decade or so, has been one of the most pass-heavy teams in the entire NFL, if not the most pass-heavy. That's going down, but I think Julio provides a lot of best ball value at his current price, and especially since, you know, there's not the pressure on him to be the 10, 11, 12 target a game guy that he was in Atlanta.
What does it mean for A.J. Brown and Josh Reynolds in your mind?
Well, Josh Reynolds gets buried. I still think Josh Reynolds, by the way, can play the slot effectively, but you still wonder if Tennessee is going to be a predominant 12 personnel team. Now Greg Cosell pointed this out to me. The new offensive coordinator there, Downing, he comes from an 11 personnel background. You know, Scott Linehan is a predominant 11 personnel. So I expect they're going to mix that in a little bit more, but they could still run kind of 11 personnel concepts by putting Anthony Firkser, who's almost exclusively a receiver, into the slot. So I wonder if they're going to have kind of a modified 11 personnel with Jeff Swaim as a blocking tight end, or are you going to use Josh Reynolds out of the slot? It's not like Josh Reynolds isn't going to play snaps, but he is now, he was one of my favorite values as kind of a 13th, 14th round pick if Tennessee didn't make this move. But unfortunately, I think if you were invested early in Josh Reynolds, I think you realized just as well as Tennessee did that Tennessee needed to make this move. It was a move Tennessee needed to do. You want to be a Super Bowl contender, you know, going to the championship game a couple years ago. Derrick Henry is in his prime. Ryan Tannehill is in his prime. A.J. Brown is in his prime. You look at this offense as one that really needs to take the next step, and this was a trade that needed to be made. Josh Reynolds was not moving the needle for me as somebody to make that offense better. He's now more of a last round or two type of pick for me.
A.J. Brown?
Yeah, he moved down just a couple of spots in my best ball rankings. I moved him behind Calvin Ridley. You know, I think you can move him behind another guy or two, DeAndre Hopkins. I think I had him at wide receiver 4, maybe even wide receiver 3 prior to the trade. To me, he's still a top half wide receiver 1, one of the top 6 guys. He's a second round pick, but maybe if you were having trouble breaking the tie between him and a Stephon Diggs, or if you were having trouble breaking the tie between him and a DeAndre Hopkins, then maybe this breaks that tie for you because you know the volume isn't a whole lot in Tennessee. You know, 7.8 targets per game for A.J. Brown in games he played with Corey Davis last year. You think he's probably going to take a little bit of an efficiency hit based on where he was, but I still view A.J. Brown as a firm second-round pick in best ball right now.
What about Tannehill? Well, let's start with there. What about Tannehill?
Yeah, I moved him up pretty high. And here's another aspect. Our guy Wes Huber does a really good job analyzing coverage shells and how they affect for fantasy. Ryan Tannehill over the past couple seasons has been arguably the single best quarterback against cover 3, which is the predominant coverage shell in the NFL. Julio Jones and A.J. Brown have also been 2 of the 3 best wide receivers at producing against cover 3. So this is a team that is going to absolutely slaughter against that kind of coverage shell. I think Tannehill's efficiency goes up. You know, I moved him past Matthew Stafford in my rankings. If you're not getting one of those sexy running quarterbacks, you know, even like going down to and including Jalen Hurts, Ryan Tannehill is firmly one of my favorite quarterback targets, but he's moving up in the world when it comes to he's moving up in the world when it comes to draft position. He's firmly in my top 10 at the quarterback position right now.
Any impact on Derrick Henry, Joe?
Yeah. I mean, it's great for Derrick Henry. Now, the volume might go down, but are you putting 8 in the box against A.J. Brown and Julio Jones? Because I'm not. So I think this is a really good development for Derrick Henry. Again, the volume is going to go down, but I think you might look at Derrick Henry and say, well, of course the volume is going to go down. You just can't keep feeding a guy 300 or more targets. I think it's good news for Derrick Henry. I just think the Titans are going to look a little bit different. I have him as my RB3. Maybe this even opens up some screen game action for him in the underneath area. I just think that the efficiency is going to be there for Derrick Henry. All in all, I think it's a really good move for the Titans from a fantasy perspective. I like it for fantasy. It improves Tannehill. I think it's fair for Julio because now I think he's getting drafted at a fair spot. You know, if he got traded to San Francisco or New England, his ADP would have gotten boosted, in my opinion. His ADP might go down from where it is now as that kind of mid to late 4th round pick. In New England, that thing would have risen, and I would have been way out on Julio. I'm in on Julio at that price. A.J. Brown's going to dip a little bit, but I still think he can be efficient. This is once again, Ross, we use that term, a narrow fantasy team. This is a narrow team. There's going to be you're going to have A.J. Brown and Julio sucking up most of the targets. You know Henry's going to get all the carries. Ryan Tannehill's going to be efficient. The guy who it hurts is a late-round guy like Josh Reynolds. I think it hurts Anthony Ferkser a little bit, but people weren't really drafting Ferkser as anything more than a low-end tight end 1, and in most instances, tight end 2. I think he's still in that tight end 2 range, somewhere I'm willing to dabble. But all in all, for Tennessee, I think it's a pretty good fantasy move, and it just raises the ceiling of the offense as a whole.
Let's get to Atlanta. What's the impact on this for Calvin Ridley?
Well, the impact for Calvin Ridley is to the moon. I mean, he's going late 1st, early 2nd round. I can't argue with that. He's a guy he's one of the best route runners in football. He's going to continue to get open. Now maybe he sees fewer double coverage, but here's the thing about Calvin Ridley. People are like, oh, you know, Julio, they're gonna focus on Ridley and they're gonna take him away. Well, listen to Calvin Ridley's game logs without Julio Jones over the last 2 seasons. 8 for 91 on 10 targets. 5 for 110 on 13 targets. 8 for 136 on 10 targets. 6 for 50 yards and a touchdown on 9 targets. 8 for 124 and a touchdown on 12 targets. 10 for 163 and a touchdown on 14 targets. 5 for 130 on 9 targets. 8 for 52 on 12 targets. The worst fantasy performance, the worst, for Calvin Ridley over the last 2 seasons without Julio Jones in the lineup is 13.2 fantasy points in a PPR. So Calvin Ridley has produced when Julio Jones is out of the lineup. So we're at fantasy points, we have Ridley at wide receiver 4. I think you can make an argument for as high as wide receiver 2. I mean, I know it's a new coaching staff with Arthur Smith, but you look at the defense, you look at the personnel that Atlanta has. Arthur Smith cannot run the same offense he ran in Tennessee. Mike Davis isn't handling that kind of workload in the backfield. Calvin Ridley is a solid bet to lead the NFL targets at this stage.
Who else is greatly impacted in Atlanta?
If you were thinking you could sneak Kyle Pitts into like the 7th round of your draft, forget about it. I mean, Ross, I've done drafts where I've seen him go in the 4th round now. I mean, Kyle Pitts is consistently going to be going off the board as a top 5 tight end. He's not going to slip past that in sharp drafts. I understand it. I mean, at this point, I would almost think you're foolish if you don't project him to have the best rookie season by a tight end of all time, given the talent and the available targets. I mean, the ceiling is through the moon. The problem is you have to pay for him to be an outlier. I would rather pay for him to be an outlier than say, oh, you know, I think the guy is going to stink because I think the ladder is just flat stupid. The question is, how high are you willing to pay? And right now, it might be uncomfortable for people to take a guy like Kyle Pitts 2 rounds before somebody like Mark Andrews or Dallas Goedert is coming off the board. And I think that's a completely fair reason to be skeptical, because there are really good tight end options, even in the back half of those tight end ones, who are going at a much cheaper cost than Kyle Pitts. But if you want an impact player and you're like, this team's going to have to throw the football, and you buy in on Kyle Pitts, I'm not going to blame you. I'm just telling you, you got to pay up, because he is getting drafted as if he is going to have the best rookie season for a tight end of all time.
What about your boy Russell Gage?
Yeah, Russell Gage was really consistent last year. I moved him into my top 100 players overall. I just wonder if Russell Gage now at this point is somebody who is going to struggle to, make an impact when he's the clear number 2 receiver in the offense right now. I mean, look at that depth chart behind Calvin Ridley, Ross. It is not pretty. Russell Gage, you have Olamide Zaccheaus, who is kind of a deep threat. He's one of my favorite late round best ball guys now. They have Frank Darby from Arizona State, who was a 6th round rookie. You have Christian Blake, who sounds like a poet laureate from the 1830s. So you're looking at guys on this depth chart who really don't have a whole lot of pedigree. Russell Gage is in my top 100 overall players. I like him as a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5. You might view him as a boring option. Maybe, as a matter of fact, maybe somebody like Russell Gage is nice to pair in a wide receiver group in best ball with somebody like a Julio, who you feel is probably going to have a few blow-up games. I'm not sure Gage is going to have blow-up games, but I just expect him to be peppered with targets, much in the same way like somebody like Jamison Crowder was last year.
Let's get to the New York Jets. Before we do, by the way, how about the fact, I don't know if you can still get it, but right now, DraftKings Sportsbook, if you use the promo code Ross, they're giving you 100-1 odds on Bryson DeChambeau getting a birdie during the tournament this weekend. Like, they're kind of giving you $100. Like, he's going to get at least one birdie. What are we doing here?
It is the U.S. Open, Ross, though. They make those conditions tough.
He'll get at least one. I mean, come on. The way he hits the ball, he's going to look, he might get some bogeys too, but he's going to get a birdie. So put $1 on Bryson DeChambeau, watch him have a birdie, get $100, use the code Ross. That's how you do it. How do the Jets do it? When it comes to throwing the football, Joe, Crowder reworked his contract. Mm-hmm. I did not think this was going to happen. I thought with them drafting Elijah Moore, I thought Crowder was going to tell him to stick it. I thought Crowder was going to get cut and or traded with the Jets taking some of the money. I am a little surprised by this, and I'm curious where Crowder fits in now for you.
He's still a super late round pick for me. One thing that I have to point out is it's a new staff. So you have Robert Saleh coming in there. Obviously, you have LaFleur as the offensive coordinator. That's not to say Jamison Crowder can't contribute to this team, but you said it yourself. You said, I thought he was going to tell them to shove it and he was going to get cut. The fact that they told him to take a pay cut tells you, like, hey, dude, thanks for your service, but new staff, kind of new regime. You're out there, you signed Keelan Cole and you signed Corey Davis and Denzel Mims is in his second season. And then you draft Elijah Moore, who I think can do more than be a slot receiver. But I think when you project him early in his career to be, that's where you probably line him up, is in the slot. And I was reading an article from Connor Hughes of The Athletic, who does a nice job covering the Jets. And he said, like, Elijah Moore was like far and away the best player at Jets OTAs. Now, we always get these rookie hype pieces, but, Elijah Moore was a guy I liked in the pre-draft process. I actually had him going in the first round mentally. I didn't do a full mock draft myself, but I had Elijah Moore going in the first round. I thought it was great value for the Jets in the second round. And I think ultimately that Elijah Moore is going to take that job from Jamison Crowder as the predominant slot receiver. And the best chance Jamison Crowder has to be that predominant slot receiver is if Elijah Moore, they decide he could do more and he plays outside. Corey Davis is going to be the number one. They paid him to be the number one, or at least he's going to get every shot to be that X. So he's locked in. I think it's going to be hard to keep Elijah Moore off the field. So Jamison Crowder has to hope Elijah Moore, in my opinion, takes the job from Keelan Cole or Denzel Mims, somebody on the perimeter, and they think that he's going to contribute in that regard. But then I look at the Jets receiving core, and they don't have a Calvin Ridley, But look at the Jets' depth vis-a-vis that of the Atlanta Falcons. And you're like, man, they've got some names here, Ross. Like, they got guys, Bryson Berrios is still there. They've got guys who have contributed in the past. So you've got a decent a group of receivers for Zach Wilson, who, in a lot of drafts is still going undrafted. As of right now, I think he's only one of 2 rookie quarterbacks guaranteed to start in week 1. So maybe there's some value there, because I think the Jets have more weapons than the conventional wisdom might suggest.
You mentioned something I think is important, and it's great because I wanted to ask you about it anyway. You talked about the Elijah Moore camp reports. Mm-hmm. So I remember we had one of your guys on, I think it was Scott Barrett, who said that he watches every post-draft press conference.
Yep.
So now that's different because that's the coaches talking. But what I want to know is, what do you do with minicamp OTA reports? What, like, is it means a lot, means a little, somewhere in the middle, or means a lot, means nothing, somewhere in the middle, depends on the source? Like, what are we doing with this?
Somewhere in the middle. Now, of course, when we analyze, and we've got guys in the pre-draft process we like. By the way, Scott Barrett, Elijah Moore was like his guy. So that's why I was turned on to Elijah Moore in the first place. But when it comes to these reports, I file them away. I'd surely like a guy to have positive reports more so than negative reports. If a guy doesn't have anything, I don't really care about that. But then you want to confirm it. You want to confirm it into training camp when the whole team's there and they're starting to ramp up. And if Connor Hughes is saying in August, guys, I'm telling you, Elijah Moore is still out there kicking ass, I'm especially going to make note. If Elijah Moore looks good in the preseason, I'm especially going to make note. Oh, my God, Ross, how nice is it to have a normal offseason this year? I'm excited that we're going to be able to look at some of these guys during the preseason. But I put it somewhere in between. I want to hear positive reports more so than negative reports. But for a guy like Elijah Moore, who was he was a premium pick. I know he wasn't a first rounder, but a top 40 pick's a premium pick. You look at the draft capital, the talent level, the fact that they asked Jamison Crowder to take a pay cut to even stay on the roster. That all spells good news for Elijah Moore for me.
Got it. I want to get to a question, Joe. We don't do this very often, but if our listeners ever take advantage of any of the sponsors, whether it's DraftKings or Fantasy Points using the code 21Feast, and you send me a question, I'm going to ask Joe. You take advantage of one of our sponsors and you have a question, you get to ask Joe or me the question. This comes to us, Joe, from Jan. I have a fantasy question for you. I apologize in advance for somewhat long-winded part of this, which is to give some background. I've been in 2 leagues for a long time. I have a theory I wanted to run by you. All the experts insist you draft running backs first and often. Because I was drafting 10th out of 12, I drafted heavy on wide receivers. I had 4 of the top 10 points producers due to my belief that there are only a few running backs that truly get heavy workloads. Most teams have running backs by committees. Mm-hmm. Long story short, I won the league with by far the best record and cleaned up in the playoffs due to my wide receivers just crushing it. My team was the only one that used this tactic. So, is this a reflection of the past proliferation in the NFL and a monumental change in fantasy football, or just an aberration?
It sounds like Jan accidentally discovered zero RB, like without explicitly going out and doing so. So no, Jan, to call it an aberration would be false, because that is a strategy that has worked out for a lot of people, like Sean Siegel in big money leagues when he, came out writing that article all those years ago. It was especially effective last year, Ross, because of the number of bell cow running backs who missed action. Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, Ezekiel Elliott was in an offense that was broken after Dak Prescott went down. So all these high draft picks ended up biting biting the dust because of injuries or other reasons. 2 years ago, it was a very bad year for zero running backs because all the big-time running backs stayed healthy and played well. It was a really great year for those first-round running backs. So if you average it out, and you're like, well, it's an aberration because all the running backs got hurt, that's not necessarily fair, because I think you can have zero RB success even in a year where there's teams when big-time running backs don't get injured. I think it's just a little bit harder. But I think you're playing the averages when you play zero RB. Oh, these guys are going to get hurt. We're artificially bumping some guys up because we think they're going to be a bell cow running back. For instance, I might look at, to bring into Atlanta, Mike Davis is going in the 4th and 5th round. Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins is going in the 4th and 5th round because people think these guys are going to be bell cows. And every single year, there are guys drafted in the 1st and 2nd round who crap out at that price. This also brings me to another article that Scott Barrett wrote last year, which was bell cow or bust. He was looking at this and saying, I want a bell cow running back, but if I don't get a bell cow running back, I'm loading up on wide receivers. I think people take the zero RB and they're like, oh, that means you don't draft a running back until like the 12th round. Some people have done that. That's not really what it means. I think modified zero RB is something that I've employed in the past where, all right, I've got my first running back. I took my Derrick Henry at number 4 overall. I got Saquon Barkley at 6 this year because I think he's going to bounce back. But I'm not going to force the issue at the running back position elsewhere. I'm not going to take Miles Sanders in the 2nd round if I don't feel good about his role. I'm not going to take Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the 2nd round if I don't feel good about his role. Not to say I don't like those players, but I'm just making an example. And I'm just going to take the best player on the board. Like, dude, that is a very viable strategy. I don't think it's a reflection of the pass heaviness of the NFL, though that makes it a lot more viable. I just think it's a reflection that there are multiple ways to build a winning fantasy team. And loading up at wide receiver, maybe taking an elite tight end, maybe investing in somebody like a Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray, a quarterback who's going to run, and then supplementing them in later rounds with handcuff running backs or pass-catching running backs who are going to get you just a handful of points every week, and maybe you end up lucking out on the waiver wire. I mean, that's an extremely viable way to build a fantasy team. And no, it's not something you got lucky with. You employed the right strategy. You had a sound reasoning behind it. The board didn't fall the way it needed to for you to get that bell cow running back. And if I can take a bell cow running back in the 1st round, I'm doing it. But there's not 12 of those guys. There's not 24 of those guys. So yeah, I like some of the 2nd round running backs. I like Joe Mixon this year quite a bit. I like that Gio Bernard is gone in Cincinnati. But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, man, there are some really damn good wide receivers and tight ends available in those first couple rounds, and you can employ zero RB again this year.
At FG_Dolan. Follow this man. Go to fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. He's an absolute stud. They all are over there. And I love questions like that. Go to rosstucker.com, the sponsor pet tab. See which code you want to use. Send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com, after you take advantage of it, and ask Joe a question. It's a great time of year to get Joe's answers to thoughts like that. That was awesome. Thank you very much, Jan. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9 with it. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's time to...
Hello. Welcome back to the DK Dream Stream. My name is Matt Lamarca. This handsome gentleman joining me, you know him. He basically lives here on the weekend. We're going to start charging him rent. His name is Tom Carroll, a.k.a. Tommy Freeze Pops. I call him Tommy Freak Pops because you know he likes to get real freaking naughty. What's up, Freeze Pops?
What's up, dude? This is my weekend hangout. This is where I come to hang out. Some people have their beach clubs. Some people have, their local watering holes. Some people head down to the ball field. I hang out on the Dream Stream. This is my spot. These are my people.
We appreciate it. Even if the DK Sim fam doesn't, I'll tell you that we, your coworkers, do.
All right. That's all that matters to me.
Means we don't have to work as much. So for today's game, we've got the New England Patriots, your team.
Yes.
Versus the Atlanta Falcons, nobody's team.
28-3.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
It's a rematch.
Had to bring it up.
So, tell me, what direction did you go with your team? Obviously, Brady's not an option for you.
Yep, and it still hurts. So thank you for reminding me. Julio Jones in the captain spot, $15,900. Rest of the way, Pat's DST, Todd Gurley, Hayden Hurst, Sony Michel, and this one kind of hurt because I talk very, very poorly of him on the Dream Stream, but what the heck, Devin Ossie, $6,400. Ossie, oi, oi, oi. Got him in the lineup for $6,400. I had the money remaining, so I was like, why not just pay up for the dude who is the most expensive guy remaining? It was between him and Russell Gage. So if Russell Gage goes off, I will be wearing egg on my face. So did you get a contest in? I know I made them semi-late.
I'll take it one step further. Not only did I get a lineup in, I put Ossie.
Oi, oi, oi.
In the captain spot.
Nice. Okay, so we're both rooting for Devin Ossie today.
I paired him with Matt Ryan, with Julio Jones, with Cam Newton. So a lot of big guns there.
Okay.
And to save the money, I did put your boy Russell Gage in.
Okay.
And now, upon hearing that this is the rematch
of
the Super Bowl, I feel even better about my decision to play James White at 2,800.
Sweet Feet, baby, had a huge Super Bowl, scored the game winner in overtime. The only Patriots Super Bowl to go to overtime. In all the Super Bowls they've played. Only one. Kind of crazy. And Drew, bring up good point. Only one ever.
A contest. I've won one. I've won one, and I've come in second a couple other times. But I have won one.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. Like, what do people think their all-time record is on free rolls? Because I'm approaching my 300th sim, and I'm 0 for, we'll call it 300. I'm 0 for, by the end of June, I will be 0 for 271.
Well, I'm hoping that you get one. Just not this one. Not one that I'm working with you on.
No, yeah. I understand. If you win, I win, though. It almost counts the same.
So I feel like we've already talked these two teams into oblivion this offseason.
I'm cool with not talking about either team.
But like we had, the Falcons, we talked about what they should do with their draft pick. We've talked about the Julio Jones thing. With the Patriots, obviously we've discussed them. So we're not going to do it. I think that's fair, right?
Let's talk about every other team in both of these teams' divisions.
I feel like I've done that too.
So what team do you want to talk about?
I'm tired of talking about the Jets and the Dolphins and the Bills.
Who are we not talking about that we should talk about?
That's a good question.
Maybe the DK Sim fam can tell us. Who do you want us to talk about?
Yeah, what's the team right now that you're like, you know what? They're not getting nearly enough love.
Because every sim you do, no matter who we're talking about, there's someone in the chat going, You're talking about them too much. Or you're not talking about my Lions. You're not talking about my my Cardinals.
I feel pretty good that the Lions are not the answer.
You know, though, like, it doesn't matter who we're talking about. There's always someone that feels like their team's not getting enough love. I'm open to hearing who they want us to talk about.
Oh, we had a
dog
long
wants the Raiders.
end zone, and Julio brings it down.
My captain.
I'm sure a lot of people's captains. Goes up and gets it. Jordan Warren says Detroit. No. Sorry, Jordan. We've got
20. We can do 20 seconds on Detroit, though.
a couple people say the Raiders. I'm just, I'm not really there.
Yeah.
Especially if Denver gets Rodgers, which again, who knows if that's going to happen at this point. But if they get Rodgers, they're probably the worst team in their division.
If they get Rodgers, I've actually seen this scenario play out. And I don't know if the money matches, but there's people on the interwebs that are saying that Deshaun Watson could land in Las Vegas. So let's hypothetical scenario. Rodgers goes to Denver, Deshaun goes to Vegas. You got Herbert in LA with the Chargers and Mahomes in Kansas City. Is that not the greatest quarterback division of all time?
I mean, that might just be the best division that I can ever remember.
There's really nothing that comes to mind that would be even close. You get the defending Rookie of the Year, the perennial MVP candidate, the defending MVP, and a guy that probably has gotten MVP votes each of the last 3 years.
It would be pretty impressive.
Now, this is a huge hypothetical. We need two massive trades to happen, but it's fun to think about.
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure Raider fans would be pumped to have Deshaun Watson play quarterback for them.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that he's actually going to be playing quarterback.
And that's the big one, for sure.
We've gotten a couple people here say Washington. I think that there's some Washington love amongst the DK analysts. I know Geoff,
yeah, very bullish.
Geoff
on
has them
Washington
winning the
football
division. I don't have them winning the division, but I love their defense. Obviously, their defensive line is great. And it really is going to come down to Fitzpatrick. We've seen the great Fitzpatrick, and we've seen the terrible Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Ultimately, in the end, the terrible Fitzpatrick usually wins out, which is why the guy's searching for a job every year.
The Fitzmagic runs out at midnight every now and then. He's good for like 3 or 4 games a year where you're like, oh man, he is the most fun player in the league to watch. He's like he's like a slower
fun.
Brett Favre.
He's definitely fun. He's a throwback. He's not afraid to take shots.
Gunslinger.
He'll push the ball down the field. Like, we need more guys. Like, the league is better when you have Ryan Fitzpatrick in it.
Honestly, if there was like a delineation point where it's like, okay, these are the 15 best quarterbacks in the league. If the bottom 15 were all Ryan Fitzpatrick, the NFL would be incredibly fun.
All right, so that's our first job. Once we get cloning, once cloning's like a thing,
yes,
we're just gonna make 15 copies of Fitzpatrick.
Yep, and like any bad team, like here's your Ryan Fitzpatrick until you figure out your quarterback situation, and just make Ryan Fitzpatrick the backup of every NFL team. Or maybe that's the answer. Just every team has him, and it's just like a default.
So the Bad Boys of Pop says, Matt Lamarca, I just got a box of Panini Prism 2021 Hobby. What should I be hoping to pull? I'm assuming you mean basketball, Panini Prism basketball. There are other sports, football, of course, soccer. The big pull with Prisms is you want the parallels.
LaMelo?
You want the numbered parallels, particularly of the good rookies. If you can get a numbered LaMelo or a numbered Halliburton, that's really what you're looking for. It does have a couple autographs in there too, but the real value with the Prism set is in the parallels. Must be throughout Baltimore earlier. I think that was kind of where I was leaning, but I'm torn between Baltimore and Cleveland. I think both of those teams are very good. I think both teams are viewed as very good. But, like, outside of the Chiefs and the Bills, would you say that those are the third and fourth best teams in the AFC?
I would say the Browns are definitely third. I think that Baltimore's in that range of 4, 5, 6 for sure. I am someone that likes the Colts. I know you hate Wentz. I just love everything else going on with that roster. I love that coach. So I'm putting the Colts fourth, but you could make a strong case for Baltimore to be fifth. Tennessee's in that conversation as well. If the Chargers take a step forward, maybe they're going to be in that convo. I think they're still probably. I just need to see more from the rest of that roster with a coach that can, be competent. I like Miami. So, but yeah, I think Baltimore, certainly you could make the case that they're fourth in the AFC.
See, I think that pushes me to them being the correct answer to this question. Because in my eyes,
you got question marks with all those other spots.
Them and me in Cleveland are a coin flip.
Yeah. So I just think I like Cleveland.
The big question mark with the Ravens, right, is their passing game. We've talked about that plenty too.
Ad nauseum.
We've talked to Lamar to death. But it is possible that the guy gets better and or just has better weapons to work with. There's a lot of real good buzz about this guy, Rashard Bateman, that they drafted. So maybe giving him a legitimate number one receiver is enough to have Lamar take that next step.
And also, guys,
the only way that we're going to have the answers to these questions is when we start seeing the season playing out.
Right.
But
Lamar Jackson, 24 years old.
Yeah.
I know that we do this a lot with NBA guys, like, oh my God, he's only 23 or he's only 22. We really should do it more with the quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson is 24. Doesn't it feel like he's been in the league a half decade at this point, the amount we've talked about him? What is this, year 3, year 4? So maybe it's closer to a half decade. Closer to a half decade than I probably let on there.
No, but you're
regardless, 24 years old. He's got time here. Most of these dudes hit their prime in their late 20s.
Right. And Lamar's probably not a guy who's going to be playing quarterback until he's 37 40. Plus.
Right.
But yeah, for sure, he still has plenty of athleticism in those lefts.
Yeah. No doubt. I think look, we have yet to see the best of Lamar Jackson, which is really exciting for the NFL. I do feel like he's sort of not getting talked about as much. I mean, obviously he's not coming off an MVP season, so it makes sense, but it's almost as if he's being forgotten because of the seasons we saw from Mahomes, Rodgers, Josh Allen, and then Tom Brady winning another Super Bowl. These are the quarterbacks everyone's talking about. Even Baker Mayfield might have a little bit more buzz right now after the season the Browns just had. Because the Ravens, in a sense, underachieved last year, it feels like Lamar Jackson doesn't have as much buzz as he probably should.
I agree with that 100% as well. Next question. Mr. Nick says, who do you think has the starting job in New Orleans, Taysom or Jameis? I've kind of come out and said that I think that this is going to be like a 75-25 split. I think Jameis is going to be the quote unquote starter, but I expect Taysom to work in pretty frequently.
So you think it's going to be like one of those college teams that truly has a 2-quarterback system down there in New Orleans?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Taysom Hill even when Drew Brees was in his prime.
They've already done a lot of it, no doubt.
But again, I think that the Saints like having him as that utility weapon. I don't think they want to just say, okay, you're our quarterback now, because then he can't play special teams and do all the stuff that Taysom Hill does.
Yep.
All right, quick stats hit. Matt Ryan, perfect to start the game. 7 for 7, $131 and a touchdown. Woo, baby, that's a good quarter right there. Cam Newton, he's 2 for 3. He's got 29 yards. Very little rushing production so far. Todd Gurley leading the way with 14 rushing yards. Jimmy Blanco with 2 carries for 1. Hayden Hurst, 4 for 36 as a receiver. Julio Jones, 2 for 60. He had that one long 47-yard touchdown catch. N'Keal Harry has both catches for the Patriots. And Calvin Ridley with a nice 35-yard grab. So some big plays so far out of this Atlanta passing attack.
I'm in 17th. I like that. That's a good spot to be. Top 20 after the first quarter. I'm okay with that. It's good stuff. Where are you at?
Lower than that.
Okay.
I'm in 62nd.
Okay. Hey, room to grow. 3 quarters here. I think Jameis is going to be the starter, I think. Unless he completely blows it during training camp and just looks awful. Sean Payton has come out and constantly told us he's our guy, we need him back, he's going to be our guy, blah, 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 blah. New Orleans feels like they have a lot invested in Jameis Winston being the starting quarterback for this team. And like you said, I think Taysom's going to factor in quite a bit into this offense. Drew Brees was still really good up until really the past 2 years, and Taysom was a part of that offense when Drew was doing things. Jameis Winston never going to be Drew Brees, so I don't see that changing. I think Taysom's going to be a great gadget player for him. And I don't think that he has what it takes to be a full-on starting quarterback in Taysom Hill, because he's so one-dimensional. He is not the guy that's going to go out and be able to beat you with his arm. And I know that the NFL is changing as we have a challenge here by the Patriots. Looks like we're challenging if that was a catch, which is reminiscent of the Julio Jones Super Bowl catch that we remember, even though they lost.
That was a
drag.
catch.
An incredible catch. And that was a catch there as well. But yeah, I don't think that Taysom, I mean, when he comes in the game, you know he's running the ball. And you can't win a game. You can't be a consistent winner in the NFL with a quarterback that doesn't throw unless you are Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, I do think I was more impressed with him as a passer when he got the chance to start for Brees last year than I thought I was going to be. Like,
They had a nice run with him, no doubt.
But I agree, he's probably like a really good relief pitcher, you know? You don't want him going through the lineup 3, 4, 5 times a game.
I completely agree with you. Must be saying, will Tebow play from the quarterback position? No, but
I really hope not, but it sounds like he might. It sounds like they're going to use him like Taysom Hill.
Oh, God. Urban Meyer is going to be such a disaster, dude. It's going to be so bad. I'm telling you. I just see it coming. It's going to be awful.
Guys, we've tried blocking Casino 1,000 times. I don't know how he continues to slip through the cracks.
I think Daniel maybe theorized this, and apologies to other dudes on our production staff here today, the Drew Stack and P Fry, if they've said this too. But I think it's a situation where it's a bot that every time we block them, they just create a new account and continue to post. And I'm sure we're not the
every time.
We're not the only stream that they're probably doing that to as well, you know.
Well,
so we're trying, peeps.
He annoys us just as much as he annoys all of you. Please.
Here's a question though. Talking Tebow, there's a funny prop out there in the football world about over 0.5 touchdowns for Tim Tebow at receiving. I do feel like if he makes the roster, he's going to catch a touchdown at least.
I've been saying,
how is Urban Meyer not going to call a play for Tim Tebow in the red zone if he puts Tebow on this roster?
I've been saying, like, after he got signed, I was very heavily saying I thought the odds were better that he was going to get cut than make an impact on the field. But the more I think about it, the more you read about the situation, like, he's gonna play.
Yeah.
And it's stupid and it's dumb. But it is what it is.
So dumb. I cannot wait like a year from now for the expose from Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta on the dumpster fire that was Urban Meyer's lone season in Jacksonville. I cannot wait for it.
It would not shock me if he's at, I don't know, what's like a prestigious, like Texas or something in a couple of years.
Yeah. Yep. Or if it's a Nick Saban like exit, you know, leaves Miami for Alabama type of situation. It's year 2 in Jacksonville. Things aren't going great. And like you said, Texas has a job opening, or USC, you know, one of these prestigious colleges that hasn't yet gotten back to where they want to be. Totally could see Urban Meyer leaving.
Drew says, who's in the
Great
NFL
question.
longer, Urban or Brady?
Brady.
I'm not betting against Brady anymore. He's going to be the first guy to play with the walker on the field.
Brady. We haven't seen Urban Meyer last a day of regular season football. We've seen Tom Brady last 21 years worth.
Brady's going to be 85, cruising around the sidelines in a rascal scooter.
It's getting ridiculous at this point.
It's been ridiculous. The man is old.
What year in like, this might be a tough question to ask, but I think you're the right guy. Like, what year realistically should Brady have been done? Like, what should have been his last season? 2016, when he beat the Falcons, should he have retired after that?
I mean, clearly he shouldn't have retired. He should have. He's not. He's the same guy.
Right.
Like if he was a normal human being, then yeah, maybe he retires after that Super Bowl. But
and again, he won the MVP the next season and threw for 500 yards.
We said we weren't talking about Brady. We were talking about the Patriots.
It's hard not to, man.
It is hard.
TB12 branded walkers. That's awesome. It's a good call by Drew. Brother Phil always chiming in with some interesting takes. He says, as for Lamar, he has to become a better thrower from the pocket, or we've seen his ceiling already. If he continues to run as much as he has, he's going to get hurt. It's inevitable. And then in parentheses, he says Dak.
Yeah, I think, again, not to just harp on this point too much, but I want to see him with some legit weapons. You know, like Hollywood Brown, solid player. We all expected Mark Andrews to have a big year last year, and he kind of disappointed. Like, I would love to see him work with a true number 1 wide receiver. And maybe Rashad Bateman will be that guy. So we'll see. You know, Sammy Watkins, too, is a good player when he can stay healthy. But, you know, like, I'm certainly not saying that this guy can't get better.
If you're a Ravens fan, you're probably bummed that they didn't get Julio. You're probably bummed that they didn't get one of these stud receivers in the draft this year that's seemingly loaded with dudes. I would say that that's probably something that Ravens fans, well, maybe.
They might have.
But
they drafted Bateman in the first round.
Possibly, right?
A lot of people really like him.
And it seems like receivers that get drafted late in the first end up, you know, being studs all the time. Like it's very realistic that he could end up being a really good receiver. So that's a good call by you. But when you see Chase go as high as he did, and Smith, and all these guys that go super high, Jalen Waddle, as a Ravens fan that is sitting there wanting the most out of Lamar Jackson, I'm just saying, you might be kicking yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose. I think that receiver's probably a position where we are not that great at evaluating talent yet. Guys fall through the cracks at wide receiver all the time. You know, like, just think about N'Keal Harry, right? All the guys that got drafted after him. Deebo Samuel and AJ Brown. Like, there were a bunch of guys that year that went later than N'Keal Harry, who are clearly better players. So just because he was the 4th or 5th wide receiver off the board, I don't think that necessarily means he can't be, you know, as good as a Devontae Smith or something like that.
I'm back, guys.
Nobody knew you went anywhere.
Oh, well, hi. I disappeared for a second. I don't know. All I heard was you said, I think receiver is, and then I went away, and now I'm back. Did you say it was the most overrated position in football? Because I agree with you.
No, I don't think that at all. No, I'm not going to tell you what I said. You're going to have to, if you're really curious,
that's bogus.
You can run back to YouTube.
That is bogus. You said it, and then my screen froze, and I was like, oh, I really want to know what he said.
I'm not telling you.
It bumped me out of the Zoom, and now I'm back. And I thought it might have been yours, and it wasn't. Okay, well, I'm seeing lots of comments about Edelman. So was it something to do with Edelman?
Basically, I just said that I think that as far as like the drafting of wide receiver goes, I think that NFL teams are wrong at that position more than probably any other.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you see receivers get drafted super high all the time, and then you look at the dudes that are the best receivers ever, and like a lot of them weren't drafted very high.
Right.
I think it's a fair take. All right, I feel like I'm back in the loop here. All right, what other teams are we talking about here, people? Keep hitting us with squads, because we don't want to talk about the Patriots or Falcons. What team do you feel as though you have talked the most about this offseason that you wish you hadn't talked as much about?
Clearly the Patriots.
So you're sick of talking Pats?
Yeah, and I get it. We're a New England-based company, and they were very active during free agency. I just think we're talking about them like they're Super Bowl contenders, and I do not see that.
I agree with you. I am not bullish on that quarterback situation in any way. So yeah, I'm down to not talk about the Pats. I'd rather sneak up on people. And I know that's crazy to say, but I'd rather be the underdog for once. What about your Jets? Are we talking about the Jets enough?
I think we're talking about the Jets enough for this year. I mean, a lot of really good buzz coming out of camp. You know, a lot of people talking about that the team just looks different, feels different. There's a different energy with Saleh at the helm. But this team is not ready to contend. So I think if they, you know, if they're frisky and they play well, they don't necessarily need to like win games for it to be a successful season. Like if they go 6-11, 5-12, but they are, you know, in a lot of games and
if they're the Chargers last year,
progressing, yeah, that I would be very happy with them.
I think most smart Jets fans would.
Those are two words you don't hear in the same sentence very often.
Yeah, I'm fully prepared for the Patriots to be the worst team in the division in a few years. I really am. I've braced myself. And I know they spent a lot in free agency, but I'm ready for that.
History suggests that
it won't be the case.
That's not the best way to build a team. You know, like you build a team through the draft.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, you let free agents go and you recoup those supplemental picks. We've seen Belichick do that for years. And I get it. The Pats had a lot of money to burn, a lot of cap space, and a lot of holes. But odds are that at least a solid chunk of those free agents that they brought in will be disappointments.
Yeah.
Because if they weren't, then their teams wouldn't have let them leave.
Correct.
That's how free agency in the NFL works.
And it's not like, I mean, outside of maybe Jonnu Smith. All of the other guys that they brought in, it's not like they were like, oh, I can't believe we lost him. You know? Like, the rest of these squads aren't all that bummed to watch these guys go take big contracts with the Pats, right? I'd say Jonnu's the one. Where the Titans probably wish, like, man, would have been sick to have him back. Especially now with Julio in the mix. But, like...
Julio! Yeah, I mean, listen, was Jonnu Smith making an impact for the Titans last year? No, man. There's not a huge difference going down from Jonnu to Ferkser. It's not that different.
What a name. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying from a talent standpoint, you know? Like, Jonnu could be special.
Could be.
Could.
He hasn't been.
Could. New guy saying, don't disrespect Hunter Henry. I'll let.
Oh boy, we might have lost the Pops again. We lost Popsicles. Real quick stats. Matt Ryan, 14 of 15 for $170 with a touchdown. Cam Newton, 6 for 8 for 99 yards. Drew says frozen popsicles. Makes sense. Rushing, we did get a touchdown on the ground from Sony Michel. I thought my man Jimmy Blanco stole that one, but he didn't. Todd Gurley remains at 15 yards. Jimmy White, 3 yards. Julio Jones has the receiving touchdown for Atlanta. Hey, he's back.
Hi. So we're experiencing some major weather changes. It's going from 90 degrees to 75.
And he's gone again. Get him out of here. Receiving. Mentioned Julio with the touchdown. He's got 4 for 88. Todd Gurley, 5 for 11. Hayden Hurst, 4 for 36. N'Keal Harry, 3 for 39. Damiere Byrd has a catch. Dalton Keene with a catch. Asi. Oi, oi, oi. 1 catch for 32 yards. And Calvin Ridley with the 35-yard catch. Anytime Freeze Pops comes back and freezes and leaves, I'm throwing him out again like in an MLB ejection.
I'm back. I'm just going to be quiet until the end of the halftime in case it happens again.
That's it. It's over.
Don't even put me on screen. This is awful.
I love it. All right. Third quarter coming up, 10-7. Falcons looking for revenge against the Patriots. You may have your ring, New England, but we'll always have Simland. That's the Falcons' motto. Is there a more dangerous Simland team than the Falcons?
No. They're loaded, dude. Because Gurley is an absolute stud in Madden. Obviously, Ridley and Julio are awesome. Russell Gage, really good. Matt Ryan's good. Falcons' defense is scrappy. Hayden Hurst is good. I love the Queens Falcons. Am I still on?
You're on, baby.
Hello?
just know that I'm ready. I'm ready to toss him if it happens again. All right, Patriots taking over.
I can hear
here.
the lightning storms in the offing. This is not good.
The weather's been very weird, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's 90 degrees right now. My watch says it's going to be 75 within the next hour. 15 degrees in an hour in St. Louis. That screams lightning storm. Like that, we're in lightning storm territory. The lightning out here is nuts in the Midwest.
Yeah, we're looking at a storm as well. I of course have my air conditioning cranking at 66 degrees. Keeps everything
66.
nice and chilly for me. Yeah, the key is you crank the air and then you throw on the sweatshirt. You get your blankie,
bundle up.
It's great. That's a good question. What do you guys keep the AC at?
We have ours at 69.
Of course you do. I have a like an OCD about odd numbers.
Yeah. So actually, so does Morgan. But for whatever reason, we've settled on 69 as our AC number. I don't know.
Like volume on my stereo in my car, volume on my television.
Yep.
It all has to be even numbers. I don't
even
know
numbers,
why.
or are you cool with the fives? Like, are you good with like a 25? Okay, you need 24 or 26.
I need it to be divisible by 2. I don't know why.
Our building has told us that if you try and go below 70 on a consistent basis on our AC, like, it's gonna break. So we put it at 69 just to live on the edge a little bit, I think, you know? We've been okay. We had a new one installed last summer. I went almost 2 months without a working AC. They kept trying to fix it, like fix little parts. They'd come in, they'd fix one part, it'd work for a day, the other part would break, they'd come in, they'd fix that. So finally, after like four times of telling them this thing isn't working, finally they just redid the whole thing. And it's great. It's been working like a champ.
So the Sim Fam runs the gauntlet of AC numbers. Fourth year says he keeps it at 58.
Oh my God.
I didn't even know it went that low.
That's like dangerous for your pipes, bro.
I didn't even know it went that low.
58 is too low for an AC. Do you live do you live on the equator? Like, what are you doing?
I will say, when I get into a hotel room, the first thing I do is turn the air literally as low as it can go.
Yeah.
60
Nothing
degrees,
worse than a
whatever.
hot hotel room.
So I respect that.
58's low.
Rowdy Dorito says 70. The Boss Man says 72. 80 Poker, 68. DJ Shakedown 75. What's the point of even having air conditioning?
What are we doing?
K-Nut 74. Jordan Lindenbaum 72. Evans Boney 74.
I am of the same team as you, Lamarca, where I'm down to have it cold and throw on a hoodie.
Yes.
Even in the summer. One of the nice things about this apartment that I'll miss is in the winter, even though it gets cold here in St. Louis, the way my building is set up, it's this apartment gets so hot because it wasn't meant to be an apartment building. It was built as a factory. So the people on the first floor put their heating on and it just rises. And I'm on the third floor. So I get the benefit of all the floors below me putting on their heating. And I have these massive windows and we face the sun the majority of the day. So I get the sun beaming in here. So I don't even turn my heat on in the winter a lot of times. It's great. Save a lot of cash.
Got a lot of people saying that it's up over 100 by them. Yeah,
it's been 100 all week.
One of the things that I like to do is look and see what it's like in Vegas. And it literally hit 120 degrees. $120. And I've told you guys, like, I've thought about moving to a different state because, you know, like, my income would stay the same and I could make the dollar go further than it would go in New York. But 120?
No thanks.
Who lives out there like that?
The dry heat, Lamarca.
I mean, I guess it's
the dry heat.
Really
it's the dry heat.
Yeah, it's not like I go outside that much anyway, but
that's the dry heat. Yeah, 120's bogus. I got in my car at one point this week and it was 107 in the car.
Ugh, gross.
Yeah.
You got the leather seats?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
so you got the
hot leather. Oh, it's the worst.
Brother Phil saying that I should consider moving to Cape Cod instead of Boston when I move back east. I'm actually moving to Rhode Island, Brother Phil.
Hey.
I'm moving to Pawtucket, Rhode Island. So,
congratulations.
Pretty pumped about it. Thanks, dude. Pawtucket.
The Paw Sox.
I know. Rest in peace. It's the stupid Woo Sox now.
Anymore?
No, it's their first season in Worcester. They're now the Woo Sox. It's a point of contention in the States. Not good. Yeah, they moved 40 minutes north to Worcester. And it puts my family in a tough spot because both sides of my family are from Worcester. even though I've grown up in Rhode Island my whole life. So I grew up going to the Paw Sox, but now all my cousins are pumped. They're going to go to the Woo Sox games. But it's like, guys, you realize that this is hurting me. This is painful. Hate that name. Hate the Woo Sox. I hate their mascot. Their mascot is a smiley face because Worcester, Massachusetts.
Woo, yeah, like woo.
Well, no, it's like the yellow with the black dots and the black mouth. They lay claim to the smiley face. They believe they invented the smiley face. The smiley face was invented in Worcester, Massachusetts by
Was
some
it when
marketing
Forrest
firm.
Gump was running through there?
Right? It
Because
does
we all
have a
know
little-
that Forrest Gump invented the smiley face.
It does have a Forrest Gump vibe to it, but no, there's some story about Worcester, like that's one of their claims to fame is that they invented the smiley face. So a smiley face is the Woo Sox mascot.
Me and Drew are on the same exact wavelength because this is exactly, after thinking about Forrest Gump, this is exactly what came to my mind, which is he makes outrageous claims like he invented the question mark.
Dr. Evil.
He accused chestnuts of being lazy. The kind of things only the genius lament. And the insane court. I don't know.
I love when Dr. Evil goes on those little rants, though. It's incredible. Gold member.
Oh, man.
One of the best trilogies in the history of cinema. The Austin Power movies.
Well, that's a big statement. I love Austin Powers, but I don't
Come
think
on.
I could go that
Get
far.
there with me.
I
Get
don't
there
think I
with
can
me.
get there. I don't think I can get there.
That's one I wouldn't mind if they came out with one like next year. Give me a fourth.
Hasn't there been a rumored fourth one of these movies in
Forever.
production? For like
Forever.
20 years, I feel like.
Yep. Absolutely. James Colthird asking if I went to high school in Worcester. He went to Leicester, right next door. No, James,
How is
my
that pronounced
parents.
Worcester?
it's
That is
a lot.
Worcester.
Do you have 2 hours?
Worcester? That's
Worcester.
called that Worcester.
Worcester. It's pronounced Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a lot. But no, James, I'm not from there. My family is from there. I grew up in Rhode Island. My dad went to St. John's. My mom went to Burncoat. Leicester. And that's that. So that L-E-I Cester there, that's pronounced Leicester.
Well, I know that there's a European Football League club, and I think it's called Leicester City. So I can.
And is it spelled that way?
Yes, spelled the exact same way. But I don't know how you get Worcester from that combination of letters.
Worcester.
Anyway.
So,
I will say that.
long story short, I hate the Woo Sox.
Sox is a great branding opportunity. Like, we should make some Woo Socks. Like, they're socks specifically designed for like when you're going out. You know what I'm saying? When you're trying to get your groove on.
Trying to get your Woo Socks on.
Yeah.
There's definitely going to be like a lot of that Ric Flair woo going on in the crowds there. You have to know that's coming. Yeah, I mean, look, when I move back, will I go to a game at Polar Park? Yes. Of course I will. Will I be mad about it the whole time? Yeah, absolutely.
Get your Woo Socks going, baby.
Got my Woo Socks on tonight.
Yeah.
Gonna put it down.
Let's just say when Matt Lamarca puts on his Woo Socks, you better hide
Things
the
get
women
wild.
and kids.
Watch out when Lamarca's got his Woo Socks on, baby. Todd Gurley got his Woo Socks on.
There he is. He's running into the tunnel, and now he's coming back.
He's coming back. That might be pretty good for my lineup here, guys. Don't look
And that
now.
will
I'm in
give
fifth place.
the Falcons the lead in this game once again, living up to the expectations.
I am going to need some stuff to happen here if I want a chance to actually win. The Patriots lose some points, backs me down to 10th. If Ossie has a nice fourth quarter,
Oi, oi, oi.
Ozzy. That'll help me out here. I need that to happen. Lots of stuff moving. I'm now in 9th. It looks like this isn't going to be the one for me, guys. I am 6 points off the lead, so again, I will lose a free roll for the 200 and something time.
We've got a two-way tie for first currently. Viper and Pfeiffer tie to top the leaderboard.
Blazer. My fitness consigliere
Michel.
I think there was an anniversary from Dodgeball the other day. I saw a bunch of social media posts about it, whether it was like when it came out or the fake anniversary of Peter LaFleur winning all that cash betting on his team. Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur.
I wouldn't sell you your gym back for all of King Midas's silver.
Oh, so good. That's a movie I could watch once a week the rest of my life and just crack up every time.
Quick stats hit as Sony Michel with a nice run to end the third quarter there. Matt Ryan, 19 for 20, 232 yards and a touchdown. He's hunting it out. He's hunting for the bonus. Cam Newton, not such a great game. Todd Gurley, he has a touchdown now. We know he's been active in the passing game, 24 rushing yards. Sony Michel with that last carry before the end of the third quarter.
Or as Drew says, should we say 56-yard run for consigliere Michel?
Yeah, yes. My running back consigliere Michel. There's Gurley, 7 catches for 35 yards. Julio, 7 catches, 30. Where is I getting 30 from? 7 catches, 126 yards, 1 touchdown. Hayden Hurst has 4 grabs. Nobody on the Patriots with more than 3 grabs, but Julian Edelman does have a touchdown.
He's got a tud. Greatest postseason receiver of all time, according to some. Not me.
I think we know who you're referring to.
Yes. His name rhymes with Schmadam Schmoffman.
All right, 1 quarter left to decide this sim. We've got a lot of guys in contention there at the top of the leaderboard, including Tommy Freeze Pop sitting there in 7th place. The world wants to know, can Freeze Pops pull off the upset?
I don't think it's going to happen, guys. If it was going to happen, it would be with the Falcons, though. I do well in Falcon sims.
Well, we're going to start with Sony Michel getting planted.
That doesn't help me. He's in my lineup. Ashley Edwards wanting to know if she can win this one as well. I'm okay with a tie. It's good to start somewhere. Sure, we can tie.
Ashley's in 3rd, so yeah, I don't see you cool tying with her.
Okay, I'm just saying I'm cool with it, Lamarca. Okay, you don't need to rub it in.
All right, sorry.
We all know I'm gonna lose.
Man, especially with that kind of attitude.
Yeah, look, you just try and be realistic. Mustbe's 1 spot ahead of me. Apparently, he says on YouTube. Jesse Cofield on my television as we speak. Have the U.S. Open on in the background. Yep, there you go. Shout out to Jesse. Just got married the other day. Looks like she's having a nice honeymoon in Europe somewhere. Good for her.
Every time she comes on the TV, even if nobody's around, I go, "Oh, Jesse from DraftKings."
Same.
I work with her.
Yep. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
When are they going to get me and you on TV, bro?
That is the real question. We should definitely have commercials on the Food Network. Get the buffet boys on the
I'm telling you right now, any DraftKings commercials that air on Lifetime, they should feature me and you.
I'm all in. Did I tell you about the when I got a new phone the other day? Because I had an upgrade, nothing fancy. Wasn't like I was, I hit the lotto and had enough money for a fancy phone. Just a normal run-of-the-mill upgrade. The guy that I was working with at the Apple Store had no idea what DraftKings did and thought that DraftKings was a staffing agency.
Yes, you told me this. All right, so Drew comments. He says, "Sorry guys, Glash handles the lifetime advertisements. Emerson is on Spike TV,
100%,
and Kaufman is C-SPAN."
Those all fit so perfectly. That's So what would Tara Lynn be? She'd be MTV. Let's think. Christian would be the History Channel.
Yep. Like that.
Geoff would be NHL Network.
The Golf Channel, I was thinking.
Yeah, or Golf Channel. Yep, sure.
Oh, nope. Drew says he gets all of Canada. That makes sense to me.
Yep, just all Canadian television makes sense. Jeffrey Burkett telling me that he's going to start calling me Luke Combs. That's a compliment, brother. You look just like Luke Combs. Wow. I get that all the time. People think I look like the country singer Luke Combs. If you're into country music, you should. I didn't know who he was until people started calling me that, and then I looked him up. And now that I live in St. Louis, where country music's a big deal, I get that all the time.
Yeah, I can see it.
I don't think we're twins.
I don't think it's a direct relation, but
similar facial hair.
Yeah, the ginger beard.
Yeah, I think that's what does it. Look, I'm just gonna say it. I think I'm better looking than him.
I think I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. I think his beard is, and coming from me, this is going to really sound like something, but I think his beard's too shaggy. He's got to trim that thing up a little bit.
Exactly. He could be better looking than me if he put in the effort.
I will say there are some photos of him with an absolutely stunning woman.
Yeah,
so,
well, when you're a millionaire country star, probably helps. Bossman 4523 agrees with me. Thank you. I think people are laughing at the fact that I said that and you were muted.
And I took so long. My brain just takes a while to process things.
No, he was muted for a second, guys.
I just
promise.
See, like that. I just take pauses from time to time.
Hey, a pregnant pause can go a long way.
All right, so where else are we sending? Like, where does Rossi go? Nickelodeon?
Ooh, that's
maybe?
a good one. Cartoon Network, assorted children's programming, for sure.
Right.
That's a great call. What about Ducey? Ducey's going... I don't think Ducey should be on
Fox
television.
News.
Contrarian TV. Bad Boys of Pop saying that when he was younger, people said he looked like JT, Justin Timberlake. Now he gets Blake Shelton. I believe both of those men were on the cover of some magazine saying they were the sexiest men alive. So good for you, bro.
Not bad company. I've gotten John Lithgow.
Okay, I kind of see that actually.
I've gotten when I let my hair and my beard get real wild. I've gotten Action Bronson. Although he's lost like 100 pounds.
He's a shell of himself now, huh?
Yeah.
He's tiny. I love Action Bronson.
Oh, how can you not?
He's the best. I'm in 5th, and I'm in shouting distance. I'm 4 points off the lead. My confidence is up.
And Ashley has officially taken over first place. Julio Jones in the captain spot being what has gotten her there.
Yeah,
but
same.
The Patriots have the ball now in a tie game with 3.5 minutes left.
I need him to feed Aussie Oi, oi, oi. No, wrong receiver there.
There's the Birdman.
I need some Sony. Tied ball game here too, so things are getting exciting here, not gonna lie.
AD Poker says, I hate it, but I've gotten Cristiano Ronaldo.
Wow, you're lying. Of course you don't hate that, dude.
If only.
Oh, I hate it, but people compare me to Brad Pitt with my shirt off. Like, come on, bro.
Every time I'm at the pool, I got people coming up to me being like, excuse me, Chris Hemsworth? Or, you know,
Are
like,
you,
I
are you
love
Chris
I
or
loved
Liam
you.
Hemsworth?
I loved you in Thor. And I'm like,
Which of the
no,
Hemsworths
sorry.
are you?
Just me, Matt Lamarca. I know. I get it all the time. I know.
Yeah. Oh, I hate it, but people say I look like Cristiano Ronaldo. He just went over 300 million Instagram followers. First human being on the planet to do it. That's because all the
What
chicks
about the
follow
galaxy?
him, and all the dudes who like the football follow him. And he got the Euro 2020 bump. Great call, Drew.
I did see he became the leading goal scorer in Euro history.
It's pretty crazy that someone that good looking could also be like legit, arguably the best player in the history of their sport.
Yeah. I mean, I think Messi's clearly better, but
I'm not a soccer guy, but you always hear him being thrown around in that convo. It's those two, right? It's like the Manning Brady of international soccer.
yeah, and I mean, then you have to go to like the older. You got to go Pele or Diego Maradona, who I've never watched them. I have no idea.
I watched the doc though. That guy's wild.
Maradona.
Yeah, you see that documentary?
You know, I don't think I have.
Oh, it's good stuff. Didn't he just pass away?
Yes, he did. He did.
Bossman4523 says that he's gotten Ben Affleck and Paul Rudd. Those guys don't look alike, so
I mean,
they don't. No,
they're both have
they're
dark
both
hair
white dudes
with dark hair. You know,
Affleck has a massive jaw, and Paul Rudd has like beady eyes and curly hair. I don't see that at all. Dean Murray says that he gets Howie Mandel. I like that one. Howie Mandel, underrated.
big germaphobe, supposedly.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, if
He
you ever
probably-
meet Howie Mandel, don't try to shake his hand.
Fist bump him. Can't imagine that he did well with the pandemic. Andrew saying Dean's the only one telling the truth.
Hey,
Yeah.
I told the truth.
Same. I'm over here saying that I look like an overweight country star. Lamarca just compared himself to Jonathan Lithgow.
Great actor. Not somebody
Yeah.
you want to be told that you look like.
I will say this, you have much better hair than Lithgow.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a young John Lithgow since he's 75.
Oh my god. The doppelganger thing is funny. Mike Bisley says he gets Tom Green. Nice. Love a good Tom Green reference in 2021.
Mike Bizzle did ask if I was watching the Mets game. I do have it on to the side. We won game one of the doubleheader. Always hard to win both games of a doubleheader, especially when you're starting relief pitchers like the Mets.
Is DeGrom okay? Are we good? Are we in the clear?
No, we're not in the clear.
Oh,
He's going to make his next scheduled start, but
you're not
will
happy
he
about
make
it?
through more than 3 innings? I have no idea.
You're not happy about it.
I'm distraught. The
They
guy's
should sit
on
him.
pace for the greatest pitching season in the history of pitching.
They should sit him.
Yeah, if that's going to let him get healthy, but they keep saying nothing's wrong with him.
Feels like something's wrong, though.
I agree. The Freakin' Nature says I look like the lion from The Wizard of Oz. Hey, that guy had heart.
You know what? That isn't the worst comparison I've ever heard.
Oh, come on.
No, I mean, the hair with the beard. That's what does it.
I look nothing like this person.
Oh, that's so good. Luke Combs is consistently the only one that I get. There's like no other one that I get. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
All right, so missed kick by
the folk hero indoors missing a 48-yarder. Russell Gage.
And go get it, Rusty.
Did he get? There you go. Give me that thing. That probably is not going to help me.
So Matt Ryan started this drive at 250 yards. He does still have a chance to go over the 300, but it seems like that would be a long shot at this point. Probably needs a long touchdown. I would think they're more playing for the field goal at this point.
Seeing if that would shake anything up at the top of the contest. Looks like Pfeiffer 9, who's tied for second, has Matt Ryan in their lineup. So if he was to hit the B word here, as does Viper.
Why is it the B word?
1969.
Is it just like you don't want to
jinx it?
Jinx on it?
Yeah, you don't want to jinx it.
I'll say it. Bonus.
Bonus.
How about that?
Well, hey, guys, you heard who said it.
Matt Ryan going for the bonus.
I've also been told that was apparently a thing for someone that's no longer a part of the DK broadcast team, that they think that I have stolen it from him. I can say with great confidence I never watched that person do a single sim and don't even know their name. So, not something that I have stolen directly from him, something I picked up from hearing other DK broadcasters use the term. But I like it. I don't want to be the guy that jinxes it for people.
You would be like the guy calling a baseball game who just never mentions that a no-hitter's going on.
100%, yeah. Well, so I got blamed
if
for...
If you're just joining us here in the 7th...
you might want to take a look at the old scoreboard.
Check the bot. We could be seeing something special. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
I was blamed for someone earlier this season. I think it was Trevor Bauer not getting a no-hitter. Because I said on the Dream Stream in like the 6th inning, oh, Trevor Bauer, no hits through 6. 48, Koo. Good.
Butter.
In your face, Nick Folk.
Cuckoo Kachoo for the lead.
Koo putting on the Woo socks.
Yeah.
Banging it through, baby.
Need your Woo socks for a kick like that.
Koo strapping on the Woos. Going right through.
The Pats have no timeouts. They have 38 seconds. It's probably looking pretty grim for them, but they do have a kick return here. Maybe they'll get a chance to take it out of the back of the end zone. You never know.
Drew referencing one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time on our Slack here. Whistle tips go woo woo.
That whoa whoa. Yeah, we've done that because there is a DraftKings user by the name Whistles Go Woo who has been
amazing.
He's won some of the live finals and stuff recently. So we've interviewed him, and
that's awesome.
Whoa whoa.
I believe, and I could be wrong here, I believe that the person's name in that video, his like lower third, is named Chub Rub.
Bub Rub.
Bub Rub, that's what it is.
Bub Rub and Lil Sis.
Whistle tips go woo woo. And it's funny, like when they show the shot of the car going down the road, it like drives up on the sidewalk all crazy.
That was a big play potentially right there.
That video and the Leprechaun, the amateur sketch of Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Iconic news reports.
That's classic old school YouTube right there.
Yes. Like, I have watched both of those videos 50 plus times.
Y'all want to see the Leprechaun say yeah?
Yeah! I've seen people around St. Paddy's Day that have the shirt that says amateur sketch. I've always wanted that one.
Cam going up top. We got a
nice grab.
But that is in the middle of the field. I don't think we're going to get another play.
Hey, Aussie. That helps ya, boy. Let's check it out.
Up to 3 catches for 72 yards. So he ended up salvaging his day. I wouldn't say it's a good day.
No.
Unfortunately,
but it is a great day for me as I am in the midst of 4 straight
It does look
sins.
like our friend Ashley has dropped out of first place.
Bummer. I just went up to 5th. Let's see where I end. Yeah, it looks like it'll probably end up being 5th.
Wait, but she does have Cam Newton and the others don't. We're going to have to come back to that and give a final scores at the end. We'll run through the stats real quick. Matt Ryan comes up just short of the bonus, 276 with a touchdown. Cam Newton, 227 and a touchdown. He bounced back after a rather slow start to this game. Rushing side, Todd Gurley had a score. Sony Michel had a score.
That's right. I'm going to give my wooden nickel before we even look at the receiving stats to Julio Jones. Beastly game.
Yeah, my man had a game.
He balled out. And my babysitter Billy is going to Calvin Ridley. Whole lot of nothing. I believe he had 1 catch, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we'll find out in a second. There's Julio atop the leading receivers. 8 catches, $138, 1 touchdown. Nobody else really with like a big game as a pass catcher. Julian Edelman had a score. Asiasi had the 72 receiving yards. Todd Gurley did have 7 catches.
It's a lot for a
and
receiver.
there is Calvin Ridley with his 1 catch.
If you're going to have 1 catch, you might as well goose egg. But just don't even show up.
So we are still finalizing the scores, of course. But as of right now, Viper 1969 and Pfeiffer 9 tied for lead in our free roll contest. So we'll see. There's still, some finalization, I'm sure, being done behind the scenes. Patrick, in ops, always doing the good stuff with the stats. But that's it for this sim. We got 2 more coming up tonight. 8 o'clock, Saints at Eagles. I'm out. Geoff steps in. He works alongside Tom Carroll. 10 o'clock, Dolphins Jets. I'm back, baby, for that one. Me and Freeze Pops once again for the 10 p.m. sim. Until then, we've got Pat Mayo. He's previewing the AFC West coming up. For the Drews, for Patrick, for Tom, for me. We'll catch y'all in a bit.
Okay, well, let's talk about the receivers right now in Los Angeles. Keenan Allen, he was so good last year, but how
volume?
But is that volume going to be gone, especially with no Hunter Henry around?
I don't know if it'll be 100% gone. I have it a little bit lower in my projections. I don't know where your projections stand, mostly because some of that's baking in Mike Williams being able to stay on the field, which is a big question. But everybody's talking about Josh Palmer in the draft, mostly because the Chargers surprised a lot of people taking him as early as they did. But I think we're always start forgetting that Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson, despite being where they were in drafts themselves and not being, high-end first and second day wide receivers, showed enough last year that they're going to be in the conversation, even if Palmer is a thing. Mike Williams, assuming to be healthy, they brought in our kryptonite, or not even our kryptonite. It was something worse than that. Our hated Jared Cook is now there, and it's not like Jared Cook is not going to involve getting targets at tight end. He's going to be a factor. So I think Keenan Allen, just from a pure volume of how many times does that receiver see that kind of target? What was his target percentage last year? 31 or something ridiculous like that?
Yeah,
somewhere around.
I actually think it's going to be right around that again this year.
Do you?
Unless they just start throwing to Eckler more.
Well, I think that's part of it. And then you get a healthy Eckler for the entire season. I was going to pull up my projections to see what my target percentage was for Keenan Allen. Do you have yours? Because I'm curious where we landed.
Yeah, I have mine right in front of me. I have him at a conservative market share of 24%. And with that 24% market share of the targets on the Chargers, that would make him wide receiver number 12 in half-point PPR.
And what is the total targets equal out for you for that?
142.
I'm just laughing. Cause did you do a decimal place on your target share?
Yeah, it's 141.9. I rounded up so it doesn't sound
No, on your target share, percentage.
No, I made all the target share percentage equal it with a 0.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say I have 24.3 just ahead of you, which gives me a targets of 145. So I'm just ahead of you.
So it sounds like our projections are pretty similar based on the inputs that we have in, but I think that's relatively conservative, to tell you the truth, because we know.
I think it's reasonable.
I do think it's reasonable, but I do think that we're missing, like when you just look at the bell curve of where the potential outcomes are going for this, his like top end 28, 29, 30, 31, 32% is much higher than a lot of even of the top end receivers based on this offense.
Sure. I definitely don't disagree with you there. And this thing is like Mike Williams doesn't stay healthy. Palmer's a rookie, doesn't connect early. You know, Jalen Guyton, Tyron Johnson were just kind of things because of the opportunity. Like, there's a lot of opportunities here. I think the biggest one you mentioned, though, is the one that I come back to, and I was looking at my target percentage for him, and I have Austin Eckler at 15.3, second on the team in target percentage. So I think that's the biggest factor here is Austin Eckler coming into play.
Well, Keenan Allen's being drafted pick number 32. That's wide receiver 10. I think that's fair, but I think that he's closer to, now that A.J. Brown has Julio on the other side, even DK Metcalf, his ceiling might not be as high as those guys, but I think when we look at the end of the year, his like normal range of outcomes is right along with those guys who are going 10 to 12 picks earlier than he is. So I think he's somewhat of a value. Would you draft any other of the Chargers receivers or just leave them be?
Mostly because, I mean, isn't Mike Williams borderline free right now? Like,
they're all free. All of them are free. But do you want them either way? Like, you're sitting in the last round, Mike Williams is on the board. You're like, oh, give me Mike Williams.
I would take Mike Williams because his only issue is just stay healthy. Part of it's his own fault. He just throws himself into the air. It's like, oh, screw it. I'm going to come down to earth and land on whatever body part I break this week. If he just got smarter about his health in his own right, maybe you let one of those passes go and you live another day and it goes out of bounds. And I'm not saying like lead to an interception, but you get my point here. I would take Mike Williams because it's still talent. And if he could stay healthy, which is a big ask, but if he could stay healthy, he clearly would be the number 2 on this team. And if Justin Herbert only doesn't even improve, just only replicates what he did last year, and you give Mike Williams 110 targets, he'll finish inside the top 40 wide receivers.
Okay, let's talk about Austin Eckler because I don't know how people feel about Eckler. I feel like those in the fantasy community, much higher than Eckler than people in real life. Because I'm seeing him go as running back number 10 off the board right now. Let's frame this discussion in the guise of half-point PPR, so he doesn't get all of the value that you think that he's going to get. I don't want Austin Eckler touching the ball 25 times a game. I just don't. I don't even need him to be the goal line back. I just need him to get a few goal line touches here and there. But with the way that he projects out, if he stays healthy, with the amount of catches that he is going to bring in, even in half-point PPR, you can make a very compelling case that he and Alvin Kamara is 1A, Eckler is 1B in the terms of that type of receiver, well behind Christian McCaffrey. But I think that Eckler is closer to Kamara than Kamara is to McCaffrey.
I would definitely agree with what you said. I'm looking at how my projections spit out, which I feel like are conservative on Austin Eckler, and he's right there in the tier with Jonathan Taylor, Ezekiel Elliott, Nick Chubb, and then it's kind of a small drop-off to the next, actually a 10-point drop-off to the next section of running backs. He's actually sandwiched right in the middle. The Kamara to Eckler that I have right now is 21 points. This is half-point PPR, 21 points. So it's significant for mine, but I think that's almost, in my opinion, and this is why I always, when I do my projections, I go through myself and adjust some things. So you could say I'm stupid when I change some things or I'm smart when I change some things. I feel like it's a little high for Kamara factoring in, even if it is Jameis Winston. So my point being is completely agree with you. I think Austin Eckler is one of the best values in the second round. That feels like a floor for him at RB9. Just because if he's healthy for the entire season, how many receptions do I have him for? 81, probably going to get closer to 90 plus. The only other person alongside Christian McCaffrey that's going to catch 90 passes. And I have him for more receiving touchdowns than I have him for rushing touchdowns.
I don't. I have him at 9 rushing touchdowns, and I think that's a bit much. So I'm going to decrease the number of that down to 6. And if I do that, even in a half-point PPR, that brings him down to Aaron Jones, Saquon Barkley, and Zeke level in terms of overall fantasy points.
Yeah, if I gave him 9 rushing touchdowns, that would put him right on Kamara's heels. Actually,
It would
2 points behind Kamara.
Yeah. So I just think in terms of value, like if you're sitting at the 1-2 turn, which is essentially where he's going, and I don't know, it seems like there's going to be a lot of steam behind Cam Akers, and he's going to rise. Or maybe people just prefer Chubb or Jonathan Taylor. But if you could go picks 12 and 13 and get Eckler and Cam Akers, and that's your 1-2, you are probably going to win your league.
I could, easily. Hey, you could do Eckler, Kelsey, and win your league.
You could. I think Kelsey will be gone before that, though.
I can see that in a lot of leagues. But yeah, Eckler at the turn. And you know what the best part about Eckler? He loves fantasy. He's one of the ones that doesn't hate us.
Sure. I mean, I don't really care how he feels. As long as he's playing football and is on the field, then I'm good with him.
No, I'm just saying it's a bonus. Maybe you tweet about how much you love him on Sunday evening after he goes all for a huge game and he retweets you. So, well, you never know.
You live two different lives, my friend.
I'm talking about the fans. I don't ever tweet at players. You know that. Here's the question. You have Eckler in front of Joe Mixon, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Not even close.
Okay. Well, no, because Joe Mixon's getting a lot of steam lately because he's never coming off the field. And I think that I'd still take Eckler every single time.
In full point PPR, I have a 72-point difference between them. It's a lot less than that in half point.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's quite as big, but I know it's a decent gap. I think that people forget that Joe Mixon, as much as he's a great running back, and he has been on the field a lot, there's been a lot of seasons where he's played really good and still only finished like RB10.
I can make this next part pretty easy for it. Who's the backup? Is it going to be Josh Kelly?
I would put money on Josh Kelly, but I would also put money on the fact that it might not be a clear option the entire year.
That's fair. Smelly Kelly's no good. Justin Jackson's okay. It could be anyone.
Well, they drafted Roundtree, too.
True. I mean, one of these guys, I don't think is going to be like the primary ball handler between the tackles, but one of these guys is going to get, it might be a rotation of them that get like 8 carries per game, maybe a catch. So I think there could be value wrapped up in one of them. The issue becomes that if Eckler goes down, I don't think one of them just becomes the guy. It just becomes a 3-man rotation.
Well, not even just a 3-man rotation, but don't forget about Gabe, Won't You Be My Neighbors, stealing rushing touchdowns. You got to like that one. Come on, Pat.
It's all right. I thought his name was Nabbers, which is it Neighbors?
Nabbers? I'm pretty sure it's Neighbors.
It just has one B.
I know, but I could be wrong. But then you can't make the joke, which you hate you hate all my nicknames anyway.
That one's listen. If his name is Neighbors, then that one is not horrible. That's one of your better ones.
Not horrible. That's a win.
That's a huge win for you. Tight end, you mentioned that awful Jared Cook is now with the Chargers, and our favorite fantasy player from the XFL, Parham, he got his dreams crushed by Jared Cook. Hence why Jared Cook is the worst. We were all excited to draft Parham. Do you think Parham's still better than Jared Cook and is used more?
No. I think it's just going to be a mess because you know what this tells me about Parham is not just that they signed Jared Cook. They also drafted Trey McKitty. You don't bring in a free agent and draft a potential future tight end if you really think that Parham's the answer. So, yes, he was fun in the XFL. Yes, he's a monster. And we had excitement and hope that, he could be the surprise tight end. But this team's actions tell me that Parham's not the answer.
Parham strikes me. Do you remember that Mark Boerichter year from like 2001 where he had like 9 touchdowns on 24 catches or something? I could see Parham having a season like that.
You could have said Robert Tonyan from last year.
Yeah, but Tonyan was a bit more of a fixture than Boerichter was. Boerichter came from like the CFL, signed with the Chiefs, and just started catching touchdowns. It's like that people didn't think he was a real player who was on the field and just left him open in the end zone.
Who's the one that's saying that like the tight end position, is there anything more than the tight end touchdown where it's just the guy standing in the end zone just waiting for the ball? He's like not even moving, he's just waiting for the touchdown and that's all he does. That's a Parham. That's that kind of guy.
Yeah, but he's so athletic. He's so huge. Just you think that if he could get all the coordination on the same page that he actually would be really good.
No, but there was a reason he was in the XFL and that this team, obviously, we can have fun and want more and hope that players surprise us, but we also have to be realistic at the same time. And again, my biggest thing is I'm going to go back to nothing the Chargers have done have told me that Parham is the guy.
So here's a fun team to figure out for fantasy. The Las Vegas Raiders returning Derek Carr at quarterback, unless somehow they trade for Aaron Rodgers. Probably not
They
going
should.
to happen. They should. Everyone should. If you're not the Packers and you're like not 3 other teams, you should trade for Aaron Rodgers. Over under win total.
but I meant like
over under win
I meant
total
like of
is,
all the teams.
Over under
Sorry.
win total is 7 plus 340 to make the playoffs, 18-1 to win the division, 33-1 to win the AFC, 70-1 to win the Super Bowl. Derek Carr, is anyone doing it? Is it worth it?
Is anybody doing what? Are you going to the draft anybody on this team question?
Yeah. I mean, there's a running back that we can draft, kind of. But outside
Josh
of
Jacobs.
I mean, we can just make this a very easy discussion. Josh Jacobs, I don't like, but he will eventually become a value because everyone doesn't like him at this point. So there comes a breaking point where you can take him. He is currently going as, where are you at here, Josh Jacobs? Well, he's still being drafted as running back number 13, 20th overall. Too high.
Ooh. That's a little bit too high. I was 16, 17 would seem more reasonable. That's why.
Yeah, like he's going ahead of Mixon, Dobbins, Swift, Montgomery, Flea Market, James Robinson, Chris Carson, Edwards-Helaire. I'd probably rather have all of those guys instead of Josh Jacobs.
I'd rather have Jacobs than James Robinson. And who was the one you said right before James Robinson?
Miles Sanders.
He kind of feels like in the same boat. They talk about a team. We talked about it again on that show. Go watch that show. But the concerns about Sanders in the passing game.
Yeah, and just I have him at 40 targets for Jacobs this year, which seems reasonable. He doesn't always catch all of those. He's a touchdown kind of maven. He's like that Ronnie Brown year with the Dolphins, where all he would really do is be like 20 for 67 and 2 touchdowns, which has value. It's just I just don't unless he gets used as a legitimate pass catcher, he's just never going to pay off the price. And it's not like people are playing standard leagues anymore. And then they bring in Kenyon Drake just to take away. Hate the Drake is what everyone is going to be saying. At least what Josh Jacobs should be saying this year.
Yeah, and you still have your boy, Rocket Richard, back there, who's going to be involved in passing it, tweeting out his own picture from camp. I don't think I've ever seen a player do that before, be like, hey, look at me, that everybody's talking about. But there's the passing game concern is always going to be there with Josh Jacobs. 40, I was going to say, even might be high with what this team is looking like, just because they just don't want to use him. You bring it up time and again that everybody was super excited after week 1 last year. Finally, they're unleashing Jacobs in the passing game. And then I was like, well, that was fun. We're not doing that ever again. In the passing game, we know Darren Waller, but I do think there's value right now because this is a team where almost every single wide receiver, like I think almost all of them are in undrafted to close to undrafted status. You know how I feel about Henry Ruggs, the fact that I think people are hating on him too much for what happened last year. He was not supposed to be the outside wide receiver. He's not equipped to be an outside wide receiver drawing number 1 coverage. He needs to be playing at least half the time in the slot, similar to a Tyreek Hill. He's not Tyreek Hill, but Cole Beasley, he could be Cole Beasley. That's fine. Wide receiver 3, great. I think he's going to be in a better position. Also because I think one of the more overlooked and underrated sightings who could lead this team and be their number 1 wide receiver.
John Brown.
And if you told me thank you. Nobody wants to talk about John Brown.
Wherever John Brown goes, John Brown is good. Draft John Brown.
Because John Brown is good, period. So I think you can see John Brown help Henry Ruggs become relevant. The one that I actually have very little, value or confidence in is Bryan Edwards, just because I thought he needed time to develop in the NFL. And now you bring in John Brown, and I just don't even see the snaps necessarily there for Bryan Edwards, unless Ruggs completely fails and then Edwards steps into that role.
Oh, man, there's like ex-Ravens receivers on this team. You got Willie, the need for Snead. He's on this team now. Keelan Doss is on this team. Run.
Zay Jones is on the team.
Yeah, former Bill. Marcel Aitman, who was my guy for 1 week last year when he was the only.
Is he still there? Or did they get rid of him?
I believe he's still there. Let me go check out their depth chart. He's like wide receiver 8.
No, you're probably right.
Oh yeah, he's right
Don't
there.
Don't forget about that undrafted free agent either too, Dylan Stoner.
Yeah, Dylan Stoner's not a bad name. Trey Quinn, former Washington footballer. Trey Quinn. And we didn't even talk about Hunter Renfrow.
Had like 2 weeks of relevancy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 90s teen heartthrob, Hunter Renfrow. He's still on this team. Like, I would just honestly roll the dice on John Brown because John Brown is good. And, like, this is why I talk about that Mike Williams question, where if you're sitting there in the last round and Mike Williams is available, well, John Brown is going to be available too. I'd rather have John Brown.
Well, I would double down on that as well.
Okay. So, hence, we're not drafting Mike Williams then. Because we'll draft John Brown instead.
Oh, no, you could take John Brown and Mike Williams.
But you only have 1 pick. You're in the last round. You have 1 more pick left. Who are you taking?
Okay. John Brown.
Yeah. Waller, top 3, tight end. That's easy enough. This team's just so weird. Is Kenyon Drake a value on this team, depending on where he goes. Because if you run all like the simulations over and over at how many times in the season, if Jacobs gets hurt, Drake seems like he would have exceptional value.
That's what I was going to say is it's an injury, but so you kind of go into the Latavius Murray is you really can't start Latavius Murray in any given week.
I would not be looking to start Kenyon Drake in any given week. What I'd be looking to do is just to hold on to him, because I feel like right now I have, with both them healthy, I have Josh Jacobs projected to be running back number 22 in half-point PPR. I think that if you got rid of Josh Jacobs from the equation on a points per game basis, Drake would be like a borderline top 10 running back those weeks.
I'll put him a little bit lower, but I'm with you. And that's what I was going to get to. That's why I brought up Latavius Murray, is because like Drake, you're not drafting him to start any given week. But it's the upside is the fact that how many running backs out there? There's only a handful, like 5 maybe, that you list to say, wow, if the lead person gets hurt, we have a potential at least fringe RB1 on our hands, because you could say Drake, you could say Murray, obviously, and then you throw in like Tony Pollard and a few others, but there's not really more than 5 or 6 guys that are out there. There's a lot of situations. You just brought up the Chargers. Granted, they're at the other end of the spectrum altogether, but there's a lot of backfields that kind of hover even in the middle, where it's going to be 2 guys replacing one versus one guy just stepping into that role.
Yeah, so essentially it's draft Darren Waller for sure, draft Josh Jacobs later on if you can get him. So you're probably not going to draft him. Then take a flyer on John Brown. If Kenyon Drake slips towards like the 12th round, 11th round, something like that, take him then. And it's funny because I don't hate the Raiders. I actually think they're like an all right team. It's just they're not a good fantasy team.
That's the problem. Yeah, they're not. They have a lot of similarities to the Detroit Lions, honestly.
I mean, they're sort of like the minor league version of, like, if Derek Carr was really good, you could see them being like how we kind of look at the Chiefs offense. Like, hey, here are the 3 guys you need to own. And then everyone else is kind of like, probably not. And this team there's one guy you want to own and everyone else is like,
Probably not. Yeah, that's safe. That's a good comparison as well. Yeah.
Last team. And this one's in flux because it's the Denver Broncos. Do we think that Aaron Rodgers is going there? I guess is the number one question, because their win total is 8.5 right now.
I would say if Aaron Rodgers is going anywhere, it's the Broncos. It's going to come down to Aaron Rodgers. It's going to come down to, is he going to keep his heels dug into the ground with the Packers? And if so, then yeah, I would say the Broncos.
Okay, so let's address this like Aaron Rodgers is not their quarterback, that it will either be Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater. I don't know how you can run a team, and I mean, I don't care if they traded for Teddy Bridgewater, but now you're just looking at Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater and not play Teddy Bridgewater.
Because the difference, like, I understand and I don't disagree with you. The difference is, and anybody who's read what I've talked about Lock knows that I'm not a Lock fan, but here's where it comes down to is why you do that is you're hoping that this clicks this year and you found a franchise quarterback who just everything went wrong, quote unquote. I'm just trying to speak into existence of why you would believe this is everything went wrong the first 2 years. There's weapons around him. He's got a year to really get under. And I forget who it was, but somebody threw out the stupid Josh Allen 3rd year thing. Like you and I have talked about before. Josh Allen is the anomaly. He's not the regular. That's what happens all the time.
Yeah,
situation.
but I think people overlook that Josh Allen was like pretty good for the first 2 years too, not dog shit.
Right. He wasn't true. But I think what they look at is like completion percentages and on target percentages and accuracy, all that type of stuff. And I think that's where people try to make these leaps and comparisons with Josh Allen is that you can become so much more of an accurate passer and you can get the ball on target, all that type of stuff. So anyway, point being is Teddy Bridgewater, you know who you have in Teddy Bridgewater. You know he's not ideally your starting quarterback, but he's one of the best backups in the league and he can get you through. Like he can get you to. Drew Lock, hopefully we found something. We uncovered what unlocks Drew Lock, and I think that's why you turn to Drew Lock. You turn to Teddy the only way you go Teddy is if Lock is completely nothing, which is a realistic possibility.
Yeah, this is the Bears situation from last year all over again.
And that's a very good parallel.
Like, just start Teddy Bridgewater. And they have a good defense. They have a great core of players on the offensive side of the ball. Just go with your best option and try to win games. Like, I don't see why that's so hard.
Yeah, because people don't. You can kind of like compare it to your thing with fantasy. And they don't want to be the 5th best. They want to go for number 1. Yeah, who's got the higher ceiling?
But they're just diluting themselves with the sunk cost fallacy at this point. Like, you have a guy who's no good. So stop playing him. Easy peasy. You made your team a lot better.
Arguably, yes.
Wide receivers on this team. Cortland Sutton is returning. He is being drafted at wide receiver number 32 at the moment. Doug Judy is going as wide receiver number 44, 106th overall. Outside of that, you got Tim Patrick going undrafted, but at number 84 at wide receiver. Which one of these guys has the most value, and do they all kind of have value based on how this team is constructed?
Yeah, I'd say Sutton and Judy both have tied the most value because of where they're going. Sutton, yeah, it's coming off a major injury, but we know Sutton has top 20 ability, period. He's extremely talented as a wide receiver. Remember all the excitement everybody had for Sutton last year. Yes, it's an injury. Yes, we don't know how he looks yet. The quarterback play doesn't help him a ton, but similar to Allen Robinson has been putting up wide receiver 1 numbers year after year after year after year with terrible quarterbacks. Terrible quarterback doesn't mean you can't put up numbers. There is the pushback. Yes, the defense is good enough that they're not going to have to fling it 600 times this year. So you have Sutton and Judy, but because Sutton's going where he is, that's a discount value based off his injury with upside for more. Jerry Judy essentially finished where his ADP is from last year as a rookie, similar to Henry Ruggs, who was thrust into being the number 1 attention wide receiver, playing only outside wide receiver, who will do better inside, do better with Cortland Sutton playing across from him. And that alone will help Judy, where I think last year is his floor. I included Judy in my top 10 breakout wide receivers for 2021. So at those costs for both of them, I think they're both great values right now.
Judy also seemed to be playing through massive injuries last year. He looked noticeably slower some weeks than in others.
He was not 100% for a good point of the year. And if you look at it too, did he even catch half of his passes last year? I mean, he dropped a good amount of him too. That was partly on him.
He did. So he has the part that he dropped some, and then he has Drew Lock throwing him the ball, which are like nowhere near him. So that's not a great time.
That's true. Let's see. I want to say. I just pulled it. He didn't even catch half of his targets. 113 and only caught 52.
I think Jerry Judy is the value here. He is the one that I would be primarily targeting. I don't think Tim Patrick is bad, though. I think Tim Patrick is a good player. And if they do decide to run 3 wide receiver sets in this offense, then I could see him getting some extra love here, especially if Teddy plays.
I don't think so for 2 reasons. One is, with Sutton back, I don't know that you get a 3rd wide receiver because Noah Fant's still going to be involved. I think those are your top 3. And then KJ Hamler is an extremely talented slot wide receiver, which I think, could make the push for the number 3 wide receiver on this team and kind of boot Tim Patrick to number 4, which number 4 would be completely irrelevant.
Okay, let's go to the running backs. This was the question of the episode, Jake. You've already given your breakdown of it all. Smash the like button to the episode. Tell me where you think Javonte Williams is going to go, where he's going to finish at running back this season. And you kind of mentioned it. There's these reports that he's just going to be the guy from week 1. If that's the case, he's the top 20 running back for sure, maybe even higher. But what's a realistic scenario with Melvin Gordon still lingering around here? Melvin Gordon beat his DUI, so he's no longer going to be suspended.
Yeah. And Melvin Gordon also had one of his best on a per touch basis seasons last year. For everybody that used to say Melvin Gordon never gets over 4 yards per carry, because I think he did it 1 year of his career before last year. It's not like Melvin Gordon's awful. Melvin Gordon, no. Is he a top 10 running back? Absolutely not. But Melvin Gordon's not terrible in the fact that if he does decide to show up, stops this, whatever's going on, whether it's a holdout while he's disgruntled, whatever it might be, week 1 split, I would still say the odds are like a 60-40 in his favor. And obviously it's not like maybe 60 with a 35 and somebody else sprinkled it. But everybody understands the point there. I still think Melvin Gordon starts out as the lead. Worst case, 50-50 before Javonte Williams does take over. I just don't know that if I don't think that if Melvin Gordon is out there playing on this team, practicing and ready for week 1, that it's going to be Javonte Williams touching the ball 65-70% of the time.
I'm really curious to see how this breaks down in terms of ADP. We don't have any sort of draft data from the time that we're talking about this that reflects that Williams could be the number 1 guy in Denver and being the starter. Because before the news ended up coming out, Melvin Gordon was being drafted at running back number 24, 57th overall. Williams was being drafted at running back number 44, 121 overall, which is a fantastic value, whether he was the backup or not, thinking that maybe he could win the job as the season went along. I just don't think that's a realistic ADP anymore. Like, he's not going to go behind J.D. McKissick anymore.
No, he would. I thought you were going to mention even a better name than that. I was going to see where he went in my draft last night just to kind of give you an idea. So let's see. Javonte, he went in round 5.
Oh, Jesus.
So there you go. Right in between Travis Etienne and Chase Edmonds and Michael Carter in that same group.
Okay. And just on average, before basically 2 days ago, he was going as pick number 121. So in the 11th round.
Yeah. So he was pick 59. So there you go.
Yeah. So other running backs going in that range right now. I mean, that's where Melvin, basically he just has taken the Melvin Gordon spot. They've swapped.
Yeah. And that would be fine if we knew Melvin Gordon was already definitively RB2 on this depth chart. But I don't think we can say that yet. And look, some of it might be value, but it was a value. That's the biggest point you were making. It was a value because you were getting him at a discount where he could surprise us and be the week 1 starter with Melvin Gordon number 2 and have all that happen. Or maybe even Melvin Gordon got hurt. And then we're talking, like you said, the 24 is too low. But now drafting as RB24, now he essentially has to at least split the backfield in week 1. So I don't know that I'm paying that price as much as I am a Williams fan as much as anybody else.
Last one, Noah Fant. Good receiver. Not a great blocker, which is great for tight end fantasy purposes. He's kind of like Evan Ingram in a weird way, except he doesn't get the hype that Evan Ingram does. I actually have him projected as tight end number 6 for the season. He's being drafted at tight end number 13. If he's not the one I want to reach on by any means, because tight end 6 through tight end 14 isn't all separated by all that much. You tweak a few touchdowns here and there, and it throws people all over the board. I still think that unless you get an elite guy at tight end, you wait. But it does seem like he is falling down drafts, that if he goes at, tight end number 13, tight end number 12, in that range where he's like a final 3-round pick, he could be your starter week 1, no problem.
Yeah, and if he's going in that round or in that range too, that absolutely. I actually have him at tight end 8, so I'm kind of right there with you, just a little bit lower, but not by much. To the point being is if Noah Fant I added 1 touchdown, he probably leapfrogs those guys and finishes at tight end 6. So yeah, I think for where he's going, certainly reasonable. I just mentioned it too, and when I said about my concern about Tim Patrick, is I think Noah Fant is the number 3 in target share. So that's what it comes down to, is if you can get semi-competent play. If it is Teddy just made 3 wide receivers have top 30 value at the wide receiver position. If Fant is the 3 instead of a wide receiver and it's Sutton, Judy, and Fant could easily be top 10 if those are the top 3 weapons.
He's someone that you would want to have on your team, but you don't want to pay. You want to pay a discount for. Like, don't pay whatever full price is. If you get him at 75% off, he's your guy.
Yeah, same with Tanyan being able to repeat those touchdowns.
Listen, Tanyan, Higbee,
Logan
Goddard,
Thomas.
Ingram, Hawkinson, Logan Thomas, Hooper, Irv Smith, Blake Jarwin, Noah Fant. Whichever one just presents themselves as the best discount, take that one.
Yeah, just keep waiting. I almost took Evan Ingram last night for that. But then I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to do Cole Kmet just because I'm so sick of Evan Ingram.
All right, so welcome to Jimmy Graham season.
No, Jimmy Graham, your time is done, man. We're pushing you aside finally. I know but that, all jokes aside, that was a pure, I'm going for upside, is like where you talk about this all the time, is painting these scenarios. Paint the scenario where he does step past because Jimmy Graham is just toast at this point and becomes the number 3 target in the Bears passing game. Whereas Evan Ingram, even if, you need multiple injuries now for him to get to number 3.
That will do it on the Pat Mayo Experience Fantasy Football Rankings 2021 of the AFC West. You want to check out the other divisions? Hit the description, smash the like button to the video, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. If you want a spot in the Scott Fishbowl, check out my Twitter at the PME, and you can find out how to do that. Shockingly enough, it's about leaving a rating and review on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast, a podcast which you should most definitely download. Okay? For Jake, I'm Pat. We'll see you next time.
Hola, DK Sim fam. Welcome back into the Dream Stream, the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name is Geoff Ulrich. Joining me for this primetime game going to be Tom Carroll on his third or fourth Madden Sims today. Weekend Tom living up to his name as per the usual. We've got the Saints. We've got a team I can't remember.
The Eagles.
The Eagles?
The
Thank you.
Eags.
I literally just made my lineup like a minute ago. I at least have an excuse today. I'm in a vaccine haze. So, anyways, it's the Eagles and the Saints. Who you got in your captain spot, Tom?
I went with Miles Sanders in the captain spot. Last Eagles game I did, he performed really well, and I don't believe he was in my lineup. Therefore, I'm making up for that mistake. Marquise Goodwin, Alshon Jeffrey, Traquan Smith, Michael Thomas, Carson Wentz. Your favorite player?
I put Michael Thomas in my captain spot. Kind of like in my lineup, if I'm dead honest.
Ooh, okay.
I guess lineup's a lock, so I can just give it all away. Thomas,
give it away.
Goodwin, Jackson, Jeffrey, Traquan, and Wentz. So I'm really going heavier Eagles, but I'm really looking for that breakout Michael Thomas game. So we'll see how that goes. I did fade the RBs. See how that works. Usually doesn't work.
I haven't rostered Kamara in a while. He burned me too many times. I don't know if that's fair or not, but
I don't know. How has he been doing lately? I haven't done a Saints sim for a while, so has he been good?
I didn't look at his stats, to be honest. I went all gut. I went gut last time and finished fifth. So I figured stay going gut. Maybe I finish higher. Maybe today is the one, Geoff. Maybe today is the one.
The Sims reward the gut plays. You know that.
It's all about the gut.
That's why I always roster the tight end threes, man.
Geoff, I have a bone to pick with you.
Okay, go for it, man.
Okay, so we talked earlier this week about getting the contest filled.
The Moose Open?
Which we did. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The first inaugural Moose Open. So morning of that Wednesday before it started, I said, you know what? I know Geoff's not going to tweet this out.
True.
I'm going to tweet it out for him. I want to get this thing filled. So I did so. And I hear through the grapevine that you were not happy that I tweeted that out.
It's not that I wasn't happy.
Here I am, Geoff, trying to be a good friend, trying to get this thing filled for you. Trying to play some golf with some buddies here in the DK Sim fam. And all I hear is that Geoff is unhappy that I'm out here trying to stump for my man Moose.
Look, it's a free country. You can do whatever you want. You can tweet out whatever you want. I just wanted it to fill naturally just to prove a point to Kaufman. So I'm very happy that you and Glash were in there promoting it. It should be promoted. It's a 200-person contest. You know, we have 3 days to promote golf. I'm happy you guys did it.
Okay.
And you know what made me happy is that it filled so early that it still proved my point. So it really had nothing to be mad about.
It was an anti-cough sentiment. It was more anti-cough than it was anti-me or Glash.
I was just trying to be a cool guy. You know, like, I don't need my contest to be tweeted out. It's all it was, trust me. Very happy that filled. I'm going to throw another one up next week, so you guys better fill it too.
I forgive you.
Every PG, man. Every PG week, Mike Bizzle. Hopefully everyone's having a good U.S. Open. The round's still going on, man. This thing just, like, goes and goes so late. Late tee-off there on the West Coast. How's the Saturday Sims been going?
You know, pretty well. Had cough at the beginning of the day for my 4 o'clock. He was in decent spirits. He had just come off a sim with Glash, so those always put him in a good mood. Because, you know, those two, when they get together, they think it's like a big important thing. So that kind of, you know, strokes the ego.
Yeah, for both of them.
So he was still riding high for sure. Then last sim, I had Lamarca. We had some fun. My Zoom dropped out at 3 different points over a span of about 5 minutes because of a extreme temperature change in St. Louis, going from in the 90s into the 70s as we have a lightning storm coming through. So that affected my Wi-Fi. But we're holding strong here with this Wi-Fi here. And, you know, just happy to be here. I love a
Happy
good
to be
sim
here.
Saturday.
Just happy to be here. That's the story of my life. Get a little punt from the Eagles here. 1 minute in. Not much going down. Drop some stuff in the chat.
Nice punt.
DK Sim fam.
Monster bringing up the fact that Koff said that your next contest won't fill 200, or at least without help.
Wow. Oh, without help. Yeah. You know what Koff's going to do? He's going to be like, oh, I'll tweet this one out and try and fill it myself, you know. Don't worry, Geoff. I'll be here. Oh, man. That guy, I tell you. It'll fill. It'll fill.
Hey, we're starting out strong. You're 1 for 1.
That's right. Big 1 for 1, man. U.S. Open. We'll make the new one tomorrow night. You can hop in it. Once we get the new slate up.
I like this.
Actually, I might not be able to make it till Monday, but whatever.
Drew saying that we should have Koff make a golf contest and Geoff make one and see who's fills faster.
Oh, well,
I kind of like it.
No, Kaufman would make his like 75 people. He'd be like, well, I don't know. Let's see what happens first. Let's make it like 25 people.
Last minute golf. 3 spots remaining.
Golf. 5 minutes left. Here's my golf contest. Oh, it didn't fill. 4th and 6. Failed Camaro runs here. This one's gotten off to a rocky start, to say the least.
Roaring start here in virtual Philadelphia. These are two teams that could be pretty bad next year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Saints are going to be so terrible that you have to worry about them being 6-11 or something. But I guess it's on the table, like if they get injuries on their defense and then obviously the QB play, who knows? It's definitely, they're ripe for regression. I feel like the defense is going to be good enough to make them competitive next year, and they have Kamara and Thomas still. So, but you're right. I mean, it's definitely
it's on the table.
It's more concerning. Like if you're a Saints fan, you can't be like, oh yeah, we got Breeze, we're good. Like 10 wins minimum, So
another great punt. 2 back-to-back great punts. That was from the end zone out to about the 15. That's a monster kick. They got a nice little return out of it, though. So Lamarca said this on the last broadcast. I'll get your take. He thinks that the Saints quarterback situation is going to be something like 75% Jameis and 25% Taysom. 1, do you agree with him? And 2, do you think that that's a winning formula moving forward? They win a Super Bowl with that combination.
No, I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston. I don't know. I mean, that's definitely like one scenario. I feel like the Saints Super Bowl situation is going to be in flux all year. I think that Jameis is definitely the favorite to start. And when he does start, you'll still see a lot of Taysom Hill in there, whether it just be in red zone packages or, even at midfield sometimes to mix it up. But
special teams.
Yeah. But you like one bad Jameis Winston game, and Sean Payton can just be like, "Yeah, we're just gonna pound the ball with Taysom Hill, and run the ball as much as possible, and you can go back and sit on the bench." So, I don't know. I think Jameis is the favorite to start, and I think that's probably the most likely scenario how the season starts. But the Saints had a winning record with Taysom Hill last year. I think they went 3-1 or 4-2 or something. I can't remember. But
yeah, they had a nice little run. Granted, their defense was awesome last year, but yes,
totally. And again. That's if there's any regression from that defense, I completely agree. Things could go south there, but
they lost Trey Hendrickson, who had an awesome season, but generally speaking, everyone's coming back.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Tampa Bay situation, at least without the Drew Brees. Everyone's kind of coming back. So who knows, though, man? I mean, Brees is a leader. The team could react differently. Absolutely, man. That team it's a little, it's a leadership void, I guess you could call it. So see what happens.
When you've had the same dude running the ship since 2006 in the locker room, and it's different. Of course, Sean Payton's still there, but it's different with the head coach and a quarterback, right? There's just a different. I've heard dudes talk about this on our podcast constantly about having that one guy in the locker room that sort of sets the tone for everyone.
Super different.
And you wonder if Drew Brees leaving kind of changes the culture of that locker room in a good or bad way.
Yeah, could cause rifts. You know, there could be like some people who want Jameis to start.
And it could be a good thing. You never know. I mean, it could be. Either way, I think it could. It's going to change. It completely changes the chemistry of that locker room when you take him out of there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm just someone who's just not all that interested in any Saints players. I'm a little bit interested in Michael Thomas for fantasy, but I'm not really interested in like betting the Saints or anything for overs or division titles. But you got to recognize like the defense is still probably going to show up. So it'll be an interesting division.
Yeah, NFC South will be weird because
it will be weird.
The Falcons were worse record-wise than they should have been last year. Their offense is really good. Obviously, they lose Julio, but they bring in Pitts. So Julio wasn't, healthy last year anyways. But Atlanta should be better. Tampa Bay should still be really good. Saints in flux, and the Panthers could be among the worst teams in the NFL. So you really run the gamut across the board, and that makes for interesting storylines across the board. Not all that competitive per se. I think it's going to be a one-horse race. Like I don't think Atlanta is going to improve so much that they're going to compete with Tampa for the South. That's been one of the most parity division over the last 15 years. I mean, a different team wins it almost every year. I think this year we get a back-to-back champion in the NFC South. Well, actually, the Saints won the NFC South last year. I stand corrected.
Yeah.
So it would technically be a new division champ, but I think Tampa wins it.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, it's not even like it's obviously it's a mistake to say Tampa won it, but it just feels like they won the division last year.
Right, because they won the Super Bowl. Yeah. Right, exactly.
But you're right. Like that division has kind of been a little bit back and forth. The Saints have kind of been dominant the last few years, but it does kind of feel like we're going to probably see Tampa probably not run the table, but they should be able to dominate that division, man. Like I don't know.
No doubt.
Hard to pick against Tampa there.
Now, I know we talk a lot about the NFC East, but I don't think we talk specifically about the Eagles all that much. Jalen Hurts is an interesting guy because I think people think he can be a really good fantasy quarterback. And I'm curious where you think he stacks among NFC East quarterbacks in real life. I think Dak's clearly number one. Could you make the case for Jalen Hurts to end up being the second best quarterback in that division next year?
Oh, yeah, in the NFC East?
Yeah.
I mean, Daniel Jones was terrible last year. And then Fitzpatrick, I mean, from a fantasy standpoint, like, Jalen Hurts has a ton of potential. But I think even from a real-life standpoint, man, like, if you watched him play last year, he was never shook out there. Whether he has the tools and the arm strength and the accuracy to be a top elite-level QB is definitely something, I'm personally worried about as a Jalen Hurts fan. But everything else of that guy that was just a pass to no one. Everything else about Jalen Hurts last year looked a little bit like Russell Wilson out there scanning the field to me. I mean,
totally.
So again, he doesn't have the arm Russ has, which is, or the accuracy or whatever, but he's got the other traits that Russ has, and he looks like he's very good, very comfortable.
Confident dude too.
Yes. That's why I love the pick so much. Like it's not even, I don't know. As we get to the first quarter here, like that was the most nondescript half I think I've ever watched in my life. Like
two really nice punts.
You really commented on the punts too, and I mean I was gonna make fun of you, but those were literally the nicest plays of the quarter. So,
don't make fun of me for commenting on punts.
That was the first. We had two really nice punts. That was the quarter. Jalen Hurts, though, that's why I like the pick so much by Philly, man. Like he's a guy who's played so well in college. He's been through stuff in college. He got shunned by Alabama. Then he went to another school and was a winner there. Like those are guys you should be betting on long term, man. Like guys who can come in a little controversy. They don't care. Like they're just going to play to the best of their ability. And does Hurts have that arm strength or that accuracy to take him to the next level? We're going to see, because if he can improve it even a little bit, I think he's going to be a really good quarterback. But this year will be really interesting. I'm not expecting much from Philly, but I'm just really interested to see how Hurts and Devontae Smith play, because that could be a really lethal combination for real life and fantasy.
I love all these reunions we're going to have with the young quarterbacks and their receivers. I think that was cool how it worked out like that. We got Waddle in Miami with Tua. We have Chase with Burrow. Touchdown. Is that a vulture? Uh-oh. Okay, so it's technically a tight end that just scored.
It is. That's got it.
So does this mean that we can avoid the freeze pops fullback minute here? I think Dallas Goedert with the touchdown. So he does not qualify for us to break that segment out. But congratulations.
We don't need the freeze pop fullback moment, which I appreciate, and I'm starting to know all the fullbacks very well because of it. But this was on a scale of vultures. This is about as non-vulture as you get, because Dallas Goedert, some people would probably have used him. He is kind of listed as a tight end.
He's a decent punt play.
He could at least have some, he can get loose from time to time. He's still only 3.2% owned, so nobody used him, which again I completely understand.
By the way, Mike Bizzle saying that us saying that we talk a lot about the NFC East is questionable, that there is barely any Giants talk on these sims. Maybe we don't talk a ton about the Giants, but we certainly talk about both Dallas and Washington quite a bit. I think we talk about the NFC East a lot, personally.
We do talk. I feel like we do talk about the NFC East a lot, but maybe I think it's just because the teams that come up. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, there's not much to get into the Eagles about. It's the Eagles are the Eagles. Like we said, Jalen Hurts going to be interesting. Devontae Smith going to be interesting. But they're probably not going to, compete for a title or a playoff spot or anything. But they'll be kind of interesting to watch, maybe even fun to watch. But anyways, Saints coming back here.
Mike Bizzle saying that Kaufman spent actual money for a bobblehead of Brady on the boat. I thought that was sent to him by someone from the DK Sim fan. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, who spent money on what?
Okay, so I guess I said that without any context. So I was with Koff yesterday, and he showed on camera that he has a bobblehead of Tom Brady on a boat from the parade that they did on the boats there down in Tampa.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a bobblehead of Brady hammered on a boat.
Right, sure.
Oh, bad sack there for Drew Brees. Brutal.
Hammered Tom Brady bobblehead.
Yes. So I thought that he had said someone sent that to him.
Oh, okay.
And now Mike Business says he's not sure.
All right. Well, we're going to have to get to the bottom of that.
Also, I'm in top chat. Got to switch over to live chat. That's my B, guys. I got to be able to see all of those lickcasino.com messages come in furious and fast. Got to get over into the live chat.
Oh, boy. One day, someone's going to figure out a way to just end spamming spam bots, and that person's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize. The person who ends, the dial-a-phone, how does that still happen nowadays, Tom? That people get,
spam calls?
Yeah, how
I probably get 2 a day.
Society not figured out a way to stop that.
I enjoyed when I was in probably middle school, early high school, when spam calls were, if you had a cell phone, it was like, oh, well, you can't get a spam call on your cell phone. That was a thing growing up.
Then
that just, at a certain point, they broke through that wall.
Yeah.
And now they got all of our cell phone numbers, too.
There was a 5-year period, maybe not that long, but it felt
pretty nice.
Where you'd never get a spam phone call on your cell phone, but then
never. And now I do.
Now they
every day.
spam text you.
Yeah,
you ever get just random texts?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
all the time. Or I'll get bots DMing me on various social media apps.
Oh yeah, well that's its own.
All the time. We need to put an end to this, people.
We're already losing the AI war.
Yeah.
Terminator 6.
Every day I get a message. Hello, the warranty on your vehicle has expired. And it's like, guys, I sold my car in December. Hello, Visa card holder. Guys, I have a MasterCard. You know, it's like these things don't even apply to me.
Freak of nature, Dallas Goddard scored the touchdown on a run. So it was a fullback, a vulture touchdown.
Monster 01 saying that they didn't have cell phones in middle school.
Monster.
I got I got a cell phone for Christmas in 8th grade in 2005. So right before the year 2006. The end of 05 is when I got my first cell phone.
That makes me feel old. Anyways, I don't even know what I was doing in 05. Probably don't need to go there.
Well, it was a thing where I would finish up practice of the various sports I was playing,
Sure.
and when it would be time for like my parents to come pick me up, I had a sandwich bag full of dimes that I would use the payphone in my middle school to call and say, "Come pick me up." And it was a point where I was like saying to my parents, like, "Hey, like, you know, I'm sort of the only kid that's using the payphone. You think
old Tommy
maybe
payphone
it's time?" So my dad got some sort of family plan. So me and my two siblings, we all got you know, the little cheap little phones, but they got the job done. I didn't have to use a payphone anymore.
That's all you need. That's all you needed it for back then. Back then, when cell phones actually were used to call people, you know. I'd say the time I spend on my cell phone is like, if you actually cut down how much time I use it as a phone, it's probably like less than 1%. That's probably true for most people too these days.
No, yeah. Speaking on the phone, I don't do. Well, that's actually, it was the case, but then I started working with Morton Anderson. He's a phone call guy.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a bit older. That makes sense. My dad.
Oh, Drew Brees with the rushing touchdown.
Oh, he got there too. Drew Brees. The RPO.
Okay.
Kamara got stuffed, and then Drew Brees. Oh yeah, my pops, Tom. Like, I send him a text, and like if there's like even a tiny part of it that he doesn't understand, I get a phone call like 10 seconds later. Why are you texting me this? Pick up the phone and call about the.
Yeah, my if I'll send Morton a long text, he'll just call me to reply.
He'll just call you. He'll be like, "Yeah, hey, I'm old."
Even if it just requires a one-word answer, like if it's just like a yes or give me the time.
Yeah.
If it was a long text, he'll call. Like, all right, well, what's the point? But I feel awkward calling him just for one-word answers. You know?
Sure.
So I'm still gonna send the text and then just
that's
be
the
ready
whole
for the call.
hypocrisy of it, you know?
Right.
Like
if I called him to ask him the answers that he's calling me back with, he'd be like, "Why is this kid calling
Like,
me?"
why are you calling me?
Yeah,
huh, kid. Yeah, exactly, right. This is why texts were created, Mr. Anderson.
Exactly. Come on.
Anyways,
Mr. Anderson.
Oh man. I don't even know. Do we call the Drew Brees touchdown a vulture? Not really.
I think. Well, what's ownership on him?
Oh, it's pretty high. It's got to be pretty high.
You think so? I feel like people know to kind of fade Brees at this point. He's not that great in Sim Land.
45.4, 5.8 captain.
Okay, that's higher than I thought it would be.
That's actually a little bit higher than I thought it would be too. But maybe, I mean, yeah, Wentz is 50. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the QBs are that highly on, to be honest. But tis what it is.
Mike Bizzle calling us for getting more likes here on YouTube. Listen to that man.
Yeah, hit the like, over 200. We appreciate it.
Out here grinding on a Saturday.
Meager.
Here's a random question for you, Geoff.
Oh, yeah, well, go for it.
So I was just thinking about this in between Sims. So we have a few other sports leagues that pop in on the Dream Stream. Cornhole, Ultimate Disc League, Major League Eating. Of those three, what do you think you would be the best at professionally?
Ooh. Oh. My heart says Ultimate Disc League. My mind says probably Cornhole. I don't know if I definitely had the speed when I was younger and the stamina for, like, I played rugby and stuff. No, I'll just say Disc League. I was a runner. Like, I should just go there. I don't think it's even a brag.
Yeah, have some confidence.
I was never a great chucker of, like, the Frisbee, and I don't have like a massive like baseball arm, but it's not like terrible either. I think I could probably have learned how to chuck a Frisbee pretty good. Cornhole is one of those things I think I would be okay at, but it would probably be too... I might also get impatient. Yeah, I will say Ultimate Disc League, actually. Yeah.
Okay. So in the DK Sim fam here in the live chat, tell us what you would be the best at of those three professionally. Because I'm curious, and tell us why.
Now, what about you, sir?
So you would think, for as much as I'm up here stumping for different food things and talk about food as much as I do, that I would pick Major League Eating. But man, that is incredibly hard to do. I feel like people that do that are a different species.
Yeah, like they have to have
the fact that they're able to
makeup.
Yeah, like you're just built differently if you're able to open up your gullet and suck down, 50 hot dogs in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
or whatever the heck it is. Like they unlock a different part of their jaw that I can't get there. I'd love if I could pick one of the three to be the best at, it would be that, because I think it would be incredibly fun to be a professional eater like that. But I think cornhole is my answer. And I'm not even very good at cornhole. I just know that I don't have the stamina to be a professional ultimate disc player. As much as I love playing and liked playing as a kid, I know my limitations here as an adult. And I don't think I could thrive at that level. But
running is one of those things that you're either... No, I don't want to say good at, but you either
you can either do it or you can't.
A little bit naturally, or it's just hard. Like anyone can run, obviously, but like some people, there's a touchdown. I think that's
Miles.
Like I know some guys who are a little bit taller and tend to be like, if you're taller and the more muscle you have is not good for running either. Like muscular guys legitimately have trouble running too. So the taller, bigger you are, the more strain it puts on your body. And some guys, they could be great athletes, and I know good athletes who just like not that good runners.
Right. Yeah. It happens in baseball all the time.
Yeah, that's a good example, actually. Yeah.
But I think if I practiced cornhole enough, I could be dominant.
Yeah. I'm very confident with my answer. Frisbee. Now more I think about it, I'm sure I could be okay at cornhole, but that's one of those things I do not have enough patience for. I'd miss a couple and I'd just start throwing them, like having a fit or something.
James Coulthard, that's how I'm going to pronounce that. He says, cornhole, I'm also pretty good at darts. Same concept, kind of.
I love darts.
Well, I think it's a similar concept in that you want to get it on the board, but obviously very different games. Darts is fun. I stink at darts.
Meager says he just got back from playing Buck Hunter, but he chose moose as the animal to hunt.
Wow. Watch out, dude.
That's shots fired, Meager, literally.
DFS Queenie stating the obvious, saying nobody makes a living playing cornhole or disc golf. That's true, but they do play professionally.
Yeah, they got to make some money, though.
They get paid to do it. Do they have other jobs? Almost certainly. But there are people in these leagues on these teams. Mike Bizzle saying that he's played cornhole and disc. I struggle, but I can feast, though. So Mike Bizzle thinks professional eating would be his answer there.
Professional eating would be cool. It would just be like such a strain on the body.
It's just crazy. I watch the hot dog eating contest every year with much excitement. I look forward to it. One of my professional dreams is to be on the play-by-play call of the Nathan's Famous hot dog eating contest.
The call. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I want to be a color commentator on that broadcast one day.
Down to the final moments of the third round of the U.S. Open here. Mackenzie Hughes, Canadian, taking the lead. Shot 68 today. That'd be a wild winner. He's up by 2 over Rory McIlroy, tied with Russell Henley. 2 over Bryson. Louis might have a birdie putt here coming up, though. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow, boys. It's going to be fun.
James saying that he meant more hand-eye coordination and muscle memory. Yeah, that's a good call. Bossman 4523 says you can make money doing anything if you're good enough at it. Yeah, there's always seems to be a market for pretty much everything out there. You just got to find your niche, find your audience.
I mean, the disc league guys got to make some cash.
We got, one of the producer Drews here saying Meg and I got big into watching disc golf this past year. Let me tell you, this league drama. So there's clearly at least 2 people out there super into it.
That's right. Yeah, I've heard a few people talk about disc golf.
So we call that frolf around these parts, frisbee golf.
We refer to it as frolf.
Go frolfing. Oh, almost a pick.
Yeah.
Frisbee golf's fun. There's like legit frisbee golf courses out there.
No, I know there is, and it's like a growing thing. Like you have like real courses, and there's frisbee golf courses beside them or something.
I saw an episode of Shark Tank that was the sport was called. You know how sometimes on Shark, I don't know if you watch it, but on Shark Tank they'll have dudes that come on that have like alternate sports. They're trying to this is going to be the new sport that everyone plays. There's guys. They're from Mass, and they had this thing called fling golf. Have you heard of this?
Fling golf? No.
Fling golf.
Not.
So basically, it's a club that looks like a lacrosse stick that also can double as a golf club. And you, the way that you hit the ball, or when you go to the tee, right, the tee off, is you fling it. And you play the golf course like you're flinging a golf ball around instead of hitting it. And then when you get close, you can kind of putt it with the side of the fling. I think it's called fling golf, if you guys want to look it up. And they're apparently, expanding, and there's all sorts of golf courses around the country that these guys are partnered with. I don't think they ended up getting a deal because it's kind of crazy.
It's generally not something that.
If there's any sport if there's any sport that's not going to be accepting of a random sport that looks like that to come on their fancy schmancy courses to come play fling golf, it's gonna be golf. It's not like renting out a basketball court to try some sort of slam ball type game, or a football field to do some sort of rugby, or golf courses are meant for golf, and they're very strict about certain things. Dudes coming in flinging things around like lacrosse balls, I don't see that taking off.
No. It's like getting investment into creating a new sport would be one of the most difficult things to invest. You literally have to go to someone who just did not care about burning money on fire. Like I'm going to start swimming golf, or something crazy like that, right?
Yeah.
Underwater golf. Okay, here's a couple mil. See ya. Here's $300 million.
Right.
It's
really, you got to be real confident if you're going to start throwing millions behind a new sport. The only way things like that typically get deals is when it's just a slight variation in equipment of an existing sport. Very rarely does the new sport get a Shark Tank deal.
It would have to be a really
revolutionary.
Well, just rational too. It would have to have everything. It would have to have places already set up to play. There's just so many factors that go into new sports. I don't know, man. I don't even know. Has there actually been in the last 50 years a new sport that has hit mainstream? The closest thing would probably have to be UFC, right?
Yeah, but technically UFC's been around as long as mankind's been around, right?
And that's a fair point. You're right. It's just fighting. It's not a revolutionary concept.
They're just hey, let's put this in a cage.
Yeah, let's put an octagon around it instead. Wow, revolutionary.
That's interesting. So I'm going to just do some quick Google searches here. So baseball started in what
Do you remember slam ball?
Yeah.
The trampoline?
Hell yeah. Loved slam ball.
Oh,
baseball
yeah.
started in Baseball started in 1869. Football started in 1920 in Canton, Ohio. Well, that's the NFL. I'm sure it started earlier than that. Rugby started in 1823. Golf, the 15th century. They've been playing golf for a long time, people. Tennis, 1873. What else? Hockey, 1917. That doesn't feel right.
That doesn't feel right. Could be right. I don't think it's
okay, let's see. Skiing.
Oh, here we go. Our producer's got a good one. Esports.
People have been doing skiing since 16,000 BC.
16,000.
6,000 BC, sorry. That's crazy. I guess esports would be the answer. When was lacrosse? Lacrosse is old. It's like sneaky old. 1913. Obviously basketball we know. Volleyball. When was volleyball started?
Volleyball, eh?
1895. Okay. Yeah, I mean, all of these sports are extremely old. Like, am I missing any mainstreamers, people?
You know, like some, I would say some of the the new sports. I guess we'd have to go to like freestyle sports, like the X Games. You know, like freestyle
for sure.
skiing or something. I guess we could include that, but again, it's just a form of skiing, so it's not really a new sport. You know, like they're skiing.
Yeah.
Snowboarding. Now, snowboarding, you could say, because
yeah,
when was snowboarding created? That's probably like the 60s, maybe 70s. I don't know.
1965. That might be the answer.
That's legitimately.
If we're not counting esports.
Yeah, and esports is like, I don't know, whatever. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But I think snowboarding legitimately would deserve to be in that conversation.
I think that's the answer. There we go. We figured it out.
We figured something out that was like modern and created recently.
And I guess like if you want to get technical, like NASCAR,
sure,
like racing cars. I mean, cars aren't that old.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like you're right. It's not like obviously car racing wasn't around. You could say that car racing developed from like horse racing, though. I guess that's
right.
You know, it's like a natural evolution. We're racing the things that like carry us.
Like when did people start racing cars? It's not like cars couldn't even go that fast the first like 25 years they existed.
I bet you it has started happening like 6 months after they invented the car. Like, hello, old chap. Let's
hey, good sir.
Model down the street.
My Model T goes whippersnapper faster than your Model T.
Your wives are just like walking beside you on the road.
I do declare.
In case it breaks down, they can just push you home.
My husband's Model T is the fastest Model T in all the land.
See, BMX, old man dog fan. It's a new sport, but it's also just another form of bike riding. So
yeah,
again, it's like, I don't know. Yeah,
it's in the mix. All of those extreme sports are definitely in the new sport category.
You could say they're all new sports, but you could also be like, well, this is just another form of skiing.
Now, what about a sport like slam ball? No. What's the spike ball? Spike ball, like the backyard sport. You ever play spike ball? It's like
I have not played spike ball.
It's like a little net,
and I've seen it before.
Everyone kind of stands around it in a circle, and there's a little tiny ball that looks like sort of like the Fisher-Price basketball. Maybe it's a little smaller.
Yeah.
And you whack at it. Lawn games don't count, apparently, Andrew says. I don't know, spike ball though. Spike ball's legit, man. Like, I could see spike ball taking off. I would watch spike ball on TV.
I love slam ball, man.
Slam ball was so cool. It was on Nickelodeon.
They're just like 30 feet in the air. They're just like dunking.
So unsafe.
From the top of the roof. Like,
yeah.
Amazing.
No, slam ball was awesome. I had a buddy that interned for slam ball when we were in college. And I was like, dude, how are you interning for a league that doesn't exist anymore? And he's like, no, dude, in China, it's huge. And I never really looked into it to see if he was, telling the truth or not. But apparently, slam ball is still a thing in another country. And my buddy was an intern for the company.
I don't know, man. It is kind of interesting, our sport just, our society just feels like, we're just like happy with what we got.
Oh, here we go. So apparently Spike Ball has been on TV. It was on the Ocho. The Big League Spike Ball Rally was on ESPN2 when they did their Ocho thing. What was that, last summer? So, yeah, I think Spike Ball has legs. And I'm being serious. I think Spike Ball, if marketed correctly, could be a sport that people could watch on TV.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's fun, man. Have you I know I already asked you. I don't know if it's made its way to Canada.
No,
Somebody send Geoff a Spike Ball set to play in his backyard.
I'd love it. Play with my kids. But no, I've seen it before. I don't know the rules or anything.
Lawn games are awesome. Polish horseshoes, can jam. Love that stuff. Cornhole. Give me all that. Big Jenga.
What's big Jenga? Just a big Jenga?
It's just
board?
Jenga with big pieces.
Jenga with big Jenga? Okay, that's fair.
You know what? I
like things that are just exactly what they are. It's big Jenga. It's just
What's big Jenga? It's just big Jenga.
I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to be like, oh, so it's just like actual Jenga.
I also would like to state for the record that I have forgotten to set a lineup for the Cough Glass contest thing that I joined while I was on a contest with Cough earlier today. So congratulations to those that are in that contest. There will be at least one person with a 0 for their lineup, and they'll be in last. And that'll be me. So
is that a basketball or?
Yeah, it's for the Bucks Nets game that just tipped.
Now that's game
7. Yes, sir. I'm actually going to switch over to that from golf.
From Frolf?
Yeah, I'm done watching Frolf. Oh, it's on ESPN. It's not on ABC. All right.
Oh, Matthew Wolf.
Check that out. Actually, no, it's going to be on TNT. I'm 0 for 2. Let's see. There it is. I think the Bucks can win, guys.
Oh. One game, man? Hell yes, they can win.
They're at home. I sort of like the Bucks here. I don't know. Did the game just start? Oh, I thought the Bucks were at home here, guys. All right, now a quick Google search will tell me. It's a tied game. All right, Nets are at home. Cool. I still think the Bucks can win. The only reason why I said that I think the Bucks are home or thought the Bucks were home was one of my dad's college roommates DM'd me like minutes before this broadcast and was like, "Hey, I'm in Milwaukee. You think the Bucks got a chance?" So that in my head, when I heard him say I'm in Milwaukee, I put together, oh, Bucks must also be in Milwaukee. But clearly I was wrong. Shout out to my dad's college roommate for randomly DMing me asking if the Bucks had a chance. Sean Preston, yes. I know I said that, and hey, life gets busy sometimes. Touchdown, Alvin Kamara.
What happened? What did Sean Preston say? What'd you do? What'd you forget?
He was saying like, oh, you reserved a spot just so you wouldn't forget and blah, blah, blah. I know.
So what was this contest? Just a showdown?
It was just a
Cough Glass showdown or something?
Yeah, it was 100 person or 75 or something.
Whatever, you donated.
Yeah, exactly. Donating to the cause. Paying the piper. I was probably going to lose anyways.
Happens, man. We got a Kamara touchdown. We've had a Breeze touchdown. We have had a Goddard touchdown on the other side. We have had a... Who scored the other one for the Eagles? Miles Sanders. Screen pass. So we had a passing touchdown to Miles Sanders as well. I think that was a screen pass. My mind is... Yes, it was a screen pass. So not like a ton of points, but we are 14-14. Kamara, 67% owned in the free rolls. Got 21.9 in the flex. 71 rush yards. 5 receiving yards. Jared Cook has 6 catches and 82 yards.
Yeah, Jared Cook having a nice game. Good
for you. He's having a nice game. Could be a good pickup by the Chargers next year.
Go Chargers, go. Yeah, I hope Hunter Henry has a nice season in New England.
Oh, I think most Patriot fans do.
Yeah. I'd love to get back to the old 2 tight end offense that was just dynamite for the Pats for a couple of years there before Aaron Hernandez showed his true colors and decided to, be out of the league.
It's a good way to put it. I think they are definitely planning on, doing the 2 tight end set as much as possible next year. I mean,
when you have a quarterback that can't throw that great, it's good to have 2 tight ends that can catch the ball really well.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, you've got to figure with them signing those 2 guys, they got a lot planned for that. So, should be interesting. Definitely was effective for them for a large portion of Tom Brady's career there.
For sure.
14-14.
They got to a Super Bowl with that 2 tight end offense, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really been that big on Hunter Henry. Like, I've never really seen him he's never really had that breakout year. Everyone's like, yeah, Hunter Henry is the year. But at the same time, I recognize, he's a pretty athletic guy. He certainly hasn't looked bad at times.
Good size.
Yeah, good size and good speed for his size, obviously, right? So there's potential there. I really like Jonnu Smith. I love that signing. I don't think the Patriots even overpaid for him, to be honest. I just think he's worth that. He's more of an inline tight end. He can block for you. So I'm excited to see what they do. Like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if Henry led them in yards, but Jonnu Smith scored more touchdowns. So.
Okay. I like that. Lamarca was sort of down on Jonnu Smith when we were talking last broadcast.
But why?
He's just down on him. He was like,
Downer.
Jonnu Smith wasn't all that good last year for Tennessee. There's a reason why the Titans let him walk.
He was hurt for a bit too, wasn't he?
I think he did miss some time. Yeah, it was just a bad year for tight ends. It was like they saw how good tight ends were in Madden 20 here on the Dream Stream. So they were like, you know what? We're gonna short that. DFS Queenie says I look like Hunter Henry. That's interesting. I was just talking on the last broadcast about how the only doppelganger comparison I ever get is Luke Combs, the country singer. So I have now also been dubbed Hunter Henry. I'll take it.
DK Sim Chat was telling me I looked like someone early on, when we started these Sims, and it always got brought up, but I can't even remember what it was now. Anyways. Oh, Brad Pitt, that's who it was.
We had a guy in here earlier that was like, I always get compared to Cristiano Ronaldo. I hate it. I was like, oh, boo-hoo.
We didn't. Somebody actually said that, you know?
Yeah. In the chat.
Okay, I assume that was sarcasm, but anyways.
No.
Okay, well, fair enough. Maybe he looks like the mold,
the statue
that
airport,
was made of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, that bust is so bad.
Just classic.
It's so bad. And it's funny, I remember people were giving him grief for being upset about that. But if you were that good looking and being that good looking was a part of your brand that makes you one of the richest people in the world, you would want the bronze bust of your head to also be really good looking.
I guess.
I understand why he was upset.
On another level, though, it's not like people are going to look at this thing and be like, oh, that's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's ugly. Like, people know he's a good-looking guy.
True.
Right? So,
but look, if being hot is a part of your business,
Your
you
brand.
want things to be hot.
everything's got to be hot, right? It's
Yeah.
true.
Right?
All right, folks. Third round U.S. Open in the books. Got Mackenzie Hughes, Louis Oosthuizen, and Russell Henley all tied at 5 under. We got Rory. We got Bryson, 3 under. Scotty Scheffler, Jan Rahm, and Matthew Wolff at 2 under. Tomorrow's going to be a banger out there, man. Got some guys at 1 under that's still in it. Dustin, Morikawa, Bezenhut, Xander Schauffele, Streelman.
Xander Schauffele is one of the best names in
Xander
sports right now.
I know. It is a good name. I love the golf
Good grab
names.
there. Where are you in the contest?
Oh, man. I probably actually moved up quite a bit today because I have Bryson and Rory, so maybe I should just double check here.
Oh, I was talking about our free roll, but I'm in 25th.
Oh, yeah.
In the Moose Classic, I'm in 147.
Oh my God, I actually forgot to put my lineup in the free roll today.
Classic.
It's doing terrible. It is class. I've got 49 points.
The leader of the Moose Classic is Boom Man Fu.
Boom Man.
He has a 4-point lead over Meager. And those guys are kind of, they got a nice lead here on everyone else.
Yeah, my Jimmy Walker play isn't working out. He's got 24 points after 3 rounds. He did make the cut, though, so maybe he'll pick it up tomorrow. Maybe we'll shoot 60 tomorrow.
Geoff, I got to tell you, I made my lineup basically working off of the thing that you put on the DK Nation website.
Oh, yeah.
I sort of blame you for my bad luck.
Okay, no, that's fair, man. That's fair. I should have put Rory as my top pick instead of Cantlay. I was really debating between.
I think I have Rory in my lineup.
Rory's at -3 and Cantlay's at like plus 1,000 or something. Not 1,000. He's like +3. He's actually not doing. Cantlay's actually not doing that badly. Walker was, I'm a little disappointed. There's another touchdown.
Miles and
miles of Sanders.
If I could
2
walk
touchdowns for Miles Sanders.
1,000 miles.
No touchdowns for Carson Wentz in this game. We had a Goddard rushing touchdown. Yes, Dallas Goddard rushed the ball for a touchdown.
So did Drew Brees. Weird.
Yes, we had a Drew Brees rushing touchdown as well. We had obviously 2 Miles Sanders. Oh, no, you know what? Correct me. I'm corrected. One of the Miles Sanders touchdowns was a passing touchdown.
Yeah, that's right.
And we did have a Carson Wentz touchdown as well. So 1 passing touchdown for Sanders, 1 rushing. And on the other side, we had a Breeze rushing touchdown and a Kamara? No. Who scored the other one?
For the Saints, Drew Brees ran it in.
No, who scored the other one?
Alvin Kamara.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that it was Kamara.
We're getting Vinny from Jersey Shore as a doppelganger for you. Yeah, I see that.
Maybe
Moby,
that's who it was. People kept
Moby.
calling out Vinny.
You do look like Moby a little bit.
I need to sit in a suntan booth for about 5 hours, 5 days.
Someone named Murr from Impractical Jokers. I'm not all that familiar with them.
Maybe someone threw that out.
I'm seeing the Vinny from Jersey Shore and Moby. Those are 2 very good ones for you.
I don't think I look like Moby, but that's fine. We just both have bald heads.
That's exactly it. Yeah. It goes to the
That's
theory
what
of
happens when you have a bald head. You get
all people that are bald look the same.
It's like, oh yeah, you look like that guy. You look like Patrick Stewart, man. Yeah, even though you're like 1,000 years younger than him. Oh yeah, you and Patrick Stewart, exactly the same.
Well, that's the thing.
I have a problem with Patrick Stewart. That's fine. I'm just saying.
It's like the SportsCenter bit that they do, not SVP, where people tweet in pictures of bald guys with glasses. They're like, I saw SVP out in public, and it's clearly not SVP.
Oh right, yeah.
Just any bald guy with glasses is SVP.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it's like.
Here, I'm pulling up pictures of Moby.
You can tell me. You make the call.
No, you do. You do look like Moby. 100%.
Okay, fair. That's fine. I got a little Moby in me. It's fine.
You know what? I'll say this: you're much better looking than him, but there is a resemblance.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. That's fine. That's fair.
He's got sort of a weird chin. It's like he has a.
I honestly
short
haven't
chin.
even looked at a picture of Moby since I was like 16 or something. You know, when his songs
He
came out.
hasn't aged well. I'll just say that.
Yeah, that I believe. He always looked sickly, even when he was like, you know, in his prime. Kind of looked like he just. Well, I don't want to say it, but you know. Anyways.
CEH saying you look like Andre Agassi.
Oh, thanks.
What's
Like,
he been doing lately?
I don't know.
You don't hear a lot about Andre Agassi.
No, that guy's such a talented tennis player. Oh my God, talk about like the most talented players ever to play their sport. He's Andre Agassi is like the Phil Mickelson of tennis, just uber talented, flowing with talent.
So Mark Mantelli says that he gets called SVP all the time, and also Moby every now and again. Yeah, it goes back to the theory of all bald people look exactly the same.
Yeah, we all look like Scott Van Pelt or Moby. That's like our only comparisons in life. It's cool.
Oh, it's so good.
It's life, man. Still,
it's fun. When did you decide to go bald? Like, did you just shave the head, or was it like you needed to shave the head type of thing?
No, I just, you know, it's like I still have hair. Like you can probably.
Yeah, I see it.
But like
when
I
did you
could
decide
grow
to start?
hair. Legitimately, it would just be like thinner. And I just got to a point. I'm like, I don't want to be like where you can like see my scalp through the hair.
Yeah.
And then I shaved it once, and I'm like, I actually really like this, and it's easier. And I'm like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. So
No, that's the way to do it, man. Like I say it all the time when you see a guy that's trying to hang on, and it's like,
I wasn't gonna be a try to hang on.
No, just go bald, man. It's not a bad look.
No.
If you shave your head enough and keep it short like you do, it's a good look.
Like I might grow it out once more just to see what it happens. Just see what happens.
Yeah.
But it'll I also actually, and the thing is, like, I had curly hair when I was growing up. Like, I actually had pretty thick hair. So when it started thinning, it just like you get like it actually was like you're like, oh, this just looks so much worse than when it was like thick. And it's like I just don't even want to look at it. You know, it's almost depressing. Like you know, just I mean,
like thin curly hair is not a good look.
It sucks when if your hair starts to fall out in the first place, and it's annoying. But like seeing it, and it actually was just like, oh man, my hair used to be so good. Like I'd rather just, you know,
just cut your losses.
Yeah.
How long you been going with the bald look?
It's been probably 10 years.
Yeah.
Let me see. Maybe not 10 actually. Maybe like 8.
I am in
Since before
35th place.
It definitely was before I started working for DraftKings, which is about 5 or 6 years ago. So.
Okay. So I know that there's about 2 minutes left here, but I'm thinking Miles Sanders for the Wood and Nickel winner. 30 points in the captain spot. Has 2 tuds. Looking good. And I'm thinking Michael Thomas at 1.7 points, 65% ownership. Gonna be the babysitter Billy here, unless things change in a big way over the next minute 22.
I like it, man. Michael
Early
Thomas.
projections here.
Michael Thomas, 1 catch for 2.5 yards, 58.7% owned. Does have a chance to catch a touchdown though. Was that him?
Wow.
It was.
No. Yes. Wow. Okay. Well.
All right. Okay. I see.
You heard me. I understand.
Yeah.
So, we'll find someone else for the babysitter Billy.
We could also get OT too. So I mean, like he could even add to that.
What a grab too.
Yeah. Again, only a second reception, 17 yards, but now he's got a touchdown. So he got 9.7 points. Still a bad game from him. Like you could still pick him in theory, but there might be better.
I kind of want to.
So I actually
Michael
don't really
Thomas,
know who else you'd pick. Like,
at 65% ownership, you want more out of Michael Thomas.
Like you could pick Deshaun. He's got 7 points. Deshaun's probably going to get some points on this drive, though, for being honest. Yeah, let's just wait till the end for the.
Michael Thomas is an interesting guy to keep an eye on this next year because obviously super talented, was injured a lot last year. But, they got the weird situation at quarterback. He is a guy that had to be benched for a game when healthy because he fought someone internally.
Yes.
So, this feels weird to say, but I wouldn't be shocked if Michael Thomas was demanding a trade at some point out of New Orleans.
Sure.
Because receivers like to have quarterbacks that can get them the ball. And if you're getting in fights internally, that screams diva tendencies to me. And maybe that's unfair, but if you have to be benched for a game when there's only 16 regular season games at the time, and you have a season where you're injured a bunch and they're benching you, that doesn't scream, great locker room guy to me. So if Jameis comes out and can't get him the ball, I don't know. I just wouldn't be shocked if Michael Thomas is playing for another team at some point in the next year or two.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, it's Michael Thomas just feels like a combustible guy, and if it goes south, like if you're kind of like semi-prediction there of the Saints perhaps just getting, or just our joint prediction of the Saints, having a leadership void, you could see Michael Thomas being at the center of that. Maybe he prefers Winston and they go with Taysom Hill, or vice versa. And it's like, all of a sudden, Michael Thomas is like, whoa, out there in the media.
Or he'll be mad that they don't ask him who they think should be the guy.
Totally. I could see that happening 100% at some point. So, yeah, no, I completely agree with your call. Like, I could see Michael Thomas potentially being done in New Orleans after this year. It really wouldn't shock me. I don't know. He's one of those guys. I was a little bit shocked when Michael Thomas came out of college and he was so good. Like, I don't know. Like, he didn't. Oh, wow, 4th and 3. So we're going to get punched.
Weird play call there on 3rd and 10, tied ball game.
No, I saw the run, and I'm like, what? Why? I must have got the down wrong. But no, that was legitimately 3rd down they ran.
Doug Peterson showing why he was fired in real life.
But yeah, Michael Thomas, a guy I could definitely see moving on. Ooh, that's going to be a touchback too. So, be an interesting one. It's a combustible player. But yeah, like I said, like coming out of college, I feel like Drew Brees obviously really helped his career, but he's definitely better than I gave him credit for. I just, whether you can like replicate that kind of success with someone else, maybe.
Old Man Dog says Ertz has a bagel, so maybe Ertz is the guy.
Oh, Ertz is the babysitter. Okay. Yeah. I
Bad Boys of Pop says that Michael Thomas is going to the Falcons. Hot take. I said it first.
Falcons.
That would surprise me. Interdivision trade of one of the best players at their position, that would definitely surprise me. But hey, Morton went from the Saints to the Falcons once before. It can happen again. All right, 1st and 10 here, 31 seconds to go. Saints only have one timeout. It's a tied ball game. Feels like we're going to get some OT unless Breeze is able to pick up some significant yards here. He does. He finds Michael Thomas around the 50. They're about 15 yards short of Will Lutz's red line range, according to Madden. The clock is ticking, hoping that Peyton uses a timeout here. They don't. Let's see if they get the snap off in time. Are they going to have time to kick a field goal? No, they don't. We're going to OT. Very poor clock management by the New Orleans Saints there.
Yep. I kind of just felt like that was going to happen. Really felt like the sim wanted OT here, so we're going to get it.
Great.
Get some extra playoff, some extra football. It's funny because I know I said this to you, that I was like on a hot streak of like not getting OT, and now I had like a double OT game with Koff last like 2 days ago, an OT game before that, and now this. So I've been hitting like 50% OT games lately. So it's definitely, positive regression, a phrase I like to use. I'm definitely in the like, or the negative regression, whatever you want to call it, I guess, depending on how you view OT. So get these OT games in, guys. Get used to them while I'm on it. Probably a lot of my future.
Yeah, you gave that to yourself,
I did.
That was karma.
I brought that on myself.
Karma, bro. Yeah, both the defenses showing up to play here today.
What is that in the chat? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
That's
it's
his
like
hair.
someone was pulling his hair out of his helmet. That's a crazy glitch that we missed earlier.
Yeah, the floating helmet glitch from like last week. That was something.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
Freaky.
All right, Saints, let's see if you can capitalize on it. You had something going there on the last drive of the game. You just squandered an opportunity to get the W. Second and 3 here.
DFS Queen says the only people who hate OT are the hosts. I don't agree, DFS Queen. I think that if you were in first of your paid contests after regulation, you probably wouldn't want more scoring to happen so that you could get past. So,
also, neither one of us complained about overtime just then.
No, we didn't complain at all.
We're just stating a point.
I admittedly didn't talk like super positively about it, but I didn't complain.
Brother Phil saying, you guys, Jameis has a way better arm than Breeze and had for the last 5 years down there. He's a gifted natural passer, just makes bad decisions and doesn't know when the play is over. Hence why I believe he won't be good in New Orleans.
Yeah.
I added that last part.
Dude, there's tons of players, and basically every quarterback in the NFL had a better arm than Drew Brees the past 2 years.
Yeah.
It's very. I mean, it's telling that Drew Brees got his team to the playoffs, and the playoffs, and made it. They got them close to making a run, kind of thing, just with how limited his arm strength was.
Alvin Kamara and that defense got the Saints to the playoffs.
Sure, and you could make that argument, and I don't doubt it. But like having a veteran back there who's not gonna do crazy stuff, and Drew Brees was still very accurate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You don't lose that accuracy.
Generally, not on those 10, like within 10 yards, no.
Right. Yeah. Arm strength, yes. Accurate. If you're an accurate quarterback, you tend to be accurate throughout the duration of your career.
Yeah, I know Jameis is a very polarizing guy. Some people just want to like him to succeed so bad. They just keep giving him, chances and chances, and they just want to see him kind of eventually get there, but I don't know.
Saints driving here. Pounding the rock with Alvin Kamara. Not mad about it. Let's see where I am in this contest.
What's everyone doing for Father's Day tomorrow? Let us know. Well, we got OT here. Anyone doing anything?
I will be working on Sims to honor my father. Oh,
here we go. Here's the guy. Oh, look at this guy. All right.
Wow.
That would have been a statement performance right there.
Love that.
Thomas.
Right in our face.
Yeah, in your face, DK Sim fans. In the face.
Wow. Beautiful slant route.
Serious. Some nice points there from Michael Thomas, though. He's got 4 catches now, 47 yards. 5 catches, 47 yards and a touchdown.
Brother Phil making a good point. Jameis should have a higher ceiling from a fantasy perspective because of his big arm.
Sure. And that part, that's a completely different argument. I don't... The problem with Jameis in fantasy is the Taysom Hill factor. Taysom Hill is coming in to steal those rushing touchdowns.
Yep.
Taysom Hill is going to take a few snaps away. If Taysom Hill got hurt or just benched, I would be very interested in Jameis in fantasy, or at least have some interest. But I don't know, man.
Oh, no, Drew!
Oh, wow, dude, what
are you doing?
Well, all right.
That's awful.
Barely in field goal range now. The other thing about Jameis is you got to figure, even if he's the quarterback, like the Saints have a good defense. So how many like passing situations is he actually going to end up in where it's like high volume passing? I don't know. Saints are going to be a bit of an experiment next year.
No doubt.
Not sure I really want too much part of it for fantasy purposes. Oh, wow. Empty backfield again. So they're really just pushing this. Don't do that again, Drew. It would not be cool.
Stay in field goal range,
More
Drew.
Sims to do today. Oh, don't you
Stay-
dare! Don't
stay-
you dare! Don't
No! Oh my God! Wow. Drew Brees. Dude.
What? What? We were up 1st and 10 on the 12.
What are you doing?
This clown out of here. Bring in James.
Unbelievable. Yeah, bring in James. Good call.
Bring in Aaron Brooks.
Okay,
now
kick a field. They're going to miss.
You know what? That's fine. The Eagles will get the ball back. They'll win. Lutz will probably make this now. Oh, wow. That is actually going to be made, isn't it? No, he
Oh,
missed.
wow. He had good leg on it,
He had the
though.
leg. He pulled it or something.
All right, well.
Okay, Eagles ball midfield.
All the Eagles need is a field goal
I guess
here.
we shouldn't have
wow.
been that upset because now, yeah.
But still, Drew Brees, man.
No, that was just...
That's just embarrassing. If you
What
have
the-
Saints in your lineup, you got to be mad right now. Bubbles says he didn't have a choice. You can get rid of the ball.
Yeah, you can throw the ball away.
Throw
That's
it
allowed.
away.
You can also not sit in the pocket, just standing looking at people
Yeah.
for 10 seconds, which is what he did before he got sacked.
And the Eagles get into field goal range just barely.
Barely.
As Damon Ariel says, my son is taking me out to lunch. Not sure where, but he's paying.
Nice.
He's only 16 and a half, but he looks 20 years old.
Oh, sweet.
Kid's
Hit
going to
up-
have a physique like Gronk or Kelsey. Thing is, he loves football. Okay, so he likes European football.
Ah, the football.
That would be a large a large football player. Throw that guy in goal. Make him a goalie. That's what I meant to say.
I'll be doing a few Madden Sims tomorrow, actually, for Father's Day as well.
Very nice. Are we on together?
I mean, probably. Just because I know you're...
I'm on 3, I think, tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm on 2. I'm on with Kaufman and you. Yes.
Nice. Everybody works on the weekend.
Yep.
Oh, no, that's just me.
You gotta take yourself... you take your time off.
Well, yeah, my parents are going to be in town 4th of July weekend, so...
4th
And
of
I
July?
know there's no Sims, but... I
Oh, that's
will,
right. Yes. Yes. No Sims 4th of July.
Be off for a few days there. I'm okay. I can grind. I got a wedding coming up in July, so I'm going to need a Saturday off.
Forgot about that.
Sorry in advance, Drew. July 10th.
Well,
I
I'm
need that off.
burning I'm going to get my new puppy next Saturday or next Sunday.
Nice.
There'll be a new element of chaos in the Moose household next week, folks. Week from today, picking up a puppy.
Always good to introduce new chaos.
Oh, it's going to be chaos. 100%. This is not an automatic. This is 53 yards, so we could be going for more football after this.
Let's see.
No, it's not going to make it. It's not going to do it. Not great, Bob. Not great.
You know
And
what, though?
on
The
we
nice
go.
thing... I
On
will
we
say this,
go.
though. The nice thing now is that the Saints will kick a field goal as soon as they get into field goal range.
That's usually what they do, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
It's true. It's the man's MO. Let's just get a Michael Thomas walk-off 60-yarder. Come on. All right. Hand it off.
Oh, nice move, nice move. Oh, did not continue to run forward.
Either way, whatever you're doing tomorrow, I hope everyone's having a good day. Shout out to all the fathers.
Shout out to the dads.
Doing your dad stuff.
Doing dad things, mowing the lawn.
Mowing the lawn. What else do we do, dads?
Painting a fence.
Picking up after people, telling people to...
What are you doing, Breeze? What are you doing? Okay, good. He gets
wow.
rid of it.
Oh, he's open!
Wow!
Get in, Traquan!
Wow, I spoke way too soon, but look, in my defense, I saw what he did on the last drive. I don't think he could have gotten any closer to getting sacked there without getting sacked.
No, I was not expecting anything to come from that play. I was just expecting a sack.
I mean, come on.
Good for you, Drew Brees. Now watch him
Good
take.
for you, Drew.
Watch him take
Okay,
two
now-
20-yard sacks.
I was just gonna say, now get Will Lutz on the field and end this.
Yeah, actually, that's true. They should just.
For the good people of Nolens.
There we go. That a boy.
We're
Oh,
getting
get out of
close
here,
to
Doug
double
Peterson.
OT. If they somehow block this, we might be going to double OT. I'm just saying. They're
They
not
block
going
this.
to block it. I'm just saying.
They blocked this. I'm leaving. Just on your own, pal.
That's all right.
I would never bail on my wingman.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to do a solo sim. It's coming. I know it. I see the scheduling emails.
I almost
There's
had
holes
do
to
enough-
fill.
I had to do 5 minutes of solo time the other day because Cristal's internet went wrong.
His intrawebs.
Interwebs.
Here we go.
All right, Will Lutz for the win. It's up. It's good. Let's go home. 24-21.
Sayonara.
Who we doing for DFL for the not my kid? We doing?
It's gotta
can't
be
Michael
Ertz.
Thomas.
It's gotta be Ertz.
Oh yeah,
He-
Ertz.
he-
That's right.
He got the bagel with extra cream cheese.
Legitimately, he did so little we forgot he existed. So
Yeah.
Definitely Ertz.
If you had Ertz, that hurts. See what I did there?
Yep, I do see.
I'm pretty proud of myself.
I liked it. All right, DK Sim fam. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I enjoyed hanging out there. Smash that like button if you could. We got one more sim coming up tonight for Madden After Dark, 10 p.m. Eastern. I will be back tomorrow. A couple sims. I believe I'm on the 2 and the 4. Tommy's going to be back tonight. Let me bring up the schedule here. Where is it?
Me and Lamarca
Dolphins.
tonight.
Dolphins
Jets.
10 p.m.
Absolutely.
Eastern, bringing you home on Madden After Dark. Yeah, like Tom said, Matt Lamarca, Thomas Carroll, be bringing you guys home. That was fun, man. This is kind of a fun game. I'm not going to lie, Tom. You're doing yeoman's work here. I was only able to step in for one game today, like I said. It's actually good. I didn't sign up for more because I have been feeling like garbage all day.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm happy you got the vaccine.
Oh, it's
Kamara,
flowing through my body.
Kamara just missing the bonus, by the way, running backwards on a few plays at the end there. Bad Boys of Pop pointing out in the chat. So, bummer for all you Alvin Kamara owners. But yeah, man, happy to hear that you're feeling healthy.
Oh yes,
we're gonna be feeling more safe with everything that's going on. And happy early Father's Day. I will see you tomorrow, and I will wish you a legit Father's Day when I see you on Sunday.
I will see you tomorrow, friends. And that is it. Ross Tucker coming up next, guys, on the DK Dream Stream. Thanks all for hanging out. See you tomorrow.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Russ Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. They're rolling on with the unbelievable NBA offers, and they even have awesome offers on other sports this week. I'll tell you about them later in the show or on other shows. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL can already see all the teams I played for because I got the helmets with the game balls, all that stuff behind me. I really appreciate those of you that follow us and follow me on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, whether it's Twitter or Instagram. I want to get my Facebook followers up or Facebook friends or whatever they're called. Facebook.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you're a Facebook person, because I've been posting to Facebook a lot more recently. Some of the non-football things, some of the food, some of the beers. People seem to really like it. I also you can check out at Ross Tucker Pod as well, which is where we post all of the shows, the highlight clips today. Really looking forward to having Adam Lefko from TNT and Bleacher Report on today's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Going to compare the NBA to the NFL a little bit, which should be fun. The star of this show, though, is Emory Hunt. He is a rising star. Loved his tweets over the weekend talking about the first opportunity he got as a color commentator, making the most of it, how he's climbed through the ranks. It resonated with me. You should follow him on Twitter at FBallGamePlan. Dude straight out spewing life lessons over the weekend. Football Game Plan on YouTube as well. And then, of course, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. If you still want to get that and make sure you have all the info on all the guys you'll be watching in the preseason games this year, which will be here before you know it. Emery, I love the USFL shirt, man. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I had to represent a new football league potentially. Again, we've talked about XFL. The AEF was something for a brief stint, but the XFL really had a strong showing last spring or last winter. And then the USFL announced out of nowhere that they were going to come back. And we've seen the success of the spring league providing good content in the spring on TV for Fox. So why wouldn't the USFL have success? I'm just excited to get more football out there because there's definitely a market for it. And I think we need it for players, coaches, scouts, evaluators, analysts, wink, wink. We need all of these leagues, just more opportunities for everybody.
So here's what I said, I think last week, maybe the week before, I don't know. It's all running together at this point on the Ross Tucker football podcast. At what point do all of these people that have this idea, right? Ebersol and Polian and Vince McMahon and whoever's running the USFL, and I guess The Rock owns the WW, what's it called? The XFL now. At what point do these people all get together and say, you know what? If we all pool our resources, if we all put everything behind this one thing, we can really do, because then we have the capital, we have the exposure, we're all hands on deck. But it's like they want to do it on their own. It's like they refuse to. I just don't understand the logic of starting a new one every year that doesn't gain any traction, as opposed to getting together and really making this thing work.
You're making way too much sense on a Monday morning, Ross. One of my favorite pleasures has been to watch The Foods That Built America. And one episode they talked about Hershey and how they became, the brand. And it started with them, taking a look at all these other chocolatiers around the country, these small companies. So like, wait a minute, you guys are not doing what I'm doing. We got better chocolate, but you guys already have the infrastructure of manufacturing in place. Let me buy you guys out. You still do what you do, but just continue to produce Hershey's chocolate. Then it became this big conglomerate. That's how you do it. You're exactly right. You already have a lot of these people that have an interest in the spring leagues or a new football league, alternative football league. Everyone has to, check their ego at the door, realize there's power in numbers and there's sustainability in numbers. Understand that and create an alternate league together, as opposed to trying to be the king at top of the hill of only one hill, because that's why you see so many consistently fall down.
Yeah, I don't get, man. I really don't. Where'd you get the shirt?
Oh, from 502.com. I had this shirt for about 2 years now. I just felt like it was appropriate to bust it out,
Oh, all right. So you had that shirt before they came out and said they're coming back.
Yeah, 502 Sports is the website, 502sports.com. You can get, matter of fact, now that I remind myself, I got to get me a Houston Gamblers hoodie, because that was the coolest logo I ever saw. And they have all kind of, they have USFL, they have World League, they have all types of alternate league apparel that you can go find.
I love it. I also love our draft series. We only have 2 or 3 episodes left, going through every single draft choice in the 2021 NFL draft. Yes, that means your team as well, and all the teams in your team's division. This is, by the way, Emery, this is the kind of content that's amazing on YouTube, because you can go back, or audio, whatever, but either way, you can go back and listen to the whole series. It's not outdated, right? I mean, you can listen to it. None of these guys got cut yet. So you can go back and listen to the AFC West. You can go listen to AFC South. So far, we did the entire AFC, and then we did NFC East last week. And now we're about to do NFC North. And so we got 3 more weeks, but you can go back and watch or listen to any of these and hear what Emery has to say about your team's draft picks. We'll start today with the Chicago Bears. And I know we've talked about Justin Fields a lot, Emery, but just kind of your thoughts again on Fields as a prospect, because I thought it was interesting. I don't know if we talked about this, but I thought it was interesting when I had Matt Nagy on a few weeks ago on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, when he acknowledged, the picks and taking the sacks and some of the decisions against Indiana and against Northwestern, which I appreciated because, look, I think he's a really good prospect. But the people that were acting like, I don't understand why he's falling or what. Well, he had 2 bad games. And for some people, that's enough to say, okay, I'm not taking him. Obviously, it wasn't for Nagy. They trade up to get him. They love him, right?
Mm-hmm. And for me, it was like, okay, he had 2 bad games, in which they won, by the way. And also 2 bad games in a total of, 20 games at Ohio State. So 18 out of 20 games, he was excellent. I'm taking those chances anyway, because for me, he had the one element that people always underestimate when they look at quarterbacks. I don't care about height, weight, speed. I don't care about arm strength, accuracy. How well do you play when the game is on the line? How well do you handle pressure situations? Can you sustain that success in situational football? That element, that's where Justin Fields is outstanding. So if you're outstanding there, all these other things you can coach around, right? You can coach around not having the strongest of arms. You can coach around not being the fastest quarterback. You can coach around a guy that may not be 6'5", 230. So you can't coach around scary. And if you don't have that fearlessness bone in your body, you're never going to be successful. You can be the most talented quarterback, but if that element of your game is not there, good luck trying to win games. We've seen guys be successful statistically, but just don't have the success as terms of a winner is concerned, right? So when you look at someone like Justin Fields, you're looking directly at a Deshaun Watson, you're looking at a Russell Wilson, you're looking at a Dak Prescott, you're looking at those guys that just are able to lock in, block out the noise, and focus on the task at hand and not get rattled by pressure. That is quarterbacking 101. That's the elite level quarterback play that you're trying to get from your player. And if you have that, like a Tom Brady has that ability to lock in, zero in, and focus on the task at hand. He had it at Michigan when he had to save the Wolverines countless times coming back into the game after being benched or not starting in favor of Drew Hinton. That is the quarterback that you want quarterbacking your team. Everything else is cosmetic. Having that ability to lock in, hone in, and focus, that's what you want. And that, to me, is a winner. And the Bears got themselves one in Justin Fields.
All right, their next 2 picks, 2nd round and 5th round, but they're both O-linemen, Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State and Larry Borum from Missouri.
I had a 2nd round grade on Jenkins because I know people were saying that he was like a top 10 pick. I was like, he's good. And I think 2nd round is where I would feel comfortable taking him. He goes in the 2nd round. I had a higher grade on Borum out of Missouri because in my notes, I had one of my scouting notes for his strengths was like, this dude legitimately blocks out the sun. Like when he gets out there on the move, he swallows defensive linemen in the run game. So I just think that they did a good job of solidifying bookends at that position, and they were right where they probably should have gone. But for me, they got 2 good players.
In the 6th round, they got Khalil Herbert, the running back from Virginia Tech, Daz Newsome, the wide receiver from North Carolina, who's already broken his collarbone, by the way, and then Thomas Graham Jr., corner from Oregon.
Graham is a solid all-around football player, like him as a cornerback prospect at a position that they needed depth in tremendously. And I like what they're doing at running back. Herbert is a speed guy, explosive guy. They want to get more explosive in the backfield. They already have Tariq Cohen coming back healthy. He's an explosive talent. Undrafted free agent C.J. Marable from Coastal Carolina, explosive talent. So you see the path that they're going down. Herbert can also be a day one core special teamer as a returnman, something that he excelled at Virginia Tech as well. And you look at Daz Newsome, once he gets back out there, he's another one of these dynamic jittery guys that can, really make something happen after the catch. He's a slot receiver that can help them, just convert those first downs, but also gives you a little bit of, pizzazz as a guy that could do things after the catch.
Let's get to what did you think of Graham?
I thought he was a good all-around player, and the back end of that draft with defensive picks, but the undrafted free agents in Kamara, Charles Snowden, Caleb Johnson out of Houston Baptist, they got some legitimate dudes on defense as an undrafted. And that has been a common theme for Chicago the last couple of years, because we've seen guys that go undrafted on defense make the team and make an impact. So I thought they did a great job in the 8th round of the draft as well.
So what do you think about Tonga, the D tackle from BYU?
Very good point of attack player. He does a good job winning versus double teams, which is a skill in and of itself. So you like the fact that they were trying to find someone young that they could bring along and help him, provide that depth up front, because they lost a key player up front, but they were able to get back, Eddie Goldman. He's coming back healthy, I believe. So they're going to have some good depth there, and I think Tonga is going to be the one that provides that for him.
Let's get to the Detroit Lions, Emery. Man, there was certainly a theme with their draft, especially Penei Sewell, Onwuzurike, Aleem McNeil. I mean, they went O-line, D-tackle. You don't see teams do that very often. And physical, stuff the run, control the line of scrimmage D-tackles.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think Detroit probably ordered, 15 copies of Football Game Plan Scouting Guide, because you look at what they got. They got one of my top 5 offensive linemen, obviously, in Penei Sewell. They got my number 1 nose tackle in Aleem McNeil, my number 2 defensive tackle in Onwuzurike out of Washington. And then you go in the 4th round. Barnes was I had a high grade on Barnes as an inside backer. So personally, they nailed the draft according to my scout reports. But that's the common theme, getting better at the point of attack. Because I don't know if you know this, Ross, or maybe you do because you played along the line of scrimmage. You still can win football games playing good defense and running the football. What do you think Detroit is going to do with the way they attack this draft? They're going to run the football, play stout defense, and win a bunch of games.
No doubt that was their thought process. You sort of talked about it in general. What do you have in particular on Sewell, on Onwuzurike, and McNeil?
Well, Sewell to me is someone that's physical, and you have to keep in mind the reason why he wasn't my number 1 tackle. He's like my number 5, I believe, but still had an 85 grade, which is a Pro Bowl type talent. Is the fact that when you're watching his film, you got to remember he was 19 years old, so there's a gap of unknown there. We didn't see him as a 20-year-old, and now we're going to see him as a 20-year-old in the NFL. So you got to wait and see. But the raw talent from what you saw as a 19-year-old is definitely impressive. Aleem McNeil is a guy that's tough to move off the spot. You talk about beating double teams. He can do that. He shows a little bit of quickness with his hands, so he can beat one-on-one blocks, kind of become that pressure player as a nose tackle. Onwuzurike has a quickness, the burst off the ball, the savvy of playing a 3-tech. I think he provides the quick pressure. And when you team him up with McNeil, now you have a great nose tackle, defensive tackle combination in your 4-man front. So I love that those 3 picks by Detroit.
Next up, in round 3, they took Melifonwu, the corner from Syracuse.
Long guy. Very surprised at his tape. When you see these tall cornerbacks, you know they're not going to be as fluid out of their transition, but that's not the case with Melifonwu. He's a guy that can, really flip his hips and get out that back pedal pretty quickly and drive on the football. Also from a dead standstill, so he's playing off. He can really drive on the ball. So you could even see him playing inside as a slot corner, a taller slot corner, or as an alley defender, as a safety sort of. So he does give you some position flexibility and versatility of what he can do on the back end. I thought that was a really good pick as well.
I really like round 4. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the receiver from USC. I just think he's tough and physical. I just think guys like that make it. in the league. And then Derek Barnes, who you talked about earlier, the linebacker from Purdue.
Yeah, I'm on Ross St. Brown as someone that he has a pro game, like a pro feel to him. He's just savvy, he's smooth. He's maybe he's not flashy, doesn't have a dance or some type of signature move, but he's always open, kind of Tyler Boyd like. He's open, he's productive, he's consistent. And Barnes, I even put this in my notes. When you go back and watch their game versus Nebraska, I don't know if he was suspended for the first half, but he didn't play in the first half. But once he got out there in the second half, the first series of the second half was probably some of the best linebacking I've seen in quite some time. This dude was in on every play on that opening series. I've never seen a linebacker come out like gangbusters like that and make every play. So not only is this dude someone that can stack and shed like you like to see from the position, but he has good bursts. He's a good blitzer. He's arriving with explosiveness upon contact and always finds the football. So I'm a big Derek Barnes fan. I think he has a chance to start as a rookie.
Last but not least, Jamar Jefferson, running back from Oregon State they got in the 7th round.
Big fan of him too, and we talked about him in our preseason show, how lucky Oregon State was to get a prospect like that coming out of high school, and he fits right in. He's kind of cut from the same mold that an Aaron Jones would be or what they have now on the roster. And Jamal Williams, he's a one-cut downhill runner. He finds the cutback lane. He finds, holes, in tight confined spaces. You don't see him consistently take losses. So I just want to see how he's going to fit in his backfield that's stacked now with Williams and DeAndre Swift, who was my number one tailback last year. And you saw them flirting with Ty Gurley as well. So where does Jamar Jefferson fit in this crowded backfield? Because he's super talented.
Speaking of talented, I've got a lot of positive traits. I think I'm happy about that. One that is not, my hair. Because I started losing it very early. Thankfully, people gave me the heads up, my doctors, on the 2 FDA-approved medications, which means they work because the FDA approved them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have approved them. One is a topical solution on the top of your head that you rub it on. The other one's a pill I take every morning. Now I do it through Keeps. Why not? Keeps, I don't have to go to the doctor anymore to get a prescription. I don't have to go to the drugstore to pick it up. It's sent right to my house. At this point, you guys have been listening or watching for a long time. At this point, I've been a subscriber to Keeps and a customer for years. If you are ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/draft to receive your first month of treatment for free. Why would you not do that? Why would you not get it for a month, see how it goes? That's KEEPS.com/draft to get your first month free. Keeps.com/draft. I guarantee once you start, you're going to say, oh my gosh, I should have been doing this years ago. Keeps.com/draft. Speaking of draft, Emory, let us now get to the Green Bay Packers. Still a lot of drama going on with the Aaron Rodgers situation. We're getting play-by-play last week of Jordan Love at minicamp, which always makes me laugh. The first day, he's terrible. They need Aaron back the second day. Oh, my gosh, he's the man. He's playing great. Give me a break. Every year, Emory, just looking at it, every year the Packers have a lot of draft picks. It seems like they always have a lot. First 2 rounds, Eric Stokes, the Georgia corner, and Josh Myers, the Ohio State center.
Yeah, Stokes is a long corner, gives them some height and length at the position. They have a type, both at corner and at wide receiver, and they got their type at corner in Stokes, who has really good athleticism and the length to really disrupt, the timing of a route or also just cloudy up passing windows. Myers is my number 1 center in the class, so from my perspective, they got the best center, and I think he's someone that's going to find a role on the field as a starter in some capacity before it's all said and done. He's just too good to keep off the bench.
Round 3 and 4, wide receiver Amari Rodgers from Clemson and guard Royce Newman from Ole Miss.
with Rodgers, it gives them another Randall Cobb, someone that can be utilized in the wide receiver run game, someone that's going to have a field day working underneath both versus man and zone coverage. And he's a thick dude, so he's going to break a lot of tackles, give you some run after the catch ability. Freeman, I think, was great value because he's someone that I had a really high grade on. People saw him this year as a tackle, but that was his first year playing tackle. He was really a guard. And he's going to go back inside at Ole Miss when you go back and watch him as a guard. And his tackle film wasn't terrible. So when you combine the fact that now he has the ability to play tackle if you want or dominate as a guard, they got great value. And they always invest in the offensive line. It's one of the things I love about what Green Bay does consistently.
Round 5, they had 2 picks. Tadaro Slayton, D-tackle from Florida, and Shamar Jean-Charles, the cornerback from Appalachian State.
Yeah, Jean Charles is someone that's just a feisty corner. They seem to produce those type guys. They had a guy a couple of years ago, Clifton Duck, who was outstanding and built the same way. Shamar Jean-Charles is someone that's cut from the same cloth, has good ball skills, good instincts, and can play inside as a slot corner. And you look at Slayton, you don't see nose tackles that's 6'5", 340 with quick feet and quick hands. Like he moves like a 3-tech in terms of what he does from a ball get off perspective, from a hand usage perspective and footwork. So you just want to see him play consistent, but man, it's you can just see the enticing tools from a big girthy guy that can move quick like that. He's going to be a problem up front.
I'm curious, just as I get to the rest of the line of the picks for the Packers, I didn't ask you this earlier, but you mentioned Swift was your number 1 running back last year?
Yeah, he was my number 1 overall tailback. And I gave him a 90 grade. When you watch someone that's able to string moves together like that and work his way downfield without losing speed and quickness, man, it's impressive. I said this, I could find a tweet too. I said this, I want to say maybe 3 years ago, like when he was 3rd string behind Sony Michel, Nick Chubb. I was like, man, this dude Swift can play in the NFL right now. When you talk about vision, footwork, elusiveness, and burst, he has it all. And I can't wait to see him as a lead dog in that Lions backfield.
Last 3 picks for the Packers. Cole Van Lanen, a guard from Wisconsin, Isaiah McDuffie, linebacker from BC, and Kylan Hill, running back from Mississippi State.
These were all good picks. I had solid grades on all of these guys. Van Lanen is someone you can't go, again, we talk about this every show, sight unseen. Wisconsin or, lineman. Yeah, I'm draft him. I don't care how he looks, how he plays. You said Wisconsin offensive lineman, I'm in. And I think when you watch him play, you see him obviously dominating the run game. But I thought he's someone that you can't just walk back into the pocket in pass pro. So he's like a anchor up front. So again, providing good depth along that offensive line. Kylan Hill is someone that improved this year briefly in his stint with this new staff at Mississippi State. They showed him more so as a receiver, which is something that everybody wanted to see. But as a runner, he's a one-cut downhill guy, doesn't waste time dancing in the backfield, and is a focused individual. I love the mentality that he plays with. He has good leadership skills. We saw that on display this year down in Mississippi, getting them to, spearheading that effort to change the state flag, got that job done. How could you not want someone like that on your football team? And Isaiah McDuffie is quick, speedy in all directions, kind of fits today's mold of what you look for as an inside linebacker and someone that you don't have to take on the field. I thought he was very underrated at BC, and I'm glad to see him get his just due by getting drafted. Not a lot of people was talking about him pre-draft amongst the draft community, but Isaiah McDuffie can really play. I think he's going to see a significant role. If not within that defense early on, he's going to be a core special teamer, and you will talk about him being a significant contributor defensively as the season goes on.
Let's get to the Minnesota Vikings to wrap things up here in our NFC North preview. First round pick, Christian Darrisaw. I got to tell you right now, Emery, I am not loving the latest report that he wasn't practicing. They said scar tissue from a January core muscle surgery. I had that surgery. You shouldn't still be having issues with that in June if you had it in January. Something doesn't smell quite right to me there.
Yeah, I hope health gets straightened out, because he was my number 1 offensive tackle. He looks the part. Those thin ankles, athletic build, bulky guy, but can move kind of like how Trent Williams is built. These club bouncer type offensive linemen. And you saw him play last year, played hurt last year, but still was able to put together some really good tape. So I hope he can get healthy and stay healthy because he's a plug and play guy up front.
Round 3, they had 4 picks in the third round. Kellen Mond, Chaz Surratt, Wyatt Davis, Patrick Jones. I should probably should have done this earlier in the show. Kellen Mond, quarterback for Texas A&M. Chaz Surratt, linebacker, North Carolina. Wyatt Davis, guard, Ohio State. Patrick Jones, edge from Pitt.
Mond to me was intriguing because Kirk Cousins is 51-3 as a starting quarterback. We talked about that earlier, how you can be successful but still have that missing ingredient. It's like having fast food pizza. It's still pizza, but it's not better than pizza you'll get from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. So there's just something missing when you're having that pizza from a fast food restaurant. Although there's levels to fast food restaurant pizza, we'll get into that probably some other show. But that's what Kirk Cousins is. He's someone that the stats look great, but for some reason his teams are never in the playoffs. They're either in and have a quick exit, or there's just something about those empty calories, the iceberg lettuce of quarterback play when you're watching Kirk Cousins. Great dude, can put up stats, has good short area accuracy, but there's something missing. And Kellen Mond gives them at least someone that can be a bridge to another guy or someone that they can trust in their system to help push the ball downfield vertically more consistently, to be a guy that has played in a lot of big games at A&M. So excited to see how he progresses, but at least puts a little bit of warmth under the seat of Kirk Cousins. Now, all those other picks, Surratt, excellent backer, can play inside or outside, can match up versus backs and tight ends. Former quarterback that now plays linebacker. You like the smarts there. You talk about Patrick Jones out of Pitt. He was paired up with his teammate, Rashad Weaver, at Pitt. They had 2 good bookends, and the Vikings needed someone up front that can, one, get to the quarterback, but also help stabilize that defensive line. Patrick Jones gives them that. You look at the other guy, Wyatt Davis, who comes from our favorite football movie of all time, The Program. His dad, Elvin Mack, the best inside linebacker prospect in fictional movie history. Wyatt Davis, I thought he had a down year last year. Probably he had dealt with a lot of injuries, but his 2019 film, it was stellar, and he does give them a good prospect up front that can probably come in and start at some point in the season. But when you add Darrisaw and Davis, you hope the health prevails for both guys and they can be consistent. They can reach that level because they are really 2 good offensive linemen.
Then we get to round 4. Kene Ngwango, the running back from Iowa State, Cameron Bynum, a corner from Cal, and Janarius Robinson, edge rusher from Florida State.
Bynum was my favorite prospect they drafted in the 4th round because he has top-tier cover skills. You talk about someone that can match up one-on-one, take the ball away, has great ball awareness, so he's playing the ball well in coverage. Everything that you want in a corner, athletic, and someone that's probably going to end up starting for Minnesota, considering what happened this offseason at that position. At least someone is going to play significantly because they did bring in Patrick Peterson. But I do like Bynum. I think that was a steal in the 4th round. You look at Robinson out of Florida State, has the physical tools, just wasn't able to put it together consistently. So we'll see if the coaching change for him going from college to pro will help him realize that potential. You look at the other guy you mentioned, Ngakoue, from Iowa State. This is an example of someone drafting for special teams. He was a core special teamer at Iowa State, one of the best kickoff returners in the country. I envision him being that same player for the Vikings. People talked about him as if he was going to take some carries away from, Madison or their depth in the backfield. No, he was signed specifically to help, ease the loss of what they had in Kadaro Patterson a couple years ago. They still are trying to find someone that could be that returnman. Well, they got one right there in the 4th round out of Iowa State.
5th round, they took Ihmir Smith
Marset,
the wide receiver from Iowa, and then they took the punter tight end, my favorite dude in the draft, from Central Missouri.
Yeah, Zach Davison, we talked about him on the show when it was me, you, and Dane, and how this guy out of Central Missouri was someone people need to start talking about, and he ends up getting drafted. Athletic, can stretch the field, and if you need someone that can, get you about 44 yards on a punt, he can do that too. So definitely can kill two birds with one stone. He's not Mitch Berger, but he's good enough to where he can help you out in the pinch if you need someone to punt the football. And Smith Marset is a core special teamer with really good speed. And I think, again, strengthening the special teams unit is an underrated aspect of the draft process. And I'm glad the Vikings took that seriously in this draft by getting two guys that can help them out day one as core special teamers.
Last NFC North draft pick, another Pitt D lineman. This one, Jalen Twyman.
He had so much buzz coming into the season, and it kind of tapered off because he opted out. And then when you dove into the tape, you kind of, put the microscope on his game a little bit more so. And so that's why he fell. He didn't test well, and, he wasn't the dynamic player that people thought, but he's productive. He finds a way to the quarterback, and that, to me, is worth his weight in gold, especially in what people like to consider a passing league. Twyman will find a way in rotation to be productive, especially going to a team like Minnesota where Mike Zimmer loves defense. He that's his calling card. And you think about what he picked up, guys that had traits. You talk about Jones and also Robinson, but guys that were productive, Jones and Twyman. So now they're trying to rebuild the depth along that defensive line. They got some guys that they can, throw in to the mix as rookies and try to expect those guys to be frontline starters in a year or two.
NFC South next week. It should be awesome. Cannot wait to break down all those draft choices, including Emery's own New Orleans Saints. Make sure you check him out on Twitter at FBallGamePlan, Football Game Plan on YouTube. We are at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod, everywhere. Really appreciate those of you that spread the word in any way. From those of you listening to the Ross Tucker Podcast, you can win a little something if you do so. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and the Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's drink them, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the
Well, howdy. Matt Lamarca here. Tom Carroll there. You
Ahoy.
somewhere, not sure. Glad to see you made it. Hope the drive wasn't too bad. Traffic in Simland seems like it was pretty good this time of night. We got a lot going on right now, Tom, and by a lot, I mean a big Game 7 in the NBA.
Huge.
I'm not going to lie. I will have my eyes sort of tuned to that while this is going on. So
fair.
Quickly, just run us through what your idea was with your lineup.
So I went with Devontae Parker in the captain spot. He seems like a dude that when I don't put him there, he does big things. So I figured, why not? And lineups locking just now. So I'll reveal the rest of my lineup here. Matt Breida, Jamison Crowder, Jakeem Grant, Chris Herndon, Chris Hogan. This is very much so a Simland lineup here. None of these dudes all that great in real life. So Chris Hogan isn't even playing football anymore. But they do things in Simland. So I feel okay about this lineup. I feel okay about it.
All right. I went with a completely different team, it sounds like.
Okay. Sure.
Rashad Perryman. Tua.
Okay.
Lev Bell. Mike Gesicki. Jakeem the Stream Grant.
Yep.
J-Mo Crowder.
Okay. So we got Crowder and Grant together. So we can jointly root for those two players. And that's okay. How badly do you want Milwaukee to win this game?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 9. It's the most I've wanted a team that like isn't my team. You know what I'm saying? It's the most I've wanted them to win since Dirk versus the Heat.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that. That was the team that I rooted the hardest for that wasn't my team, the 2011 Mavs.
I mean, they were just such an easy team to root for.
America's team.
And the Heat were such an easy team to root against.
So easy to hate them.
I've talked a lot about LeBron when I'm on these streams. I've come basically full circle on him. I'm a LeBron fanboy at this point.
Yeah.
But back then, he was just very easy to hate. And Dirk's still my all-time favorite player. So
I love Dirk. He's probably my favorite non-Celtic ever. How can you hate Dirk?
You can't.
Huge European dude with amazing range, and he's hilarious off the court.
Spent his whole career with one team. Could have chased a ring at the end, but didn't. Now, granted, if he doesn't win a ring, then yeah, he probably leaves Dallas and tries to, get on the back end of a roster at some point.
How weird would it be to see Dirk on a different team doing that, like ring chasing? I feel like Dirk
at this point,
Dallas,
it wouldn't be that weird.
No, but like thinking about him specifically ring chasing is weird for me. Like I can't see Dirk doing that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I agree.
Right? He just doesn't seem like a ring chaser type of guy. Like he would have just been like, hey, you know what? I did my best to try and win here in Dallas, and we had good runs, and I think I had a nice career. Are we getting a touchdown here? Indeed.
Your boy.
Matt Breida with the huge
I don't
score.
know why I never play him.
65 yards to the house.
Always crushes.
That was massive.
Lot of turmoil in Dallas right now. They had to let go of their coach and their general manager. There's reports that Luka, not the best teammate. There's reports that everyone hates Kristaps Porzingis.
Haralabob just wreaking havoc on that organization.
Well, yes, he got a lot of the blame for the fact that Donnie Nelson got fired after, 21 years, I think, as GM.
Mm-hmm.
I was, I didn't really love how that was portrayed. Like, oh, Mark Cuban's listening to this gambler instead of a front office guy.
Yeah.
Like, Haralabob Vulgaris is just a super smart dude.
Hell yeah.
And I would argue that if you look at people who are smart enough to make their money the way that Haralabob did, they're going to be some of the smartest people that you will meet in any industry.
But you know what? Some of those people are hard to work with from like a team standpoint, right? Like the smartest guy in the room isn't necessarily the best leader. Always.
I get it. You know, like that's a lot of the time. That's
that guy away in an office.
The flack that gets thrown at Hinkie. You know, right? He
or even like Bezos
numbers.
or Zuckerberg, right? Like usually the smartest guy in the room is not well liked. Or like Matt Lamarca here on this Zoom. Right before he got on, we all talked about how much we hated the guy. Clearly smartest guy on the Zoom.
Well, maybe on this Zoom. But I will say one of my best characteristics is that just people just like me. I don't know what it is, Tom.
You're a likable guy.
I don't know what it is.
Very likable dude.
So that, you know, I got that going for me. Big hitter, the llama. At the end of the round, guy stiffs me.
Look, Haralabob, man. I thought it was a cool hire when it happened. I used to listen to the Bill Simmons podcast a lot. I don't anymore because I don't drive anywhere. And really, since I started doing the morning show job, my listening on that pod tailed off because I was like, I listen to enough radio. I'm not going to go ahead and listen to pods either. But when he used to come on with Simmons, at first I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. This is just like professional, handicapper type dude that's making a living betting on the NBA. And then he started coming on a lot, and I was like, this guy I don't like this dude. I just felt like he was super condescending.
Yeah.
It was like he didn't want to have a conversation. He was like, why even join? Why come on as a podcast guest?
I get it.
Like, look, why did you agree to this?
Well,
anytime he was a guest, I would pass. Moving forward.
Odds in general recently have gotten
so long.
It's just too much.
It's
like every Monday he's got to do like a 2-part podcast. Each part is 2 hours. And I think he's lost a little heat on his fastball.
Oh, 100%, dude. Yeah. I mean, my listening with Simmons coincided with but I should say the end of me listening to Simmons regularly coincided with his, he's throwing the high 80s now, as opposed
he's like
to,
Cologne. He's getting it done with craftiness.
Exactly. It's not what it used to be.
I'd take a job from him though.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Sam Darnold hit as he throws, but he does get the check down to Le'Veon Bell. Drew says, take it easy on Simmons. I'm a proud member of the Bill Simmons youth. I grew up on that guy.
Same.
I worshipped the ground that he walked on. I read every word that he wrote, all, 10,000 of them or whatever in each specific
Loved
article.
Grantland. Loved Page 2. Absolutely.
Book of Basketball, still one of my all-time favorites.
Have both his books.
Oh, the other Drew says he was These Are My Readers once.
There you go.
That's great.
Yeah, look, I mean, Simmons in his prime was great. And I get why people probably still listen to him because, of course, he's still funny and he's clearly got some juice when talking basketball. But I just remember how good he used to be, and it's tough. It's like people that used to listen to Howard Stern religiously, and they can't do it anymore.
That's a great comp.
It's the same vibe.
Comp. He'll still have his diehards, but
when dudes get to a certain wealth level in this medium, they sort of care a lot less. That's what I've found. Like Simmons made $200 million or something from Spotify. He feels like an out of touch rich guy to me when I listen to him. Personally.
I can definitely relate to that. But guess what? He is a rich white guy.
Exactly. Like, I'm not gonna, exactly, and it's no fault of his own. That's his life. It's just I don't need to listen to him talk about it. Or when like a big soccer event happens and he pretends to be a soccer expert because his daughter plays soccer. It's like, you can be the same as me. We both don't know anything about soccer. You just go to soccer games because your daughter plays. It was like when you spend enough time with someone, you need to move on. In this like listening to pods and read, like, you reach your limit at a certain point. I think I reached my limit with Simmons.
Drew makes a good point. He says that cousin Sal, still great. I do love their Guess the Lines podcast. I still listen to that one.
Sal's awesome.
Parent Corner is great.
Fantastic. I agree.
Still good listening. But other than that,
yeah, and I used to
7-0 game here. The Jets' offense not doing much. The Dolphins had a big Matt Breida run.
Yeah, Breida, big time.
It almost sounds like you put an extra like E in there. You call him Breida.
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 Yeah, that's better.
Worcester.
Don't get me wrong. Long Island, a lot of funny spellings and stuff there too. Massapequa, Patchogue. There's some weird towns.
Yeah, for sure.
But nothing like Worcester. Excuse me, call me Wooster.
Worcester.
Oh, Worcester. Okay.
Worcester, yes. Worcestershire. Is it Worcestershire sauce or Worcestershire sauce?
I just go Worcestershire.
I don't know how to say it, but I like when it's in the mix. Whenever Worcestershire is in the mix on an ingredient,
it's a great part of most sauces and marinades.
Sign me up.
All right, so here's an interesting thing. Edward Pride says, "Is this the new thing, Madden After Dark hate time?" Anything else grinding your gears right now, Tom? Let's get it all out.
This. Not that I want to bring to air.
Okay.
I'll take it out on Bill Simmons. I will say this though, and we were talking about this before we came on the air. I forget if you were on the Zoom with us at that point, Lamarca, but in my season-long fantasy with my friends from home, the league that I came in last, we do punishments for last place.
Okay.
And
are you guys
every year
proponents of the Waffle House Challenge?
Well, so here's the thing. So every year we do different punishments. Everyone writes what they think the punishment should be down on a piece of paper. We put it in a hat, and then at the draft, we pick out what the punishment for that year is going to be. A couple of years ago, our friend did the challenge that's become viral over the last few days, where he had to sit at a Denny's for 24 hours. And the way that he could get time taken off is if he would get people from the league to come and buy a dish for him off the menu. So he ended up sitting at a Denny's for 20 out of 24 hours. He only got 4 people to come visit him.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, it's tough. But this year, that was thrown back in the hat because people loved that punishment so much. And I came in last, and it was selected as the punishment. So I have to do that. See, I have to go to a diner for 24 straight hours.
My only nitpick, and here's the stats. You can see them on the screen. It's really all been Matt Breida in the first half. I think there has to be some sort of way that you can reduce the time that's related to you.
Yes.
It shouldn't be on the goodness of your league mates.
Correct.
You know?
So
make it so every grand slam you take down is an hour off your time.
So I said to them, because I'm out in St. Louis still, and I need to get this done before our draft and before the season starts. So I said to them, look, I think that I should be allowed to do what that guy did in the Waffle House Challenge, where if I eat a certain amount of things, I get an hour off every time. since I'm all the way out here, no one's flying out to St. Louis to spend an hour with me and eat a
Very
dish.
fair.
And they all kind of agreed. So I'm thinking that, but another part of me is like, well, if I'm going to already be there for 18 hours, I might as well just do the 24 to say that I sat at a Denny's for 24 hours. Like, it's going to ruin my day and or weekend in some capacity anyways, right?
So here's the thing. I could do 16, 18 hours. I would just Matt Friedman, aka at Matt at the Oracle on Twitter. Somebody that I aspire to be as a writer. Dude is as smart as they get and as good of a writer as there is in the fantasy industry. But he wrote out what his strategy would be, and it was basically just like, just make a day of it. Bring some books, bring your computer, stream a show.
Right. Yeah.
Tell the waitress what's going on, and
Yep.
that you're going to tip her heavily.
Yep.
And then just sit there and don't feel like you have to eat. But when you're hungry, you eat and you knock some time off.
Yeah.
So I like that. I feel like I could do that strategy, but if I start going like 16 plus 18, like approaching 20 hours of no sleep, I start to get a little cramped. You know what I'm saying,
It's
Tommy?
really, really tough.
I'm like a Ferrari. This thing needs regularly scheduled nightly maintenance.
I'm thinking that, like, I want to bring this to the dream stream. If I have to sit at a diner for 24 straight hours, I feel like that needs to be streamed on here. I feel like the people are going to want to see me suffering through this, whether I'm doing a sim from the diner, whether I'm just checking in. I think there's a lot here. Maybe when Madden After Dark ends, they toss it to me at the diner.
You want to do a post game from Denny's?
Yeah, I'm just there until after Madden After Dark the next day to close out my final, 45 minutes.
Goal line stand here from the Jets, so we will get a field goal to make it 10-0. In the hoops, by the way, the Bucks just extended it to a 5-point lead. I'm sorry, did I say the Bucks? The Nets extended it to a 5-point lead. The Bucks made a run to start the quarter, but the Nets have reestablished themselves. I think this is going down to the wire, one way or the other.
So Drew asking a great question. He says, the big question is, when do you start the clock / finish? Midnight to midnight, noon to noon, 8A to 8A. I think you do midnight to midnight, so then when you're done, you can go home and go to bed.
If you have to do the full 24 hours, I agree.
Yeah.
If you can cut the time, then, shooting for like a 7 a.m. start and trying to get out of there by, 1 o'clock or whatever would be my ideal strategy.
So, going to keep that on the radar here. And I know people are going to be like, oh, Freeze Pops is just copying that Waffle House guy. Not necessarily the case. It's not the most original thing in the world that they did this. This has been around. I said,
the
my
best
buddy did this
fantasy punishment that I've ever heard was whoever comes in last place had to retake the SATs.
Oh, see, that was in the mix for us. So that was actually going to be the punishment. It was picked out of our hat, and because of COVID, we decided that we probably couldn't get done because
are you even allowed to retake the SATs as a?
We didn't know, and we were like, COVID would make it harder. And so our punishment was you had to take the SATs wearing a full tuxedo while the league tailgated in the parking lot of the high school you took the SATs at.
Oh man, that's so much.
Yeah. And I guess one of the few positives that came out of COVID for me was that that punishment went away, and now I just have to
maybe you would have to do it like somebody in the league administers like a practice SAT test or something. I don't think you could really take it at 30 years old.
Okay, but here's one thing about that though. Like, isn't the big thing that you can go to college at any point? Like, education there's no age limit on education. And to get into a college, you got to take the SATs, right? So
I don't know about
like
at that
a
age.
30-year-old. But if you're 35 and you want to go to college, you don't have to take the SATs.
I spent some time just backpacking through Europe. Got lost.
Yeah, like
Ready to take the
why
SATs.
does the dummy that doesn't like you could be not smart enough to get into a school and apply at 35 and not get exposed for not taking the SATs, whereas a kid's like 17 years old and he wants to go to a school, but he took the SATs and did poorly, so that guy doesn't get in, but the 35-year-old gets in.
Are you saying you have a problem with adult education, Tom?
I'm saying that they
on
should
the record,
take the SATs.
on the record right
I'm
now.
saying that adults.
Are
should
you
have to
saying
take
that
the
adults
SATs.
should not be able to attend college?
I'm saying that adults that attend college have to take the SATs in my book. I don't care how old you are not above the SATs. If little Billy wants to go to the University of Rhode Island and he has to go take the SATs to prove he can get in, then Uncle Billy has to go take the SATs if he wants to do the same.
Drew says Tom's in the pocket of big tests.
I hate tests. I was so bad at test taking.
I mean, the SATs is all prep.
Yeah. You got to know what the certain words mean.
Another part of this world that benefits people who have money. Because if you can afford
go
an SAT tutor
class.
or an SAT prep, you're going to do better on the SAT than someone who doesn't.
Unless you're a genius.
Sure.
Yeah, because there's always those outlier
we got a
geniuses.
fumble.
Big fumble.
Scoop it. Oh, they
I thought he was going. There's always the kid that didn't do any prep for the SATs, walks in and gets a sick score, and then goes to just any school they want. Everyone hates that guy.
I thought that guy was going to be me.
What was the movie where they steal the SATs, like the answers?
Slackers?
Was that the name of it?
Yeah, Darius Miles was in it, Drew. The perfect score.
Yeah, I liked that movie as a kid. Shout out to Darius Miles.
Well, we got a fourth quarter in this Brooklyn game. I believe it's now Bucks up 1. Cool. So fourth quarter, I've been petitioning to install the turbo button on this game. So far, no luck. But we
were told
see.
that he would do the best he could.
We might still get out of here in time for the last couple of minutes, which is where this thing is going. This whole series has been like just back and forth. So. All right, 2-minute warning.
D-Rod is talking about... Who are we talking about here, D-Rod?
He's saying Harden and Durant are not clutch.
Okay, that's interesting. I would say Harden is clutch. Has shown that he can be a clutch player at a bunch of points in his career. I mean, the dude just never misses when he's on. Call it what you want. The
Durant.
Dude just... Both.
I think Durant is the guy who clearly doesn't need to explain himself to anybody.
No, he's one of the best
huge
players
shots
ever.
in huge finals games. I mean, we already saw him go bonkers in this series in Game 5. Harden's the guy that doesn't really have that signature win.
Yeah, I get, postseason success. People rip him for that, but I don't know. I mean, I watch a lot of NBA, and that dude, when he's on, he doesn't need to be clutch. He hits everything. He's an animal. The whole clutch thing is just.
He just hasn't done it on the
clutch
big
thing isn't.
For
I
whatever,
don't like the clutch thing.
For whatever reason. What really clutch Harden was the year that Durant got hurt, and they had a chance to beat the Warriors with Durant out of the lineup, and they couldn't do it. Steph Curry just lit them up. If Harden had won that game, his resume would feel different. But he needs that signature win, and unfortunately, this doesn't really feel like the spot where it's going to happen for him because he's just clearly banged up right now. I mean, he might be at 50%. That might even be generous.
Yeah. Touchdown.
Your
Hogs
boy.
the Gogs. You know what? I'm going to check the old lineup here. I think I'm actually doing okay.
I didn't play him because I didn't know if this was a point per cradle league.
I am in 24th. Yeah, no, this is a Madden game, not a lacrosse game.
Hawk says Durant is the best player on the court. I don't think there's any disagreement there, Hawk. I think he's the best player on any court in the world right now.
Yeah, Kevin Durant's amazing, dude. Just so amazing. It's funny, right before that game the other night, Geoff was like talking about who he was going to put in his lineup right before the game. And he's like, who do I go with, Durant or Harden? And I was like, well, I think you should go with Durant because Harden looked, we don't know what he's going to be. He's coming off the injury. We probably shouldn't even be playing. And there's no Kyrie Irving, so someone's got to shoot the ball. And, Kevin Durant's one of the greatest players of all time. So I think you should go with Kevin Durant. And he's like, okay, I'm going to go with Harden.
I hate to be that guy, but this is the Bucks are going to lose or win this game based on what Chris Middleton does in these final 12 minutes.
Ooh, I like this. Don't hate to be that guy. Love to be that guy. It's a good take.
When they get into the half-court set, it's got to be him. I mean, you can go to Giannis occasionally, get him, going towards the hoop with a head of steam. He can occasionally, kick it out for three-pointers or just try to bully his way to the rim. But Middleton's the contested shot maker on this team, and he had a dreadful first half. He's going to need to make some in the fourth quarter. And as I say that, right on cue, he bricks one.
Yeah, I was just going to say, right on cue. Nice little move there to create his own shot and then doinks it. Minute to go here in the first half, though. This thing's flying along. We're at the 26 mark, Lamarca. We're almost at halftime. That's good pace.
There's a good energy in the sim.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's another take that I have upon seeing
here we
Bruce
go.
Brown. There should always be one player in every playoff series who's wearing a mask.
Yeah, that's a good take. Dude, you are on fire tonight.
It just adds to the intensity level, I think.
It brings the vibe. It brings the vibe to a level that's necessary for postseason hoops. You know that there's a dude in there wearing a piece of armor that allows him to take a punch to the face and keep going. I mean, come on, to a bad sack. Timeout.
Okay, Giannis with a little elbow jumper. 86 all.
Joe Harris gets the toilet bowl 3.
Yeah, I mean, the Nets.
Your boy, Middleton, hits one from the free throw line.
Oh, man, you're too far ahead of me. Stop. You're too far ahead of me.
Bucks down 1, 89-88.
Oh, where's that foul? Durant gets that call.
All right, I'll stop. Because I'm too far ahead of you. It's going to ruin the experience for you.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm about to mute you.
Guys, this is why it's good to have cable sometimes.
I have I'm on satellite, I guess, which is
slightly. The field goal is good. 13-7 Dolphins take the lead.
Do you have a lean on the Western Conference finals? Obviously, it's tough to get a bit of a feel.
Yeah.
Because we don't know if Kawhi is going to play at all.
Mm-hmm.
He did not travel with the team for this for the first 2 games in Phoenix. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean he's not going to play, but I would say it almost certainly means he's not going to play. So likely no Kawhi for at least the first 2, and it might be the whole series. And who knows with Chris Paul? It seems like we're kind of just guessing at this point, but from what I've heard, it sounds like he is also likely out game 1.
Okay, so let's pretend neither one of those players is going to play in this series, because I think Kawhi's done, and I think Chris Paul is at least, like you said, missing 1 game. So let's remove both of them from the series entirely. Who do you think wins? It's really hard, right? I think the Clippers, with the Suns without Chris Paul, I think the Clippers are a better team. With Chris Paul, I think the Suns are a better team.
Yeah, it's tough because
he's such a...
I don't think either of these teams is particularly good. Oh, it's halftime. Let's run the stats real quick, and I'll give my takes on that series. Tua, good half from Tua. 13 for 14, buck 61. That puts him on pace for the bonus. I said it.
You guys heard it.
I said it.
You heard it.
Le'Veon Bell, 26 yards. Matt Breida, 3 for 92.
Oh, Breida?
Not Beretta.
Beretta?
Devontae Parker, your guy, your captain. El Capitano, 6 for 90. Jakeem the Stream Grant, 4 for 31. Perriman, 2 for 41. Chris Hogan's got the lone receiving touchdown in this one.
Isn't Perriman your captain?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a tough scene for you.
Hey, he's halfway there to the bonus.
Hey, see, he's not going to get it now.
Bonus.
He's not going to get it now.
Look at me. Look into my eyes. Is this creepy? Is this scaring you?
Ashley Edwards asking who's in first place. I assume that means it's her. Last time I checked, it was her. So Ashley's having a day.
Let somebody else win.
She is having a day.
Ashley, share the love a little bit.
Come on, Ash. Oh, let me get into live chat. I'm in top chat right now. Silly me. All right, third quarter on the way. So give me your thoughts here on the West.
I don't think either of these teams is like that impressive, but I guess I trust Paul George more than I trust Devin Booker. You know, Devin Booker's been great, but he's not battle tested.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Paul George, for as much as crap as that guy has taken for some of his playoff performances, and I know a lot of you out in the Sim fam owe him an apology, by the way.
Playoff P.
Playoff P is back. He heard your tweets and he was not amused. I would side with him if I knew Chris Paul wasn't going to play, but I do think Paul comes back at some point. And if that happens, then the Suns are probably the better team, so it's really tough.
It's a really, really tough matchup to talk about with these guys out of the mix. I think I'll lean Suns as well because I do think that he comes back at some point in the series. I don't think Kawhi is going to play this year. I think Kawhi's done.
I think he is too. I think the Clippers are just not ready to admit it to themselves.
Yeah. Kawhi's done. Drew asking a good question. Who you got in Game 7 tomorrow? I want to say Philly. I don't want to be the guy that's dumb enough to short Embiid. I mean, he's clearly the best player on the floor. I'm going to go with Philly, but I don't feel good about it.
I feel pretty good about it. Now, they're expected to win by around 7 points or so. I don't know if they win by that much. And I will say I've come away more impressed with Trae Young than I've expected. Like, he's a gamer.
You're a hater. You're a Trae Young hater.
I wouldn't say I'm a Trae Young hater. I just said I have respect for him. I was the guy who came into these playoffs saying that Atlanta was seriously being underrated. That's me, Tom. But I thought Trae, I just think that he has shown some stuff in the postseason. He's shown that he can be a number one option for a really good team. So
I just know that when I asked you about the Luka Trae trade.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're comparing an all-star to an MVP.
I'm just saying. Hater.
Former
Mike Bizzle saying,
DK
according
Live
to...
member.
Oh, go ahead.
Greg Ehrenberg said, is that the best player-for-player swap that you can think of?
Off the top of my head, absolutely.
Yeah, the first thing that came to my mind was Gary Payton for Ray Allen, but neither of those guys is at the Luka level.
Right. Yeah, Ray Allen's never going to win an MVP. Gary Payton at his peak, great defensive player, all-star
Like
point
two
guard.
Hall of
but again,
Famers, you know, two Hall of Famers, but Luka has a chance to enter that inner circle Hall of Fame.
For sure.
And you know what? Maybe Trae can too.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. He's coming around on Trae, guys. For some reason, football came to mind for me first, and you're going to laugh at this. Drew just said it. Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey. That was, for some reason, the first thing I thought of. But it's not fair because Champ Bailey is an infinitely better all-time player than Clinton Portis.
I mean, Clinton Portis kind of stunk when he got to the Washington football
But
team.
in the moment, that was like a, whoa, both those guys are awesome.
Oh, Jordan says Chris Webber for Penny Hardaway, but those are like draft rights. I think that's a little different. We're talking about two established players in the league.
I don't think this counts, Drew, but he says Justin Jefferson for Steph Diggs. I don't think it counts, but it's a fun one.
That's draft pick for Diggs.
Right. And also, exactly, yeah, it was, they didn't know they were drafting Justin Jefferson when they made that trade. But it's fun to look back on, for sure. There's probably some fun ones in baseball, like A-Rod for Alfonso Soriano. People forget about that.
I mean, yeah, Alfonso Soriano's okay player.
Yeah,
he's not A-Rod.
No. I'm just trying to think of some for baseball that are fun. Lamarca.
Sorry. What did like in baseball? Normally, it's a team is selling a player that's good.
Yeah, and it's a bunch of prospects
and getting prospects. Yeah. I don't know if I can remember a star for star trade. That like never happens in baseball.
Herndon with the score in my lineup. What's up? 1 point lead by the Jets. I'll give it a second before I check the old free roll to see where I landed.
Must be says Vince and Jameson. Antoine Jameson and Vince Carter, those players were traded for each other?
Well, I was going to say, if they
Another
were...
draft day trade.
Gotcha.
Okay. We're talking established in the league.
You know what? Maybe there might be a fun online piece about this over time. Let's see. Oh, wasn't T-Mac and Steve Francis traded for each other?
Yes, they were. They were. Stephon Marbury was traded for like everybody. Jason Kidd in particular.
Here we go. This is just NBA trades. That's okay. Let's see.
Mike Bizzle says Lamarca. It's Tom's fourth straight sim. Give him some love.
Yeah, give me some love, man. No, I'm not finding what I want in the way of an article on this. Do better, internet.
Write it yourself.
No. Writing's hard.
So Hawk says the Suns aren't the same as the Jazz. I think you are conflating the two.
No.
I mean, so here was the downfall of the Jazz in that Clipper series. They refused to adjust as Rudy Gobert got played off the court. So here is, again, this is from my man Matt Moore at HP Basketball. With Rudy Gobert on the court and Ivica Zubac off the court, the Jazz got outscored by 14.1 points per 100 possessions. So basically, when the Clippers played small, the Jazz got crushed with Gobert on the court. And Quinn Snyder just couldn't pull the trigger to get Gobert off the court. If the Suns, like, I love DeAndre Ayton. I think he's a bit more versatile than Gobert, even though Gobert's an elite defensive player. I'm curious to see if Monty Williams will be a little bit more willing to go small with the Clippers. If they do that, I think that bodes well for them. If they get stubborn, then we'll see.
Trying to find some good trades here. Very disappointed. I thought the internet would come through for me. Damn you, internet. Like, everyone's just like, oh, this was a steal, and this. It's like, no, I want best player for player trades. I don't need to know about the bargains. CBSSports.com ranked the Yankees trading for David Justice as the greatest trade of all time. In case anyone was wondering.
What did they get for it?
I didn't even read it because I said, this is
what
dumb.
The heck, dude? You can't drop a bomb like that. Just let it go off and walk away.
Yeah, I just dropped a grenade. Also, I hate the Yankees. All right, here we go. Le'Veon Bell. You think he plays for another team this upcoming year?
It won't be the Chiefs. I feel pretty
definitely not that team.
It won't be the Chiefs.
I bet no.
I think he's reached the point where it's like no team wants to deal with him.
Is the juice worth the squeeze at this point? I'd say no.
You know, maybe there's a running back injury in season and somebody takes a look at him, but I don't think anybody's willing to bring him on to be like the second string running back or third.
To be annoying. Like, hey, let's sign Le'Veon Bell to be annoying. You know? Oh, nice move, though.
He's still got some juice in Simland, though.
Yeah, I wonder what he looks like in the Madden 22. I mean, obviously, we won't see him. He'll be listed as a free agent at this point. Pepe Sylvia saying Freeze Pop's the greatest trade of all time was the Dallas Cowboys trading Herschel Walker to the Minnesota Vikings for $1 million draft picks. I mean, that's not player for player, but it is a pretty good trade, right? I mean, at least if you're a Cowboys fan. You give up Herschel,
I think
and in return, you get the picks.
In response to your David Justice comment, which we'll never know what that trade was about.
It was a baseball-specific article.
Sammy Darnold put one on the turf, and the Dolphins...
I'll try and find it again.
So they're going to be in field goal range right away, but they are looking for more. And there's Devontae Parker picking up the first down. And that should put him over the bonus, I believe.
Okay, here we go. It was ranking the top 10 MLB trade deadline deals of all time. From Unit to Ricky to Manny and more. All right, here we go. We'll scroll all the way down to number 1. Yankees acquire David Justice. Details. Yankees trade Ricky Leday, Jake Westbrook, and Zach Day to the Indians for Justice. On June 29th, 2000, Yankees before the trade were in second place.
Okay, so they're just saying it was good for the Yankees.
Yep, they won the AL East by 2.5 games and won the World Series. No, they are saying this is the best deadline deal of all time in baseball history.
I thought it was going to be like both teams got good stuff. But
well, here we go. I'll explain. I'll give their little explanation here. Too many fans remember David Justice as the guy in the film Moneyball who Billy Beane tells the Yankees are paying you $4 million to play against them. What many often forget is who DJ was before legs began to age. An MVP candidate almost every year, Justice's numbers began to dip in his final season with Cleveland. Needing some left-handed pop in their lineup, Yankees GM Brian Cashman decided to make the move. Justice belted out 20 home runs and 60 RBI in just 78 games for the Bronx Bombers, penciling in an insane .585 slugging percentage. The Yankees' three-hole hitter provided a threat in an already scary lineup, and the Yankees went on to win their third straight World Series. That makes sense. In that context, okay, I'll give it to him.
There you go. Yankees stealing a player. Who could have seen that coming?
Classic. It's an interesting list, though, for sure. You guys should check this out. CBSSports.com.
Drew Holiday shakes off the demons to make a 3. Unbelievable. I just saw it. He's 3 for 17 in this game.
Yikes.
3 for 17.
That's not good. It's not good. Not someone you'd want in your lineup tonight, that's for sure. And in fact, I was going to put him in my lineup if I made a lineup, so I'm glad I didn't. Instead, I'll take the 0.
Chris Herndon's got a touchdown. Hogan's Heroes got a touchdown. Devontae Parker up over 120 receiving yards now.
Okay. I'm not going to talk about the contest. That's all I'll say. If you don't talk about the contest, sometimes it works out in your favor. That's all I'll say. I maybe have already said too much.
You did.
I would like a Matt Barada touchdown here. Oh, no. Okay, we're getting a field goal. Didn't realize it was third down. Oh, man. Is tonight the night, Lamarca? We're going to be scoreboard watching the whole fourth quarter. You with the NBA and me with this sim.
Very possible.
Mike Bizzle saying that your hat looks good this year.
Oh, thanks, man. Me and Mikey Bizzle, we got our New York Metros. We rock with them. Split the doubleheader today. You'll always take that in a doubleheader.
Oh, yeah. You can't expect your team to win both legs of a doubleheader. It's an unrealistic expectation. Love a good doubleheader, but you just know you're going to come out of it with an L.
I always forget that there's 7 innings now, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, the Mets took out their starting pitcher in the 5th inning, and I was like, oh, we're going to have to go a long way with the bullpen. Oh, and James Harden banks in a 3. Gross.
I love a good bank 3. Because you know they didn't mean to do it. Mr. Hale calling for me to sing my song, so here we go. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from land to sim and Twitch land.
That's just the epitome of the Bucks playoffs right there for the last 3 years. They
Is
can't
James Harden
buy
banking
one.
in a 3?
Drew Holiday's 3 for 18 from the field in an elimination game, and James Harden's out here banking in triples.
Yeah, bouncing the ball off his belly on, making the 3.
I know the Bucks have had their problems, but it's just some of it's just bad luck.
Some teams have all the luck, Lamarca. Just like the Yankees, who we spoke about a moment ago. David Justice. They acquire him. He has a great season. They win a 3rd straight World Series.
Oh, Sam Darnold running.
Yikes.
Changed directions about 7 times.
That's got to be the worst when you throw it away to avoid the bad sack, but you still get absolutely crushed. Like you're proud of yourself for a split second, and then your life is just terrible. Let's feed the ball to Crowder. Let's feed the ball to Hogan. Let's feed the ball to Herndon. Okay.
That's one of those guys.
I will take that.
That's the Hearn Daddy right there.
Hearn Daddy. Third catch. That's a first.
That was something that came out of Jets camp, by the way. He still projects to be the starter, but his grip on that job is loosening.
How do you feel about it?
At this point, I'm fine with it. Like, the guy's had opportunities, and he either can't stay healthy or he can't make the most of them. Then again, like, do we really want to give Ryan Griffin the starting tight end job? Like, I still think Herndon has some upside, so.
And we can call him Hearn Daddy, which is a great nickname.
Hearn Daddy.
All right.
Check down Charlie in the pocket.
There you go. Hearn Daddy. Rack it.
Rack ball. That's another
First down.
little YouTube video right there.
We were talking about old school. Oh, was that you earlier I was talking with that about?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sorry. It all blends together. This is my fourth straight sim. I forget if it was Geoff or you. Here we are. Okay, I'm back. Did he catch that? Good. I'm glad he didn't.
Mike Business's cough's going to be rocking cheesesteaks and a Liberty Bell soon.
I love cheesesteaks. I had a chicken Philly the other night.
Here's a real question. If Kyrie Irving was on Team USA in the Olympics, would Kaufman root against Team USA?
Ooh, probably not. But he definitely would tweet out snarky things about Kyrie throughout the tournament.
Drew says, "LOL, go Latvia."
There was a time when, obviously I'm a huge Celtics fan. I think it was the 2012 Olympics. I actively rooted against LeBron and that Team USA team because I wanted nothing good for LeBron to happen, ever. They had just beaten my Celts in the Eastern Conference Finals. Crowder?
J-Mo. Touchdown. And a little dance. And a little dance for you freeze pops.
Yeah, buddy. I like it.
Here's a nice one from No Way. These two announcers are the worst announcers, all caps, DK has. Wishing both would find some new jobs.
Give me a new job.
Can't stand these announcers.
Wow. Who is this? I don't even see this comment.
His name is No Way.
Oh, okay. I see No Way now. He's giving the laughing emojis. Does that mean he's joking?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
No Way.
Hey, you know what I say to that? No Way?
Appreciate having you.
No way. I'm here to stay. Every day.
I'm not leaving.
He's not leaving.
They're gonna need a wrecking ball.
And everyone's just going nuts. That's a movie I haven't watched recently that I should.
That's a great scene. That really is.
It's so good. Pepe Sylvia saying, "Freeze pops, wait till LeBron's son gets drafted by the Celtics and LeBron comes to Boston with him. What then?" Go LeBron. If he's on the Celts, yeah, I'll root for him. But at that moment in time, 2012 Team USA just come off beating my beloved Garnett Pierce Celts. Celtics had won Game 5 in the Eastern Conference Finals in Miami, and they were coming back to Boston for Game 6. And I spent all the money I had in my checking account to go to that game, and then LeBron just destroyed my life. Yeah, I was very upset with LeBron at the time.
Throw, but the Bucks with the offensive board and Drew. Oh, he made one!
I wish that we were at the same point because I've just watched an awesome thing happen and I can't talk about it.
Did Kevin Durant do something Kevin Durant-ish? I'm
Yes.
about to see it.
He
I'm
did.
about to see Durant go Durant. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I just saw another awesome thing on the other
All
side
right, we're
of the
done.
court.
We're done. Bruce,
You're gonna
Bruce in the
enjoy
chat
this
says,
thing.
Says my Icelanders hung on for a 3-2 dub today.
Yeah, your Isles, dude.
The New York Icelanders.
See, you're starting to just quietly creep onto that bandwagon.
No,
I know
I
it.
just think it's funny.
Oh, he's slowly but surely, people. You're going to see him on here with skates in a few days. And an Isles sweater.
That will never happen.
No, Lamarca is on the record Devils fan.
I'm really on the record as just being a no hockey guy.
All right, here we go. Give the ball to Devontae. Okay, I can live with that. I believe that's Albert. Let's take a look.
80 Poker says better late than never. Can't hate him for that. If Drew is able to lead them to a victory, then no doubt all is forgiven. But if they lose, that 2 for 16 performance in the first 3 quarters is not going to be forgotten.
I have a pretty big lead here, Lamarca, and I don't
Yeah,
want to jinx
you
myself.
rolled out to a big cushion.
Yeah, I feel really good right now.
Wow, we've talked about it.
A lot.
We've talked about this. I mean, we are near the end zone now. A
Yeah, this
touchdown.
Give
could
me
change
Devontae.
things. That's not going to do it.
I'm fine with a kicker score here. Give me a field goal.
Unfortunately, that doesn't do the Dolphins any good.
That's okay.
They're playing
Sometimes
for 6.
sometimes they make bad decisions here. Breda, that helps. Lots of exciting stuff happening. Just over a minute to go here in this game.
I feel
7.
like KD palmed the ball. Not that they would ever call that.
No,
in
oh
this
my!
situation,
Imagine if they
but
called that.
That was
right
a clear
now.
palming. And then he kind of dropped it, and then Middleton stole it. And now Middleton going to the line for 2. But that's definitely a palm. They never would call it in that situation.
Yeah, that would never happen.
2 huge free throws.
2 huge minutes left for me here in the free roll as I possibly get my first victory ever. Let's focus on what's important here, Lamarca.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
So here it is. Do they go for it? I think you have to go for it down 5, less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, in real life, they'd go for this. Here we go. Give the ball to Breda or Devontae Parker, please, okay? No.
Hit as he throws. Not going to work.
Did not get both feet down. Okay, that's okay for me. The thing that's tough here is that Le'Veon Bell is going to touch the ball a lot over the next 2 minutes or so. And
Mike Bizzle says, we love freeze pops.
see, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Mike's been a good cheerleader all day.
There is the
Oh,
aforementioned
Le'Veon.
Bell. Put him in a spin cycle, Lev.
All right,
He'll
let's
pick
see
up the
who's below
first
me
now.
here. Do they have Le'Veon Bell in their line?
I mean, you're up, you have a 9-point cushion right now.
Lamarca, crazier things have happened.
He really would have to break one the whole way.
I mean, I've
even
done
that. I can't find a Le'Veon. The guy in third has Le'Veon Bell. He's trailing you by about 13.5 points.
I don't want to say it's over till the fat lady sings, Lamarca,
And when you sin, it's not over.
Yeah, exactly. That song's quietly playing in the background, like in fever pitch. This is fever pitch right now. I'm Jimmy
Are you gonna
Fallon.
storm the field? Johnny
Oh,
Damon.
man. I can't believe that today is the day. A day that I did 4 straight sims. That this will be the day. A Dolphins-Jets sim is going to be the sim where I win.
Meanwhile, I'm in basically dead last. Oh, and
wow.
Yeah.
The second closest I've ever come to winning. I mean, today will be the closest if I end up losing. Was a Dolphins sim. So maybe the Dolphins are my good luck charm. Is Lindenbaum really in second?
JSL 23. So that could be Lindenbaum.
That's what it seems like. The chat is indicating that is him. Must be throwing some love. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I don't know. That might be off Bruce Brown's foot. We're going to take a peek.
Let's see. Ooh, that's not really a good angle. Like I learned nothing from that angle, Turner. I need to see their lower bodies before the ball bounces. Yeah, I can't give an opinion on that.
AD Poker says, you see Tucker talking in Durant's ear. Ha! Little bulldog. I said coming into this series, Tom, and I'm sure you can vouch witness. What am I trying to say? Vouch witness.
Yeah, for sure.
I said that the Bucks supporting cast was going to be a big factor, particularly PJ Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
And he's given them some great minutes. Nobody can stop Durant. You can't do it. But he has made his life real miserable.
Man, there's just no good angle of this to tell me.
Rod says who missed. It was Durant that missed that shot.
Ooh, Steve Nash looks sad.
This game isn't over, by the way. Just so everybody knows.
47 seconds left.
All you need is a score, a stop, and a score.
And, ooh, I want to say what just happened, but I won't. I wish we were in sync.
All right, KD.
He's such a killer, man.
Easy money.
He's such a killer.
I don't think he's ever missed that shot.
He's the most efficient basketball player of my lifetime.
Seriously.
Oh, that's devastating. Oh my God.
Oh, offensive board.
Wow. And then look what happens.
I'm looking. We got another review.
I mean, you need to review that. This is crazy.
All right, last play of the sim. I apologize. I know I'm distracted tonight.
It's okay. We all are.
Tua throwing it up. It looks like somebody came down with that.
Of course, it's not the last play.
Downs, though.
No, 2 seconds to go. Of course.
Clint Reap says he's going to use some of his winnings to get a nameless hat off Amazon in solidarity with Freeze
Yes.
Pop.
Thank you, Clint. I appreciate that. This hat was like $10 on Amazon.
Just a nameless hat.
Exactly.
All right. Hail Mary is up. Oh, we got a catch.
Oh!
Devontae Parker broke
okay,
a couple
good.
tackles, but he couldn't get in. All right, Freeze Pops. You did it.
Okay.
You have won.
Might be loud for a second.
But
Anything's possible. Anything's possible.
Drew says stats are not
I just
finalized.
won. Morgan's confused. She's like, "Are you talking about the Bucks?" Because we had the TV on in the background. I won my first free roll ever.
All right,
Yeah!
give me your award so we can get out of here.
Okay, let's see. Thank you. I'm glad my loved one was here for me to see this. Devontae Parker with the wooden nickel. Congratulations. I'm going to share this one with you, buddy. And babysitter Billy,
Pick
I don't
anybody from
know.
my
Let's give it to your boy Perriman. Was brutal. He was your captain and he stunk. I'm a champion. None of you guys can give me any crap for it anymore. I got the W. You don't know anything. I know everything. Whatever it was that Pete Weber said that time, that's what I just tried to do. I did 4 straight sims to go. I am. I'm out of here. You do the rest of the post-game show.
All right, that's Tom. I'm Matt. We've got 6 of these bad boys tomorrow. You know the drill. Noon, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 Eastern time. I'll be back for a couple of those. Freeze Pops will be back. For Tom, for the Drew Stack, for Robert and Ops. I'm Matt. It's been a pleasure. Catch y'all later.